Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Stormkeep. My name is Paul, and today I'm joined by...
Hey, it's Daniel.
Hey guys, it's Morgong.
And today we are going to be doing a review of Battletome Seraphon. And to help us with our review, we are very proud to welcome Caleb Hastings to the show. Welcome, Caleb. Thank you very much for coming.
Howdy, guys. I've been a long-time fan of the Stormkeep, so I'm excited to be on.
Oh, great. All right. What's your favorite episode?
Me and my son, we loved the episode about the Tempesters. That actually convinced us to convert our Fulminators over into Tempesters, and they haven't left the table since, I think.
That's awesome, dude. I've been watching your show for a while too. I love your breakdowns of tournament lists. That's probably one of my favorite things.
Okay, nice.
Sure.
Yeah, you were definitely one of the inspirations for when we started the podcast, how we wanted to structure it, how we wanted conversations to go. It was like you and Auspex Tactics kind of merged together, and then the Stormkeep came out of that.
Nice.
Anytime, go ahead.
All right. Before we get started about talking about the other better half of Order, let's talk about our sponsor for the podcast. Kaiju Gaming Lounge is a store based out of Orlando, Florida, and a great friend of the podcast runs it, Carl Rohr. He's been on our show before, covering the chaos side of things. And they are responsible for creating our awesome, cool merch. Like you can see here, we have our 7-inch, 9-inch sticks. So they got a 9-inch side and a 7-inch side for measuring out those cool deep strikes with Annihilators, Beast of Chaos, or more appropriately for today, Seraphon. So if you're, coming down and you've got the artifact in Draco's Tail, you can come down at 7 inches, measure that out, and look really cool while doing it. These Annihilators are right about to open up that Bloodthirster. Check out Kaiju Gaming Lounge, and you can use the code Stormkeep for 15% off. They carry, all GW stuff, Shatterpoint if you're into the Star Wars, the new game system coming out. They carry a whole bunch of things as well as different gaming tools and aids. So if you're interested, please check them out. Please support Kaiju because they support us and give us our prizes for our monthly painting contests. So check those out as well on our Discord.
So moving on to the topic at hand, let's talk about Battletome Seraphon. If people have been listening to the show long enough, you know that I, despite hosting a Stormcast podcast, I still consider myself a Seraphon player at heart. That's my first and most important army. And I'm very, very excited that they finally got a 3rd edition update. Before we talk about the army identity, let's just get first impressions of the book. What do you guys think? How's the transition from 2nd edition to 3rd edition been for this army?
I think we were just talking about this before starting the podcast. I think that, especially from like the base Seraphon 2nd edition book, it's maybe a tad weaker, noticeably so, but it's still got a lot more flavor. It's definitely a 3.0 book, and I think it definitely lines up with the recent releases as of currently. It lines up really well with the other releases around it. I think it's really good that it's not too strong because it has longevity and that it won't get nerfed, like Morgana was saying earlier.
Yeah, I'm right there with him. I think it's not quite as powerful as the previous book, but I'm excited about some of the things that are popping up in here. I've had Saurus Warriors on the shelf for a long time, ever since I bought the Start Collecting kit years ago, and seeing Saurus get a bit of a glow up here, I'm excited to play that side of the faction for sure.
Yeah, that's honestly the impression I get reading this book. It's a solid book where everything is playable. It just depends on, I guess, what degrees you're comfortable with. Nothing really feels like, they clearly didn't pay attention to this part of the book. It all seems like it seems fine.
Yeah, there's a few units that are not costed properly. Either too cheap or too expensive. There's a couple of both, I think. But overall, it feels like most units have a purpose, except for Ripperdactyl Riders. But we'll talk about them later.
Wow, way to just spoil it right ahead.
Well, it's just weird that you can double the damage output of that unit, and it's still not worth playing in this new book. But anyway, we'll talk about it later. Yeah, I pretty much agree with your takes. I'm excited to try the Saurus stuff, but I think the Skink stuff just ends up being better again. Though the difference is a lot smaller, and I think mixing the two is going to see a lot more play than before. Instead of like 95% of the time you just go Skink, it's going to be like maybe like 60% of the time you go Skinks. Something like that. Let's talk about Seraphon as an army, what their identity is. And we do this at the start of all our reviews because it kind of solidifies what the army is trying to do, or at least what our interpretation of it is from reading the rules and trying to get a grasp on the narrative. And so far, I got to say, all the books in 3rd edition have nailed this. Like the fluff and the narrative and the models all flow naturally into how the army plays on the battlefield. And Seraphon is no exception. Everything looks like it does what it should do, or at least it's so weird. Like the models are so esoteric and bizarre that whatever rules they create for them just fit, right? Like the Astrolith Bearer. Okay, sure, he gives bonuses to casting. Whatever, right? Like it's not a big deal. But like Aggradons feel like they punch as hard as they do, right? Carnosaurs actually hit hard now. The big stuff hits hard. The small skinky guys are nimble. Like it feels right. So let's talk narrative here. The Seraphon are creations of the lost old ones. They're the progenitor gods of the universe. They existed before the mortal realms, and they died before the mortal realms, and they created all the lizard men back in the old world. And the lizard men carry on their will to this day. They will continue the great plan to permanently destroy chaos, and also anyone else that gets in their way. Just because you are allied with the Seraphon today doesn't mean they don't have a plan to just exterminate you once and for all. They view all the other so-called gods in the universe as just temporary allies at best, or these things should be eventually deleted out of the universe as quickly as possible.
I think it's like Batman, right? You have a plan to kill everybody, including your friends.
Oh no, what's the Seraphon equivalent of the Batman that laughs?
Oh gosh, Chaos Slann. That'd be freaky. They're already undead, right? Like,
well, just one, and he's
Kroxigors,
not undead. He's dead.
He's too angry to die, Daniel.
Oh, see, Korn. I'm telling you, it's coming in.
Yeah, Korn wanted him, and he's like, "Nope, I'm too angry."
So in 1st edition, Seraphon were all Starborn. They were this mysterious race that descended from, who knows, usually probably Azir, right? And then they would fight, and then they would bleed starlight, and then they would disappear as quickly as they attacked. And that was everything we knew about the Seraphon in 1st edition. And that was expanded in the 2nd edition book when we finally got the Coalesced, who are written in very well, I think. They're lizard men who stay around a little bit too long, and their bodies start to just become more physical. Instead of bleeding starlight and purifying the ground where they fight, they just become like lizards, like big, thick lizards. And they even start building jungles and building temple cities and all this stuff. So it's basically a fusion of what Seraphon were in 1st edition with what the old world lizard men were, and it mixes together surprisingly well. And the rules work out very well for this. They are led by powerful Slann sorcerers that are older than the universe and the so-called gods. The Slanns are, in my opinion, the best wizards in the game. They have incredibly powerful spells that are very reliably cast from exceptional ranges. They have really powerful effects like moving units immediately in the hero phase, which is very powerful in this game. To move out of phase is very good. They can disable wards. That's excellent. They can control movement of enemies. Like, Seraphon in general might be the best casting army in the game. And that's in addition to all the mortal wound stuff that they can do. They can just kill you with spells too. They're not just using buffs and debuffs.
And one of the best things, which I always liked in the previous book, and I'm so glad it continued, was the board-wide unbinds. Playing these guys as a defensive spell hero, then that you can shut down the other person's spells. It's just it feels good when it happens.
Yeah, there's this meme somebody made where a player's trying to cast like a plus 0 wizard is trying to cast a spell, and a Slann is looking at him. He's like, "Hey, you want to see a magic trick?" And he just like unbinds it, and then he summons a bunch of chickens. It's pretty good. It's so demoralizing to just like, oh man, I can't even imagine being on the other side of a Slann. It's got to be so awful.
Yeah, not only do we unbind your spell from anywhere, now it benefits us to do this. So
I got 1/8 of a unit
like a kill streak. It's like, yeah, unbinding spells gives you a kill streak. It's
yes.
awful.
But the Slann are incredibly powerful wizards in the story, and the rules very much reflect it too. Even though they're just mortal beings, they feel like you're playing with a god level character. Their effects are so strong. And going into the battle with them, because Slann are weak, fragile, they can't really do combat or movement or anything. So they create all these nifty Saurus and Skinks. The Saurus are powerful, muscular, disciplined, durable, and they fight alongside the sneaky and mystical Skinks that are all nimble, and they run around and try to do tricks on you. And that's kind of Seraphon in a nutshell. It's a whole bunch of these different aspects mixed together. You've got really powerful magic from the Slann, you've got really powerful defensive tools with the Saurus, you've got really sneaky, nimble Skinks, and then you've got different variations of Saurus and Skinks riding big monsters that have, cannons strapped to their backs, or super kill monsters that turn off inspiring presence, which is really strong. It's a mix of all of it. That kind of makes this army really hard to play because it's not obvious when you should be committing what resources and where. The exact mechanics of how they do their really powerful spell casting with the vassal casting and all these things makes this army pretty complex. Thankfully, it looks like there's also some simpler options to play. If you just want to play, like looking at the cover of the book, like I just want to play dinosaurs riding dinosaurs, you can do that and you can have a great time. It might not be the best army, but you can still have a fantastic time playing Age of Sigmar that way. And another thing to note about Seraphon is that they are technically a slow army, right? I think like the fastest unit they have is Terradons at 16 inches. Everything else pretty much caps out at 12 inches, just like Stormcast. They're not fast, they're not slow, but their ability with Starborn to just teleport anywhere, use reserves, summon new units, all these things more than make up for it. And in theory, Coalesced makes up for it by being more durable. But I guess we'll talk about how and why that seems to miss the mark a little bit. And of course, the most important thing about Seraphon is the dinosaur puns.
Yep, lots of Jurassic Park one-liners need to be learned so that you can use those during your game.
Yeah, not so many Aztec puns or Mayan or whatever mix of the two this army is, but it's mostly the dino puns. Seraphon are split into two races, effectively. There are the Starborn, which are all about teleporting, ranged mortal wounds, using trickery to their advantage, and summoning new units. And then the Coalesced, which have thick hides. They do more mortal wounds in melee with their bite attacks. They're more about brute force, grinding your opponent down. And then, of course, the big monster stuff in the army is best used in the Coalesced army. Looking at Starborn, highlights from this subfaction are that the Slann can use a heroic action to teleport units around or to swap the spells that they know. Using a heroic action to teleport units is like one of the most powerful things you can do in this game. It's unbelievably strong. There's no dice roll associated with it. It's not like Stormcast with Translocate. They have to roll a 2+ usually with the Lord Relictor, usually re-rolling it with High Priest command trait. The Slann just do this, whether they're your general or not, no matter what. It just happens. Unbelievably strong. You can teleport units right up to your enemy's face, and then because of how vassal casting works, you can cast spells through those units you just teleported. You can steal objectives that are left open. You can put speed bumps in the way of your enemy. Like, that ability could have been a whole subfaction. Like, there could have been nothing else written for Starborn, and it would still be an incredibly strong subfaction. That's how good that heroic action is.
And it's interesting when it comes. So that heroic action, happens at the start of the hero phase. So that does open up some interesting strategies there. We've seen this teleport in previous Seraphon happen in different phases, and that whenever they would change it, it would kind of change our strategy. But here, our teleport is at the beginning of the hero phase. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's also worth noting it's only in your hero phase. The first time I read this book, yes. I thought it was just a heroic action you could do in both turns. No, it's only in your turn. That would be way too good if you could use it in your opponent's turn.
Yeah.
Only Legion of Night get that, don't they?
Yes, their vampires can teleport around even on their opponent's turn. It's very degenerate.
Because reasons.
Yep.
The other thing that Starborn do is they generate cosmic power points, CPP, which is super fun to say. And then they spend them on powerful bonuses and summoning. Those bonuses are reviving D3 models from each unit. So it's like a super rally. You just pick every unit near one of your cosmic nodes, they're called, and we'll get into detail about what that is later. And each one of those units just revives D3 models. So if you're running like a whole bunch of Skinks and Chargers and Saurus Warriors and Saurus Guard, and you're taking like splash mortal wounds from something like a bunch of Knight Vexillors, perfect. You can just start reviving D3 models from each one. You can increase the Astrolith banner's ward from 6+ to 5+, which is a huge boost in effective health. If you've seen our episode on Mortal Wounds 101, you know that increasing from 6+ ward, that's 20% effective health, but a 5+ ward is 50% effective health. So boosting a unit of, let's say, 20 Saurus Warriors, which are 40 wounds, if you give them a 5+ ward, that gets boosted all the way up to effectively 60 wounds, which is really hard for your opponent to chew through. And the last ability that you can do with Starborn is just blast the enemy army for D6 mortal wounds with the proper positioning. Just, okay, here you go, D6 mortal wounds on top of every other mortal wound you've taken this phase. Okay. Pretty stupid. You can also summon any non-hero unit in the army. So as long as it doesn't have the hero keyword, there should be a cost value associated for it, and you can just add more units. So it's like you're playing Tzeentch. You cast spells, you unbind spells, you get CPP, and you just add more units to your army for doing the thing you want to be doing anyway. It feels pretty broken, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I'm so glad that this doesn't cost us anything to rack up these points anymore. You used to have to sacrifice spells to do this, and now you don't have to do that. So that makes this just an added bonus to what you're already doing, which is fantastic. And the fact that you have options now that you can use these points strategically depending on what you need just opens up a lot of flexibility in how you spend this resource.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I found myself using all of these abilities and summoning a variety of units through the few test games that I've done before doing this review. Like, the summoning and abilities are both very strong. There's no, like, this is definitely better. Like, when you play Khorne, it's almost always better to use Blood Tithe for abilities rather than summoning, but sometimes you summon. In this, it really does feel like a 50-50 split. You want to do both. You wish you could do both every turn. It would be amazing. Some notable abilities and enhancements from Starborn before we talk about, every war scroll and go through all this stuff. These are some things to keep in mind. There is a sub-faction that allows you to deploy half your army in reserve, like you're playing Stormcast, and then deploy them anywhere on the table more than 9 inches from an enemy. Or, if you're using a specific artifact, you can set them up more than 7 inches away from an enemy. So it's like you're playing Stormcast with Grand Hammers, and you have units in this army that do, let's say, comparable damage to Grand Hammers. Talking about Raptadon Chargers here. They are very good.
And we have a lot of units that have a base +1 to charge on their war scroll from their command units. And so a lot of units that you might want to do this with, they're going to be rolling for a 6 charge.
Yep, and then you can always reroll that with a command point, unless you're a Stegadon, which for some reason can't issue commands to itself. But most units, 6-up rerollable charge out of reserve or out of summoning. It's very strong. There's also Comet's Call. You know it, you love it. And now, unfortunately, it's locked to Starborn. But Comet's Call is a spell that has a global range. Any units on the table can be affected. You deal D3 mortal wounds to D3 units. So it is a little random. Sometimes, you get to deal 3 mortal wounds to a whole bunch of units, and sometimes you deal 1 mortal wound to 1 unit. But that's how it goes in a dice game. And another thing to keep in mind is that with a Skink spell, you can move a Skink or Kroxigor unit in the hero phase. They can just make a normal move. And that is incredibly powerful, especially when you add it onto like 12-inch move cavalry. They get to move. Your opponent doesn't get a chance to redeploy against that. Or you can just, move twice effectively, having a 24-inch movement and then charging with a +1 with Raptadon Chargers. Very, very strong ability. All in all, Starborn is a powerhouse. Like, it's hard to play. It's fragile. Like, the units that it uses are not super tough. But when you do Starborn right, it feels very, very strong. You really limit what your opponent can do in response.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. There are some very strong abilities here, and I think a lot of these abilities are pulling people towards this. You see some just absolute magic domination in some of the stuff that Starborn is able to do. I think you hit on it. You will struggle some with board control, but with the amount of mortal wounds that you can pump out, sometimes you may not have to worry about that. Depends on the army you're facing, but it does have its give and takes.
Yeah, the point costs really hold this sub-faction back. You don't start with enough stuff on the board, so if you're not careful, and if you don't, take your trades very well in the first round or 2 of the game, you can easily fall behind. But if you do take the right angles for attacks, and you manage to trade up, you get very far ahead very quickly. So it's a very high-risk, high-reward playstyle. Coalesced, on the other hand, seem to be more risk-averse, let's say. They take more of a middle ground approach where you don't get as much reward, so you don't have all the same teleporting shenanigans, you don't have summoning, but the stuff you start the game with is a lot better quality, let's say. So Coalesced Allegiance. To talk about Coalesced, we have to talk about bite rolls. They're an ability on some Warscrolls, namely the Saurus Guard, and the Kroxigors. After these units attack, they can roll a dice for each enemy unit that's within an inch. And on a 6, you deal a mortal wound. So if you have, let's say, 5 Saurus Guard in combat, at the end of the combat phase, or after they attack, I should say, you roll 5 dice, and each 6 up is a mortal wound. And that's like, okay, you might even forget about it if you're playing Starborne. Honestly, it doesn't really do much. But if you're playing Coalesced, you get +1 to that roll all the time. So now suddenly you're doing mortal wounds on 5s. And if you're playing near your Realm Shaper engine, now you're doing mortal wounds on 4s, which is a huge amount of damage. That's like, after Evocators attack, they roll 2 dice per model. This is Saurus Warriors have twice as many models as Evocators. It's starting to add up. You do a lot more damage in melee this way. And while also taking less damage from everything. Saurus keyword, Kroxigor keyword, and monsters in this army all take -1 damage from enemy attacks. So if they have a damage 2 weapon, damage 3 weapons, these get cut down drastically in effectiveness. If you're playing against something like Petrifex Elite in OBR, they are suddenly doing half to a third less damage. It's very, very strong against those armies. But then sometimes you play against something like Slaanesh, where they just kill you with 100 shots of damage 1, and then you wonder why you're playing Coalesced. It's such a high variance mechanic. I've never been a fan of this. I believe we've done reviews of books like Night Haunt and things like that, where we talk about how just either incredibly powerful or incredibly useless this mechanic is. Yeah, I'm personally not a big fan of it. I wish this was something like a 5-up ward instead. I think that would just be much better. But
yeah,
it is what it is.
I would love for that to be a ward. As it is now, it's really a hard rock paper scissors ability. So if you're going up against an army that has a lot of multi damage, then it's fantastic. But against other armies, it's going to be absolutely worthless. And so it's really that kind of rock paper scissors. What are you going to face up? Depends on how good this ability is.
I think it's more like, it's not even rock paper scissors, it's more like all or nothing. It's like you're gonna fight ogres and iron jaws, and this ability will just cut their damage in half. Like putting 2 damage to 1 and effectively giving you a 4-up ward is just incredible. And then you'll fight like, I don't know, Night Haunt or Slaanesh, and they don't care. And that's why like I hate abilities like this. In Night Haunt, it feels a little better because it's around a hero. You don't have to take him. You still have your 5-up wards, and it's mostly a 1 wound model army. It feels weird here when you're not even getting the effect of it. I don't know why this couldn't just be they reduce a incoming rend by 1 or something.
Or +1 save even. That would have been much better. But yeah, it is what it is, right? Like better than having nothing, I suppose. What were you saying, Caleb?
I was going to say, you might see the meta shift more towards 1 damage attacks with the prevalence of Petrifex Elite that might be forthcoming. And then with our new book...
I think we're already there. I think most of the top armies, Lumineth, KO, Slaanesh, Gitz, Khorne, SPG, I think they're all 1 damage armies, mostly.
1 damage or enough mortal wounds that -1 damage doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, mortal wounds for sure.
Well, moving on. Coalesced monsters all have their own unique rampages. Carnosaurs can instantly kill models. Bastiladons can sweep hordes to deal d6 mortal wounds. Stegadons can make enemies fight last. Like, these are really powerful rampages, and Monster Mash has always been the way I love playing Seraphon, and 2nd edition made it really, really fun to build monsters out. Coalesced monsters, I gotta say, those rampages feel good, honestly. Especially if you play Thunder Lizard and you can use 2 rampages at the same time. Bit of a spoiler, but yeah, Thunder Lizard is okay, but I gotta say, the rampages feel good. They feel very monstrous, properly monstrous, which is good.
Yeah, each one of them is useful, and makes me want to run one of those mods, each one of those, because they're each quite good.
Mm-hmm. The Slann take a bit of a different role. In Starborne, the Slann are mostly let's say a debuffing and mortal wound tool, whereas in Coalesced, you're mostly playing a different game with them. They're primarily there to buff your Saurus units. They can improve the rend of those units by 1, and they can also teleport them in a very unique way that doesn't exist in any other facet of this game. So let's talk about that real quick. How that works is, and I hope this doesn't get erotic because it's super cool, but the Slann picks a unit of Saurus that it can see anywhere on the table, and then it teleports that unit of Saurus to the Slann, wholly within range, let's say. And that range is usually 15 inches. And because of the way Slann work, you can change the location of the caster through vassal casting. So you can teleport your Saurus to another hero that's further up the table. And unlike every other teleport ability in the game, this doesn't say you have to be a certain distance away from enemies. So you can just teleport directly into melee or 3 inches away and then just charge. And it also doesn't stop you from moving. Almost every other teleport ability in the game, I think every other teleport, says you can't move after doing this ability. This doesn't have that text. So the implication is you can teleport any distance from enemies, and you can just move normally afterwards. Super useful, super powerful. Like, properly powerful for what a Slann ought to be doing. But I don't know if that's going to survive an errata. That seems like a prime target.
Yeah, I'm worried that one's not going to make it through. If it does, then you're absolutely right. It is very powerful because it gives you a lot of flexibility on movement in a faction that generally doesn't have a lot of movement, and just opens the book up to a lot of options.
I want to say they probably are gonna errata. Like they miss sometimes things like movement after translocation. I can't really see this lasting.
Hey, I still think that was intentional. It was in the 3rd edition errata. They knew it. Anyway.
I can kind of see what they're doing with the spell is like recalling a Saurus unit to the Slann. So it almost seems like that's the intention. They can still move after that because they've brought them back to the Slann. Now they can go back into the fight. But because we have so much goofy stuff we can do with the range of spells, we can increase where they can be moved to all over the place. So maybe they'll keep the movement, but adjust the range. Who knows?
It's really hard to predict.
Was the Tzeentch one ever changed up or not? Like the Tzeentch, I think Tzeentch does. No, Tzeentch was also like this. I think Tzeentch had a spell, Enslaves the Darkness, that could teleport it to the caster. I think they FAQ'd it specifically to say you can't move afterwards. It's just they forget. It's thought of as a constant, you know.
I think that one still requires you to be more than 9 from an enemy.
I think so, yeah, but it says you cannot move afterwards.
Yeah, well, I'd have to double check the exact wording on how it started, but like, it's a really weird situation. I'm gonna assume it's gonna work the way it is, because frankly, if it doesn't, Coalesced looks a lot less interesting to me. Like, I would almost never play Coalesced if that ability doesn't work that way. But Coalesced does other cool things, even though I'm saying I won't play it. It's still got cool stuff going for it. They have this incredibly powerful artifact called Chotek's Gaze, which can be taken only by Saurus heroes, which is cool. It actually makes Saurus feel very useful. Enemy models with a wound characteristic of 1 or 2 just cannot contest objectives while they're within 6 inches of the bearer. That is incredibly strong. That is like way stronger than the OBR Carrion, which is a spell that can be dispelled. Like, there's way more play there. It's really hard to kill Saurus heroes because Saurus Guard just make them really, really tough. And you can have it on like a Carnosaur, which has a huge base, and then a 6-inch range from there just disables so many models from contesting objectives. It's really, really powerful.
Yeah, you can see what they're playing into here, because a lot of the other Saurus stuff wants to be on those objectives, and this really plays into that play style of get this hero on objective with your Saurus Warriors maybe, and hold on to that objective for as long as you can.
Yeah, Saurus are relatively low model count, right? You're getting 10 models for 200 points, best case scenario. Even less if you go Aggradons, even less if you ring any models. Seraphon don't end up being a high model count army, so this is really, really useful for that. Feels like something Stormcast could really benefit from, honestly. If the Star Drake could do something like this, that would be amazing. In addition to that really powerful artifact, there's a very good command trait that allows you to move 2 Saurus and Kroxigor units in the hero phase. This is any Saurus keyword units. This could be a Carnosaur, it could be a Lancer, it could be a bunch of Warriors. Very strong ability, moving in the hero phase in both sub-factions. I love it. I love Seraphon. This army is amazing.
Yeah, one of the things I haven't liked about the Saurus side of things is that there's not a whole lot to do on that turn 1 if you're going Saurus heavy. Now we have some options with this ability here. We got extra movement. We've got some speed because of this command trait, and now we have some fun stuff to do in turn 1.
Yeah, that was always an issue, right? It was you would just move into the middle of the board and wait for your opponent to hit you. Now you have more stuff to do than that, and it feels good. let's go into Section 1, Warscrolls. The Stormkeep ranking system is pretty straightforward, I think. We have an S tier unit is something that has a very high impact ability. It's incredibly powerful or incredibly efficient, or it has a unique aspect that totally defines a list, and that list is going to be very strong. For us, S tier for Warscrolls doesn't mean the unit is too powerful. It means that this does its job the best in the book, and nothing else is comparable in that particular role. And that scales down to A tier, where you have a strong and versatile unit, but maybe it's just not quite as good as an S tier unit. B tier units are a little bit worse than A tier units. They're more specific. Maybe they're not as efficient, but they're still useful. C tier, I think, is our cutoff for where we start considering competitive units. If you're below C tier, we don't think it's going to see competitive play generally, but they're still situationally useful. They're more niche. C tier unit would be something like Prosecutors and Stormcast. They are very good at exactly one thing, and they sometimes see play because of that. D tier unit is significantly flawed. Could just be a points issue. Honestly, a lot of D tier units are just points problems. And then F tier units are something we think is just never going to see play. It would have to get reduced in points so much that the only reason you're bringing it is because it costs so little, and you can just spam it. So
this is the please redesign tier.
Yeah, rule changes, please. That's what F tier means. Let's start strong by talking about Saurus Warriors. They got a beautiful new model in the new edition, and people have already started painting them up in all kinds of gorgeous schemes. Let's take a look at their pros and cons. So first off, they're always battle line, and that's really nice because this army actually doesn't have that many battle line choices, right? It's not like Stormcast where each sub-faction tends to unlock a new battle line choice or all kinds of heroes unlock them. There's actually not that many battle line choices here. They are durable, 20 wounds and a 4-up save for 200 points, but basically a 3-up save because as long as this unit is contesting an objective, or if the unit is wholly within your territory, you just get +1 to save. So they're effectively, Chaos Warriors, but a little bit cheaper. I think Chaos Warriors are 210.
Yep.
Yeah, so they're 3-up save on 20 wounds. Fantastic. If you're Coalesced, they also get -1 damage, so then you become better than Chaos Warriors. And their high wound count naturally combos well with the wards that you can give this unit. Unlike other armies like Slaves to Darkness, there's no access to a 5-up ward that you can give these things. Blood Warriors wish they could get a 5-up ward. Like, they have one at range, but not in melee. Saurus Warriors can just be -1 damage and a 5-up ward on top of that defensive profile. So they are a brick house. They are tough as nails. And on top of that, they do good melee damage. Like, if you've seen Chaos Warriors fight, you know what Saurus Warriors are going to do, for the most part. It's not super good until you buff it. Once you start adding in buffs, then you can start having Rend 2 with Empowered Celestite and Coalesced. You can have extra bite mortal wounds, so you can be on 4s, and then all of a sudden this unit starts to do good damage. They also are a high volume attacker, so if you have something like a Starpriest, which we'll talk about later, he has a Serpent Staff ability that lets you do mortal wounds on wound rolls of 6. So that combos really well with just the volume of dice this unit is putting out. Or something like Wrath of Aeons, which gives you +1 attack. You have 10 different models, +1 attack per model. It's a pretty good buff. They can move in the hero phase with Vengeful Defender, like we talked about. And that utility shouldn't be overlooked. Being able to move in the hero phase when your opponent can't redeploy is a very strategically useful thing in this game. We talked about telepathic summons. These guys are a Saurus unit. They can use telepathic summons, and that's enough said. That's amazing. If you're not playing Coalesced, if you're playing Starborne, you can revive D3 these guys with Azure Light, the ability to just revive models from each unit. And I actually found myself winning a game because of that. I was able to revive D3 models on a unit of 10 Saurus Warriors that I summoned in. I revived 2 models, and it ended up winning the game for me because I just had more models on the objective. And right now in Season 2, you can avoid using the spears and you can use the clubs, and everybody can get in range and use Galatian veterans to fight in 2 ranks. So they do a lot of things right, and they have gorgeous new models, so I'm super excited about that. But they're not a perfect unit by any means. They are slow, right? They only move 5 inches, even though you get to double move them in Coalesce, and you get to teleport them around, and they do have +1 to charge, which should have been listed in the pros there. But if you, for example, drop them into play 7 inches away, they can get a 6-inch rerollable charge. They are mobile, but they're not fast, right? Mobility is like how easily you move around. They're a slow unit. If they need to retreat, they can they might not even be able to retreat because they have such a big footprint and you have to end more than 3 inches from an enemy. If you're not careful with your movement abilities in this army, Saurus Warriors will be pretty ineffective and easily pinned down. Their damage outside of buffs is not great. There are better units in this army that cost the same or less points. We'll talk about one of them soon. Yeah, if you want to do any real damage with Saurus Warriors, you got to play Coalesce, you got to give them a Serpent Staff, you got to give them all kinds of bonuses to rend, like a Purple Sun, you need all-out attack, you need to charge. There's a lot of conditions that need to be met for this unit to do good damage. If they're just standing in combat and grinding, their damage is not as good as it could be. The bites are only 1-inch range, and that is a problem because it happens after attacking. So your opponent could just pull models away, and then there's nothing left in range for you to do your bite attacks on. So if you're counting how much damage this unit is going to do and kind of using it as a comparison to, let's say, another unit that doesn't do bite attacks, like the Lancers, well, it's not totally reliable that you will always have a target in range for bites, and that's something to consider. I'd say the biggest weakness of this unit is that it has no bonuses to rally, and other similar units we've seen in other armies do. Mortek Guard are very durable. They have 4-up revives with the Harvester. Chaos Warriors have easy access to 5-up revives or rallies. Hearthguard Berserkers have access to 4-up rallies. Like all these other units of this type, like this elite melee archetype, have bonuses to rally, and these guys don't. So even though you could be -1 damage, you could have a whole bunch of bonuses to save, there's still problems with sustain. And because the damage, when you don't have the right damage buffs on them, their damage isn't super high, there's ways that these guys just fail to do the job that they're supposed to do, which is just grind it out, you know? So you have to play very carefully. This is not just like a super simple unit that you just throw at your opponent and it does great things for you. It is a surprisingly techy unit, but it is very good. So I'm going to give it the A tier. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think even without the 5-up rally, and it's funny because even Vanquishers have that in a unit of 10, similar points cost, but I think it's just because, you have that healing that is possible, as well as, being able to summon them in. I think that's probably part of the reason why they didn't want to give them any more recursion.
Yeah, I think this unit's really solid. I mean, where we're seeing more and more units that are these like 10 block infantry squads with really efficient points. Blood Warriors, Saurus Warriors, Chaos Warriors, and yeah, it basically exists in that role. It exists either as like a buff engine, like a buff sink, or just like a durable, stand on circles unit.
I've been really happy with this new War Scroll. It's I don't think it's overpowered or anything, but it is kind of what I wanted to see out of a Saurus Warrior, a tough unit that can be durable with the right buffs, and it plays that way. It feels good that way. I don't think it's overpowered here. The way in the games I've played so far, the way I've had the most success with them is by layering on those extra saves, Mystic Shield, all-out defense, and then the +1 to save for either in my territory or on objective. And you're effectively at a +3 to save. You're moving it into a target that does not want to fight it. And if you can get those charges off, you can easily get these guys hitting on 2s and 2s. And so they're not going to do a ton of damage, but that's not really what you want them to do. You want them in there, in the middle of the board, clogging things up, to where you can play the game on other objectives if need to, and leave those warriors alone there to score those objectives. One interesting thing is that because they are 20 wounds for a standard unit, you can get a terrifying amount of wounds, and if you double reinforce it. You're talking 60 wounds if you double reinforce it. I have found I haven't really done that a lot. That turns out to be a whole lot of points. But if you're going Saurus Warriors, like heavy on those, I feel like the 20 Warriors feels like a pretty sweet spot if you're looking to really buff a unit up. That's enough wounds that people are going to have a hard time getting through, but not so many that it takes up too much of your army cost.
Well, I don't want to spoil the end of the video, but I've prepared a list that has a 20 block of Saurus Warriors, multiple lists actually, and then I have another one that has that 30 block.
Nice.
And
nice.
one of the problems with the 30 block that you're trying to describe here is it's really hard to just move it around. Like the space that's taken up by that many models on 32 mil bases, it's huge. Most of them don't get to fight, so really all you're doing is just adding wounds. But yeah, it takes up so much space. It's so hard to maneuver around it. But I think I found a way around that problem. So we'll talk about that at the end of the review.
Nice.
So yeah, overall, Saurus Warriors are great. You're going to see a lot of them. They're going to be a staple in Seraphon lists. Let's talk about the Saurus Guard, which are still using the old model. Which, what year is this from? Like 2008, I think.
It's still
Yeah,
got
I
the
think-
skinny legs.
06, 06, 08, something like that.
Yeah, it looked great back then. These days, not so much. But their rules are fantastic, so I'm really happy to talk about them. Like Saurus Warriors, they're also always battle line, but they're a lot cheaper. Instead of 200 points for a battle line slot, they're only 130 points, but you only get 5 models with 10 wounds. They do have a 3-up save all the time, and that's a 3-up save characteristic, which means you can stack it to a 2+. So if you run these guys into something that has like Rend 1, you can easily get, Mystic Shield and all that defense, and then they're saving on 2s and just ignoring all that damage. So that's a nice piece of utility. They're also Saurus, so all the other stuff that applies to Saurus Warriors also applies to this unit, right? Like -1 damage, telepathic bodyguards, vengeful defenders, empowered celestite, all this stuff. But honestly, none of it matters. What Saurus Guard do is they die. They die instead of your heroes dying. They are a 3+ bodyguard for all heroes within 3 inches. So it's like Spirit Host, but Lizard Spirit Host. And they're very, very useful because Seraphon live and die by their heroes. If their heroes are taken out top of round 1, the game's over. Like, your army does nothing without the support heroes that make them do things. So this is an extremely crucial role. And unlike a unit like Spirit Host, Saurus Guard are not a bad unit, right? You can start reviving them D3 every turn if you have Starborne. They can actually be somewhat decently tanky and punchy if you're playing Coalesced. They're just a good unit all around.
If you ever wanted to play Vindictors that look like dinosaurs, you should play this unit.
Oh yeah, imagine if Vindictors were also bodyguards for Stormcast.
Amazing. Yeah, I mean, you'll find a lot of times this is covering at least one battle line slot in a Starborne player's army if they don't want their hero sniped.
Yeah, you need a real good reason not to use Saurus Guard. But again, not a perfect unit. They are just as slow as Saurus Warriors. Their damage requires all the same buffs. It's not worth buffing them because they only come in squads of 5, and if you reinforce them, you're starting to get to like 260 points, and that's just too many points for this unit. Yeah, so for every purpose except protecting heroes, Warriors are better, but protecting heroes is so good that Saurus Guard, I think, also get an A tier. You're going to see probably 1 unit in every list, sometimes 0, very rarely, and almost never more than 1 unit. Unless you're playing like a super skew Kroak list, and then you just run 15 of these guys to make sure Kroak survives.
Yeah, they should really just start boxing the Saurus Guard with Kroak in his kit, because every time you take Kroak, you're gonna have 1 unit of Saurus Guard to go along with him, just to make sure he doesn't accidentally kill himself. Great unit, and it's cheap enough to where you've got a few points left over, and you need that guy that unit to guard your heroes. Perfect unit.
Yeah, and there's going to be matchups where you don't need to bodyguard your heroes. And looking at something like Spirit Host and Night Haunt, when you don't need to bodyguard, like let's say your opponent just doesn't have range damage or they're not worried about killing your heroes, Spirit Hosts do almost nothing. This unit's actually useful. It does somewhat decent damage. It has somewhat decent defenses. You can throw it on a flank with a teleport, and it can survive against a weak chaff unit charging into it. It's a good bodyguard. So not as good as, a Mortis Guard, but that's a conversation for a different day. Let's look at this glorious new model that I am so stoked that we are finally getting little baby Carnosaurs. I have wanted these for so long. Oh man. But how do the rules hold up? Well, let's take a look. Aggradon Lancers are battle line if a general is Saurus. And in Coalesced, that's going to be more often than not. You're going to usually have a Saurus general if you're playing Coalesced. And then also, sometimes when you're playing Starborne, because the Astrolith Bearer is a very good choice for a general. The Aggradon Lancers, a squad of 3, counts as 6 models total on an objective, and that's an important number in this game because it outcompetes squads of 5. Things like Liberators, Vindictors, Vanquishers, smaller units like that, but then also single monsters, which count as 5 models on objectives. So if you just walk Lancers onto an objective, it's yours. That's great. They're 8-inch move as opposed to 5-inch move, which isn't fast, right? Like Night Haunt are an 8-inch move army, and we consider them to be slow. But that extra
it's not good for a cavalry move. Basically.
Yeah, I was expecting these guys to be at least 10-inch move. But when you consider that you can double move them with Vengeful Defender, you can run 6 and charge with Heavenly Frenzy, that's a spell in Coalesced that lets you run and charge. You can teleport them around with Telepathic Summons. Like the 8-inch move starts to feel more meaningful. So it's nice. It's not bad. Wish it was a little bit higher. Their Saurus,
Yeah, it's the same as the Knights, the Saurus Knights, which I think is the spiritual replacement here. And it always felt too slow, but I'm glad that there's some ways to make these things faster. And typical of Seraphon, the Warscroll's not all that impressive, but you can layer on some buffs to make them a lot better.
Yeah, I feel like that was very much balanced around that 3d6 charge y'all had, and this is balanced around that command trade y'all have and the run and charge possibly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, their damage though is great. That is definitely the upside of this unit, is that they do about 40 to 50% more damage than Saurus Warriors. And a lot of it is going to be on Rent 2s because the mounts, about 2/3 of it is on Rent 2s. So overall, these guys are just a nice independent hitting unit that doesn't need buffs. They just do decent damage. You can buff them even further if you want to, right? Like you can still give them the same buffs you can give Saurus Warriors. They're not as effective on this unit, but you don't need the buffs to do good damage. And then I think the biggest miss on this War Scroll is the Primal Rage. I listed it as a pro because it is technically a buff. So let's talk about it. How this mechanic works, I guess the story behind Aggradons is that the longer they stay in combat, the angrier they get and the more bloodthirsty they get. And the more savage they get. And cool, right? They're in like a killing frenzy, they're ripping everything up, and they get more and more, they want to eat more. How that translates to rules, though, leaves a lot to be desired. So at the end of a combat phase, if this unit is within 3 inches of an enemy unit, you can give it a rage counter. And you can have up to 3 rage counters. And for each rage counter, you get a +1 to the mount attacks on this unit. And the mount attack is 2 damage on 3s and 3s, rent 2. So it's a good attack, right? It's like a Dracoth attack. But the problem is that anytime you finish any combat phase more than 3 inches from enemies, you lose that immediately. So, yeah. if you you attack on your turn, you have to not kill the thing that you're trying to kill, and then your opponent has to just leave stuff in combat for you to keep that buff going. There are ways to prevent enemies from retreating in this book, but I don't know if that's enough to justify this mechanic, right? I don't know. Am I wrong about Primal Rage? It feels really, really hard to utilize it.
Yeah, no, it's an odd rule. It rewards you for not doing well, not killing the unit you're going up against. Congratulations, here's a buff. Maybe you can do it next time.
Yeah, usually it's the opposite gameplay, right? You're rewarded for charging in with a charge bonus, and then obviously if you stay in combat, then it's okay, well, you messed up. It's kind of a weird inversion of cavalry.
I can see what they were going for. They're basically going for one of the things that happens is when people group their units tightly together on the field, you charge something, you're likely to drag something else into combat. Now, this isn't a problem because generally when you do this, if I do this with Annihilators, I'm trading with something. So I'm okay losing a unit. It's Warhammer. And they were like, well, what happens if you don't lose this unit? Because this has 15 wounds, -1 damage, typically is where you would take this. What if it survives and gets better? So your opponent has to overcome it to try and kill it before it gets better. But I don't think any opponent is going to be scared of 3 extra attacks on -2 and 2 damage. The buff isn't significant enough to justify what they had in mind for this unit.
Yeah, and the unit has trouble with reinforcements because the mount attacks are 1 inch and cohesion kicks in if you reinforce this unit, and then you have trouble fitting all 6 in. So it's even if you reinforce it, you usually just get 4 models into combat instead of
On the other hand, if rage was instead your damage goes up by 1, forget the rage counting thing because I hate bookkeeping. Having to maintain a wound counter and a bookkeeping rage counter next to this unit is awful. If it was just something if you're within 3 of a unit at the end of the combat phase, you are enraged. If you're enraged, add 1 to the damage characteristic of your mounts. That would have been amazing.
I think what they should have gone with in this is something if this unit starts the combat phase within 3 inches of an enemy, you can unleash its rage and once per game get a bonus attack or something. And then the rage goes away if you ever finish a combat phase out of combat.
Mhm.
It's just so like the fact that you don't get it that first turn you fight means you basically assume this unit never gets it, and if it ever happens, it's counted as a bonus. And that's a weird mechanic, and it's the only mechanic they have. It's the only thing on the War Scroll, so it's super
I also
weird.
don't like it that other than, and we'll talk about it when we get to his War Scroll, but there's not a lot of abilities that interact with this. There's not like a frenzy spell or something that just lets you say, okay, I can get them to be raging or something like that.
Yeah, a spell or command trait would really go a long way to improving this. Just make this ability more reliable, and this unit looks a lot better. It is a good unit. It does have some downsides, right? You're paying 210 points for 15 wounds and a 4-up save. You could be getting 20 wounds and a 3-up save if you're playing Warriors. So they're just looking a little bit worse defensively than Warriors. They have no bite attacks, which I find very peculiar. They are Saurus, they're riding monsters with big jaws, and they don't get this bite attack mechanic. That feels odd. Warriors will do more damage if you give them full buffs when you consider the bite attacks. The Warriors cost less points, have more wounds, have more models. Warriors just seem better when you're setting it up properly. Specifically, this unit falls into a niche where you want like a flanking unit on its own, running around, killing smaller things. That's where this unit excels. It does have problems fighting reinforced, like I said, and Primal Rage is hard to use. Overall, though, this unit is not bad. It's still good. It's just, I think most of the time you're going to think about using it, you're going to probably just decide to go Warriors instead. If they were the same cost as Warriors, it would be even just a 10-point drop on this unit, going from 210 down to 200 to match Warriors. That would go a long way to helping this unit find a role in armies. Because Seraphon are an expensive army, and that 10-point difference it's like the difference between bringing Chronomantic Cogs and just not having the last 10 points you need for it. Like this is a place where you squeeze, unfortunately.
Yeah, I feel like this unit reminds me of Desolators. Every time I look at it, it's like it's just missing that something.
I don't know. I don't think it's quite that big of a disparity.
It's not that bad. It's more like it's more like looking at Retributors versus Grand Hammers. Like they have different enough roles and how you use them. One of them's a lot easier to use and typically better, but it doesn't make the other one bad.
That's fair.
Yeah, they definitely still have a list. Oh, sorry, Caleb.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, I think you might see them played in the role of your, alpha striker, alpha bunker. I can't remember what the right term is, but you might see them taken as a... Yeah. Well, you might even see them taken as a, a reinforced or double reinforced, so you can move in the hero phase with the command trait, move normally, so now you're moving 16, +1 to run and charge. Maybe you even put run and charge on them there. And you can get them into the enemy line pretty easy, and that gives you time to set up the board the way you want with maybe the other warriors you've got, or you're delivering them these Aggradons that they have to deal with because they're in front of them, and might get slightly better if they don't deal with them effectively enough.
Yeah, yep. I think you throw, I don't know about 9 of them, but I think you throw 6 of them up, and I think that's pretty decent.
That's 30 wounds on a 4-up save. Very easy to get +2 to saves in this army. +3 against missile weapons. We'll talk about the Slann command later. They can be a tough anvil, like Nurgle Knights. Don't have quite the threat range of Nurgle Knights, I'd say, with the 3d6 charge and all that nonsense. But they can go far. If they nerf telepathic summons, Aggradon Lancers look a lot better. Because a big part of my evaluation here is that Warriors can also charge turn 1 by just using telepathic summons. Whereas if they can't, then Lancers, that extra bit of movement that they get, that extra 6 inches if you double it with Vengeful Defender, effectively, that's the difference between charging and not charging turn 1. And that's enough to make Lancers a worthwhile unit.
Yeah, definitely a great unit.
Definitely great. Like, I'm gonna run a lot of them. It is, but that's something about this unit I didn't mention. They are by far the easiest way to play Seraphon. You just run a whole bunch of raptors up the board. You're having a great time. You're making dinosaur puns. You're cracking open a beer. You're making friends because everybody's going to love playing against this. This is like the most fair army you can ever play if you just spam Aggradons.
Yep.
Gorgeous models, too. Look at that. That's so cool. All right, let's talk about the Kroxigors. They are they're good. I think they're good. But I need to qualify.
As he sighs, really big.
I am trying so hard to convince myself and others that they are good. And let me run the argument for you here. They are Battle Line and Quaddle's Claw, which is nice. Quaddle's Claw is probably the premier Coalesced sub-faction of the two. Their damage is great. You know, they're looking at 28 max damage on mostly 3s and 3s. And then, you know, all-out attack, it's going to be 3s and 3s and 2s and 3s. If you're fighting something with 10 or more models, which seems to be more and more common these days, they get exploding hit rolls of 6, which is great. And they always have 2-inch range, which allows them to fight reinforced. So that's exactly what the niche of this unit is. It's you bring 6 of them, you don't bring just 3. A squad of 3 is not really worth the points. Kroxigors do get -1 damage if they're coalesced. They can move in the hero phase in both factions. Speed of Huanchi is a spell that Starborne can cast, and we've been talking about Vengeful Defender and Coalesce. That allows a unit to move as well. So they do have extra mobility in both sub-factions, and they get 3 bites per model, which is awesome if you're playing Coalesce. You get 4 of these guys within range to bite. That is 12 dice, and every 4 up potentially is a mortal wound. That's just a ton of mortal wounds after you attack. And they are infantry. Even though they don't look like it, by all rule counts, they are infantry, so they can be put in Galatian Command or Veterans, or for some reason, if you need to fill out a sharpshooter battalion, you can put them in there as well. But there's downsides. They are slow, unlike previous editions where they were 8-inch move, now they are only 5-inch move. They need something like Heavenly Frenzy in order to run 6 in charge, or you need to drop them into play 7 inches away with Starborne using reserves or even a teleport charge. They can't issue commands to themselves, and this is a bigger deal than it seems because this unit really wants all-out attack because you're going to reinforce it. It's going to be one of your main melee hammers, and it also wants to reroll charge because it needs to get into melee, and it can't do either of these things for itself. And you may not always have something nearby that can issue commands to it. It has relatively poor accuracy. Right, hitting on 4s means you're vulnerable to -1 hit effects. This army doesn't have anything that boosts hit effects natively. You're relying on all-out attack, so if that gets shut off or you get hit by a -1 hit, like if you're playing Lumineth, it starts to really hurt. They're only Rend 1, that further reduces their accuracy. They're going to bounce off armored targets. Defensively, they're not looking too great either. 12 wounds for 175 points and a 4-up save. There's a lot better that you can do for that point cost. If they have something that reduces the damage taken by 1, like if they're playing Petrifex or Night Haunt or even another Coalesced army, -1 damage effects really hurt this unit drastically. And the biggest problem with this unit is every single thing this unit does, and it does do good things, but everything it does is done better by minimum size units of Chargers or Saurus Warriors or even the next unit, the Kroxigor Warspawned. So before we move on to the Warspawned, is there anything in particular we want to say about the Kroxigors? I feel like we got to talk about them together, but is there anything about the regular Kroxigors we want to say?
Everything I wanted on the Kroxigor changed from the previous one. They didn't do. So it needs to be elite. It needs to be able to, as you said, it needs to be able to issue commands to itself. It's the hit profile is terrible. It just doesn't feel like as awesome as the model looks. I've seen the comparison between this Kroxigor and the current Kroxigor, or the old one, I guess. And this Kroxigor is huge. The model is just amazing. I love it, but it needed a War Scroll to go with that. And to me, I'm not feeling it. Not feeling it.
This is like a theme across the book, but I feel like they went for a lot of really like cool, like narrative and fluffy rules this time. And maybe, it's maybe the fluff guy writing this like books again or something, but the fact that they can only issue commands via skink champions in another unit, right? That's the wording, is just really, really weird. It means this unit, however expensive it is, I think it's like 180, 170. It means it already comes with the tax of having a unit next to it to be able to issue commands to it. Or a hero that needs to follow this unit. And for a unit that's sort of like the annihilator of this army, yeah, it should have either been hitting on 3s or maybe have an additional point of rend and been, 20 points more expensive or something. But Yeah, it feels weird. It feels like, yeah, like you said, unless you're taking 6, there's no point. You need like a critical mass of these things.
And it feels like it's Warscrolls working against itself. So they want it incentivized into Kotal's Claws battle line, and where you get extra bite damage, where it's tougher, but at the same time, a lot of the things that are going to make it do what it wants to do are going to be in Starborn, where you got a teleport to get it into range, Skinks that will reliably be around it to give it commands. So it kind of feels like it's battling against its own Warscroll to do what it wants to do.
Yeah, there's never a tactically like perfect place where this unit fits. Tried all kinds of different lists, and I think I've got 2 different lists at the end, one for Starborn and one for Coalesced that do use Kroxigors, and I do think it's a good unit. But given all the downsides, I feel like its price point of 175 for 3, it's a bit much. I feel like it could go down about 15 points. It should be about 160. And that would put it in a more competitive spot compared to even just the Saurus Warriors we've been talking about. Like those Saurus Warriors mog these guys like crazy. Like it's not even fair.
I guess my question is they can't put it to 160 because like there's someone out there who's gonna try and spam these things. Like people love their like paladin spams or something. And the other question I have is like, how much of this is you think, like, if this Warscroll hit on 3s, would it be better? Like, because I don't understand why this hits on 4s. Like, there's so many -1 to hit and wound effects in this game now. Like, maybe they made this Warscroll in the anticipation that the Skink retains that +1 to hit ability or something.
Maybe.
I really don't know.
I think it's because the old Warscroll hit on 4s. It's as silly as that sounds. That's probably why that's the case.
I don't know about 160. Like, I feel like if Raptadons are 150 and they're going to see pretty widespread use, I don't know about Kroxigors being 160. I think that puts them in spam territory.
Well, yeah. I'm not sure about that because there are 12 wounds on a 4-up save. It's like people spam things like Endrin Riggers and Sky Wardens, and those are okay to spam because they have this huge downside of being inefficient for defensively, right? Whereas an efficient defensive unit to spam like Thunderers or Chaos Warriors, I'm not saying Chaos Warriors are overpowered or anything, just if you were to spam them, that's a lot more troublesome to deal with.
So I have spammed Kroxigor before. I've taken 18 in a list before to a tournament, and the biggest downside that they had previously is still here, is that you have to have a hero to babysit them. Here, I guess you could have a Skink unit to babysit them, so maybe it's slightly easier to do that, but you can't send them off on their own, or they'll get insta wiped.
That's fair. I can see that.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's move on to the Kroxigor Warspawned, which are sick looking new concept for the Kroxigor. They're like gator looking guys. They are a little bit more expensive. They're almost identical to regular Kroxigor, but for 10 points more, you get -1 attack on both weapons, which reduces their maximum damage from 28 down to 21. But all of those attacks are now natively Rend 2, which is way, way better than Rend 1. Rend 1, basically, you don't have Rend. Like, that's just the state of the game. They do have this neat ability where if a Skink unit wholly within 12 inches lost any models in the same phase, they get that +1 attack that the other Kroxigors have, boosting their damage back up. But that's really, really hard to use. It's really hard to create scenarios where you're losing Skinks in the combat phase and then getting the chance to attack with your Kroxigors. Usually it's going to be your Kroxigors attack first, and then your opponent's like, oh, okay, I guess I'll attack these Skinks because the Kroxigors already attacked. They're not doing any more damage, So that's just a really hard ability to use. And it's really hard to activate it yourself because it has to be done in the same phase. So you can't even do something like kill your own Skinks with an Aether Void Pendulum or something. Can't do that. They also have -1 to be wounded by enemy missile weapons. And I think this ability is a lot better than it seems. There are almost 0 ways to boost wound rolls for shooting. It is a very rare thing, and pushing most shooting units from 3s to 4s or 4s to 5s in some cases, like a lot of KO units wound on 4s. Seraphon sometimes wound on 4s as well. That is a very, very good ability. So that's what you get for 10 more points. Ren 2 is good. The fact that it's always Ren 2 is great. There's no condition for it. You can boost that further up to Ren 3 with Purple Sun, or Ren 4 potentially if you hit a unit that's been hit by a spawn of Chotec. That's just cutting through armor like nothing else in this book can. That's a really, really important niche to have. They've got the same number of abites, so you're still doing mortal wounds after all that. So these guys just turn into armor crunchers. If you have a reinforced unit, that now becomes max 42 damage. It is quite expensive, right? Like 380 something points, I think. 370 maybe.
They're like 185, I think, yeah.
Yeah, so it's a lot of points, but you have an armor cracker unit. It's not efficient, but it's high impact, and that's exactly what this army is kind of lacking, right? Across the board, we've been saying damage is lower in Seraphon. This is a good damage unit, right? High damage, high rend, +1 to wound if you charge in Quaddle's Claw, hitting on 3s mostly if you all out attack. Like it's good. If you double reinforce it, you're looking at max 63 damage. It's a lot of points, but man, that's just going to kill anything it hits. And because it has the -1 to be wounded, you have to deal with it in melee, right? You can't just shoot it down normally, especially when you stack on the Slann command, which gives you +1 save against missile weapons. All-out defense against shooting is always available. These guys can be tough to take down by shooting, and tough to take down in melee as well, especially if they get to hit you first. So, they have a niche. They have a defined niche as a reinforced hammer unit. But they're significantly lower damage than regular Kroxigors, and they have their +1 attack to get up to that same level is really hard to activate. If you start reinforcing and double reinforcing them, you may struggle to get all of them into range because they are on big bases. This isn't like Stormcast Liberators or anything on 40 mils. These are 50 mil bases. They're huge. Fitting everything in, even with Galatian veterans, it can be tough. But overall, I think this unit is actually good enough to see competitive play, more so than regular Kroxigors, so I am going to give them a B tier ranking.
I'm happy to see some rend in Seraphon in this book, and this is so we get -2 rend here with these Kroxigor, which I love. Before we were stuck with a lot of -1 rend, and so getting that extra rend is very nice. I share that frustration with the Skink guidance ability, where another ability where you have to rely on your opponent to give you a buff is usually not something that's ever going to happen. I think there's some niche cases where you could force it to, but it's very tricky, and your opponent still has to kind of play into it. So almost just assume that's not going to be there. But yeah,
I mean, it is easier to trigger than the other one, though. Like, other one has to rely on you hitting 10 or more models. This one's like, you could use this as a counterattack unit, put this like 2.9 inches behind like a skink screen or something. And you are going to have skink screens pretty often in this army.
Yeah, it does have that interesting niche as a riposte unit, as a counterattack unit. Regular Kroxigors basically do the same thing in that same scenario, but they have Rend 1 instead of Rend 2, so, might as well do this and make it harder to shoot them down. How useful is that niche? I'm not sure. I'm really not sure, because the game is slower, there's a lot less teleports. Seraphon can play pretty far back. Like, if you're playing Coalesced, you want to play more forwards. But Starborne can play really far away, and they can avoid a lot of units charging them turn 1. So I don't know how useful this is. And also, this has the same problem that regular Kroxigors have. Chargers do a lot of damage and also can be a riposte unit, and they don't need any of this setup, and they're a lot cheaper.
All comes back to that, huh?
Yeah. Raptadon Chargers are like the splintered fang of this book.
Spoilers here, huh?
Let's talk about the Oldblood on Carnosaur. He has gotten... Well, let me put it this way. Have you guys ever seen that meme of like people playing Mario Party, and they're playing that mini game where they're all riding around on balls, and all the balls fall off the cliff, except for Luigi, who's just standing perfectly still and not moving? That's pretty much what happened with the Carnosaur, right? Everything else just got worse, and the very small buffs to the Oldblood on Carnosaur make him look really good now. He was not in a good spot before, but he is fantastic now. So let's go through why he's good. First off, 15 wounds on a 4-up save, which he is a Saurus, so he's going to get Scaly Skin. He can take a +1 save command trait, which is very good. That makes him basically a 3-up save all the time. He is a hero, so you can use Finest Hour, Heroic Recovery, and all these different defensive tools. He has a 10-inch move, which is fast for this book, right? Like, okay, it's not great, but that can be doubled with Vengeful Defender, right? This unit can move 20 inches and then charge. So if he wants to charge you turn 1, he's going to do it. He has a shooting attack. It exists. I've heard it can do some damage sometimes. But his melee damage is really what you want him for. So he's going to do a max of 29 on varying hit rolls, but usually 3's rend 1. The best attacks on 3's rend 2. That can be boosted further with command traits and artifacts. Unlike every other monster in the book, the Carnosaur can actually be pumped up further. So he can get a +1 damage on his spear. He can get +1 attack to both of his mount weapons. Like, you can actually become a really good attacker. He can basically be like a Maw Crush at level damage, you know? He's scary in combat. And after slaying any models, for the rest of the battle, he has +1 to wound with his mount attacks. Just straight up is just +1 to wound. Okay, don't even have to charge in Quaddle's Claw anymore. What makes this model really good, though, is that he, I said Maw Crush, and here's another comparison. He issues the same command twice in each phase, and the second time he issues it, it's free. So he is like a little Maw Crusher. He's going to issue All Out Attack to 2 different units in the shooting phase. He can issue Rally to 2 different units. He can issue Redeploy to 2 different units. He can issue All Out Defense to 2 different units. Inspiring Presence. Like, the utility of being able to issue the same command twice for free is really, really useful. Especially, though, in a Seraphon army, because there's no other source of +1 hit. If you want to shoot with 2 different units, if you want to attack with 2 different units in the combat phase, only one of them can get +1 hit, and that really sucks. But this guy fixes that problem, which is just fantastic. All of that comes with a monster body. Monsters are great. It's the first monster we're talking about in this book. But just reminding people the general stuff that monsters are good at. They count as 5 models. They can use monstrous rampages. Roar is one of the best abilities in the game. Carnosaur, Monstrous Rampage, and Coalesce can just kill models. It's like a Star Drake. It picks in a model in the enemy unit. So it could be like a 2+ save, Chaos Knight, or a Chosen Leader. You can eat the command leader, and then it can't issue commands to itself anymore. Like, there's all kinds of useful stuff you can do with this ability. And cherry on top, enemies can't receive Inspiring Presence while they're within 3 inches of a Carnosaur. So he is like a horror gas that kills stuff. It's really, really good. So despite all that, why is he not S tier? Why do we still not have an S tier Saurus unit? Well, he is expensive. He's 285 points, and that point value kind of starts to compete with the Slann, especially for enhancements. Like, you want to give command traits and enhancement to a Slann because they're very good, but he also wants them, so there's a high opportunity cost in addition to the point cost. And if you're only bringing him as a support piece, like if you're not taking any of the damaging enhancements, then he is a very expensive support piece, right? And if you just want the support stuff, like if you just want Vengeful Defender and you just want Chotek's Gaze, well, there are other cheaper Saurus heroes that can do that stuff. And I think this is the single reason I'm taking him out of S tier. His Massive Jaw is hit on a 4+, and I just hate that so much. I hate hitting on 4s, especially in 3rd edition, where it seems everybody has a -1 hit or -2 hit now. I just despise that. So that's, for me, that's enough to knock him out of S tier. So yeah, I think he's a very, very good unit.
Yeah. I think he's a really good unit. Like, I really hate that too, but do you think that's what's keeping his points kind of down? Like, monsters of this hitting caliber, because I believe that attack does like -2 rend 5 damage, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. So monsters that hit like that, usually that hit on 3s, are usually found in the 350 category.
He's well priced. I will say, like, externally, he's well priced. I have no problem with his point cost. It's just that Seraphon, in the context of Seraphon, it's an expensive army, right? There's a lot of expensive support pieces you want to take. So it's like, do you want to run Slann and an Old Blood? What are you cutting out to make room for that? Like, what units are they now supporting if you've spent 600 points on support?
Mm-hmm. I mean, you're right. I mean, I think that's where his like ability to issue a lot of attack twice for free like that comes in play. Because if you're running this guy alongside Kroxigors, without that, you would just feel really terrible using those units hitting on 4s.
I have found that the Old Blood ability to issue the command twice, that is fantastic. I mean, that's the reason I'm taking him in a lot of my lists, is I want that plus his damage. But I'm running low on command points a lot because we don't have as many ways to generate command points in Seraphon as we used to. And so this is one way that we can save on those command points. You effectively getting twice as many command points as long as you're issuing them from him as you normally have. And so this has saved my bacon a lot by being able to issue it to 2 different units, and it works in every phase. That's just fantastic. It's so many uses for this.
I should also mention on the topic of issuing commands, if he's the general, they can be 18, but if he's not the general, it's only 12. But Starborn Saurus generals are not very useful because you can't take the Slann command traits, you can't take the Skink command traits. There's nothing for Saurus generals in Starborn. So that's kind of a weird space for him, even though you do want to bring him to get extra uses of command abilities. He usually ends up being just a regular hero, and then he only issues from 12 inches away, which is a little awkward.
Have you found trying to fit him into a Starborn? I can't imagine having enough points for what his role would be in a Starborn list.
Issue redeploy 6 times.
that would be interesting.
I think he can fit in more shooting focused lists when you bring like some kind of monster mash in Starborn. I don't know how good that list is, but if you have, for example, a Stegadon and a Bastiladon, both of them can get +1 hit, and now they're both on 2s and 3s, which is really good. That's about the extent of it. He is also just punchy. He does a lot of damage. You give him an Arcane Tome, and he can just cast Mystic Shield around the spells from the front line. It's tough to find room in a Starborn list for him. It's a lot easier in Coalesced.
Yeah.
In Coalesced, you can actually just skip the Slann sometimes, and this guy's one of the reasons you can do that.
Yeah, I have found myself doing that more and more, even though I really want some of the Slann's spell lore. Sometimes the points aren't there, and this is a nice consolation prize to get extra command points from this guy.
Well, let's talk about the Scar Veteran on Carnosaur. It is almost identical to the Old Blood, but for 30 less points, you get no shooting attack, which, whatever. Like, I'm not going to lose sleep over a D6 damage attack, like whatever. He loses the issue command twice per phase, and that's the main reason you want to run the Old Blood. In addition to the other stuff he has, not having that is like, okay, he's got to have something really good to make up for it, right? What he gets is an ability called Maim and Tear. At the end of the combat phase, you can pick an enemy unit within 1 inch, and you roll dice equal to the wounds allocated to that unit. And that's not wounds allocated this turn or this phase, it's just the wounds that are allocated. For each 5-up, they take a mortal wound. So I've prepared 2 examples here I'm pretty sure I got this right, but if you guys feel like we got it wrong, leave us a comment underneath the video. First example, you have a Mega Gargant. It takes 18 wounds. You roll 18 dice, and each 5-up is a mortal wound. That's usually about 6 mortal wounds. And that doesn't matter which phase you do those wounds in. It could be a combination of shooting, magic, combat, charge mortal wounds. Doesn't matter. If he doesn't heal or retreat, next turn, if he's still within 1 inch, he's going to roll at least 18 dice again, right? Because he's still got 18 wounds allocated at least, so he's going to keep rolling. So it seems like, and based on the intent of the wording of the ability, that seems like what's going to happen here. Example 2, Mortec Guard, a unit of 10 models, lose 8 models, then they revive 4 with the Harvester. In this case, you would actually roll 0 dice with Maim and Tear because there are no wounds allocated on the Mortec Guard. They only have 1 wound per model, therefore they can't have wounds allocated to them. Any wounds allocated would immediately slay the model, so it's not possible. That's my interpretation of this rule. Does that sound right to you guys?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So we can move forward with that as the basis. Maim and Tear is actually a good ability, right? Something Seraphon really struggled to do is to deal those last few points of wounds to like a big behemoth or gargant or something like that, because it's not a super high damage army. It's about like pinpoint precision damage when and where you need it. But they don't have anything that can finish off a gargant. Like if a Seraphon army faces gargants, it's a rough matchup. And that's exactly where the Scar Veteran helps you out, right? Especially because the Scar Veteran himself doesn't have to attack that target. Right, he could clear out some chaff, and then you do a whole bunch of damage with a proper hammer unit, like maybe 5 Chargers or 6 Kroxigors or something like that. And then the Carnosaur can just Maim and Tear and do a whole bunch of mortal wounds. So that's the best case scenario. He's still a Carnosaur. He's still got all the same attacks. He doesn't have that double command thing, which actually really sucks because since this guy's hitting on 4s, he needs all that attack. And if he's the only thing fighting, that's not a big deal. But if there's multiple units fighting, which it seems like if you're trying to take down big targets, you will have multiple units fighting, He gets the all-out attack and the other unit doesn't, which really sucks. If you had the Old Blood on Carnosaur, they'd both get it. Or they both get a lot of defense. It'd be more survivable. And there's not a lot of ways this unit can gain strike first or even give strike last to enemies. Coalesce can, on a 4-up with a Stegadon charge, give an enemy strike last, but it's unreliable and Stegadons aren't too hot right now. So I don't know how much that's going to happen. So I think, it's not awful. Like, I think it's playable in the right meta. I don't think we're in that meta right now. So probably better to just find 30 points and use an Old Blood instead. I don't think this is where you squeeze points.
Yeah, the 30 points is definitely worth it to upgrade to the Old Blood. This is kind of it wants to be a monster hunter, and I'm not sure how useful that is. It's a nice ability though.
Yeah, it would have been cool, back in first 3.0 GHP. This would have been pretty neat, actually. It's kind of a finisher for Mortal Wounds that Seraphon were doing.
I do like that it's at the end of the combat phase. So it's like after all your attacks are resolved, if you've positioned properly, there's I do like it's that last little bit of damage. I like that it creates that tension. It creates that little bit of drama. I like the effect this has on the game. Psychologically, it's fun.
Yeah, it'd be cool to see more execute style effects. I guess that would be like the most appropriate name for it, and that would be pretty neat to see in the game.
Like the High Gladiatrix, yeah, I really like those kind of effects.
Looking at the foot heroes, Saurus Oldblood on foot. He is nothing like the Saurus Oldblood on Carnosaur, which is disappointing. But he is the cheapest Saurus hero. And we're talking about how useful it is to have a Saurus hero. There's all kinds of traits and artifacts that you can bring. Well, he is the cheapest one. So if that's what you're looking for, then he's great for that. He is durable. He's like a Lord Imperatant, 7 wounds and a 3-up save. And he's a Saurus, so he gets -1 damage. He can take the +1 save command trait. He can find a Stour heroic recovery like any hero. His damage is like, he hits like a Stormcast hero. Like, it's whatever. Doesn't matter. But when he fights, he gets to pull in a unit of Warriors or Guard to fight at the same time, which is a cool ability we've seen in a lot of different armies to varying degrees of success, let's say. I think Slaves to Darkness are having an okay time with it. Fire Slayers have a great time with that type of ability. I don't think Seraphon are going to have as good of a time with it, personally. Because there's no real way to give this guy strike first reliably. Or make enemies strike last. So it's hard to take advantage of that and pull in this guy fights first and then he pulls in his Galatian command, which could be, a bunch of Kroxigors or something, and then he pulls in a unit of warriors and they all fight at the same time, and it feels like it's very rare for that to happen. The other thing this guy does is if he issues all out attack to warriors or guard, they get both +1 hit and +1 wound in that phase, which is great. I love this. I wish the game had more effects like this, things that modify the core commands and give you a new perspective on them, give you more value out of them. This is what they should have been doing for all of 3rd edition. Stuff like this. And he is a champion, so you can use Leadership of the Alpha to issue all-out attack to 3 different units and potentially give them all +1/+1. And unlike Quaddle's Claw, which is a charge bonus, this works in any phase, so even when you're fighting defensively, you can get +1 to wound as well. Downsides, he's slow. 5-inch move hero, you probably don't want to be using all your mobility options on him. He's just a support hero, so he might just be dropping in from reserve. The +1 to wound effect is not unique, so it's not like you need the Saurus Oldblood around in order to be on 2s and 2s with your warriors. You can just charge with Quaddle's Claw, which is really easy to do with telepathic summons. You can just get pulled out of combat. You can always basically retreat and charge. His effect only works on warriors and guard. If it worked on Lancers, that would be a lot more interesting. And the worst thing is that the Saurus Astrolith Bearer is so much better as just a generic support hero, and he's only 5 points more. And 5 points basically is like 10 points in this game. It's very rare that 5 points makes a difference. Astrolith Bearer almost costs nothing more, and he's just so good. But that's my take on the Old Blood. I think this might be a controversial one. I'm putting him down in D tier. I think he needs to be a lot cheaper because right now he doesn't really have much of a niche. By a lot, I mean like 120 points instead of 135.
When I first saw him, I was excited because his command ability looked really good. But as I've played a couple games with him, it seems the only time you actually ever use that is as a defensive spend. So somebody's charged you, it's your turn to fight, you do this. But in almost all those cases, I'm using all-out defense instead.
Yeah.
And so,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, so for me, he struggles to find a role that I want him for. So, yeah, I agree. I don't really like him anymore.
All right. Not much more to say, right?
Not much to say about this. Yeah. That is what it is.
That's unfortunate. Cool model. I was hoping for more.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I will say I'm very glad they've standardized all the weapon options for this kit, so you don't have to choose between like a sword or a spear or any of this nonsense. I like that they're doing stuff like that. Makes it easier to build and play. I like stuff.
Oh,
like
absolutely. Yeah. And he has the standard Stormcast hero attacks, right?
Mm-hmm. 5 attacks, 3s, rend 1, 2 damage.
Yep. Copy paste.
Let me tell you about Garda's Steel Soul. He went into the.
I feel like they do that for every hero, and then suddenly out of nowhere they'll put out a goblin that just does like -2 rend 2 damage for no reason.
What about that random ghost who hits as hard as Celestant Prime?
Oh, Gorslav? Yeah, Gorslav has
Yeah.
some -2.
No, not Gorslav. The king.
Kurdos Valentian.
Kurdos, yeah. Gorslav's the one that hits better, or 2-inch reach. Same attacks as Gardas and everything, but 2-inch reach.
Yeah, I was hoping we were going to get one of those kind of heroes with our Sunblood or Eternity Warden, somebody that was a melee beast, but just didn't
Max
happen.
randomly.
They're like just not like Stormcast, bro.
You know, they still mention the Sunblood in the Battletome. He's still in the narrative. So I'm thinking there's going to be a Seraphon Wave 2 with new Skinks, with new Saurus Guard, and a Sunblood at some point in the future.
Mm.
Yeah, they love to release those odd heroes for armies. So I would bet they come down the pipe at some point.
Like a Regiment of Renown.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look at our first S tier unit, the Saurus Astrolith Bearer. In addition to being maybe my favorite model they've ever released, oh my god, it's gorgeous. He has phenomenal rules. He is like the linchpin of the army almost. So let's talk about him. He is a cheap Saurus hero, not the cheapest, right? He's 5 points more than the other one, but 140 and 135, they're almost the same number in this game. He gets all the Saurus stuff, so he can take Vengeful Defender command trait if you make him the general. If he's the general, he also unlocks Battle Line Aggradon, so great. He can use Chotec's Gaze to stop models with wounds 1 or 2 from contesting objectives. All that stuff is great. So already he's like almost as good as the Oldblood. But he has really good abilities. Seraphon units wholly within 12 inches of this model have a 6-up ward, which is cool. But that gets boosted up to a 5-up if you're playing Starborn and you use the Cosmic Power on this, which is very, very good. This guy's basically Garda's Steel Soul at that point. But also, Seraphon wizards within 12, not wholly within 12, just within, which is important because the stuff you want to give bonuses to here have huge bases. But if you're just within 12, you have +1 to cast and plus 6-inch range on casting. Unbelievably strong to have just a global +6 on casting. That affects all spells. Arcane Bolt, Mystic Shield, endless spells, every single spell in the lore, every spell in the Warscrolls, all of it has +6-inch range. When you can cast like a Purple Sun 20, I think it's like 23 inches normally.
Mm-hmm.
That's 24, something like that. 22. Giving it an extra 6 makes it a reliable turn 1, you got a Purple Sun in their face. And that's so much more useful. Oh, man. It's unbelievable.
Arcan's ability was something I used to spend an RDP on every time in OBR. So yeah, getting that for just like a constant aura on this hero is really good.
Yeah. He's so important. And the thing is, by the time your opponent actually has a chance to kill him, it's probably too late. Like, he's probably gotten enough done with this model that he's not even worth killing at that point anymore. And we'll talk about how exactly this all fits together once we talk about lists and everything. Just know that +1 to cast is very good, and +6 in range is amazing. He is also a totem. So even if he's not your general, he can still issue commands from 18 inches away. This is great with Kroxigors and Stegadons who can't issue commands to themselves. And in Starborn armies, he is what's known as a cosmic node. So he generates celestial power points. You can summon around him, and you can also do other funky stuff with cosmic nodes. He's also a champion in Season 2, so he can use Tunnel Master. He can use Leadership of the Alpha to issue commands from 18 inches away to 3 different units. He can take a Gurish Rage if you're worried about him dying and you don't have Saurus Guard near him, which, by the way, Saurus Guard can protect him, so he's not going to die very easily. Just phenomenal how much he adds to this army. The downsides are almost like irrelevant. You know, he's slow, 5-inch move, whatever. Poor melee damage, who cares? He's a support hero. Fragile, doesn't really matter. You have Saurus Guard. He can't be a vassal caster if you give him an Arcane Tome, and this is actually something that's important. Vassal casting is a very important part of how Slann do things, and even if you give this guy an Arcane Tome, like, yeah, he can start casting Mystic Shield and endless spells, but not being able to measure spells from him does kind of suck. The real only downside of this model is that units have to be wholly within 12 inches to get the ward, but he's only got a 40 mil base. And that's actually a tough aura to stay in range of, because this army does all kinds of movement shenanigans. If you're not using Tunnel Master to reposition him, it's pretty easy to fall out of that ward range.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's it. S tier unit. He adds so much power, and he is kind of the reason why I think Seraphon is maybe the best casting army in the game. In my opinion, it is the best casting army in the game, but he's certainly a reason why.
He's critical to especially the Starborn lists where he's buffing all of your stuff. And so it used to be when I would run this guy, he would get sniped as soon as possible. Because we're still in Season 2, that makes it very difficult. Saurus Guard make it even harder. And so I think his survivability has gone up with the Saurus Guard change specifically. So he continues to be that linchpin of the Starborn armies. In Coalesced, I think he's still great because he's, you've got a terrifying amount of wounds, and he's going to give them 6-up wards, which just helps keep them alive even longer than make them even more durable than they currently are. So you'll see him a lot. Yeah.
And you're going to see him as a Saurus General in Coalesced as well. Being able to take a cheap unit that can take Vengeful Defender, especially because Vengeful Defender, we haven't really talked about this aspect of it, but it requires the General to be within your own territory. So usually if you're playing something like an Oldblood or another Carnosaur or even the Scar Veteran on Aggradon, they're more aggressive. They want to move forwards, and then after turn 1, they won't be in your territory anymore. This guy loves staying put. He loves sitting back. It's a lot easier to keep him in your territory because he's just he's a buff piece, right? He doesn't need to move out. He doesn't need to do damage. Gorgeous new model too. What a glow up. My God.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the previous one was kind of hunched over. He was in the old Saurus model made out of resin. I can't wait to get my hands on this one.
Mm-hmm.
Love that cool new tail armor design and the banner. When we saw that as it was a teaser for the longest time too. That banner was pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about the Scar Veteran on Aggradon. So we kind of have to think back to our Aggradon discussion. He's basically like, if you have enough Aggradons, you can bring him and he combos with them. Right, that's the short version. I couldn't really find another use for him. Well, let's break it down. He has the same movement as the other Aggradons, so he'll keep up with them. He has a Saurus hero, so he gets all the same stuff that all the other Saurus heroes are getting. His damage is better than most of them. It's not great, right? It's max 16 damage, usually on 3s, 3s, Rend 2. It could be slightly lower if you want to take higher Rend, whatever. But his main thing is, once per battle, he can issue, or it's not a command, it's just an ability. He can use this Primal Rage thing that gives all Aggradon units wholly within 18 inches +1 Rage. It seems worded in such a way that no matter, even if you bring multiples of this guy, you can't have more than one use of it. And it's activated at the start of the combat phase. So this fixes one of the key problems I have with the Primal Rage mechanic, which is that it happens at the end of the combat phase. This guy front loads it and gives it to you all at the start of the combat phase, which is great. That's a good damage boost. And it is a large range too, so he doesn't have to charge in and activate it like a lot of these other support heroes have to do that sort of thing. He can just be chilling out back and giving a whole bunch of different units +1 Rage, which is +6 damage per squad, which is good. But the problem is he's pretty expensive. He's 175 points. He's not for some reason he's not a 3-up save. I don't know how. Aggradon attacks are only 1-inch range, which means, just thinking about the way Aggradons fight, you're not going to have big reinforced units of them. They're not going to get a lot of value out of this, right? So you're going to bring them in smaller squads, like squads of 3, multiple squads of 3, maybe 3 or 4 of those. But without some way to strike first or make the enemy strike last, you might lose 1 or 2 of those units along the way as you're doing all this damage. So you have to think, how many Lancer units are in your list before this guy actually becomes useful? And I didn't find an answer to that question. I couldn't find a number. I couldn't find a use for him. Anytime I want to use him, I'm just going to use the Astrolith Bearer instead because he's cheaper. It's tough. He's also not a champion, which for battle tactics purposes can matter. He can be shot off the board. He doesn't get key to victory. Kind of lackluster unit, I think. What do you guys think, though?
Yeah, I think he drops the ball. He's definitely a D tier unit because he's just not priced properly for what he wants to do, and I don't really know if. I mean, you can price him into being good, but I don't know if he serves a useful enough role.
Yeah, I agree. He's only going to ever be played with Aggradon, with a bunch of Aggradons, and in that case, it's you're going to play him if you're starved for points. That's almost the only time you do it. Is I don't have enough points for a Carnosaur. Let's take an Aggradon. He helps a little bit with the Primal Roar, Primal Rage, but not really enough.
No.
I feel like if it was going to be once per battle, they should just make it so it's at least like Rage 3. Like, put one Aggradon on Rage 3 once per battle.
Yeah,
that would have been interesting to see.
Or maybe like a shorter range aura that while they're like wholly within 9, he's got, I don't know, some kind of like bloodlust pheromone that pumps all the Aggradons up to max rage, something like that. Like his I get the concept that they're going for here, right? Is that he's got like the alpha Aggradon and it's making all the other ones even matter or whatever. But it's just lackluster.
And it seems like they took it from what should have probably been a command point, so that he could continue to do this all game if he wanted to, and gives it to you for free, but only once per game. I don't like it.
I don't truly know about that because they've been reducing Warscroll command abilities throughout like the game in general. Very few things are retaining that, but so they definitely wanted the attack buff. It's just that they wrote that ability so poorly that the only way for them to like do something like this was to give this a once per game. Oh, you're at Rage 1. They just went too conservative on it, I think. It should have been Rage 3. Once per game, Rage 3. So 6 Aggradons now have 6 attacks each on the -2 attack, -2 and -2 damage one.
Either once per game, Rage 3, or all the time +1. Like one of the two. And they just kind of took the middle road in between them.
Mm-hmm.
But let me ask you guys this. How many points would this guy have to be before you would consider playing him?
What is he now? 175.
175.
150.
150 would be so low, though. I was literally like, 150 was the first thing that comes to mind.
So here's the thing, right? So like, for Kroxigors, I was like, it's spammable. This guy's a hero. No, you're not going to spam the hero slot him. But I think like 150, 155 probably. Like, I look at because obviously, like, I can't help it. I compare this to like a Liege Cavalos, right? Like a 180 point cavalry hero. And the Liege Cavalos is just so much better and does so much more.
Yeah.
And I look at this and I'm like, it's not even like, it's not even a huge damage piece. It's not like the Lord Celestin on Drakon, which is basically like having a Fulminator that has Azerite Halo on it effectively. So just, I think 160, 155 maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I think the better question is, how cheap do Lancers have to be before you play this guy?
I think Lancers are fine where they are, honestly.
Exactly.
I think it's just this guy needs to be cheaper.
Yeah, Saurus Warriors. Maybe he just needs a redesign.
It does feel that way, right? I don't think, like, by our criteria, I guess he should be F tier because there's no real point value that fixes this guy without it becoming a problem for the game.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he's still, he's not unplayably bad. There is an F tier unit in this book, by the way, but it's not this guy.
Yeah, it's weird. He definitely doesn't feel F tier, but he's almost there.
Also, I'm pretty sure he's a separate kit. He's not built out of the Aggradon kit.
He is.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I think he's like Dracolines, right?
No.
He's like Dracolines.
No, if you look at it, the body is different enough on this guy than all of the other ones, and I think the base might be a little bit bigger too.
Yeah, I keep seeing speculation that the base is bigger.
Interesting.
So we'll see. I really hope it's not like Dracolines because I hate having to build. Like, you buy a whole kit.
Wait a second. Is there an option for taking 2 Aggradons or a single Aggradon?
No.
No. No.
So it might be a separate kit then. Yeah.
But there's no option for taking 2
Yeah,
Dracolines.
Dracolines will have that. Yeah.
Oh god. Oh,
Yeah, that's the thing. Dracolines don't have that. It's
they
not like
forget to
dragons
do
and
that
fulminators.
I forgot they forget to do that for three squad units. Oh,
Yep.
I hate them.
So it's weird.
I don't think it's a problem this time, but we'll see. We'll see when they finally. Maybe this review has been taking so long to record that model's already out, and this is useless speculation. Moving on to the other half of the army, we've talked all about Saurus. Let's talk about Skinks, and we'll start off by talking about the Skinks. Looking at some pros and cons here. They are always battle line, and they are the cheapest battle line in the book at only 85 points. That alone, in some armies, like in Stormcast, being the cheapest battle line gets you an S tier ranking. Is that the case in this army? Let's find out. They are an 8-inch move. They can move in the hero phase with speed of Huanchi, which is fantastic. And they can roll 2 dice and pick 1 when using run and redeploy. This is an understatedly good combination of abilities, both having an 8-inch move battle line screen that can reliably run more than 1 inch. That's really, really useful. A lot of times I find myself using run 6 command just to secure something, being 2 or 3 inches away after a run. I hate rolling 1s to run more than life itself. So being able to roll 2 dice really helps reduce the randomness there. And then redeploy too. That's especially fun if you're playing Fangs of Sotek. Being able to get reliably higher redeploys is really, really useful. They are also 10 wounds for 85 points, which makes them the best points to wound ratio in the book. They can also be -1 to wound if you cast Teppock's Beneficence on them. So if you get a big squad of 30 of these guys, -1 to wound, you can have -1 hit effects from something like a Battle Mage or Troglodon. They take damage like crazy, but you can make it hard for your opponent to kill them. Their damage it's not good, right? Shooting damage, 16-inch shooting attack, which means you can use it out of reserves or after teleporting, or just a 24-inch threat range. But it's on 4s and 5s, and it's 1 shot per model. They remove the ability to get multiple shots if you have a reinforced unit, but yeah, it's just 1 shot per model, which is not good. 4s and 5s, terrible.
God.
Yeah. Their melee damage is a lot better, though, than it was before. Even in minimum squads, if you run the clubs, let's say, you can get 20 attacks on 4s and 4s. So when you combine these two, you're looking at about 30 attacks on 4s and 4s. Let's say you all out attack them in both phases. Let's say you give them Serpent Staff to get wound 6 and mortal wounds in addition. So here's the best case scenario for this unit, right? You teleport them 7 inches away, right? So you use the Space Folder Staff and then you hold it until the next hero phase, which that's pretty janky. We'll talk about that later. But yeah, you get them within 7 inches. You cast the Purple Sun on the enemy unit. Now you have 20 shots on 3s, 5s, Ren 2, and wound 6 mortals. Then you charge in and fight and have 40 attacks on 3s, 4s, Rend 1 with wound 6 mortals. That's a lot of setup, and it's not a lot of payoff. There's a lot better things you can do with this army. So where this unit ends up landing, I think, in my opinion at least, is that is a cheap battle line screen, which is a very good thing to be. Especially when your cheap battle line screen can revive D3 models per turn with Starborne. It can move in the hero phase. It can roll extra dice when it runs and redeploys. This is a very good tactical piece. It's not a damaging unit like it used to be. You can also give it a shield to make it a little bit more durable against light shooting and things like that. And that just crashes their melee combat down to 10 attacks at 5s and 5s. So, yeah, their damage is just not really worth investing points into. You have to reinforce the unit to make it do anything near useful. And at that point, just use Raptadon Chargers. And we'll talk about why you should use Raptadon Chargers very shortly. There's no way to boost Skink wound rolls, which really sucks. Yeah, that's about it. Skinks are still useful. They're just not the, deal a million damage and then parting shot away terror that they used to be. They are just a cheap screening unit now. And they're an A-tier unit at that.
Yeah, they've had a rough time figuring out what they want Skinks to be. In different books, they've either been impossible to actually catch and fight, or they've been our best shooting and best fighting unit in the book somehow. And so I think now they've kind of got a decent middle ground where I'm happy with this one, where it's you're not ever going to take it for damage, I don't think. As you said, I think its best role is as a screen, and because it has some of its tricks on its War Scroll, it makes it a really good screen to move around the board. It will get blown up, but that's okay. It's only 85 points. So I think it's found a good middle ground for these Skinks, where if you've got a Seraphon army, you need at least one box of Skinks because they will get played.
They're good summoning fodder too. They're the cheapest thing to summon.
Mm-hmm.
Summoning 10 models, not just 10 wounds, but 10 models for objective count. That's a really useful thing to do.
And they can be set up base to base lengthwise for the unit for coherency because they are 25 millimeter, and so you can make them pretty effective screen that way. They can go long ways.
Yeah, you can even squeeze out a little bit of extra distance by doing this kind of weird curling tail thing at the ends of the unit and putting the guys in the middle 1 inch apart. Skinks are so fragile. Yeah, the triangle thing. I don't know whatever we call it. Usually you don't want to do something like that because as soon as you lose a model, you start losing models to coherency. But Skinks are so fragile, it doesn't matter. They're all going to die anyway.
If somebody's putting damage into them, they're going to kill 5 of them anyway.
So yeah, super useful technical unit. From a tactical perspective, you can't get anything better than Skinks, man. It's like Blood Reavers are a very strong unit in Khorne just because they're a cheap battle line, and these guys are Blood Reavers plus. They don't give you Tithe, but they give you so much more. They're just a fantastic unit. I'll say one anecdote here. I was playing against a list with Be'lakor, and I used the Slann command ability to make a squad of 10 Skinks flying. I then used Speed of Huanchi to move those Skinks 8 inches up in the movement phase, just outside of 3 inches of Be'lakor. And then in the movement phase, I did a flying 14-inch run over Be'lakor onto an objective, and with their tiny little footprint, I fit 10 Skinks on the objective and stole it away from Be'lakor. That's the kind of stuff you can do with Skinks that you really can't do with any other unit in the book. They're very, very useful.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Let's talk about Raptadon Chargers. Raptadon Chargers are an S tier unit, and let's talk about why that is. First off, their battle line, if you play Fangs of Sotek, which is a good sub-faction, I think. It's not bad by any means. Making this unit battle line is certainly one of the reasons it's good. 5 wide cavalry screens are a good wide screen, and sometimes you need that, right? Unlike Skinks, which have a specific width limit, you can stretch these guys out way further and deny way more space, and that's worth a bullet point on its own, honestly. Saurus Knights were really good for this in the old book. That was one of the main reasons I used them as my preferred battle line, even over Skinks. Like, if you just need a screen, the wider and cheaper the screen is, the better. But that's not why this unit is really good. It's just another reason. They are fast. They have a 12-inch move, unlike all the Saurus stuff we've been seeing that caps out at 10-inch with the the Carnosaur. These guys are 12-inch move all the time. So when you double that with a speed of Huanchi move in the hero phase, that's a huge amount of distance these guys can go. 24 inches. Then they have a +1 to charge on top of that. Like, wherever these guys want to go, they'll go. Because they always have +1 charge, that makes them an excellent unit to drop out of teleports or from reserves, because you can be more than 7 inches. And then you have a 6-inch rerollable charge. And all of that is great because these guys are also the highest damaging unit in the book. Non-reinforced, let's say. They do a maximum of 30 damage normally. If they're contesting an objective, it goes up to 45 damage. These guys just pump out damage. We were talking about Kroxigors earlier. A reinforced Warspawned unit does 42 damage. These guys, for a humble 150 points, do more damage than the Warspawned Kroxigors. It's just fantastic. They're also a high volume attacker, so if you have a Starpriest, you can stick a Serpent Staff on them. And you can even reinforce this unit to get more damage out. If you have like a setup, some kind of teleport or reserve charge going on, it's pretty easy to actually just fit 7 or 8 models into combat pretty reliably. Maybe not all against the same enemy unit, but just more damage output is good. They're very good at scoring, in particular the overwhelming numbers battle tactic, which we'll talk about later in this review. But this is one of my favorite units to do it with because it requires contesting an objective with skink units, and these guys are very, very good skink units. And all of this is just 150 points. Like, if these guys were 170, 180, I wouldn't be gushing about them like this, but because they're so cheap, they are just phenomenal. You don't care if they die. You can summon more of them as the game goes on. Like, they just do so much damage, and the fact that they're fragile just doesn't matter. You know, they die, and that's okay because they're cheap. These guys are the Splintered Fang of this book, definitely. And just like Splintered Fang, they die in droves. 10 wounds on a 5-up save. That's nothing. Bravery 6. You know, you lose one chicken and then another one runs away sometimes. There's no way to boost wound rolls here, so you're capped at 2s and 3s on the mounts and 3s and 3s on the riders. It's unfortunate, but you know, they're such high volume attackers, it usually averages out to something useful. If you need to charge an objective and clear a unit off of it, these are the guys to do it. Like, they're just so useful in this low damage army to have a high damage unit.
Yeah, and they're well priced, which is another thing this army lacks. Is something that's so well priced, disposable, fast. It fills the niche that the army's missing for sure.
Absolutely. I think you'll see these in every faction. I think they fill a role that nothing else does in that fast, damaging glass cannon unit. And I love them. I think the Raptadon Chargers are excellent.
They almost look great as allies, don't they?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I have been using them as allies as tests, and yeah, they're really really good.
Yeah, a lot of their power is on their War Scroll, and then Seraphon Allegiance only makes it better. But even if you get nothing from the Allegiance, these guys are great in Coalesced too. Like, I'm talking about how useful they are in Starborne, teleporting and summoning and reserves and all that. Even just in Coalesced, they're just a high damage unit that could be where you want it to be with a 12-inch move. In Stormcast, yeah, we're considering using them as allies because worst case scenario, they're a screen. Best case scenario, they've scored you multiple points by contesting objectives for very little.
Mm-hmm.
So, S tier, the only S tier troop in the book. Nothing else even compares to how good these guys are. If you're wondering whether you should build Chargers or Hunters, well, you should build the Chargers. Because let's talk about the Hunters. So they're also Battle Line Fangs of Sotek. You know, they're also a widescreen. They also have the same 12-inch move. They have a shooting attack as opposed to having more melee attacks. The shooting attack is 10 damage total for the unit on 4s and 4s Rend 2. So Rend 2 is cool. I really like that. But 4s and 4s is not. Even if you reinforce this unit, you have to use all-out attack on it. That's still 3s and 4s Rend 2. And odds are your opponent will have some kind of -1 hit effect, so you'll be back to 4s and 4s in short order. And that's not a lot of... Go ahead.
It's an odd profile. 4s and 4s, -2 Rend.
Mm-hmm. It's quite
strange.
weird. Hunters do get to shoot twice at the end of the charge phase if they are more than 3 inches from enemies. So you can't be charging with these guys and then shooting at the stuff right in your face. And that enemy unit also has to have a Raptadon Charger. So they're kind of like a combo unit with the Chargers. The Chargers charge in, the Hunters throw a bunch of spears to soften them up, and then the Chargers finish them off. And what's cool about this is that any number of Hunters can shoot this way. So if you have like 3 units of Hunters floating around a single Charger, the Charger goes into melee, and then at the end of the charge phase, all 3 units of Hunters get to double tap on them, which is really, really cool. Like, thematically and gameplay-wise, that's a sweet effect. The problem is that it's on 4s and 4s, and there's no way to boost the hit rolls in the charge phase in particular. Yeah, it's not great. Ends up being really, really swingy. If they hit a target, or sorry, if they just attack any target, Chargers get +1 to hit rolls. So they kind of work in tandem. The Chargers let them shoot, and then the Hunters let the Chargers be a little more accurate. If you theoretically shot 11 different units with 5 Hunters, because they do have 11 attacks in the squad, you could give Chargers +1 hit against all of those different units. So there's some tactical flexibility here in what you're shooting. If you just want to spread a +1 hit effect around, Raptadon Hunters aren't bad. Unfortunately, this +1 hit doesn't work on the mounts, just on the riders, so you'll probably get more value just using all-out attack anyway. But let's say you're in a situation where you can't use all-out attack. They've got a monster with roar, it's not reliable, or they've shut off commands in some other way. Their melee damage is, well, it's okay, right? Like, it's fine, but it's not nearly as good as the Chargers. So if these guys can only shoot if they're not in combat, why not just use Chargers and get into combat? That's really my question here, is what can you do tactically with Hunters that you can't just do with more Chargers?
Not much. My guess is that double shoot is why they're hitting on 4s. It's probably the balancing factor there. If they just removed that entirely and made them hit on 3s natively, that probably be more playable.
It wants it to stay out of combat, but it's not worth keeping this thing out of combat because it doesn't do enough damage.
Yeah, and if they ever take damage, they just die. So really the best way to use this Raptadon type unit is to charge it in immediately and then do whatever damage it can do, and then if it dies, and that's fine. You treat it as disposable. But shooting units are different, right? You want them to stick around because they're inherently inefficient. They trade damage for positioning, and positioning has to come with defense. If your opponent can get through that, which they can because it's only a 12-inch shooting. So if you're in range to shoot, you're in range for everything. So yeah, these guys just die. They get one round of shooting and then they just die. And at that point, you should just use more Chargers.
I feel like that +1 to hit on just the mounts also for the Raptadon Chargers is really, really weird because...
Well, it's for the Riders, not the mounts. But yeah.
Sorry, Riders, yeah, sorry. Like, it's really weird. Like, why limit it to just that? Like, if I wanted this buff that badly, honestly, I would just ally and Stormcast Vigilors.
Yeah, Vigilors are 18-inch range. They get you more rounds of value. It works on the mount attacks. It works in all phases.
Yeah.
Now, they are 150 points. How many points do these guys have to be before you played them? Can't get too cheap.
120. They can't get too cheap, but that's the problem, right? It's like this unit is like the example of like critical mass. If this thing was 120, 130, which is probably where it belongs, alongside like Chain Rasps, Chain Rasps. What's that like Nihon shooting unit? You know what I'm talking about, right?
Crossbows. Oh yeah, the crossbows. Yeah.
The Craven Throne Guard or whatever it's called. Yeah, those things are like 100, 110, but they're not even worth spamming in that army. But because these are like cavalry bases, and because like you can achieve this critical mass and this army teleports and all that crap, it can't be that cheap. So I feel really bad for this unit.
They're okay melee damage. Like, just the mounts themselves do decent enough melee damage that I'd be very worried about pricing this unit anywhere under like 140 or 130. I think would be the lowest I could go.
Yeah, maybe, because at 120 they start you could reinforce these guys, and at that point they're just like better Aggradon Lancers in that sense.
You just double reinforce them for 360, and then you're looking at 60 shots at Force 4's Ren 2 for 360 points. It's like, okay, I don't know about this anymore. Just drop them into play. You don't want this
thing to become a poison target, basically. That's the idea. It's like, I don't want this thing to ever become I can now Serpent Staff this up and just wreck my opponent with it.
Because you can do that now, but the problem is that that whole package costs you 450 for the double reinforced Hunters, and then 130 for the Starpriest, and you have to teleport them because you have to buff in the hero phase. So like it's an expensive package, both in opportunity cost and in points, and it's just not worth it right now. But if the points go down from 450 to 360, that starts to look a lot more appealing, because then you can do a lot more in your list. So this unit might be that one of those new units that just doesn't see play in its own book.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a shame. You could see the synergy they wanted, just didn't quite pull it off.
Here's another question. Why does this unit have a shield and the Chargers don't?
Very odd. And it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, like there's just no reason for that at all.
They went for the weird like companion cavalry thing, where it's like you look at the Macedonian, whatever cavalry, all the Chargers don't have shields, but the javelin ones do. All the foot javelin people also have shields to protect them against. They're skirmishers, right? They're going to be taking incoming other skirmisher fire, and that's why.
Huh.
Maybe.
Interesting.
Whereas if you're charging, there's a lot that can hit you, like something can hit your horse and then you're going to tumble down anyway. Shield's not going to help you there.
All right. Let's talk about Hunters of Huanchi with Starstone Bolas. I'm just going to call them Chameleon Skinks. That's what they are. I'm not. It's saying Hunters of Huanchi is actually quite annoying, so I'm not going to do that. So Chameleon Skinks are back, and they have gorgeous new models that are fantastic. They look like some of like the 3D printed stuff from other companies, which is a good thing, right? Those were great models, and Games Workshop's done a great job with this unit. But they've done more than just bring it back. They've given them a new option. There's like a completely different kind of chameleon skink here, which has a bola, which is cool, that can stun enemies. They have shields, they have little bits of armor here and there. Like, this is a cool evolution in that concept. And let's see what the rules look like. So they start off with an 8-inch move like regular skinks, but unlike regular skinks, they have +1 run and charge always, which is neat. If you need to, drop them in from reserve, which they can come in from reserve, you can use the Space Folder Staff to make it a 7-inch deployment, and then +1 charge if you just need 5 bodies on an objective somewhere. Pretty cool. Their shooting attack is not good. They do about 6 damage total. Any hit rolls of 6 with the bola, which is just the 4 attacks there. Hit rolls of 6 cause the target to be stunned and be -1 hit until the end of the turn. Now, unfortunately, that's an 8-inch range, so unless you're using the 7-inch setup, you're not going to be in range to shoot immediately. And if you're using Unleash Hell, well, only 4 shots. You're not very likely to get the -1 hit effect off anyway. Their melee damage also is not very good. Max 12 damage on 4s and 4s mostly, which is not great. But they have these 25mm bases, which means if you reinforce this, maybe there's a bit more play there. Probably not. Probably not worth reinforcing. What's cool about chameleon skinks is not their damage, right? It's the fact that they natively get to be set up in reserve and set up more than 9 inches from enemies. And in addition to that, they can go back into reserve and then come back onto the table on the next turn. So unlike a lot of times when you deploy a unit from reserve with Stormcast, that unit then dies. These guys can keep teleporting around, basically. It's a very clumsy teleport because it takes a whole turn to activate. But they're safe. They're a threat that your opponent has to respect because, well, normally you could just kill a unit that's on an objective, but you've taken it off the table. Now I have to predict, like, oh, you could just drop it back on over here. I need to keep committing resources in this way, which is pretty neat. But it's also only 90 points, and that can be used to fill slots in lists, especially in coalesced lists. You might end up with like 100 points left over. You want a little bit more mobility. Boom, got some chameleon skinks. What makes this unit truly annoying is that if it's in cover or it's 12 inches from enemies, it can't be seen. You can't target it with spells or shooting or anything unless you get within 12 inches of it. And if it's in cover, you just can't see it, period. At all. The only way to kill it if it's in cover is through melee combat, which is awesome. Normally what people would do with units that drop onto objectives like Corvus Cabal or things like that, you just shoot them off, or you just charge them or whatever. This is a lot harder to deal with. It's a lot more annoying for your opponent. The resources they have to commit, it's really going to annoy them. And especially because you can use redeploy to push yourself back out of that 12-inch limit. So let's say an opponent walks within 9 inches to try to shoot you. Well, you just redeploy and you're further back and you can't be seen anymore. So just really, really annoying unit. And that's great. That's exactly what Skinks should be. They should just be an annoying, weak trash unit that wins the game through trickery. Downsides, though, unlike regular Skinks, there's 5 models instead of 10, 5 wounds instead of 10. They're never battle line. Their damage is, irrelevant. Hit rolls of 6 are not very likely if you only have, let's say, 5 attacks at best if you have the leader. Only an 8-inch range, like I mentioned, can't use it right out of reserve, and they just die to a stiff breeze as soon as they're seen. So, overall, it's hard to judge how useful this unit is. Regular Skinks might just be better most of the time because they fill that battle line slot. I think these guys are like a B tier, though. They're cheap enough that I could see them slotting into coalesced lists every now and then. Yeah, I think B sounds about right. What do you guys think?
This is Hunters of Huanchi with Desecrate Their Lands. This is the unit you use for, battle tactics. We also have a Seraphon battle tactic that is tailor-made for this unit. And at 90 points, I find I fit them into a lot of coalesced units as that last little bit that just gives me a little bit of mobility, a little bit of threat range on their backside, and score some battle tactics. So I like this unit. If you have an extra 40 points, the ones with the dart pipes are probably a better option. But for 90 points, I really like this unit. It fills a good role.
What do you guys think, Dan? Morgunk?
I really do like these a lot, just because again it's the versatility. Going back into reserve is just such a cool mechanic for them, because you can pop them in, obviously pop them out defensively, and be able to threaten the opponent in a different section. On obviously they are vulnerable to closer range shooting, but being unable to be seen from 12 inches is extremely useful, especially against something like raptors or something like that, where you're generally going to be super far away. I do like this unit a lot. It's just versatile, and I think it's kind of interesting how they incorporated this warband into the army as the new chameleon skink.
Every time I've played this unit, I almost never even roll any dice for it. It's set up, it does its thing, it gets killed. I never attack with it, I never shoot with it, just because of the weird ranges it's got. If somebody's going after it, generally they'll get it, but that's okay, because they've devoted resources to kill this little annoying unit, and that was its purpose.
Yep.
It scored me a battle tactic, it diverted some of their forces. Thank you very much.
And it's usually significant resources, right? Because normally you could have like trivial resources, like Raptadon Hunter shooting could probably kill a unit like this, right? 5 wounds is nothing. It's like a sneeze. But because of the restrictions on positioning in order to see this unit, they're committing melee combat. They're committing a unit to a specific part of the board. And there's not a lot of units on the table these days, right? People are running lists with like 5 troops and 2 heroes and battle regiments, and that's like a list, right? So if you have to dedicate a whole unit, 1/5 of your army, let's say, to deal with this, like that's a huge tactical win. So these guys score you 1 victory point minimum, usually 3 if you consider desecrate and while holding an objective, and that's definitely worth 90 points. But the dart pipe version, I don't think is worth its points. So they got the same deployment and reserve mechanic as the other chameleon skinks. They've got the whole can't be seen if you're 12 inches away thing, but they traded the bolas for shooting, and it's actually a good shooting attack. 10 shots on 3s with hit 6 mortals for this price point is good. Unironically, like Skybolt Judicators basically do this for 200 points. They get a point of rend, but for 65 points more. So it's comparable. Is it good enough that you would want to bring a lot of these dart pipes? I don't think so. We're looking at 270 points to get 20 shots on 3s. Even with hit 6 mortals, there's no rend, so it's not super accurate. Compare that to let's say a broken unit like Slaanesh Bliss Barbs. Those are 20 shots for 150 points as opposed to 270. So they're not very efficient, but if you bring a lot of them, they can actually start just shooting stuff down. And if you position properly, like in cover, you're a shooting unit that can't be seen. And that's really, really good. If you just put screens in front of it, just make it so enemies can't get within 12 inches of you. Terrawings, other skinks, redeploy just in case, like you get in cover, get inside a nice piece of cover with these guys and just shoot stuff all day. And they are forced to come into that cover and deal with it. They can't just keep taking shots from it. So that's cool, but their price point is not, man. 135 points is rough. You got to bring a lot of these guys, and that's too many points. So where bolas are nice because they can fit nicely into lists at only 90, I have never once found a spot for these guys in my list. They're just too much. Yeah,
it's hard to fit them in. 90 points is just so much cheaper for generally what its purpose is. So
yeah, this is another one of those units that if they reduce the point cost too much, it becomes spammable. But given how fragile it is, 5 wounds on a 5-up save with basically no bravery, they could make this 100 points. And people would spam it, and that would be fine, because it just dies. Like, it wouldn't be a problem.
It had a purpose at one point where it could finish off a hero. But since we can't shoot our heroes right now, and I don't think you're going to spend the resources to put these guys into the Sharpshooters Battalion.
That is an interesting use. You get 10 of these guys in Sharpshooters, they can reliably just pop out and snipe heroes. And that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
But is that 270 points cool? Just, is that 2 spawn of Chotec cool? I don't think so. So deep tier. And then Terrawings. They are part of the same box as the Chameleon Skinks. Terrawings make a fantastic ally in other armies, but in Seraphon, I think they're a little bit lackluster. But let's go over the pros and cons. So they're fast, they're flying, 12-inch flying move with a small little footprint. Stormcast players love Aether Wings as a tactical piece. They can fit in small little spaces that other units can't. They are sneakily good in that respect. While Aether Wings directly boost Stormcast damage, what Terrawings do is in the shooting phase, and this is in both players' turns, they roll 2d6 over an enemy's bravery, and then that enemy can't receive commands until the end of the turn. So let's say I had this happen in a game where some the melee snakes called Blood Stalkers, Blood Sisters, right?
Yep.
They need to
Sisters.
use a run and charge command in order to run and charge. So they moved up, they ran, and then I screamed at them, and they now can't receive commands because they rolled over their bravery. And then it came time to the charge phase, and they can't issue the command to run and charge. So they just stood there. They just couldn't go anywhere, and that ended their turn and won the game because a bunch of birds just screamed at you. But there's all kinds of commands you can shut off with this, right? All that defense in both phases, both combat and shooting. You can shut off Unleash Hell. You can shut off Unleash Presence because it's until the end of the turn. There's so many useful commands you can disable with this. They can also be placed in reserve at the same time as the Chameleon Skinks, and when you deploy the Chameleon Skinks, these guys pop out too. They still have to be more than 9 inches from enemies. But you can use this to deny melee combat with the Hunters. So if you want to, for example, stay in cover unseen and your opponent wants to charge you, well, you've popped out your own little screen of Terrawings here. Pretty cool. And they're only 75 points. So like Aether Wings, they can fill these little gaps in lists at the end. Downsides, they're never battle line, so that sucks. Super fragile, 6 wounds, they just die as soon as they're targeted. Pretty much terrible melee damage, 12 at 4s and 4s. And the biggest downside, of course, is that their effect is random, and the randomness depends on the enemy bravery. If you're fighting against a lot of Slaves of Darkness and Demons and Death, not a very useful ability, right? Bravery 8 or higher units, that's not very reliable. But if you're playing against a lot of Gits and Skaven and Skinks, well, then it's really, really good. It becomes a much more reliable ability. If there was any way to reduce bravery in this book, I would really like this unit a lot more. And frankly, 75 points for a unit that's not deep striking on its own, like you have to bring it in with another unit or just, start it on the table. Like, it's hard to find 75 points for that kind of unit. You could be bringing endless spells instead.
You could, I don't know if you can outline City of Sigmar, can you?
You can, yeah.
Just take some Dark Riders and then use Terrawings in conjunction.
You'll have to break down that combo for people who aren't familiar.
Oh, right. Dark Riders are a 110-point unit. Cavalry, 4 up or 5 up save, moves 14 inches, have a 12-inch aura of -1 bravery.
Yeah, makes it a little bit better.
Yeah, when this ability goes off, it feels so good.
Oh,
But you are rolling 2d6, and I've played a lot of the Terrawings, and they'll die a lot, they'll fail a lot. But when the ability goes off, you go, "This is why I brought it," and it'll get them into your next list for some reason because you're suckered into that feeling of shutting off that important piece and killing it. But it is so random.
Yeah.
Destruction players will hate it. Death won't care.
Yep. There's also some weirdness with the way this ability is worded. That's I feel like is worth talking about. It says in the shooting phase. But when in the shooting phase? Can you do it as your opponent is about to issue a command? Like, what's the timing on this? Can you do it in the middle of an attack roll? There's no limit. This is very strangely worded. Also, you can use this ability with multiple Terrawings, I believe. If you have them all in range, they can just keep screaming until one of them succeeds. So that could be a way to make it more reliable. You're just doubling, tripling the point cost of this unit basically to get that effect. Little weird things like that. It makes me think this
would have to be like passing priority. Like I think like your opponent would have to take an action in the shooting phase, like say like if they want to activate any abilities, and then you get a go.
Well, the problem is that's not defined in the rules. There's no window for the opposing player to just do things in your phase. That's why everything that's usually done in the opponent's turn is always done at the start or at the end of a phase, or a specific thing like this unit did a thing and I'm doing a reaction to it. This isn't a reaction. It's just a thing that you're doing.
Yeah, it's very weird. Like, Because one of the closer things we have is, of course, anytime you're doing an action, typically like the player who's controlling turn does all of their actions first. So that's like one argument, and then another one is, somewhat like Morgan talking about, like passing priority, like in Magic. So it's a weird unit.
So,
I wish
yeah.
they had just made it, beginning or end.
I think it should say at the start of the shooting phase, personally.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's probably what they were going for.
Because otherwise it gets weird. You could get into arguments where like, okay, well, you can't stop me from issuing all-out attack in the shooting phase because all of my
Actions
effects
are
go
first.
first, right?
Yeah,
But
it's
picking a unit to shoot isn't an effect. It's so weird. It's not. Hopefully they FAQ it.
Yeah.
And not other things. Just FAQ this, please. Nothing else. Let's talk about Terradon Riders, which I like. They don't look good, but I'm going to try to make a case for them here. So pros, they are the fastest unit in the book, and they're flying. And they have a relatively small footprint, despite having 50 mil bases, only 3 models. A 16-inch flying move is a very, very useful thing to have, especially when you play Starborne and you can move these guys in the hero phase using Speed of Huanchi. Enemy missile weapons are -1 hit against them, so sometimes people might try devoting, low damage to this unit and it can just fail randomly, which is cool. Their shooting attack is better than it seems, right? If you get the bolas, you get within 6 inches, you have 12 shots and 4s and 4s, and then you can also attack in melee for 12 attacks and 4s and 4s. All of this is trash damage, and you can't really fight reinforced, but it's a high volume of damage, and sometimes you like that's still useful. Like you want to take out a softer chaff unit holding an objective, or you just want to do as much damage as possible and then die. Like cool, right? What puts this unit into the good category, I'd say, is its rock drop ability. So once per game, after you move or run and you pass over an enemy unit, and this is in any phase, not just the movement phase, but it has to be a normal move or a run. So usually movement phase. Each model in the unit rolls a dice, and on a 4-up, the enemy suffers D3 mortal wounds. Now, you can boost that to a 2-up if you run the Terradon Chief, which we'll talk about shortly. So in addition to just doing mortal wounds, which is can't be stopped by spell ignores or anything like that, can't reactively activate things like 5-up boards as a command because it's not attacking anyone. Enemies that take wounds from the rocks have their movement halved until your next turn. And that's a very, very, very useful ability. Very good, especially if you run something like Rabanax Gnashing Jaws to take a big bite out of something. So because this says, after you make a normal move and Speed of Huanchi says you make a normal move, you can activate this ability in the hero phase. Deal a bunch of mortal wounds to an enemy, hopefully, and then half their movement. And then you cast the Rabanax Gnashing Jaws, and now the Gnashing Jaws takes a big bite out of that unit because its movement is halved. So if you're playing against something like Chaos Knights, they have a 10-inch move. Well, now they have a 5-inch move. So those Jaws are going to do a lot more mortal wounds to them. In addition to that, they're just a high-volume attacker. So I like sending them forwards with Speed of Huanchi, dropping rocks, taking a big bite with the Jaws, and then they get to move normally in the movement phase. So you can fly over stuff, get to the squishy support heroes in the back, maybe throw a bunch of Star Leech Bolas at them, and then charge in and fight. Now, that's made a little bit more tougher now because of Key to Victory. But you see the idea here, is you pick a soft target, you throw rocks at stuff, and then either you charge in and die, or you just stand in the way and prevent enemies from moving into that space. Like a tactical unit, right? For 120 points, it's a little bit higher than I'd want to pay. I'd maybe want to pay 100 points for that kind of thing, but I could definitely see myself putting this unit in some lists sometimes. Halving enemy movement in particular is a very useful effect. So that's the argument for. The argument against it is they're not battle line. They are just fragile. They just die. They're skinks after all. Poor damage, that's inaccurate, and defenses are bad. The rocks can be very random. Like if you don't deal any mortal wounds with the rocks, or if they use a ward to negate it, then you don't get the enemy. You don't get the half movement thing, which sucks. Can't drop rocks the same turn you're summoned because you're summoned at the end of the movement phase, and you can't do normal moves at that point. And each model in the unit actually has to pass over the unit you want to drop rocks on, which can be difficult. So, yeah. What do you guys think? Have I made a good enough case for this to be a B tier unit?
I think they have a role because they can because we have the move in the hero phase. So you've got 16 in the hero, 16 in the movement. This can literally go anywhere on the board.
Yeah, it's like a wind charger. It's fantastic.
Yeah. And in doing so, it does have a purpose of dropping those rocks and halving the damage. So I don't think you're taking them to do the damage. You're taking them for board control and halving the movement. And so it has utility. So I agree. B tier, it has a role. It has a role in the army.
Yeah, I think it does it decently enough to where it is B tier instead of C tier. It's not like uber niche. I think you could definitely take these and not feel bad because they're a good tech unit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we just talked about how slow Seraphon are without the teleports. Yeah, like it's low speed but high mobility. Being able to like put some key opponents, one of your opponents' like key units on the same page as you is it's a pretty strong ability. And 3 dice, 4 up, you're likely to hit 1 at least. So.
Yeah, and worst case scenario, these guys eat Unleash Hell. Like
yeah, they're prosecutors.
They're prosecutors, but with a faster move. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, definitely a B tier unit. They do it, and they're not too expensive as well, which is nice.
I'd like to see them a little bit cheaper. Like I said, 100 points is where I'd feel a lot better with a tactical piece like this. I think Prosecutor should be 90 points for the record. Yeah.
I would personally like to see these guys get the 3-inch cohesion, as some of the other flyers get.
Oh, yes. That would be wonderful.
I am very surprised that didn't happen.
Yeah.
Like, considering how wide their wingspan is.
Yeah.
These have to be my most broken model of all time. The bolas just snap off constantly. Drives me nuts. Well, okay, let's talk about the Terradon Chief then. He does everything the Terradons do, but he's a hero. And once per game, he can boost the rocks of all Terradons wholly within 12 by up to a 2-up instead of a 4-up. So making it more reliable. If you give him the Arcane Tome, he becomes a Skink Wizard, which is a Cosmic Node, and an Arcane Vassal, which is cool. And he hits a little bit better than most Terradons, but you're pretty much bringing him just for the bonus to rock drops. And you have to ask, how many rocks are you dropping to make that effect worth the... How many points is this guy? 120 as well, maybe? It's a lot. It's a lot of points. I'd rather just bring more Terradons, right? Leader slots are so much more valuable than troop slots in this army. Maybe if you're trying to fill out cheap Warlord battalions, this guy's an option. I don't know.
This guy is okay, so it's because when we build this army, we take something of everything. We try to fit some wizards, we get some anvils, we get some monsters, some hammer unit. If you weren't trying to do that, if you were trying to build a Skinks only list, maybe just an Astrolith bearer in there for the casting bonuses, I could see this guy. Because it's okay, the rest of the army is just so cheap. This guy's just extra utility for those guys.
Mm-hmm.
This guy,
if you build skew lists, really heavy skew lists. Maybe.
Another problem here is the ability to boost rock drops. I was talking about this cool combo with Speed of Huanchi to drop them in the hero phase. This guy's ability activates in the movement phase, which means you can't do that cool combo to get the bonus rock drops. And since they're just once per game, you want to use them together. You're not going to drop rocks and then use this guy's ability the next turn.
I think it would be a little more useful if we'll get to the Ripperdactyl Chief here in a minute, but if it was any Terradon unit on the board, similar to his brother, the Ripperdactyl Chief. If it was that, then it might be more useful because you could still send that unit off to do what it needs to do, but you're going to get out of range of this ability so quick.
Yeah. You can drop him into play. Actually, I don't think you can. I think his ability's at the start of the movement phase.
Yeah.
So you can't even drop him into play with Dracothian's Tail. It's really hard to make this guy work. The only niche I could ever see for him is if they made him a very cheap hero, 90 points cheap, maybe 80. And then maybe he'd sometimes see plays just because he's a cheap hero.
I don't know about that. Every time they make a hero 90 or 80 points like that, it just is not good for the game. So
all right, imagine an Aether Chemist with no abilities on his War Scroll. That's what this guy basically is.
It may have been even cheaper than that in the previous book. He was really cheap, and every once in a while someone would play him as just a hero to zipper on the board because it was so incredibly cheap. Yeah, 70 points. It was 70 points, and it still barely ever got played.
Yeah. How much is he now? 120? What a
Yeah.
huge
130, I
nerf.
think was wrong.
That
Yeah.
almost doubled in price. Not justified at all. Unreal. Yeah, D tier. He's not F tier because he's not useless, and he could be fixed with points. He would just need a serious point cut, and because he's a hero, it wouldn't be spammable, so it'd be okay. Let's talk Ripperdactyls. So I already, you guys know my opinion. I said it at the start of the podcast. I'm going to try to make a good case for them. All right. So they are fast. They're a 12-inch flying move, which, unlike Chargers, they're flying all the time. They don't need the Slann command to get it, which is great. If moving in the hero phase, 12 inches with flying is a lot better than just normal moving without flying in the hero phase. Missile weapons are -1 hit all the time, which is cool. Enemy Unleash Hell only hits this unit on a 6. So, you're playing AOS and your opponent's playing 40k, and they don't really have a choice about that. They want to overwatch you. Well, they're firing from the hip, which is cool. They get this Blot Toad ability, which after deployment but before the first turn, you can mark a unit with a Blot Toad marker. And while you're fighting near the Blot Toad, your mount attacks get +1/+1, which is great. That's a fantastic accuracy boost. Their damage is also okay. It's not exceptional, but it's just okay. The Riders do 6 damage at 4s and 4s, and the mounts do 18 damage at 4s, 3s, Rend 1. So the mounts are definitely the heavy hitters. If you get a Blot Toad near it, it's going to be on 3s, 2s, Rend 1, which is cool. And if you have Ripperdactyl Chief, he can give you +1 attack to both weapons on all the Riders, which in total gives you another +9 damage. So Ripperdactyls can do a lot of damage. And they're efficient because they're only 120 points. And you can even place the Blot Toad while the Rippers are in reserve, which is cool. And if you summon any more Rippers after the game starts, the Blot Toad markers are still in effect and they get to benefit from that. And that's all the good stuff. The bad part is when you actually start putting this unit on the table and the numbers don't really add up to like real world application. So we'll start with their Never Battle line, which is quite bad. 9 wounds for 120 points, not great. 5 up save, not great. Their damage is inaccurate, let's say. They got the same Kroxigor problem, right? 4s and 3s Rend 1 is not ideal. They can go to 3s, 2s Rend 1, which is a lot better, but only if they're fighting the Blot Toad target. And if you want them to deal good damage, you got to bring a Ripperdactyl Chief. So you're starting to invest a lot of points here, both in leader slots and in troops. But the real big problem with this unit, in my opinion, is the 1-inch range. It really limits how this unit fights reinforced. And because of that, you end up fighting, MSU style. You got multiple small units all across. But since there's no way to strike first or make the enemy strike last, and because this unit's so fragile, it's 9 wounds on a 5-up save, it's just going to die before it has a chance to attack. And it doesn't do enough damage to justify attacking first with it. And if you're only bringing one unit and then buffing it up with a Ripperdactyl Chief, like that's not really worth its points. So yeah, my conclusion on this unit is you should just use Raptadon Chargers instead. They don't need all this setup. They don't need all this nonsense. They do way more damage. They're only 30 points more. Yeah, that's my take. But I would love to be told right now that I'm wrong because I love Ripperdactyls. They're like my favorite from this army.
I think you're right on. Damn
it.
I know. I was hopeful at first that this was going to be a good unit because just looking at the number of attacks, it has 2 damage. But as I think you broke it down perfectly here, it doesn't. It's not good enough to go into those priority targets. So what are you putting your bloat toads on? You're putting them on things that are going to be off to the side. You're putting them on screens. You're putting them on the weaker units. And is that what this role is? They're just going to go and attack those screens?
But Chargers just do that better with +1 charge, right? Like,
yeah.
It's like, how much help do you really need trying to kill a screen? Like, really?
Yeah.
Chargers also count as 5 models on an objective. It's like they are just getting this book is being twisted by Chargers being so good for sure.
Yeah, and I still. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, he'll speak of points raised in existence if he keeps talking about them.
Hey, I tried my hardest to get Splintered Fang nerfed, and it's been like 6 months and nothing.
Because nobody has them.
Yeah.
Everyone's gonna have Chargers. Yeah, they're not gonna last one GHP. It's over.
Well, much like the Ripperdactyls back when, I don't think they've ever recovered from their first Battletome when they were a terror of the skies, and they've never been the same since. So,
Oh yeah, let's talk about that for a second, because first edition Ripperdactyls were the best thing in the game. They did
yes,
infinity damage, I think it was. Like
I would make the opponent average 50 saves, no rend, but 50 saves. Yeah,
it was actually possible to do infinite damage with this unit, because you could. So what used to happen is if the Ripperdactyls were fighting a unit that had the Blot Toad, every time they hit, they get to attack again. And first edition didn't have a limit on failing, like ones always fail. So if you had enough bonuses to hit, you could hit on ones, which meant if you ever hit with like you attack something with a Ripperdactyl, now you're doing infinity damage because every hit roll has triggered another hit, repeating infinitely. So unless they had a 1+ save, which was also a thing because this unit didn't have rend, it just died. It doesn't matter how defensive you were; you just died instantly as soon as a Ripperdactyl attacked you.
Yeah,
it was so dumb.
They could deep strike 3 inches away.
Yes, yeah. There used to be a battalion that put them 3 inches away. So it's like, I do infinity damage, and you can't stop me, and I've shot all your screens off, so you just can't put anything in the way. Yep.
Good times.
And that's might be why they were my favorite.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk Ripperdactyl Chief while we're still on the Ripperdactyl copium train here. He's like a Ripperdactyl, but he's a hero version, right? He gets the Blot Toad, he gets the Unleash Hell on a 6. His melee damage is actually a little bit worse than the regular Ripperdactyls, right? No, he's a little bit better. Yeah, he's better. And yeah, he has the once per game Ripperdactyls wholly within 12 get +1 attack. I think maybe you may have mentioned that it was table wide, but I don't think it is. I got it written down here that it's a 12-inch aura. It does work on both weapons, so it is, for the mounts and the riders. But even if you bring multiple chiefs, only one can use this ability, which is very unfortunate because there could actually be a list where you're doing this like turn after turn if that was possible. So just like with the Scar Veteran on Aggradon, you got to ask the same question: how many Ripperdactyl Riders do you need to bring to make the Ripperdactyl Chief worthwhile? And again, I don't know the answer to that question, and that's why he's going in the D tier, because I don't think it's worth trying to figure out the answer to that question at his current point costs. He needs to be a lot cheaper, much cheaper. The whole Ripperdactyl package needs to come down a lot, maybe by 120, 110 points on the Rippers and then 70 points on the Chief, and then you can have this cool disposable. I don't care what happens to this combo of units. I'm sending them up one side of the board, and they're gonna do stuff over there. That might be interesting, but right now it's just way too expensive.
Agree. Yeah, you're right. It has a range. I don't know why I was reading that wrong, but probably because I didn't study this War Scroll very long. Because you're correct. It's D tier.
Wouldn't be blamed for it.
Yeah. Let's talk about the spawn of Chotec, which I'm not going to call it a spawn of Chotec. I'm going to call it a salamander because that's what it is. And I think it even has the salamander keyword. So we're just going to call it a salamander. It has drastically changed from second edition. Instead of just being a generic kill everything all the time forever unit, it is now a specialized versatile shooting unit. Its main shooting is not the single shot that was previewed on Warhammer Community. Its main shooting is actually a anti-horde shooting ability. So you get 1 dice for each model in the target unit, not in range of the spawn, mind you. So it's just if you're within range to shoot it, boom, you get the max number of dice. So if you shoot something with 10 models, you get 10 dice. And it's all on 2s, 3s, Rend 2, which is awesome. The fact that it always hits on a 2+ is a very underrated part of this model. That means you don't have to get all-out attack with this unit. You're always hitting on max efficiency, which is great. You don't have to bring an Oldblood to buff up multiple units. You can summon them, and they're already at peak efficiency always. Fantastic. If you're not somehow, within 12 inches, what a crazy idea that you have to get that close to shoot stuff. But if you can't get within 12 inches, you can fall back on their single shot, which is 24 inches. It does D6 damage. It's a single shot, and it hits on 4s, and then wounds on 2s, and has Rend 2. Hitting on 4s is so bad, man. I just hate that so much. But if you hit something with that attack, So you have to hit on usually a 3, let's say if you all out attack or get damned or something, then a 2, and then a -2. So if all those dice rolls succeed, the enemy unit has a -1 save until the end of the turn. So it's a very high risk, high reward ability. Very, very good, especially when you stack it with like a purple sun, and all of a sudden your Chargers, instead of being Rend 1, are now Rend 3. And they just obliterate whatever they've hit, which is great. 12-inch shooting range on the main attack is it's not great, but you can just teleport them into range or just drop them in from reserve if you're playing Dracothian's Tale. And I think you should play Dracothian's Tale, frankly. And then also, they do decent melee damage, right? Like, not great, but decent. 9 damage at 3/3 Rend 2. Yeah, that's pretty good. Never expect a cannon to hit you that hard in melee, but there you go.
Hey, have you not seen what Arm Blasters do?
It's the charge mortals I'm more worried about there. So downsides, and there are quite a lot of downsides, despite this being an A-tier unit. It's never battle line, so it's not really efficient, right? You kind of slot them in at the end of a list when you have points left over. They are fragile. 8 wounds on a 4-up save for 125 points. If your opponent wants to get rid of them, they will. And there's not a lot of high damage pieces in Seraphon, so losing one of them easily, like whenever your opponent wants you to lose it, is not ideal. They are slow. If you're not teleporting them around, they're only moving 5 inches a turn, which means you have a 17-inch threat range on their main attack. There is no way to run and shoot in this book. And they are artillery. That takes up a very weird spot in battalions right now. That means you'll have at least 1 drop in your army for each salamander that you bring. If you want to bring 3 or 4 salamanders, you're going to be at least 3 or 4 drops. That's just no way around it. The single shot is unreliable. Only 1 unit can get all-out attack per turn, so if you're bringing multiples of these guys without some way to spread the all-out attack, like Leadership of the Alpha or Saurus Oldblood, then yeah, you're hitting on 4s. Sorry, bud. Better hope your opponent doesn't have a -1 hit effect, because then you'll just be really sad. They can't be reinforced, which is the biggest downside for sure. It limits the power of buffing them, which is really what you want to be doing. Is getting like two of these guys in a unit and giving them both all-out attack would be just perfect. But you can't do that, unfortunately.
You can with a Saurus Carnosaur.
No, what I'm saying is ideally you'd be able to reinforce these guys, and then you'd have squads of 2. That would have been perfect. It also makes it harder to fight with them. I did mention they had good, okay melee damage, but if you're trying to fight with multiples of these guys, you're going to lose them along the way, unless you're super careful with your positioning and have screens in front. Again, the lack of strike first and reliable strike last in this army is a big downside for smaller units fighting. Mm-hmm. One thing I've definitely noticed in my games is when you're shooting a unit with, let's say, 10 or 11 models, the first guy gets the max number of shots, but then if you have another salamander in range, it's going to get less shots because you just burned off a bunch of those models, right? So it's got this weird problem where it starts strong, but then it has trouble finishing. So if you don't have something like a Horror Ghast or a Maim and Tear ready from a Scar Veteran on Carnosaur, you can struggle to take down bigger units. Inspiring Presence in particular is a huge problem for this army. If you don't have Horror Ghast or Carnosaur in range to stop it, it's a problem. They don't get Scaly Skin, which means Long Strike Raptors will just point and click these guys off the board every time. There's nothing you can do to stop it, really. And it can't be a sharpshooter. Because it's artillery, it's not infantry, it cannot go into the sharpshooter battalion, which is actually probably where you'd want something like this to be, so that single shot can get value when you're not roasting hordes. So, despite all these downsides, this is still an A-tier unit. It is a mainstay of Seraphon, always has been, and it always will be. New model is sick, and I'm glad the new rules are still good, because I'm going to use a lot of these guys. I'll probably start lists with 2 and then summon 2 more throughout the game.
Yeah, I like this. Great ally for Stormcast too, because additional rend. Yeah, I'll take that.
Yeah, it comes into my list as a nice to have, I find, in most of my lists. So I've got a few extra points, nothing else will fit. Perfect slot in. If the hits go off, whoa, all of a sudden I've got more gas for everything that's attacking that unit. If it doesn't, I don't feel too bad. It might hold on to an objective in my backfield for a little while if I'm pushing forward. Not very long. I did have an interesting combo. I didn't get to play the whole game out, but I paired up an Old Blood, a Bastiladon, and a Spawn, and used the Oldblood to give +1 for the Bastiladon and the spawn, and it seemed like a decent combo. As if you need more rend than -3 from the Bastiladon, but
Always need more rend.
When it goes off, it does feel great, but that 4 is rough. So you want to spend all out attack on it. So if you have a lot of other stuff, you're gonna be spending all out attack on it. It's gonna lose some luster there.
Mm-hmm. That's why I really like that's why I call the main gun the anti-horde gun, the one that gets up to 10 attacks. There's so many targets in the game for it right now. Most people are running units with at least 5 models, but usually like reinforced squads of 10 and more. It just really comes in handy. Being able to teleport or drop these guys around, super useful against things like Slave to Darkness. They're going to be running these like big blocks of Chosen, big Nurgle Knight blocks. You can just rend to them from range after disabling their wards and then disabling their commands with Geminids. You can drop into play near Bliss Barb Archers, and you just melt the Bliss Barbs away. And then if you have a Horror Gas nearby, the rest of them just run away. It's beautiful. One Salamander shoots 10 Bliss Barbs, unit's gone. So, just fantastic gun. And then when people charge into you, and if they have a Horde unit, you get to unleash with all that, which feels really good too. I had 10 Slickblade Chargers charge into a screen of Chargers. Saying charge a lot, but anyway, I had a Salamander unleash on that Slickblade squad, and he roasted 1.5 of them on their way in, which is just awesome. There's not a lot of good uses of Unleash Hell in this army.
Whole unit, I'll definitely be looking to ally this unit.
Next up, let's talk about the Bastiladon with Solar Engine. So this guy has really changed from 2nd edition. But let's go over pros and cons, because it's hard not to think about what he used to be, because he used to be a glorious laser beast, and now he's worse than that. But I think he's still very good. And I think once you get over the doomerism of how good he used to be, you've still got a very solid War Scroll here. So first up, the most important thing about a Bastiladon is that it's durable. It's 12 wounds, and it's always a 2-up save. All the time. It doesn't bracket anymore. It doesn't have any of this nonsense where you're a 2-up ignoring rend 1, and then you take 3 mortal wounds, and now you're a 2-up. Like, none of that. It's just flat out 2+ all the time. That's really good. Yeah. Especially when you combo that with like Mystical and Foraging from a Slann that shuts off a unit's rend. This guy doesn't even need to use all-out defense. You can just throw him on the side of the table against an enemy unit with 0 rend, and you just laugh as everything bounces off him. Like, it feels really, really good. In addition to that, monsters, if they're coalesced, get Scaly Skin, which is -1 damage taken. So that combination makes for a very tough monster. You want to hit him with big high rend elite attacks, but then you can just also give -1 damage to those elite attacks. So either way you play this guy, in either sub-fashion, he feels good. He's got a cannon strapped to his back. It is not as good as it used to be. It used to do 4 times the amount of damage that it does now, but it's still 9 damage max on 3s, rend 3. And then a couple, piddly little javelins that sometimes score you a wound on a clan rat or something. But it is a 29-inch threat range, because he moves 5 inches and then he can shoot 24. So that's a huge threat range. And if you teleport him in, he can shoot really, really far past enemy front lines. A lot of times when you're using reserve units or you're using a teleporting shooting unit, think of something like Tempestors. They only have a 12-inch range. When you drop them 9 inches away from an enemy, you're very limited what you can actually shoot. And units like this who have a long range that also are okay with being on the front line, because he's so durable, that's an interesting combination that you don't see in a lot of other armies. Usually it's something like you're either durable or you're long-ranged, not both. So that's a really cool combination. And 3s and 3s rend 3, this guy can easily get to 2s and 3s rend 3s. There's not a lot of stuff you want to use all-out attack on in the shooting phase, so there's low opportunity cost. This guy's usually on 2s, 3s rend 3, and that's really accurate. That's about as accurate as you can get in Age of Sigmar. So this guy's going to do usually 6 damage, sometimes 9, sometimes 3, but he just cuts through armor saves with that rend 3. That's such a glorious high rend, especially when you stack it with like Salamander giving you an extra rend, or Purple Sun giving you an extra rend. All of a sudden it's like you're 2-up save, and I'm cutting right through it. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, this is something that was so needed for this monster. Before, towards the end of this last book, the -1 rend on the Bastiladon was really starting to hamper its output. And so getting this -3 rend is so nice. The damage output is lower, like you said, but I think it's kind of switched roles. Instead of your main damage output in, say, a Thunder Lizard list. Now you're looking at, a utility piece that's going to be hitting those high armor targets.
Yeah, and high armor is really something Seraphon struggle with. High wound count, high armor, low model count, specifically something like Stormcast Eternals. I have no idea how Stormcast are going to play around Stormdrake Guard. That seems like almost an unwinnable matchup. It's super scary. 4-up Spell Ignore, they're going to have a 1+ save, they're going to, 5-up Ward on top of that, and Gardus, you got to kill him, and then you got to deal with the Drakes, but they also do Mortal Wounds, which just cuts through the 2-up save. It's rough. But a profile like this, Rend 3, low damage, but enough to kill 1 Drake per turn, it's ideal. It's exactly what you want. You can use him to, soften up something like a Maw Crusher, and then lob a couple spells at it, and then finish it off maybe with some Chargers or something like that. Maybe some Kroxigors with their Rend 2 attacks. Seraphon are struggling for Rend right now. So a Bastiladon having Rend 3 is a very sneakily useful thing. It's more useful than you think. Even though it's only 9 damage, and it used to be 36, but it's Rend 3 sort of makes up for it.
I almost seem like it's not a model to build a strategy and list around anymore. It was previously to where you would build your list with the output of the Bastiladons in mind. I don't think you're going to do that now. But these things stick around most of the game, especially now that they don't bracket on their save. So you're going to get some decent output over 5 rounds with these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. This is definitely a toolkit unit instead of being a generalist unit, and it's going to be meta dependent. If your local meta has a ton of wounds, a Bastiladon's going to be a little bit of a a little bit of a handicap because you're not going to have that higher max damage. So that is something to take into account. I think right now the meta is pretty mixed enough to where you're definitely not going to feel bad taking this unit. But I think this unit does vary in the meta a lot more than it used to.
Yeah, it's not a generally useful unit in the sense that it's going to do good damage in all scenarios, but it is a generally useful unit in the sense that it just does a lot of good things. And if you use its durability, if you use the fact that it's a monster to get rampages off, if you use its large base to block space, if you use the laser beam, if you use all these things together, it feels really good to use it.
Yeah, I likened it to, we were talking before the show, I likened it to Karandus earlier, how it's a body that does some things at range that you need to actually use because your lists are a lot more restricted now with the way the points are. You want all your points to be doing everything that you're paying for. If you're paying for that 2-up body, 12 wounds, you got to use it.
Mm-hmm. And usually what happens with this thing, at least from my initial playtesting against things like Lumineth, Stormcast, other Seraphon, as soon as people see a Bastiladon, they just ignore it with all the regular attacks, and they dump as many mortal wounds to it as possible. And I view that as a tactical win, because that means those mortal wounds are not going into a more important unit like a Troglodon or buff-stacked Kroxigors or Aggradons or Warriors or something like that. The people know they have to deal with the Bastiladon eventually, and really the most effective ways with mortal wounds, and those are a precious resource.
Mm-hmm.
So don't get discouraged if you bring a Bastiladon and all of a sudden all 40 Lumineth Sentinels just shoot it off the table one turn. They're going to shoot something. You can't stop them from shooting. It's better they shoot a Bastiladon than something much more important.
Yeah.
His melee damage is not good. Never has been. I don't think it ever will be. 3d3 at 3's Rend 1, really, really weak. If he gets stuck in combat, he's not going anywhere for the rest of the game. And then that shooting attack just has to try to punch him out of that combat. He is a monster, which, like all monsters, it counts as 5 models, and he can use a Rampage, which Rampages are very good. His Rampage in particular really helps offset the low damage output in melee. Being able to roll a dice under the number of models that are in the target unit, and then it's basically just d6 mortal wounds, right? That's a really good Rampage to just do a whole bunch of mortal wounds. Really, really good. And if you're playing Thunder Lizard, he can stomp to do d3 and then use that ability to do d6. Or I guess the other order matters more because you'd have more models in range. But you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And he doesn't bracket. He's one of these rare units that is a big model, has a monster keyword, but for some reason doesn't have a bracket table. So he is going to be exactly as effective at 12 wounds left as he is at 1 wound left. And that is pretty cool. You don't have to care about his positioning relative to the Realm Shaper engine. You don't have to cast that spell on him. He's just a reliable piece. He's like a chariot. He's like a chariot with a cannon on top. Without wheels.
Without the wheels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's all the good things. Downsides, there's no way to ever make him battle line. So that 265 is always filling up your behemoth slot, which can be awkward for list construction. And it's also just inefficient in terms because you really want as many good battle line choices as you can get. Max wounds are low, only 12 wounds for 265. So if you bring a lot of these guys, you're going to suddenly really struggle against armies that can just do ping mortal wounds like Lumineth, like other Seraphon lists that can just kill relatively low wound units like this pretty easily. He is slow. If you're not teleporting him or getting a run 6 and charge from Coalesced, he's just not going anywhere. And if you are running and charging, then you don't get to shoot, which is unfortunate. And this one kind of snuck up on me. He's not a skink unit. He does not have the skink keyword. I don't know if this is a mistake because he used to have it, and there's obviously skinks riding him, and everything else with a skink riding it has the skink keyword. But he doesn't have that keyword, so he can't use things like the Fangs of Sotek free redeploy. He can't get the -1 wound spell called Tepok's Beneficence from Starborne. There's all kinds of interactions that he misses out on, and that sucks.
That seems like a mistake because it's always had the skink keyword. It's got 3 skinks riding on him, and they have a shooting profile. The skinks do, yeah. So maybe they'll fix that.
I hope so, because that would certainly make him a lot more interesting if he could also be -1 to wound.
Yeah.
I think a huge downside this season is that key to victory is a thing that protects heroes. And looking at this guy's stat line, like if just 2 of these shots go through with Ren 3, that's going to nuke a small hero for the most part. So
yeah, I think his value will go up if the season changes and we can shoot heroes again.
Yeah.
I'm not sure people will be too happy about that, but then his value will go up.
Yeah, and you can easily all-out attack this guy to keep him on 3s and 3s through Lookout Sir, and just, I don't want to say reliably, because, it's a dice game, but 3s, Ren 3, if you just get past the hit and wound with 2 dice, that's a dead hero every turn. And that is really nice utility. And he's missing out on that right now, because of the seasonal rules. So overall, I'm going to give him the A tier. I feel like he's closer to B than A, or than S, like he's on the lower side of A. I think
he's definitely more meta dependent than he used to be.
Yeah, like you can't bring him into horde metas. Like if it's a complete, Soul Blight meta, he's not great. But he's got good targets in most matchups. Like even against Caradron, he can be shooting the boat. Like there's things that he can always do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I tend to still bring him over on the Coalesced side just to give a little bit of shooting in those lists I've played so far, and he feels okay there where you've got a lot of bodies and you're able to sit him back behind everything and pop things off all game and not really worry about anything deep striking into it. Usually your ambushing units aren't going to take off 12 wounds on a 2-up save at -1 damage, so he's fairly safe from a lot of that stuff, and he can sit back at that long threat range and pick off the targets that you want him to.
Yeah, and he's really good against units, speaking of ambushing type units, like if you're playing against, if you're playing him in Coalesced, he gets ambushed, something charges him, you can stomp and then use this, or sweep and then stomp, right? And just deal a whole bunch of mortal wounds before they even attack. And if you get lucky, you might even unleash hell and kill a couple models on the way in. Something like Grand Hammers is really going to struggle against this unit, even though they do a bunch of charge mortals and they got those Ren 2 Turtle Kraken Hammers. They're going to lose a lot of models on the way in usually, so a pretty good target to keep on a flank like that. I would like to see him dropped a little bit in points. I think 265 is just a little too restrictive. I'd love to see this model at 240, 250 if I'm not being greedy, but 240 I think would be the right point value for him.
Yeah. Especially with the reduced output, reduced synergies, no skink keyword. I think it could be slightly cheaper.
Yeah. 250 and skink keyword, I'd be okay with that.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about the variant of the Bastiladon with Solar Engine. It's the Bastiladon with an Ark of Sotek. So it's pretty much the same, except you pay 65 points less, and you trade the Solar Engine for a melee weapon. And the melee weapon is the best, not the best version of this weapon. I kind of like the first edition version of this one the best, frankly. But it's a pretty good melee weapon. It's 20 attacks on 4s and 3s, no rend, but you get hit 6 mortals. So 20 dice looking for 6s. You're going to ping mortals every single turn, and that kind of fixes one of the core problems with the Bastiladon is that once it's in combat, it dies in combat. Like, not, of attacks, but just of old age. Like it's never going anywhere out of that combat. And this guy's also only 200 points. So you get all that body stuff that we were talking about. Like it's the same profile, 12 wounds, 2-up save for only 200 points. And that feels really good, especially compared to something like Stormcast Annihilators with shields, which are 170, 180. And those are 9 wounds on a 2-up save, and they don't have the monster keyword. So, yeah. If you're playing Thunder Lizards, you can do 2 roars. You can do 2 rampages, so you can like sweep and then stomp, or roar and then sweep. Like there's all kinds of utility this guy can do. But he has all the same downsides as the other one, except outside of melee range, he's completely useless. No value to be gained because you can't really force your opponent to fight him. He's not really presenting a ranged threat anywhere, so your opponent can mostly just ignore him, unless you have some way to deliver him into combat, like using a Dracothian's Tail 7-inch Deep Strike, or a Teleport Charge, or the Run-In Charge with Coalesced. He's not really useful. He's not leveraging that body very well. So like a slow defensive unit that doesn't do a lot of damage is not a huge threat for your opponent, unless you can force it to be a threat. And the way you would force it, well, you can force that with any other unit in your army, right? Like only 1 unit per turn can use the 7-inch Deep Strike. So if you're using it on him, you're not using it on something like Chargers, who are going to do way more damage. Another problem is that the Ark of Sotek does just compete with the Solar Engine. 65 points is a big gap, but it's probably worth having that ranged power projection instead of having this Ark of Sotek thing. At least that's my opinion. So I'm going to give this guy a B tier ranking. I think he's fine. I don't think you can even lower his points at all. 200 is perfect. It's just kind of just a niche unit, and that's fine, I think.
Yeah, I think B tier is probably right. It's got a use. It's got a specific purpose, and it's decent at that. You'll see some lists that kind of lean into him, I think, and maybe there's some skew lists that we had some guys that were running it pretty effectively in the last book, where they would run multiple of these Bastiladons, and once you're rolling that many dice, let's say you have 2 or 3 of these in combat, you're rolling 60 dice, hitting on 6s, it becomes a very difficult position to shift. If you can get these onto objectives like in the middle of the board, maybe you could play the same way in Coalesced with the Oldblood, being able to issue 2 of these, all-out defense, run both of these turn 1 with the Oldblood's command ability. Yeah. There might be some uses there, but it is a very limited unit. I think it is helped by not bracketing anymore, and if you can keep it buffed up, they are very difficult to remove. And throwing 20 to 40 dice at somebody, depending on how many of these you got, sometimes you're going to spike those 6s. Sometimes you'll miss them all, but sometimes you'll spike them.
That's why I'm saying is that this guy can't really get any cheaper, because as soon as you make just a high volume monster body, like let's say 160 even, people just bring 5 of these guys in every list. I don't know if that's very good, frankly, because there's all kinds of issues with him being a behemoth. It's minimum 1 drop in your list for each one of these guys you bring. So bring in 3 of them, minimum 3 drop. Other people just get onto objectives before you. Not the best strategy. So yeah, if you can get into a good position, it feels really good to have a whole bunch of 2-up saves. But even then, a 2-up save, people can break those. Unless you have the even if you shut off somebody's rend, there's armies like Slanesh and Khorne and Ironjaws that can gain temporary rend or reduce your saves and still just kill this thing. 12 wounds is not a lot.
Yeah. I think you might see him in Dracothian's Tail, where he can drop down outside of 7 with the Slann's stave and make some charges there. It may not be the best option, but I think you'll see it there as a monster in that list.
Oh, and we have that list prepared at the end of the video.
Oh, so
nice. I called it Operation Dino Drop, so get ready for it.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's be interesting because it fits the same point slot as Aggradon's, right? Or
or Warriors,
regular break of Warriors. And so I think he's a pretty good alternative to that. Definitely B tier in that he's definitely a little more niche, but I think he fits that about right. I don't think he necessarily grinds as hard as Aggradon's do, but he is a monster, and he's 2-up save for that 12 wounds. So even though he's not the 15 wounds, mean, they're on a 4-up save, so he can definitely, survive in something that's maybe more elite focused.
Yeah. Let's talk about the Stegadon, who people are dooming on, and I get why. Because it is basically the same Warscroll that it was in 2nd edition, but all of the buffs for skink units are gone. including the Stegadon buffs. Like you can't get Prime War Beast. You can't. The Stegadon helm is a lot worse. You can't get any damaging artifacts onto the Skink Chief. Like, we're going to talk about the Stegadon, but we're going to talk about the Stegadon Chief at the same time. There's some cool stuff that the regular Stegadon does, though. So let's talk about it. First off, it is Battle Line and Thunder Lizard, which is, I would say, one of the main reasons to play Thunder Lizard. And there's not that many reasons. But being able to just have a battle line monster, it's not Behemoth. It makes it really, really good for list construction purposes. I think that's really great. It is an 8-inch move, which is relatively fast for this army. A lot of this army is 5-inch move. Salamanders, Kroxigors, Warriors, all this stuff only moves 5 inches a turn. 8 inches a little bit better. It does have the skink keyword, unlike the Bastiladon, so it can double move with speed of Huanchi, which is really cool. Then it's going 16 inches and then charging after that. It is a 14 wound 4-up save monster, which is not the best profile, but it's not something like a 12 wound 4-up save monster, so it's a little bit better than that. And unlike a lot of other, fairly weak monsters, this guy's in a good army. Monsters in Coalesced get -1 damage. At the start of the combat phase, you can pick an enemy unit with less than 6 models, and you just get +1 save against it. So this guy, unless you're charging hordes, which you shouldn't be with this guy, because you got other tools to deal with hordes. If you're charging an elite unit, then he's a 3-up save. And you give him all out defense, he's a 2-up save. You give him Mystic Shield, he's a 1-up save. Obviously, you can't stack to a 1-up value like you could with a 3-up save characteristic, but everything's got rend, right? Like, it basically doesn't matter anymore, whether you have a 3+ characteristic or a 4+. Because he is a skink, he can also get Tepok's Beneficence to become -1 to wound. So, yeah, he's tougher than he looks. Especially if you go Stegadon Chief and then you give him the Stegadon Helm for another +1 save, and you can Finest Hour him, you're looking at like a 3-up save ignoring Rend 3 and -1 to wound. It's pretty dang tough. He has a +3 Bravery for all skink units, and I found this to be more relevant than I initially thought it would be. Units like Chargers having Bravery 6 means if 1 dies, 1 can run away. If 2 die, 2 can run away, and so on. If you lose 3 guys, the rest of the unit might just run away, and that really sucks. Having extra Bravery is really nice for that. It's nice, especially because people are using units that affect Bravery a little bit these days. Things like Terrawings might come into play. This isn't something I'd build your list around. Like, I wouldn't pay the 300 points to bring this guy because of a Bravery aura. But if you're summoning a Stegadon into play, that's a really nice thing to have in your toolbox. It's just this thing that can counter Bravery. And I suspect Flesh Eater Courts are going to have effects that mess with Bravery, so I think this will only get better as we go forward. His shooting attack is pretty much identical to what it was before, right? You either get a Great Bow, which is 9 damage on 3s, Rend 1, so it's a Bastiladon with less Rend, or you can have the Sunfire Thrower, which everybody has been overlooking for a couple editions now because the other one was so much better. But I gotta tell you, the Sunfire Thrower feels pretty good right now. So you roll a number of dice equal to the number of enemy models that are in range, but there's no limit on that number like there is with a Salamander. Salamander's max 10. This guy, if you get him in range of 60 zombies somehow, he's rolling 60 dice, and each 5-up is a mortal wound. So that's awesome. If you get charged, you can use it with Unleash Hell, which feels really good. It is only 8-inch range, but if you can get this guy within 7 inches using either a summoning or with a 7-inch drop from Dracothian's Tail, then you can immediately shoot and then get a pretty short distance charge, and both of those feel really good. In terms of melee damage, he hits about as hard as a unit of Saurus Warriors. 22 max damage on 3s, Rend 1. That's not spectacular, but when you combine the shooting in there, he starts to look a lot better. And he also does charge mortal wounds. So after he charges, each enemy unit within 1 inch suffers D3 mortal wounds on a 2-up. So if you can multi-charge like a unit and a hero, or just 2 different battle line screens, both of them can suffer mortal wounds. And he is a monster, so he can always stomp. If he's a Coalesced monster, he can also do a 4-up strike last. And if he's a Thunder Lizard, he can do both. So he can do 2d3 mortal wounds and make a strike last. And he counts as 10 models, unlike other monsters counting as 5. And I got to tell you, this has been I've completely changed my opinion on the Stegadon. I thought it was a trash model until I actually played with him. And counting as 10 models all the time on objectives, even when you're down to your last wound, that can win games. Especially later on in the game, once people are just slugging it out and everybody's down to like, 3 or 4 units left on the table and bottom of 4, bottom of 5. If one of your units counts as 10 models, that's fantastic. And your opponent just won't have the damage to kill it necessarily. So, good defensive profile, decent number of attacks, reasonably good accuracy, right? He's not on 4s and 3s like Kroxigors or Chargers or anything like that. He's decent. The problem is that he's 300 points, right? Like, for 300 points, you can do way better in this army. 10 warriors are only 200 points, and they do the same melee damage. They don't have all the utility, but they're also 100 points cheaper. Because the Stegadon has no charge bonuses and he can't issue commands to himself, that's kind of a weird combo. That means if you're using things like a teleport or a deep strike to charge him in, he won't have any bonuses to that like a unit of chargers would. You could literally have 10 chargers instead of this guy and do like triple the damage that this guy would do, which is crazy. And he's got kind of the same problem that the Bastiladon has right now, where he's got this cool great bow shooting attack that could snipe out heroes with just a couple failed saves, but he can't be a sharpshooter, and that is unfortunate. So it's a mixed bag with the Stegadon. I personally think he's like a B tier unit. If he was cut 40 points, 50 points, he would be phenomenal. Like, this guy at 260 is a really good war scroll. Like, every time I summon him, I feel good about summoning him. It's just paying the points up front in my list that I struggle with.
Yeah, 300 seems a lot. I do agree that the counts as 10 models is probably the most interesting thing on this unit now. I have played a lot of Stegadons. They're one of my favorite models, and I'm constantly disappointed with the melee output. And I think that's just stems from the -1 rend. So it's still hurt there, especially with its big giant horn attacks. I really wish it had gone up a little bit in rend. Could have even come down a little bit in damage to compensate, something like that. But the way I end up playing them a lot is they're going to sit back for a turn or two and take as many bow shots as possible. And then as we get deeper in the game, they're coming in and batting cleanup. They're coming into those injured units, those hurt units, and cleaning those up, capturing those objectives. And I think they do that better now that they count as 10. That is going to make it a lot easier to grab those. But 300 points is rough. I think I might end up taking just one, in some various lists in Coalesced side, because of that Stegadon Rampage is so good. Mm-hmm. If it goes off, it's a 4 up. But if it goes off, that all of a sudden can combo well with whatever else you're charging into that unit. So I really like that. It has some utility in both shooting, capturing objectives, and its monsters action. But I'm probably not going to run Stegageddon, which was like all Stegadons anymore, because I don't think that is going to be too useful. I mean, it was never really a great list. It was always a lot of fun. But going up this much in points actually makes it kind of hard to fit in an all monster mash list.
Yeah, they're tough to justify. We did include a monster mash list, but I'm not terribly sold on how competitive it'll be.
Yeah.
Another thing to point out with the Stegadon is that it brackets hard. Like, the brackets on this thing are brutal. Its damage goes down so drastically. It's really, really rough. So if you're not playing this guy in Coalesced and standing near the pyramid or casting the spell on it to keep it at max bracket, that can be really, really tough. But if you're playing Starborn, you're dropping it into play, so it's not taking any damage before it gets to attack. So yeah, either way, it seems okay. Just requires careful play.
Yeah.
So let's look at the Stegadon with Skink Chief. So it's like a Stegadon, but for 30 points more, you get a very weak melee attack. You get the hero keyword, which is very, very good. Hero is one of the best keywords in the game. It gives you enhancements, it gives you command abilities, it gives you heroic actions. He also gets the ability to issue a command for free to any skink unit, which is useful. And unfortunately, he doesn't count as 10 models on an objective anymore. He only counts as 5, which is unfortunate. But let's look at some cool stuff you can do with him, with a Stegadon that's a hero. You can take an Arcane Tome. in Starborn, and then he becomes a Cosmic Node and an Arcane Vassal. If he takes an Arcane Tome, you can also take the Master of Star Rituals to learn every Starborn Skink spell. Even with the changes to Arcane Tome, I believe this interaction gets around that. He can take the Shrewd Strategist command trait, which is surprisingly good. We'll talk about that one later, but the ability to charge in your opponent's turn is a useful thing. He can take the Sacred Stegadon Helm to get +1 to save rolls, and then he can stack that with Finest Hour and Mystic Shield and all that defense and just be a super tanky boy. You can also Heroic Recovery with Bravery 8 or 9, I believe. This guy suddenly is healing up better than a normal monster would. And he can, if you make him your general, you can score this one's mine. Killing off weaker units with this guy is easier than doing it with a Slann or something like that. But yeah, 330 points. If 300 points is a lot, 330 is even worse. He only counts as 5 models, which, as we were talking about with the regular Stegadon, counting as 10 is a big deal. And he's a commander and a leader slot, and that's difficult to fit into list construction. A lot of the stuff that you would want to bring with him, like a Troglodon or even Lord Croak, that stuff's hard to fit into one-drop lists because they're all commanders. So I kind of rank him as like a side grade to the regular Stegadon. I think they're both a B-tier unit, and I'm not sure which one's strictly better or worse. They both feel overcosted by about 40 to 60 points.
This one hurts. Because I love the Stegadon with Chief, Skink Chief. But I struggle with this one because a lot of the stuff that you would want to put on him over in Starborn, I feel like you end up doing the command traits and the artifacts. You want those on the Slans and those type of characters as you're leaning into that play style of magic heavy. And he doesn't really fit over in Coalesced because he can't take command traits or artifacts over in Coalesced since he's a skink. And so he almost feels like he's without a home. Now, maybe he goes into Starborn as your, here's a hero that can withstand some melee, because there's not a lot of that if you're in the spell dom of Starborn. But he's not going to do a lot of damage there either, because he's all at -1 rend. Yeah. So I struggle with him. I think he's going to be sitting on my shelf for a while.
To make Stegadons feel punchy in combat, you really gotta give him a Purple Sun to give them all Rend 2, and then stay out of the Purple Sun range yourself because you don't want to negate your own defensive points there. They feel fine.
Yeah, I wish he was just a little punchier or a little tankier. Just one of the two.
I just wanted to be cheaper. Give him to me at 280, 270, and I would be quite pleased with this model.
Yeah.
But
or let me take some skink buffs over in Coalesced.
Yeah, we'll talk about that when we get to enhancements. That is a weird decision they've made there. Mm-hmm. Speaking of weird decisions, let's talk about the Engine of the Gods. The most ruined model. It went from first to worst, I think. It's so bad. Okay, so it's like a Stegadon. Same cost. You lose your shooting. You don't have the cool Sunfire Throwers or the Great Bow. You gain Totem, which means you can issue commands, including to yourself, which is good. Like, one of the things we said with Stegadons is they can't issue commands to themselves, which sucks. But you don't get to count as 10 on an objective, so that sucks. In exchange for all that, you get this Cosmic Engine thing, and this is quite different from how it used to be. The effects are similar, but the way you gain them is different. So in your shooting phase, you have to roll 2 dice, or you can conserve power. And you have to pick which one of these effects you're trying to roll for. So if you want to get the 7-up effect to heal D3, you have to declare ahead of time, I'm going to roll for this one. And if you don't roll it, nothing happens. Or you just take mortal wounds in some cases. So let's say you want Strike First. Okay, well, you're going to declare that you want Strike First, and then on 2 dice, you're going to try to roll an 11 or higher. And this is done in your shooting phase after movement, which is nice. But unfortunately, that means you have to plan your whole movement around maybe getting one of these effects off. And if they don't happen, well, now you've mispositioned, right? Like, objectively, you're in a bad spot if you moved planning on one of these effects happening. If you choose not to use one of these effects, you can conserve power, and then the next time you roll this, you add another dice to that, which is really cool in theory. If you conserve power for 3 rounds, then on round 4, you can roll 5 dice, hoping for one of these effects to go off, which makes it more reliable. Being able to just summon 10 warriors without spending cosmic power points is really good. And it's not good overall. The Cosmic Engine, there's so many downsides. I'm trying to be as charitable as possible, right? Like being able to strike first before you charge. And as far as I can tell, this is not an aura. You don't have to stay in range of the engine. You can just pulse this onto your nearby units, and then boom, they all get strike first. So you can make your whole army strike first with careful positioning. But let's look at all the downsides. First up, it's 300 points for a Stegadon, and it has no shooting. In exchange, you get the Cosmic Engine, and yeah, one of these effects is really good, being able to, roll dice equal to the power roll, and each 4-up is a mortal wound. Like, you can do some big mortal wound shots with this thing, but it's a totally unreliable tactic, and that, if you get lucky, every other turn it'll go off. So you'll use it on round 2, you'll use it on round 4. But the effect has to be picked before rolling, and if you fail the roll, you can take anywhere from 0 to 3 mortal wounds, depending on how tough the roll was supposed to be. So how lucky do you really feel rolling for this thing? Even if you conserve the power, you can still fail. Like, you can have 5 dice and still fail a 13 plus, and that's like that just feels awful.
Yeah.
It's also super low range on all the buffing and healing, right? Like, if you want strike first, or if you want to heal, you have to be wholly within 6 inches of this guy, which is not a big range at all. The summoning also has to be wholly within 6 of the engine. And that means if you're just surrounded by enemies, it can't happen. It's not like summoning with Starborne, where you can just do it in front of your Realm Shaper engine at any time. It has to be around this guy. So even if you conserve the power, even if you make the roll, you could be in a situation where you just can't place 10 Saurus Warriors wholly within 6 of this guy and more than 9 from enemies. Like, there's so many conditions. Yeah. There's so many.
That's absolutely baffling, this War Scroll. I do not understand how they came up with this. This engine has gotten worse every Battletome they put it out, which understandably is very, very strong early in Age of Sigmar.
Yeah, for people who don't know, in first edition, if you rolled an 18, and it wasn't impossible to do that because there was ways to manipulate it, but if you rolled 18 on 3 dice, you got another turn.
Yeah.
And in second edition, they nerfed that to just double damage, range, and everything like that. But think about just getting another turn, because you score points on your turn, which means you just like gain 5 victory points and kill the whole enemy army. Like, so if you ever rolled an 18, the game was over. Like, it was so stupid.
Yeah.
So they had to make it worse.
But absolutely, yeah.
But this, oh no.
Yeah. I've played one practice game with the engine, and then I've put him up on the shelf, and he's never going to be played again in this Battletome, because I just kind of wanted to see what would happen if I rolled for it every single turn, and he hurt himself every turn. Now, I was trying to go for like the Mortals over about 3 turns, and failed it every time.
Mm-hmm.
And it feels terrible. And this is the thing he does, because this Stegadon isn't going to do a lot of melee damage anymore. You used to be able to buff these things to the sky. You can't do that anymore. So this is what you're taking it for, is this Cosmic Engine. Mm-hmm. And to get the best use out of it, you have to not use it for turns. It's just... Oh,
I love paying weird. Points and not using abilities. It's the best.
I feel like they could have easily done this by almost like a Skaven type of effect. If you want to get more power, you can roll an extra dice, but you might hurt yourself more, kind of thing. And maybe it would have a point there, but here, where you literally have to not use this model, this 300 points for an entire turn, is just horrible game design.
Now, it does still have a Stegadon body. It does the same melee damage. It's a monster. It does those things. But you could just get those for the same cost, right? So this guy has to just be cheaper than a regular Stegadon. And I don't know how much cheaper he would have to be, right? And the current Stegadons are overpriced, so this guy would have to be $220 maybe to be useful.
Yeah.
But this mechanic is so... Honestly, it's an interesting mechanic. The way it's worded, all the different interactions, all the restrictions is like, okay, we have the foundation for something really cool here. Why aren't there any artifacts or command traits that let me power this up? Because that's exactly the kind of thing I would love to see. If a Slann could pick an engine of the gods and give it, double the dice once per game, or re-roll the dice, or add an extra one, or all kinds of stuff, right? This is prime for extra interactions, and they just completely just ignored it.
Yeah, it's a shame. For 300 points, I would take a normal Stegadon every single game over this one, because you're at least going to get to roll some dice for it. Every turn.
It's going to do something. It's going to shoot at least. This War Scroll's paying for the sins of the past, and I always hate how that kind of design philosophy is in there, but it's there, and gosh, this is so overcosted. It's not even
Yeah.
close.
And we
Yep.
haven't even mentioned that it's no longer a priest or hero, which was really like I loved having a priest hero on this guy, giving it an arcane tome, making it a vassal, letting it use heroic actions and prayers. All of these things were so cool. It wasn't like a super high damage unit, but it was a fantastic utility piece and it felt great to use. And now it just feels awful.
Absolutely. It had a huge role in the army, and because it would do a lot of different things, and you could really work some synergies with it. That's
Yeah.
disappointing.
Yep.
Yep.
But our evaluation of it is not based on, what it used to be, just based off what it is right now. It is not good. It is a D tier unit. I don't think it's viable for competitive play, and it would need a very big point cut to be useful, like 200, 220, something like that. And then that's only because it's a cheap monster, like the Ark of Sotek. If the Ark of Sotek was 250 points, you'd never see it ever.
Yep.
Concur.
All right, let's cleanse our palate. Let's talk about a very good skink monster. Very, very good. For every amount that they nerfed the engine, they buffed the Skink Oracle and Troglodon. He's so good right now. 14 wounds, 4 up save, same as a Stegadon. Same thing, he gets the scaly skin coalesced, but enemies within 9 inches have -1 to hit. And that's not just him, it's any unit. Like, so if you just keep him near your front line in melee, everything around is -1 to hit. If you manage to lock down some shooting units, they're all going to be -1 hit. They won't even be able to retreat because his spell is very, very good. We'll talk about that in a sec. So shooting attack, he has a shooting attack, and it's more useful than it seems. 6 damage total on 3s, no rend. Doesn't seem very good, but the fact that you don't care if it does damage or not, every now and then it'll do like, oh, it did 2 or 4 wounds. Cool. Like I had a game where, I had extra command points and I had nothing else to do. Some Chaos Knights charged into my Troglodon, I unleashed hell, and I killed a knight randomly using that because it does, hit 6 mortals. And that's pretty cool. In terms of melee damage, he's bad. 3s and 4s, 4s and 3s. Max total is 19. It's not very good. He is a monster, so he's got all the utility of being a monster with roar and stomp and things like that. The stomp does really help supplement his melee damage. And if you are a coalesced monster, his custom rampage extends that 9-inch aura to 12 inches, which is okay, right? It's nice, but it's not great. The reason you bring a Troglodon, though, in addition to the -1 hit aura and the big body, is that he is a 1-spell skink wizard. Skinks have phenomenal spells in this army, and Primordial Mire might be the best spell in the game. It's ridiculously strong. So it casts on a 7, has a range of 12. What you do is you pick an objective feature, or you pick an objective or a terrain feature, one or the other. Enemies within 3 inches of that can't run or retreat, and they have to half their charges. And as far as I can tell with this wording, that's not an aura effect, that is a pulse, right? So that retains on these units, even if they move away from that terrain feature, because it doesn't say while they are within range of this, it's just the enemies that are within 3 can't do this. Not being able to run or retreat, that's a very strong effect, especially when you have this tanky monster that can pin units down and then they can't get away. But the real amazing thing here is half enemy charges. That is a ridiculously strong effect. If somebody wants to charge you 7 inches, they just can't anymore. It's just not possible. You can't roll 14 on 2 dice. And specifically, this says half the charge results. So this, if you have like +2 to charge, it halves that as well, which is even better. This gets even sillier when you consider how redeploy works. So if you teleport this guy up in Starborne and then hit a bunch of units with this spell, and then your Troglodon is sitting there, some distance away from enemies, if they move within 9 inches, they can't 9 inches they can't charge. So they have to get within 7 or 6, I should say. And when they get within 6, you can redeploy. And if you redeploy even just 2 inches away, they can't charge you anymore because they can't roll high enough on that. It's so strong to just shut down melee combat in this way. It's really, really useful. If they have something that relies on run and charge, like Slaanesh Chosen units, for example, those guys can't run and charge anymore, and they have half charges. So like they move 5 inches and then nothing. It's really sad. This lasts until your next hero phase. So even if you get double turned, you can redeploy again away from those same melee units and just keep doing this nonsense every single turn. Phenomenally strong spell. I think it's a contender for the strongest spell in the game. because of the way this army works.
Yeah, I think you'll. It's very, very good. You may end up seeing people shying away from terrain, much like they do right now against Seraphon. Like, it's hilarious to see people deploy against Seraphon currently because they stay 3 inches away from every terrain piece on the board. You may see some of that same stuff, but as the game goes on, it's inevitable. You have to get near terrain if you want to play the game. And so this spell jumps out as very strong, especially as the game continues and you have fewer units on the board, needing to score objectives, and now you're shutting down that movement, which is what wins you the game. Movement does, and so it's very good.
Yeah, this is the gravy on top. Like, having this unit be such high utility already by being a skink wizard, for vassal casting and such. On top of that, its Warscroll spell is decent, right? You're not going to use it in every single matchup because it doesn't affect flying units, for example, but it's an upside.
Oh, it just wins some matchups. Yeah. It's crazy.
And it plays into the keeping this Troglodon alive as long as possible, because in some lists this is kind of the keystone to that list, and you need to keep him alive as long as possible. This helps with that, along with his -1 to hit aura, which is just phenomenal. That's great in any list you're going to take this in. But you can really kind of stack these things on top of each other to help this Troglodon stay alive as long as possible.
Yeah, he gets some crazy effective health. You can roar things to shut off all that attack, so that -1 hit then is a true -1. So if they're hitting on 3s, now they're on 4s. If they're on 4s, now they're on 5s. I didn't mention this earlier, but he can heal D3 at the start of every hero phase, and I found that to be quite useful, especially because this guy is a big target for damage. You're going to be teleporting him forwards very often. People are going to try to kill him. They're usually not going to succeed in doing it in a single turn because he's so durable. But the D3 healing then adds up with heroic recovery. Then it's 2D3. It can really make a lot of healing.
And heroic recovery on... Oh no, it still has a bravery of 6. I thought it went up in bravery.
This is what I'm saying, is the bravery aura on the Stegadon is more useful than you think.
Yeah.
Late game summoning a Stegadon is not a bad strategy. There's other stuff this guy does too, right? Like, we haven't even touched the rest of the stuff. So, Terror. Enemies can't receive Inspiring Presence while they're within 3 inches of this unit. Phenomenally strong. Like, you lay a whole bunch of shooting with your Salamanders into a unit, and then you charge it with a Troglodon, who will just finish it off, not with its own melee attacks, just with the fact that it stops Inspiring Presence. Very, very strong. If you take the Sacred Stegadon Helm, he can be +1 to save rolls, effectively being a 14 wound 3-up save monster, which is like Stormcast level durability, especially with a -1 hit aura, especially with a 5-up ward from a Starseer or an Astrolith, especially with Coalesced giving you -1 damage. He's also a skink.
Hour,
you can have Mystic Shield, Finest Hour, Tepok's Beneficence from -1 to wound, so you can be -1 hit, -1 damage, and -1 wound on a +3 to save, sometimes +4. Like, this guy's super tanky if you set it up properly. And then, and Dan, you mentioned this a little bit, but the Slann can vassal cast anywhere on the board with the Troglodon. The distance no longer matters. And this is one of the reasons I think Seraphon are as strong of an army as they are, is that the Troglodon can just be teleported forwards or just run forwards, and the Slann casts all of his spells through him out of unbinding range. Yep. It is ridiculously strong.
Oh yeah. And what makes this so strong is that teleport happens in the hero phase now, at the start of the hero phase now. Because he's had this before, the Troglodon, and it didn't see a lot of play. But now, I think you're going to see a lot of the Troglodon around, especially paired with Kroak, to do mortal wounds. And it's just a fantastic combo. And these abilities on his Warscroll help that out tremendously by keeping him alive long enough for you to do all the mortal wounds over multiple turns.
Yep. It is worth noting with that combo in particular, you can also use the Endless Bridge, or the Endless Spell Bridge, in order to just teleport him back. It does cost 80 more points, so I don't know how useful that is, but yeah, the durability really plays into it. I haven't found the need to teleport him back because he's just so tanky. The only time I've ever lost him in games so far is when I choose to sacrifice him in order to just pin my opponent in their territory for a turn. I was playing against Lumineth, and I charged in against 40 Sentinels. I shot them with Salamanders that dropped in out of play. The Skink locked them all in combat, so they couldn't get Inspiring Presence because I couldn't rely on Horror Gas getting cast in that situation. And they all just ran away and died. And that won me the game. The following turn, he killed my Troglodon, but he was pinned in his base, and he couldn't get out, and all of his shooting was dead. So
Beautiful.
nearly perfect unit. There are some downsides though. It is only a 1 spell wizard for 270 points, and because his spell is so good, but also skink spells are so good, you really want to bring more skink wizards. So 270 points for 1 spell is not very good. And also his damage and accuracy are quite bad. Even if you have +1 hit and Finest Hour active, he's still rend 1, so like the only time he does any meaningful damage is if you have +1 hit, +1 wound, and you have a purple sun nearby, which we have lists in this review that can do that. But even then, he's like 19 damage max. Like he's never doing a lot of damage. It's not very scary. So not a perfect unit, but damn near close. He just does so many things so very well. Love it. S tier. Let's follow it up with another big hitter, the Skink Starseer. Despite losing everything that made him cool in 2nd edition, the 3d6 charges, the -1 save spell, this guy has come out just amazing in this edition. Completely revamped Warscroll, but really, really powerful. Let's break it down here. He is a 2-spell Skink Wizard for 150 points, which is amazing. I don't know any other wizard in the game that casts 2 spells for 150 points. That's crazy. So good. And he's a Skink Wizard, which is one of the 2 best wizards in the game, the other one being a Slann Wizard. The Skink spells we'll talk about later, but they're all good. Seriously, all of them are amazing. You want at least 2 or 3 Skink Wizards in every list. That's on top of his spell, Celestial Doom, which you pick an enemy unit within 18 inches, and for the rest of the turn, it can't take ward rolls. This is an amazing buff in this game because almost everything has ward rolls these days. Being able to shut off a 5-up or 6-up is really, really strong. If you've seen our video, Mortal Wounds 101, which if I'm clever enough to figure out how to add that as a card onto the YouTube video, should be popping up in the corner right now. Go watch that video. You'll see the impact that wards have. Being able to just deny them completely is ridiculously strong. It does cast on a 7, right? But you can get +2 to cast pretty easily if you have an Astrolith and a Slann. It is only range 12, but again, you can just teleport him into range and boost the range with an Astrolith to 18. So you can pick the target you need to disable wards on. And because it's a spell that you can cast this first, then do all of your other spells. There's really nothing more satisfying than using like some big spell like Ravenax Jaws after disabling wards on a unit. Like it feels so good to just Mortal Wounds actually do the damage instead of your opponent having a chance to negate them. It feels really good. This is way more important in Seraphon than in other armies, I think, because Seraphon's not a high damage army. So being able to massively boost your accuracy, let's say, being able to do real damage to units and not deal with wards is incredibly powerful. And then speaking of wards, once per battle, this guy can roll a dice for each battle round that it is. So round 1, you roll 1 dice, round 2, you roll 2, and so on. And for each 2-up you roll, you can pick 1 Seraphon unit anywhere on the table, and it gains a 5-up board until your next hero phase. So this is really good if you're playing if you're playing against a really aggressive list. You can pop this off the first turn. You can put it on a Troglodon or a big unit of warriors or a Bastiladon even, and stick it up front to survive against a double turn potentially. 5-up board is a very, very useful thing. Unfortunately, it's once per game and it can fail. But hey, 5-up board is a 5-up board. It's very good. But downsides, he's slow, he's fragile, does pretty much 0 damage, and the 5-up board can fail, and it's only once per battle. But none of these things matter. The Skink Starseer is an amazing model. Put every single list. I have run lists without Slanns. I haven't run a list without a Starseer. He's so important. He's so good.
The ability to shut off the wards with that spell is amazing, especially on the Starborn side. If you're relying so heavily on doing mortal wounds, that's kind of your Achilles heel, ward saves. And now you have an ability to shut that off. That just makes all your damage just so much better. I was kind of down on this once per battle thing early on, I think, especially when they were previewing it. But I've come around to it. I could see the significant use of it. You've got that one big unit that you're throwing up the board, and you want that to be a thorn in the side of the opponent for this turn, or if they're double turning you don't care. That big unit's got a 5-up ward. So it has some real good strategic value, either in turn 1 or turn 2. I think that's probably where it's always going to be used, depending on what your strategy is. But some fantastic abilities. And he casts 2 spells, so yes, he's very good.
I will say I don't like the design of a once per battle ability that has to roll a 2+. I don't like that. I get that you get more dice the longer you wait for it, but still, there's just something about a once per game ability attached to a dice roll that doesn't go down right. But if you just ignore that ability, like you pretend it doesn't exist, this guy's still S tier. He's so good.
Being able to shut off wards is fantastic. I mean, there's so many wards out there right now. Then people pay points for that. So if you can shut off something that somebody's paying points for, you got a good model.
Yeah. Let's say you play against Slaves to Darkness or Stormcast, and they bring a unit with 10 models, right? Now, let's say they get a 5-up board. Slaves just have those on a lot of their units, and Stormcast can have Gardas. You can translocate the Skink Starseer forwards, cast Celestial Doom to disable wards, and then you can cast Cosmic Crush from Starborne, which rolls dice equal to the number of models in the unit, and each dice roll that equals or beats their save causes a mortal wound. So it's like the best anti-horde spell in the game, or just anti-elite even. You roll 10 dice against, let's say, 10 Chaos Chosen that had a ward. They don't have a ward anymore, and you roll, 7 or 8 mortal wounds. It's phenomenal. It's so strong. And then, because he's a champion, which we haven't talked about yet, but he's a champion, so after you do that combo, once per game, you just teleport him back with Tunnel Master. Oh man, he's good. He's so good.
Yeah.
Just love it. The Skink Starpriest, on the other hand, is not as good, but still quite good. He is an 8-inch move instead of a 6-inch, like the Starseer. He doesn't fly, though, so you can't fly over your own terrain pieces, which is unfortunate. He is a 1-spell Skink Wizard for 130 points. And like we've been saying, Skink spells are really good in both armies. His spell in particular, I quite like, because it has a long range, especially with an Astrolith Bear, it goes with 24. You pick an enemy unit, and it has -1 hit until your next hero phase. Stacking this with a Troglodon has been very, very useful for me. He also has the ability Serpent Staff, where you can pick any Seraphon unit. So this could be 10, 20 warriors, it could be 30 skinks, it could be just 1 salamander. But that unit gains wounds 6 mortal wounds in addition to their normal damage. So you want to pick high volume attackers. Something like Saurus Warriors are great for this. And it lasts until your next hero phase. So if your opponent charges into you and you unleash hell, or you fight defensively on your turn, all of these things will activate it as well. So it's a nice little boost. Unfortunately, not as good as it used to be, because everything that could possibly use this buff, you either want to drop into play with Dracothian's Tail, where it would avoid that timing to use it in the hero phase, or it's just not worth using anymore, like a big blob of skinks, right? Like, that's not a great idea anymore. We talked about skinks, like, they're a screen, they're not really a big hammer anymore. But it is still really good on something like 10 warriors. I'm enjoying that quite a lot.
Yeah, I think that's where you'll see him more often, is over on the Saurus side of things, where he can still pass out that to lots of attacks from the warriors, maybe Aggradons. It helps him a little bit. It does help the Raptadon Chargers if you're starting with them on the board, but it doesn't seem quite as useful as it used to be. At one point, the strategy to beat Seraphon was kill the Starpriest. I don't think that is any longer the strategy to kill Seraphon. So with the demise of the Skink hordes, I don't think you'll see the Starpriest nearly as often.
No.
But it's still a great unit. It's so efficient. Like 135 for this. Skink Wizard, you already have some of the best spell lore in the game, as well as his Warscroll spell is not bad at all. Like, that's awesome. So you're always going to get your value out of this guy. It's just not S tier where you're going to use him at every single list.
Yeah, a lot of times I find that I just want to find the extra points and use a Starseer. The extra spellcast is really, really worth 20 points.
Yeah, because you want to end up, as when I've taken him with the Saurus side of things to try to get those mortal wounds, you end up, I'm going to either cast Mystic Shield or the Warscroll spell or a spell lore, and you're kind of fighting against which one am I going to use this turn. Whereas if you have enough points for the Starseer, yeah, you lose out on the mortals, but you gain the ability for that ward stuff, and you have more options for your spell casting. You can still do Mystic Shield and something else that has some more utility.
Mm-hmm. And this isn't even a situation where you'd bring both, right? Because even when you're bringing both, you could still just bring 2 Starseers instead, right? Like, that's kind of the problem. The point difference is not enough, and I think this guy needs to be a little bit cheaper. Given his stats, 5 wounds, 5-up save, he's so fragile. Even the previous guy with 6 wounds on a 4-up save, this guy just dies to a stiff breeze. you'd think he might be a little bit cheaper, right? Like, I don't think he's worth 130. I would probably put him in the 110 range, 120 maybe. Definitely doesn't feel worth 130.
And they took away his shooting.
Yeah, they did. It's disappointing, but hey, that's fine. Yeah, I think they kept his point cost high. It feels like a precautionary measure because Serpent Staff is so strong, being able to do Wound 6 Mortals. I would hope that, I don't think it's going to play out to be as strong as they thought, and I think it's okay to reduce his points a little bit. But overall, A tier unit, still going to find his way into a lot of lists. Anytime you need more damage, there's not a lot of sources of it where you can just, plug buffs into a list. This guy is gonna find his way into a lot of armies. It's time to talk about the Slann Starmaster. So we waited until the very end of the review to talk about the most important units, but we do this for a reason. It's because to really appreciate how important support pieces like this are, these central pieces to an army, I think it's important to go through and just talk about every unit they're supporting first, what makes them good, what makes them bad, and then once we get here, finally, you can really understand why we're ranking this guy in the S tier. So let's go over it. In addition to being one of the best kits Games Workshop has ever produced, I loved building it. Fantastic model. 9 wounds on a 4-up save, so he's not weak. He's actually pretty hard to kill as far as support heroes go. He will have Saurus Guard near him pretty much all the time to have a 3-up pass. He is a champion, so he can't be shot. He can heroic recovery every turn number every 9, which is pretty reliable. He's hard to kill, and given how far away he can be because of vassal casting, he's hard to reach. Not many armies can get ranged units in range in order to shoot him. It's pretty much like just Stormcast this season, I think. That's the only thing I'd be worried about is a whole bunch of long strikes dropping in and trying to snipe him off. But even then, 3-up ward, basically with the Saurus Guard, so I'm not terribly worried. Why is he so important? Why is he worth protecting? Well, he's a 3-spell wizard with +1 to cast, unbind, and dispel all the time. And the Slann spells are maybe the best spell lore in the game. They're really, really strong. Both Starborne and Coalesced are incredibly impactful. He can also unbind and dispel anywhere on the battlefield. So not only can you cast spells out of enemy unbinding range, they can't do the same to you. You will be unbinding all of their spells all the time, usually with a +1. Arcane Vassal, we've been talking about this whole review. Basically, you just change the location of the caster. You measure the distance and the visibility from a skink wizard within 12 inches, or it can be an oracle anywhere on the battlefield. The skink Troglodon is the only unit with the oracle keyword. So if the Slann casts a spell, you cast it out of unbinding range, and then you measure the effects from a Troglodon anywhere on the table. Very, very useful. This also works, as far as I can tell, it works with endless spells. So you can set up things like endless spells from a Troglodon cast by a Slann on the other side of the table, eliminating one of the weaknesses of endless spells, which is their short range completely. You just cast endless spells immediately in your opponent's face, and there's not really much they can do about it. He also generates command points in your hero phase. You roll 2 dice, and each 4-up gives you an extra command point. It's like using heroic leadership twice every turn. Pretty cool. He has a good command ability, a deceptively good command ability called Gift from the Heavens, where you pick a Seraphon unit, and it has +1 save against missile weapons, and it can fly until your next hero phase. That is very, very good, especially when you combo that with movement abilities in the hero phase like Speed of Huanchi. You can have units just jump over other units. This is great with 12-inch move units like Chargers. Then you can normal move after that, and it's just very, very strong. In addition to just being +1 save against missile weapons. So let's say you're playing against Stormcast. You can give yourself a 4-up ward with his own spell to deal with the long strike mortal wounds, and you can also give yourself +1 save against missile weapons or any unit, really. Very strong command. He has 2 spells on his War Scroll. Unfortunately, one of them is not Comet's Call anymore. That was really fun while it lasted. That's now a Starborn spell. But he's replaced it with 2 spells, so he can actually cast 3 spells every turn, even if he's taken as an ally. One of his spells is cast on a 6, global range. Until the end of the phase, add 1 to casting rolls for all other wizards. And this is not locked to Seraphon wizards. So if you bring him as an ally, or if you bring allied wizards, like some kind of Stormcast wizard or anything, they get +1 to cast as well. And this is anywhere on the battlefield. There's no range on it. It's just for the rest of the turn, they all get +1 cast. Very, very strong effect. This is how you get +2 to cast on a Starseer generally. You have +1 from a Astrolith banner, and then +1 from the Slann itself. His other spell, cast on a 7, which is weird that it's such a high cast value, because all it does is it gives himself a 4-up ward against mortal wounds. which is cool. Like if you're playing a Seraphon versus Seraphon mirror match, this can come in handy. But you have a 3-up ward with Saurus Guard, so I don't know how useful a 4-up ward against mortals in particular is, really. He is a Slann, so he can use the Starborn heroic actions to teleport units and to change the spell that he knows, which is very good. And he is a champion. On top of all of that goodness, he can't be shot if he's near the Saurus Guard, if he's within 1 inch. He can contest objectives like a champion. He can score battle tactics like a champion. All of these things are amazing. Have I said enough good things about a Slann yet? What do you guys think?
I mean, this is the heart of the army, I think. He's an engine. He's enabling a lot of the damage from mortal wounds by himself. He's also enabling your other wizards as well, Celestial Equilibrium. And he's enabling your playstyle, especially like, in Starborn, you want to have the Slann, generating command points. You want to have him casting all the spells, generating those summoning points. I forget what they're called. Oh man,
Celestial power points.
Celestial power
or cosmic power, one of the two.
Or isn't it like CPP? I don't know. We have a lot of CP in the game. So yeah, this is, gosh, he's such a good piece. He's a champion. Like, this is one of the best champions in the game. He's exactly at 9 wounds, and a 4-up save is not bad for a small wizard. What is supposed to be a small wizard.
He's pretty big. Have you seen them cheeks?
Yeah, it's a big base. Yeah, he's the ultimate support piece. He's Krox's best buddy because he is going to be the one that's casting cogs, casting Celestial Equilibrium. He's going to be supporting the army and enabling them to do all the damage that they want to do. Critical to your Starborn lists. I was really disappointed that they took Comet's Call off his War Scroll, but I'm happy with Celestial Equilibrium that was added because that was one of those spells that you wanted to take all the time, and you would cast it, but sometimes you'd have to cast it with other units. So it's nice that it's here on the War Scroll, and it's going to end up being cast a lot by the Slann. One thing to remember with the Slann and Krox, because we talk about him in a second, but these support pieces, you really got to work on your battle plan for how you're going to cast all these spells, and go into a match with a plan of what you want to cast, when you want to cast it, and how you want to cast it, because it does get quite complex. And the Slann here is kind of crucial and central to that ability. So spells, they're going to be doing a lot, and make sure you get those lined up correctly. Slann's very powerful.
Lining it up correctly, it feels like you're aligning the stars and making a constellation and then linking all these pieces together, which is perfectly on theme for this army.
Big brain moments.
Yeah, like Slann brain moments, man.
Only Coalesced really can consider not taking a Slann, I think. I think Starborn is just mandatory.
Yep, I would say so. I haven't thought of any list in Starborn that doesn't take advantage of a Slann, and because they're the only ones that can use the heroic actions. So why play Starborn if you can't use those heroic actions? So the Slann is not a perfect model. Again, nothing is perfect in this game. He can't teleport himself with the heroic action, which is very unfortunate. So you're stuck in a specific position unless you use Tunnel Master to teleport away from it. He can only learn one spell, which is odd. He can switch the spell he knows in Starborn, but not in Coalesced. So if you want to take another spell, and believe me, you do, because they're all very good, you have to take either a command trait to learn 2 spells, or you have to take a spell enhancement for your army, which you may not want to do, because spell enhancements means you're not taking artifacts, and there's some really good artifacts that you want in this game. He is a very high priority target. It's not as bad as it used to be. Like, if you lose the Slann, even in Starborn, the game's not instantly over. There's enough stuff you still have on the table, and usually your opponents have to, like, if you do it right, your opponents have massively overextended in order to kill the Slann, and it's not like it's game over. But you do pretty much always want protection from Saurus Guard. Like, if you can finish your game with the Slann alive, you're probably going to win. It's usually what it feels like. And I'm really stretching to find downsides here. His base is too large to use Lauchon, so he can't even teleport with that, unfortunately. 80 millimeters is slightly bigger than 3 inches.
The only one spell is, it is a downside, and it feels good at the same time, because you look at that lore, the Slann lore, and you're like, I want to take every single one of those spells, and it's nice when you have to make some hard decisions here, and because every spell is good, maybe not every single one, but there's quite a few that are good. And so that lends it to some strategical list planning before the game starts. So I like that.
Spell enhancements actually feel really good in this army because skink wizards usually want to know more than one spell, and being able to have multiple spells in the Slann means it's easier to throw away the junk spell you don't need at the moment if you're using that heroic action. Because if you just have the one spell, you can be like, well, okay, I have Comet's Call. Do I want to ditch it to take Tepok's Beneficence, or do I want to ditch it to take Mystical Enforging or anything like that? And it feels bad to do that if you only have the one spell. But if you have two, while some of them are more situational than others, so you can pick and choose, and it feels really good to learn multiple spells.
Yeah. And this army is definitely okay with not being a one drop as well, which lends itself to taking that spell enhancement.
For sure. Yeah, the Slann is phenomenal. Also a great model. They're going to make a lot of money off this guy.
Those cheeks, man.
He's so good. The model is so cool, and the kit has so many different options. I considered buying a second one just to have different builds. So for when I'm playing Starborn versus Coalesced, but probably not.
I did have a buddy bring a Starborn list this past weekend with Kroak and 2 Slans in the list. And just an incredible amount of spellcasting and celestial conjuration points coming in. It was fantastic.
That's so silly.
No myriad anyone?
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said no myriad anyone?
Oh, luckily he did not run into, but yes, that would have hurt his list a little bit.
All right, well, let's talk about Lord Kroak, who is, I thought going into from first edition or from Warhammer Fantasy to first edition, this was going to be one of those silly models that would just get cut eventually because it's a pun, right? Like Dead Frog, he croaked, haha, right? But he has consistently been one of the best models in the game forever. And every edition seems to make him different, but also just as powerful somehow. Like third edition, everything is a lot weaker in third edition. Lord Kroak, still a beast. Still just can kill enemy armies by himself if left unchecked. So let's break through how he does it. He is a 4-spell wizard with +2 to cast, unbind, and dispel all the time. We're approaching like god territory. Like he casts maybe not as reliably as Teclis, but when you add in all the support pieces and the vassal casting, I think Kroak's the best wizard in the game. Better than the god of magic himself, which is great. Feels really good. He knows every spell from your lore, depending on whether you pick Starborn or Coalesced. He doesn't learn the other one, he just learns that one. So if you're playing Starborn, he knows all the Starborn spells and so forth. Slann spells are very good. Knowing all of them is even better. You can avoid having to take the spell enhancement tax with that. He can also dispel and unbind anywhere like a regular Slann. He does the same vassal casting. Cool. His melee damage, okay, he's got this thing. You roll dice equal to the number of models within 3 inches. Each 5-up is a mortal wound. Okay, cool. He generates 3 command points on 4 dice instead of 2. Cool. Golden Death Mask. This is actually kind of good. Start of combat, you pick one enemy within 12 inches, and it fights last if you roll over its bravery with 2 dice. Equal to or over its bravery. So sometimes it just wins the game because your opponent forgets that it exists and they just charge into range. The reason you play Kroak, though, is Celestial Deliverance. His spell casts on a 7, it has a range of 12, but because of all the vassal casting nonsense this army can do, it's basically range everything on the table. 3 units within range take D3 mortal wounds each. And this spell can be cast any number of times. So he casts this spell 4 times per turn. That means the 3 most important units in the enemy army every turn are taking 3D or 4d3 mortal wounds. And that is back-breaking. Like, you don't recover if your key units get hit by this. It's really, really rough. So yeah, people are going to build lists that have Lord Kroak. They teleport Troglodon forward. They cast a whole bunch of Celestial Deliverance to nuke down key pieces. There's going to be another Slann nearby, casting Comet's Call, casting endless spells. There's going to be a list that just kills you with Lord Kroak if you're not prepared for it. And for that reason, in addition to other reasons, I think there's a lot of play for him outside of that list. I think he's an S-tier unit.
Absolutely. Kroak has always been fun for the Seraphon player to play with. I think you'll see him all the time in Starborn. Absolutely. Just the mortal wound output that he can put anywhere on the board when teamed up with the correct build is phenomenal. A lot of times people will look at that, 395 points he is right now and think that's insanely cheap for the damage he does, but you are having to spend a lot of points to set this up. So take that into consideration. He's not doing this unsupported, so there is a stack of units that you have to do to get him to do all those mortals. I think you might see him played a little bit in Coalesced, maybe more than the Slann. I don't know, because he gets to know the entire spell lore, and over in the Coalesced side of things, they have some spells that they want to cast from the Slann spell lore. So you might end up playing them to where you're casting support spells in turn 1 until you can line up your big mortal wound stuff later on in the game. Fantastic model, beautiful model. I really enjoy the look of both the Slann and the Kroak. They just knocked it out of the park with these models. I love them, and very, very useful in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good buddy of mine always mentions how this model has the best illusion of flight from any GW model, and the new Slann really starts to line up with that. But besides that, like rules wise, my favorite part is that he can unbind and dispel anywhere in the battlefield, and that is such a polarizing thing. Just because a lot of time you deploy, you want to take endless spell portal, you want to try to get yourself out of range of enemy spellcasters, and then there's this guy with a +2 to unbind and dispel, who does not care what you do. He's gonna be able to take a chance or take a shot.
Yeah, and because he's got this stupid name, you're just gonna have all your spells canceled by a meme sitting in the corner of the list of the battlefield. It's just
actual
demoralizing.
Pepe from.
Yeah.
But okay, he's not perfect, right? He is 18 wounds technically, which means he doesn't get cover or lookout, sir. But he has this mechanic where at the end of any phase where he took any amount of damage, doesn't matter how much damage he took, you roll 3 dice and you add the number of wounds he took. And if the result is 20 or more, he is instantly slain immediately. If he's not slain, he fully heals. But the fact that you can just take 2 wounds and then the game's over because you lost your 400-point piece that you built your whole list around, that's a huge downside. It's actually one of the reasons I personally am not going to play him in competitive lists, because I just hate that amount of randomness. The idea that, I took 5 wounds and the game's over randomly. Cool. Nothing I can really do about that. Yeah, regular Slann takes 5 wounds, then he just heals it back with heroic leadership, and then he summons more Saurus Guard. This guy can just lose the game immediately. First time I ever used Lord Kroak, fun story. He miscast. I didn't have Saurus Guard within range to absorb it. He took 3 mortal wounds, and he died. And the game was over. First spell of the game, first time I ever used him. Yep.
Ouch.
So I personally really dislike this rule. Despite the power of Lord Kroak, I have a strong dislike for rules that can just lose you the game randomly.
And it doesn't feel good for anybody involved. I don't
Yeah.
feel like. So if I save it, well, then that doesn't feel good for you because you put some damage into him and it got nothing out of it. If he dies, then it doesn't feel good for me because it just random dice made him leave the battlefield. So it is an odd rule there.
Mm-hmm. And in addition, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say most of the time I have found that people just don't put damage into him unless they think they can kill him off. So it's kind of one of those models where he's either gonna take no damage all game or somebody's gonna focus fire on him and kill him.
Yeah, doing just 18 damage to him, even through a 3-up with the Saurus Guard, is not impossible in Age of Sigmar. This is a very lethal game. If the right targets connect with him, like if your opponent drops in 9 long strikes from reserve, I'm pretty sure Kroak's dead. It's just not.
You're facing, 55 Blitzbarb archers.
Yeah, and you happen to be just within 30 inches.
Yeah.
There's other downsides. He is unique, so he can't gain Slann command traits or artifacts, which are very, very good. Trust me, these are phenomenal. You'll see them soon. He doesn't have Gift of the Heavens or Celestial Equilibrium like a normal Slann, and it feels like those are really key support pieces for this army. They really lean into the tricky side of Seraphon, where you're winning the game through movement shenanigans and making all your other spells more reliable, and he just doesn't bring that, and it makes you think, well, I'm paying 400 points for him, do I pay another almost 300 to bring another Slann? And then I've got 700 points, what's the rest of my list going to look like? It starts to feel pretty restrictive. And I would say Lord Kroak, more than a Slann, needs Saurus Guard. You need so many. He needs probably I would bring 15 Saurus Guard to protect Kroak. It's that important.
I feel like when you start, when you have Kroak in a list, you've kind of started down a path of what you want that list to look like, and that includes the Astrolith, that includes the Troglodon right now, that includes another Slann. I think you've got a Saurus Guard, obviously too. You're kind of already building into a very specific play style with Kroak.
Yeah.
Lots of spellcasts.
Yeah, this unit I think gets the S tier mostly for the fact that he defines lists. We talk about our S tier being either list defining or just that generalistic. He's 100% in the list defining category. He's not the most general model.
Yeah, he is S for sure. There's going to be a lot of tournament reports with the Kroak Bomb going 5-0 and winning events, but I think that list will start to hit walls. There's armies out there like Khorne and other Seraphon lists that can pretty reliably shut you down. Null Myriad OBR is a hard counter. There's all kinds of armies that just don't care about this particular profile, and people will learn that you can just keep your key units more than 9 inches off the front line, which means he won't be in range after the Troglodon teleports. He won't be within 18 to cast spells on you. So, yeah, even when the hard counters aren't considered, just keeping your key units out of range is not an impossible thing to do. So you're going to see a big spike in Kroak, especially Kroak Bomb lists, and then they will quickly fall out of favor, fall out of style, and then you'll start to see him uptick a little bit more in usage as people find more balanced lists that use him. Like Coalesced and Kroak actually seems pretty good together. And let's end on a sour note. The Starblood Stalkers. Caleb, am I crazy? I could not find any use for this unit, this warband. The short version is, when do I ever want 2 unique heroes and a bodyguard for those heroes if they don't really do anything and they cost 300 points? Like, what is the point of this?
I don't know. I don't know that I've ever seen this on a table of Age of Sigmar. Anybody ever play it? So it's still in that same category. F tier is correct. You wouldn't take it. You just don't do it. Like you maybe if you wanted a teleport type of thing in Coalesce, but there's cheaper ways to do that and better ways to do that. You've got a unit for 90 points that can do the same thing. So yeah, it's never take. Great models, and you might use, you can use these models for other things in the army, but
yeah,
not for the Starblood Stalkers.
Well, I'm looking at three Skink Primes, a Chameleon Skink Prime, a Starpriest, and an Oldblood.
Yep.
Okay, so I will mention there is a cool ability this unit does. Once per battle, Kikitaka, I think that's how you pronounce that, he can throw his orb at a unit in the hero phase, at an enemy unit. And that enemy unit can no longer contest objectives until your next hero phase. This is so insanely good against like Gargants and things like that, or Soulblight Gravelords, units that are really big problems. That's a really powerful effect. It's not worth 300 points. Because you can just kill stuff, right? You can have real units that do things. But I will point out this fun combo. Because this is used in the hero phase, you can't move before doing it. But you can do Speed of Huanchi on Kikitaka in order to move him in range and then use his orb. And
yeah, he's a source, yeah.
Even then, it can fail because it's on a 2+. So
your favorite role in the game.
The best. Once per battle, 2+. Yay.
Yeah. Those are always good abilities. But yeah, this poor unit, it's so overcosted, it just doesn't make any sense in this army. I don't even know understand
what point value would have to be to play it. Like 180? Even then, why do I care about just an Oldblood without the command ability and a generic skink hero that can't take artifacts? Like, it's useless.
And it's Coalesced only. It's so restrictive.
Like, so I was watching y'all's video on that new warband for Stormcast. Compare it to that one, the Quester Soulsworn for 250, and you're thinking, well, how did they price this at 290?
Yeah, and already I think on the side note that warband might be a little overpriced, maybe just a little bit, but this is out of left field, not even close.
All right. Yeah. To be fair, Underworld's warbands are generally worse than Warcrime warbands. And this, but even then, I'd rather have the new Stormcast Underworld's warband, the Domatan Storm Coven. I'd rather have them than this unit. Like,
in the army.
Yeah, that's how bad this unit is.
At least you can use Celestial Equilibrium for them. Huh.
Yeah. All right, that's enough beating up on the worst unit in the book. F tier, don't buy this unit unless you just want proxies for unit leaders or you just want to pick up an Old Blood and a Starpriest on the cheap. That's it.
They're cool looking.
Mm-hmm. All right, this is our Seraphon tier list summary. All the units we just talked about here, broken down from S tier through A tier. You can see in S tier, we put the Raptadon Chargers, the Slann Starmaster, Lord Croak, the Astrolith Bearer, Skink Starseer, and the Skink Oracle on Troglodon. We believe all of these units are incredibly powerful, very well costed. They will form the core of most armies in the game, whether you're playing Starborn or Coalesced. Raptadon Chargers are, at least in my opinion, maybe you guys can give me your thoughts on this. I think they're the only unit that really feels like a cut above the rest, where you can just put them in any list and feel good about it.
Yeah, I agree. They're fast enough to do enough damage. They're fragile. That's the only downside, really. But they're very useful.
In A tier, we've got the Saurus Warriors, the Saurus Guard, the Skinks, and the Salamanders, the spawn of Chotec. We've got the Skink Starpriest, and then for Behemoths, we've got the Saurus Oldblood on Carnosaur and the Bastiladon with Solar Engine. In the B tier, we've got Aggradon Lancers, Terradon Riders, Hunters of Huanchi with the Bolas in particular, not with the Dart Pipes, and Kroxigor Warspawned, not the regular Kroxigors. For Behemoths, we've got the Bastiladon with the Ark of Sotek, the Stegadon, and the Stegadon Chief. In C tier, this is the cutoff point. Anything below this we think is not going to be valid for competitive play, or viable, I should say, not viable for competitive play. We've got Terrawings, Kroxigors, and the Scar Veteran on Carnosaur. These are all very situational picks. These are not bad Warscrolls. They are just incredibly niche. You need a very particular reason and a very particular list. In the D tier, we believe these units are not viable for competitive play. They are either completely without purpose because another unit just does it much better, or they are just massively overcosted and they would need a significant point cut. Down here, we've put the Ripperdactyl Riders, Raptadon Hunters, Hunters of Huanchi with Dart Pipes, the Saurus Oldblood, the Scar Veteran on Aggradon, Ripperdactyl Chief, and Terradon Chief. And, of course, sadly, the Engine of the Gods. F tier is the place where we think there is no hope for this unit to ever see competitive play. Even if it got its points cut in half, I don't think it would see play. The Starblood Stalkers are the only one that beat that category. So overall, 23 out of 32, or about 72% of the book, is viable in competitive play. And that's really good. Compare that to Stormcast, where I think we're sitting at like 60-something percent as of our last tier list. 72% is it's a B-. There's a couple of units that they missed the mark on. I think Ripperdactyls and the Scar Veteran and Aggradon in particular kind of hurt me, just because I really wanted these Warscrolls to be much better. But still, tons of options in this book. It is a relatively well-balanced internally.
Yeah, it feels good. I feel like there's plenty of options to play into what you want to see in your Seraphon army.
Let's talk about some Seraphon Allies. So Caleb, I'm going to do my best to convince you that there are Stormcast units worth using in your army instead of more Seraphon units. Some have a better case than others. First one, of course, is Big Daddy Prime, Celestant Prime. For 330 points, he is expensive, but he is guaranteed a 12-inch charge out of reserve, which is really, really strong, especially when you add in his damage. Starting on round 2, he does about 15 damage very accurately. It's going to be on 2s, rend 3 if you all out attack. And then after he does that damage, he's also durable. He's got 8 wounds on a 4-up board, so effectively 16 wounds, which is on a 3-up save. And because he's a hero, he can use Finest Hour and Recovery, so he just drops in, kills something, drops mortal wounds on the rest of the army, and then just turns into a turtle for a turn, and your opponent just has to deal with him. And they have to put a lot of resources into dealing with him. So I think that's good enough to get a B tier in this army. He seems really solid.
Yeah, I think he can have a play. Probably more so on maybe the coalesce side of things, where you don't have a lot of movement around the board and ambushes and deep strike type of things. I think it may be just too many points maybe on the Starborn side, where you're already doing a lot of mortal wounds. You may not need those extra mortal wounds. Well, you always need mortal wounds. Don't get me wrong there. But you're already doing a lot of mortal wounds, and you may not have the points for Prime in that type of list. But the deploying off the board, coming in, guarantee charge, that's always useful.
Mm-hmm. Especially because this army really has trouble taking down big targets, like finishing them off. The monsters that Seraphon use are not super high damage. Like maybe the Carnosaur, if you fully buff it up and you make a Kilosaur, that can do some good damage. But like dropping in shooting like Stegadons, Bastiladons, some Salamanders, it can struggle to finish off more elite stuff. And then you've got this Rend 3 mace that does 15 damage pretty reliably on 2s and 2s. That's really, really good. Especially more Mortal Wounds is great. Like, Mortal Wounds are the kind of thing that the more you do, the more effective each one gets. Especially doing it without a spell, because there's going to be armies that can ignore a lot of the Mortal Wounds you can do. This guy just doesn't care about that. He just, D3 Mortal Wounds to your whole army. Suck it.
Yeah. And if you told me this was a Saurus hero that did this and had the same exact profile, I'd be hyped.
Yep. You can model it. Just
yeah. So I think some people will shy away from allies, but I think there's a time and place where allies can fill in a slot that your army doesn't have, and it works pretty well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's something Stormcast players do all the time. We love using allies, so it's something I'm keen on discussing. The Stormstrike Chariot, I think, is okay in this army, right? It's a durable, fast pinning unit. It moves 12 inches and has 12 wounds on a 3-up save, which is quite good. Deals charge mortal wounds like it was an ogre monster, which is really cool. And then after it charges, it has -1 to be hit that turn. So you don't really care if you attack with a different unit and then your opponent attacks the chariot, because it's so tough, especially that turn when it charges. We found as Stormcast players that it's a really good pinning unit, an anvil, a screen, supporting charger. It just does a little bit of everything defensively that you would want. In particular, a really good use for it is that it just takes up a lot of space, and that space is taken up until your opponent deals with it completely. Like, usually when you use screening units, let's say you use a unit of 5 models, you lose 3 of them, you've now created space for your opponent to get past you. And that's a problem. Units like Stormstrike Chariots or monsters like Stegadons and Droglodons and things like that, one of their inherent advantages is not losing space on the board until they're completely wiped out. And at only 170 points, that's a lot of utility.
Yeah, I guess it's fighting for probably that slot of some extra Raptadon Chargers. That's kind of what it's in that same role where it's playing that fast charging piece.
Yeah,
but it's definitely more durable, and it's got the mortal wounds, which are nice. But what's the damage like on the Stormstrike Chariot compared to like a Raptadon Chargers, maybe?
Oh, it's nowhere near Chargers.
Oh, okay.
Chargers are one of the best fighting units in the game, right? They just have such high volume. It's okay. It's like charging in with like a weaker Stormcast unit. It's nothing special. A lot of its damage comes from the charge mortal wounds, which are quite nice.
Gotcha.
I want to mention Domatan's Storm Coven, because we just did a video about this on our channel. They're a 2-spell wizard, and they can get +1 cast from the Slann. Their signature spell gives a unit strike first, which is this whole review we've been talking about how hard it is to get strike first or strike last in this army. This is really one of the only few ways to do it. So if you stick strike first on a unit of, let's say, 9 Kroxigors, your opponent cannot charge those 9 Kroxigors. They will just murder everything that gets within 3 inches of them. So that's a very powerful effect. And the fact that you can cast it, you have to pick a table quarter. There's a whole bunch of conditions. If I'm clever with YouTube, I'll figure out how to add a card here so you guys can check out a review of this War Scroll. But it's also got a shooting attack, right? It can be a sharpshooter, which is one of the few units in this army that can be a good sharpshooter. It will be on 2s, 4s, -1 if you're standing in the right quarter of the battlefield. And it's also 12 wounds on a 3-up save. So, it does a lot of things pretty well, and then it has this incredibly powerful spell. If you can get that spell off in the right list, I think this could actually see play in a Seraphon army.
Yeah, anytime you can proc a spell or an ability on is it going onto a friendly unit, not necessarily a Stormcast unit?
Oh yeah, it's any unit.
Nice.
And it's also any friendly unit or any enemy unit. If it's a friendly unit, you can strike first. If it's an enemy unit, they strike last.
Ah. Yes, those always, kind of perk up the ears a little bit, because those make great allies because you can spread those abilities around.
Yeah, so there's a list I'll be talking about later that tries to take advantage of this really powerful spell.
Okay.
Vigilors. They are not great shooting damage, not great threat range, only 23 inches, which it's okay actually for Seraphon standards. But every time Vigilors hit a unit and wound it and get through saves, every enemy unit against them has +1 hit until the end of the turn. So that's all of your shooting, all of your combat. This also works on Unleash Hell if you somehow can finagle that. Vigilors are a nice buff piece for this army, because this army has no way to spread all-out attack aside from the Oldblood and Carnosaur. So if you don't want to bring an Old Blood, you could bring this unit that can sit on an objective, shoot stuff 18 inches away, give you +1 hit. It's also 10 wounds on a 4-up save. Not the worst thing in the world. I think Vigilors might see play as an ally in Seraphon.
I played them. Let's see. I took them to a tournament actually where I had a lot of Bastiladons, and it worked well in that type of list where you know that you're going to be focusing down one target, and you can hit these Vigilors into it, maybe do some damage to get that +1 to hit, and it felt good there. I probably wouldn't run it in that type of list now with all the Bastiladons that I had before, but it's if you're looking for a +1 to hit on multiple units, is it this or the Hunters? These guys are they kind of fill that same role maybe, but they'll probably do more damage in the shooting than the Hunters will.
Yeah, and the Hunters also only buff the mount, or sorry, just the rider, not the mount.
Oh, that's
attack,
true. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not going to really discuss every possible ally unit. I'm just thinking stuff that I could call C tier or higher, and I think Vigilors could make that cut.
Yeah.
But here's a unit I think could actually see a lot of play in Seraphon. The Evocators and Celestial Dracolines have quickly become one of our favorite units on the Stormkeep. They're fast, they deal fantastic damage all the time, whether they charge or not, because their combination of rider attacks, mount attacks, and then the Mortal Wound Blast that they do after attacking. All of these things add up, and these guys hit about as hard as 2 Fulminators, which is a lot of damage. That's something Seraphon generally don't do, is that high level of damage. They're also 15 wounds on a 4-up save, which by Stormcast standards, that's not good, but by every other army standards, that is pretty good. They always reroll their own charges. They bring their own +1 to wound buff, and they are a wizard that can unbind spells in the enemy turn. They can get +1 to cast from a Slann, which is nice. They can dispel stuff basically for free. This is a unit that we use a lot to kind of play its own game on the side of the board, controlling flanks, counterattacking against enemy charges. It's really, really versatile and really powerful. Definitely, okay. I think it's an A tier unit. I think people should definitely give this a try. In fact, I've got a list later on that will showcase how these guys can be used in Seraphon.
Very interesting. Interesting.
The last Stormcast unit I want to talk about is the Drakesworn Templar. Seraphon has no shortage of big monsters that are overpriced, but here's another one. This guy's 18 wounds on a 4-up save. He is a hero monster, unlike something like a Stegadon, so he can be used in all those fancy heroic actions and things like that. He has a +1 cast for friendly wizards aura and a -1 cast for enemy wizards aura, which makes it a lot easier to unbind stuff if you want to generate cosmic power, which is cool. He doesn't have the best damage output, but his shooting attack is good. Like it's like shooting with a Knight Judicator and a half. It's really good. It's like Rend 3, 2s and 3s, 8 damage total, which is decent. It's like a Bastiladon shot, basically.
Yeah.
Then he's also fast. He's flying. He can eat models instantly, so he can devour unit champions. He can devour smaller heroes if he's lucky. I've had games where he just eats pigs whole. He's playing against Ironjaws and he's just gobbling them up one turn after the other. In a Stormcast army, that 4+ save is a huge downside. In any other army, 4+ save looks great. It just looks like a high value creature for 400 points.
Yeah, a little bit more expensive than a Stegadon Chief, but has some buffs that help out other units, kind of unlike a Stegadon Chief. And so maybe if you have the extra points and you're looking for that big stompy monster in a Starborn list, maybe that would help out there with all your casting. I mean, you could Kroak casting on +5, at that point. It's pretty good.
He's a good anvil if you give him Mystic Shield and Finest Hour. He's got +2. There's ways to make him more tanky, and I think he could see some play here.
Okay.
The Frostheart Phoenix is very good. I've heard rumors that it's being removed from Cities of Sigmar when the new release comes out, so I don't recommend anyone go out and buy this model. But if you have it, I think it's a good ally to use in Seraphon. In any army, really. On its own, it's a 16-inch move, flying 12 wound monster with a 4-up save that anytime you cast a spell within 12 inches, not wholly within 12, just within 12, it gets +1 to save. So in Seraphon, it's always a 3-up save monster. You can also pay another 100 points to get an Anointed on top to give it a 4-up ward. But the reason you want to bring it is that enemy units within 9 inches have -1 to wound with melee weapons. You stack this with a Troglodon aura, your opponent is going to have the most miserable time ever.
This goes into the unkillable Troglodon list, where you move that Troglodon into the middle of the board and say, you're going to eat my mortal wounds all day long, and you can't kill this Troglodon.
Yep. It's oppressively good to have both -1 hit and -1 wound.
Yeah.
So Frostheart Phoenix has been a big favorite of mine. I've been using it to great success lately. And the last ally I want to mention is the Battle Mage, the Humble Battle Mage, which is an S tier unit in Stormcast because of his abilities. How good is he in Seraphon, though? Well, there's 3 different flavors of Battle Mage I want to talk about. The first one is the Hish Battle Mage, which has the Foz protection spell. If you pick a friendly unit and you give it -1 hit. So if you stack this on a Troglodon, it's just -1 hit always, even through all-out attack. It's like the Starpriest, except instead of casting it on an enemy unit, you cast it on a friendly unit. So depending on whether you want to debuff one big enemy unit or buff one big friendly unit, this could see some play. Let's say you have a block of 30 Saurus Warriors, and you give it -1 hit against everything, and then you teleport it forwards with Lord Kroak using telepathic summons. All of a sudden, your opponent has to chew through a lot of wounds at -1 hit. The Gur Battle Mage has +1.
I like that. I like that first one. Keep going. I like that first one.
The Gur Battle Mage, because you're playing in Gur this season, he always has +1 to cast, and his spell is excellent. It's called Wild Form. It gives you +2 to run rolls and +2 to charge rolls. This does not stack with any run 6 effect, so if you run 6, you don't get to run 8. But let's say you're using Heavenly Frenzy, you don't want to burn a command point, you just want to run in charge. Even then, it's still +2 charge, worst case scenario. But think of something like, teleporting a unit with Starborne and then giving it +2 charge, because this spell has a sneaky good range. It is within 12 inches, not wholly within 12. So even if you teleport a unit forwards more than 9 inches, it's very likely that you'll still be within range to cast Wild Form on that unit, and you'll have +1 cast from a Slann, so this is +2 to cast, and it casts on a 5, so unless you miscast or the enemy unbinds, it's just going off.
Yeah.
But yeah,
and it stacks well with a lot of the units have an innate +1 to charge from the command models in the unit. So this gives it a +3 to charge. You're gonna be making some nice juicy charges there.
Oh yeah, it's pretty nice. And then the third one, and this one's super niche, but the Shaiish Battle Mage has the Pall of Doom spell, and that's Paul with 2 L's, not like me. It simply just gives an enemy unit -2 bravery. And there are almost no bravery effects left in the game. So this one's worth pointing out. Even if it's not very good, it's worth pointing out that it exists, because Terrawings, like we discussed, have a bravery mechanic. So giving an enemy unit -2 bravery can put bravery 8 units down to 6, bravery 10 units down to 8. All of these things suddenly become a lot more manageable for Terrawings to use their very powerful ability to shut off commands. Don't think that's particularly useful right now, but it's worth pointing out. The first 2 are the main one, the Hish Battle Mage being able to defensively buff a unit rather than offensively like a Starpriest, and the Gur Battle Mage for the extra mobility. I think both of these could see play in Seraphon.
Yeah, I like that. I like both of those.
And he's only 100 points.
Cheaper than any other hero we got.
That's true. Oh, I miss the days of 80-point Starpriests.
Yep.
They're not coming back.
Nope.
Okay, let's talk Endless Spells, because they are a big deal for Seraphon. Being able to add 6 inches to the range of all spells that you cast with an Astrolith Bearer adds a completely new dimension to Endless Spells. Instead of being this thing that you sometimes cast round 2, or you maybe cast a Horror Gas round 1 if you get lucky and nobody unbinds it and stuff's in range, these things are reliably where you want them, when you want them. They're so easy to use in Seraphon, it's worth having a whole discussion about them. So first up, Horrorghast is, I think, I'm going to argue that Horrorghast is going to be the best one, because one of the things Seraphon really struggle with is finishing off units, in particular Horde units. Units can just use Inspiring Presence, and then all the damage you did to them, it doesn't finish the unit off. They can start rallying, they can start reviving models, they can start doing all this stuff that you don't want to deal with. You want to be able to finish units off. Seraphon are not like a super high damage army. We can't kill 60 zombies in one turn. Even if you use Chargers, it's still pretty dicey. And the Horrorghast is easy to cast, has a super long threat range, right? Like all units within 12 inches, if you Comet's Call and Celestial Deliverance, a whole bunch of units, and then just stick a little Horrorghast right in the middle of all of them, at the end of the turn, they all run away. So really, really powerful. It's great with salamanders. It's great with spells. Be careful your own skinks don't get caught in its range because that feels bad. But 70 points, right? That's the downside, is that 70 points is a lot. That's almost a unit of skinks in this army. So can be difficult.
Yeah, between this and then a lot of the monsters we have, there's a lot of ways to shut down that inspiring presence, and so that you can pretty reliably keep them from ever getting inspiring presence most of the game.
Mm-hmm. I find that the Carnosaurs and Troglodons are not as good at stopping that effect because opponents can just pull models such that their horde unit is no longer within 3 inches, and then that effect is turned off. The Horror Ghast doesn't have that problem. It's always in range. You can cast it out of unbinding range, place it where you need it because of vassal casting and all this stuff. So I really, really like it. I thought about giving it the S tier, but I don't think it's going to go in most lists.
Yeah. I mean, it pairs fantastically well with all the spell mortal wounds you're going to be doing.
Right.
Yep. Absolutely.
Pendulum, not much to say here. It's it's D3 mortal wounds to everything in a line every turn. You can dispel it yourself the next turn and then recast it and do it again. Like, it's 30 points. That's why it's on the list. It's worth considering if you have 30 points left over.
Yeah.
Chronomantic Cogs. If you have Kroak, you're bringing the Cogs. There is no debate. It's in your list because if Kroak miscasts, you lose. So, yeah. It's also just good in general, right? Like, you're going to have something like 5 or 6 spell casts in most of your Seraphon lists, maybe more, honestly. Being able to reroll all of them for just 1 spell and 70 points seems pretty good. But
Absolutely. This is it's critical to your Starborn spellcasting list. You're going to start with this Chronomantic Cogs in your list every time.
Well, I'm going to push back a bit on that because 70 points is a lot. Because if
it is a lot, yeah.
Because that could be a Horror Ghast. Like, you could bring both, but that's then 140 points. What I've been finding that liking lately is I just take Master of Magic on my Slann, and that kind of avoids most of the miscasting issues.
Yeah.
And then once I have that, I no longer feel the need for Chronomantic Cogs. It is nice to reroll on all my Skink Wizards if I can keep them in range. That is nice to do that. But in my opinion, if this is like 100% with Kroak, without Kroak, there's a discussion to be had.
All right.
Emerald Life Swarm would be really good if it wasn't 60 points. It heals or revives D3 wounds from 1 unit, so you can get back a Saurus Guard, usually. I think that's like the best case use, or like healing monsters D3 every turn. These are really nice, doubling up the healing on Troglodons or tripling it if you use Heroic Recovery. These are all nice things. 60 points, though. That's a lot of points. I wanted to put it on this list because I feel like once it goes down to 50 or even 40 points, I could definitely see a lot more play for this in lists.
Yeah, I think you nailed it there with the Troglodon. If you can park it there beside the Troglodon and help him out, keep him topped off, it would be pretty good. But 60 points is a lot for the spell, I think.
It's weird to think like 20 points makes such a difference, but it really does. It really, really does.
Yeah.
Geminids, they are very good. Seraphon have issues with doing, like, they need their damage to connect, and things like disabling wards is really good, but even better than disabling wards is disabling commands, especially after you disable wards so that they can't even ignore it, potentially. So the Geminids have a huge threat range in Seraphon, up to 23 inches. They can hit multiple units, they do a mortal wound to each of them, and on a 2-up, they prevent redeploy, they prevent all-out defense and shooting, they prevent things like 5-up ward commands in OBR or Night Haunt, they prevent Unleash Hell, they prevent all these super useful commands that could just, win you the game. In particular, stopping Unleash Hell is a big deal. I found that I'm playing a Starborn list, I'm dropping Chargers into play, or even without a Starborn, or without Dracothian's Tail, you're just trying to charge in a unit like Raptadon Chargers. They're so fragile that even some of the weakest Unleash Hell in the game can just kill 2 or 3 of them on the way in. And then they don't have that critical damage output that they need in order to finish off a unit. Being able to turn off Unleash Hell from range, from outside of Unbinding range critically, is very good. Shutting down Redeploy is very, very good. This is a, like, Redeploy wins games sometimes, right? It's that powerful. And being able to just say, no, you're not allowed to do that this turn is I think that's worth 50 points.
Yeah, I used to like it a whole lot for the all-out defense, keeping people from doing that while I was doing a lot of shooting. I think you're right with the Unleash Hell is probably what I'm looking to prevent with Geminids now in this list where I'm dropping things outside of 7 and trying to make that charge. So yeah, I like it for that.
Yeah, that's super crucial. It's one of the ways you play against Lumineth with Seraphon is you disable their Unleash Hell so that you can drop Chargers into play, and then the Chargers can just eat up all those delicious Sentinels.
Yep.
Purple Sun. We're talking about how it's like a Rend 1 army for the most part. Purple Sun makes it Rend 2, man, and that feels really good. Then sometimes it also just instantly kills stuff like Dracoths. Very rarely it can kill stuff like Storm Drakes. But yeah, the -1 Rend aura feels really, really good. And it's hard to dispel. Unlike a lot of other spells here, your opponents can just like, they're spending cast getting rid of them. Purple Sun's not going away that easy. It's a tough one.
Yeah. We have enough pluses to cast to reliably get it off, and then it's very hard to unbind.
Mm-hmm. This is one of the reasons I'm preferring Master of Magic over some other command traits, is because sometimes you have hard casts like 8+, like this, Mystical and Forging. There's a few other spells that are really hard to cast, and being able to reroll them makes them a lot more reliable. But 90 points. That's 10 skinks, man.
It is expensive.
Tough.
Yeah.
Once you start putting all these expensive spells in your list, you don't have a lot of bodies left on the table.
Yeah, it is going to be a difficult choice with some of these endless spells because your lists you have so many casts, you are going to want endless spells in the list, but the more and more you add, the fewer and fewer bodies you end up with on the board. So you do have to have a plan and a purpose for these things.
Yeah, that's why I compared it to 10 skinks, because I feel like usually what'll get cut is that last screening unit that you need in order to stop an enemy from charging your turn 1 reliably.
Yep.
Or a double turn or something, yeah, 90 points goes a long way. Ravanax Jaws. So I really like this spell, especially because you can combine it with the Terradon Riders, the combo we discussed earlier, and the Shards of Valar, which we'll talk about soon, which half enemy movement. And then you can take a big bite. So this has been really useful against a lot of slow infantry units, Gits or Chosen, or any pick your Stormcast unit. I've also found it very, very useful for just killing small heroes. Foot heroes are usually 5 or 6 inch move. They are slow. Jaws will just walk over and one-shot them. And that feels amazing. Super high threat range in Seraphon, right? 23 inch generally. Really, really nice to have.
And I think, we have enough spellcasters in the army that you can combo up some of these endless spells and spells from the spell lore to make these hit harder than they normally would. So you got some good combos here.
Oh, yeah. And the more endless spells you bring, the better they get. It's like your opponent can dispel maybe 1, sometimes 2 reliably, and then still have enough buffs into whatever they want to get done. It's really difficult to dispel 3 spells and then still have a good casting phase. Even if you're playing against armies like Lumineth, Teclis can get rid of some of this stuff. But how many spells is he giving up in order to do this? Right? Because the first one's free. The second one's not.
Yeah.
So Jaws is definitely one of those ones where he will be forced to dispel it, and he'll want to use his guaranteed dispel on it as well. He won't want to risk that. But then each other spell then becomes a bigger problem for them to deal with.
Yep, disrupting their spell plan that they have in their hero phase.
Soul Snare Shackles, fun to say. Normally not really used. Their effect is really strong, right? Enemies can't run or charge if they're within 6 inches of any part of this spell. So you drop this middle of the board and you put your skinks on an objective, and all of a sudden your opponent can't finish moves within 3 inches and they can't charge you either, so they just can't get on the objective, right? But the range is so small that people generally just find it really hard to use. 16-inch total threat range, but what if you could add 6 inches to that? And suddenly 40 points to shut off running and charging is really good. The problem, of course, is that your opponent gets a chance to dispel before they move or charge, so you could be spending a spell, you could be putting it down, and then your opponent gets that 43% on an 8-up, and it's just gone, and your whole plan is ruined.
Yep. They have utility, that's for sure.
A couple more quick ones here worth pointing out. Soul Scream Bridge, 80 points, which is a lot, but it is an easy cast, and you can teleport a unit, a huge distance away from the wizard. Basically a 30-inch teleport. This allows you to teleport units in Coalesced, or you can teleport a second unit in Starborne. Or you can use it to do things like bring the unit that you teleported forwards back to you to keep them safe. Like you teleport your Troglodon forwards, you cast all your spells, cast a bridge, and then at the start of the movement phase, the Troglodon zips back to safety, and your opponent is in no position to charge you because you've slapped them with all these movement spells like the shards and shackles and let's say primordial mire. Like you just really mess with enemy movement, and then you just zip back to safety.
So good. So yeah, lots of fun. Lots of fun.
Yep. Shards of Valahar are a spell I don't see often enough. I think it has a very powerful effect. It has this weird setup rule where you have to catch units in between it, and it's predatory. Like, go check out the War Scroll. It's super weird. I will tell you, though, that it's worth considering in a Seraphon army because it stops teleports, which is really useful. And when you stack this with Primordial Mire, you have enemy movement. They can't run. They can't retreat. And you have charges. It just, like, units just can't move at all. It's really bad. And this one in particular, I like bringing with the Jaws because it halves enemy movement, and then the Jaws can take a bite. And because both of these are predatory, they happen at the same time, and you can choose the order. You can choose to activate the shards first, then choose to activate the Jaws and take a big old bite. So you could do something like, shut off wards with a Starseer, and then cast Cosmic Crush on a big unit of Chaos Knights, 10 Knights. Then you half their movement down to 5 with the shards, and then you hit them with the Jaws and deal another 8 or so mortal wounds. That can't be warded. So there's just a lot of synergy between all this stuff.
Yeah, I like it.
Louch on the Soulseeker is also worth a mention here because it's an easy cast, and it can teleport one of your wizards 18 inches away. This is a way to bring the Starseer back to safety after casting spells. Like I talked about doing this with the Troglodon. You can do this cheaper and easier with Louch on the Soulseeker. Also Astrolith, if you take an Arcane Tome on him, he becomes a wizard, and you can use this to teleport him around. And that's really cool if you have something like Sotek's Gaze in Coalesced, which prevents enemy models with 1 or 2 wounds from contesting objectives. That's really cool because you can move after getting off Louchon. So there is definitely one to keep in mind. Tunnel Master's not going to be around forever. Louchon could definitely see some play.
Yeah.
Section 2, Allegiance abilities. We use the same ranking system that we use in Section 1, S tier through F tier, because there are distinct opportunity costs to everything that you're doing. So we've got like 5 hours of footage, and we're on Section 2. When you play Seraphon, as we discussed at the start of the review, you have to pick either Starborn or Coalesced. We're going to break down both of these as if they were basically different armies, because for rule purposes, they are, right? You can't bring Coalesced units in the other army and vice versa. So let's talk about Starborn first. We're going to go through all of their Allegiance abilities, all of their enhancements, their sub-factions, and then we'll get through Coalesced. First up, and I think this is the most important reason to play Starborn, is the Lords of Space and Time, which are Slann heroic actions that you can do. You can replace one of the spells you know from the Lore of Celestial Domination. So let's say you start the game with Tempbox Beneficence because you're worried your opponent is going to force you to go first, and you want to set up a durable Troglodon with -1 hit, -1 wound, and then stick it in your opponent's face, and that way, even if they double turn you, they're might not kill that Troglodon. Then you're like, well, they didn't force me to go first. Now I'm in a position where that -1 wound will be so useful. I can just chuck it and learn a different spell. I can learn Comet's Call to start doing damage. I can learn Mystical and Foraging to shut off enemy rend. Very powerful command ability to just change the spell you know from one good spell to another good spell. Sorry, heroic action, not command ability. But you don't want to be using it, honestly. The only time you really want to use this one is if you're in a force to use it, because the other heroic action you can do is Translocation, which allows you to teleport a unit that is wholly within 12 inches of a Slann and bring it anywhere on the table more than 9 inches from enemies. This is the reason you play Starborn. This is like the combo enabler, the crazy teleport engine that fuels everything this army does. It's like playing Stormcast, but with a better army. It's that good. Because Stormcast can't summon. Stormcast don't have a ton of big monsters. Like there's other things Stormcast have, but this is really, really strong. Doing teleports in the hero phase should never be underestimated.
Absolutely. This is what you center this side of the army around, is this teleport. You're always thinking, what am I teleporting this turn? Line up what I'm going to teleport next turn. This is the heroic action you're going to take almost every turn unless you really need some kind of spell. But this is the ability that you want to take advantage of. And because it does happen there at the start of the hero phase, there's lots of fun stuff that you can do with it. Most teleports end up happening in the movement phase, but this one happening in the heroic in the hero phase opens up a lot of fun stuff. Most notably, teleporting the Troglodon and other skink wizards forward to increase your spell range.
Yeah, casting spells after teleporting is really good. Another use of it is just moving a skink unit up, teleporting it forwards, and then using Speed of Huanchi to make it move immediately, or a Kroxigor unit. I've actually got a list that we're going to showcase later on that tries to do exactly this, where you get a 4-inch charge with your Kroxigors, and then they fight first, and then if your opponent doesn't charge them, well, you just charge them instead. So, yeah, it is shenanigans whenever you play Starborn. Love it. It's amazing.
Yep.
As if that wasn't enough, you also have Cosmic Power. You can generate Cosmic Power Points, or CPP, and spend them on either very powerful bonuses or on just adding more units to your army every turn. You gain 1 point for every Wizard and Astrolith at the start of your hero phase. This is just Seraphon Wizard and Astrolith, I should point out. You also gain a point every time a Seraphon Wizard casts, unbinds, or dispels. So let's say you make a list with a Slann, Astrolith, and Starseer. Boom, start of the turn, you gain 3 points, and every time you cast a spell, you gain another point. So that's another 5 points potentially from the Slann and the Starseer. Could be 6 if the Astrolith has an Arcane Tome. And then every time your Slann unbinds an enemy spell, you get more summoning points, which just feels like extra bad because you're unbinding outside of their range. Like you're casting outside of their range, but then you're also unbinding their own spells. And then every one of their spells that you unbind gives you more summoning points, like more chickens, more Raptadon Chargers. You know, it's really demoralizing.
Yeah. I love this change for these summoning points because previously it was something that you were giving up to get these points. Now they just happen naturally. So a fantastic benefit for your spell-heavy sub-faction here, where you're just going to be racking up these points naturally as you're playing. So it's just an added bonus.
Oh yeah, it feels great. The gameplay just feels really, really smooth. When you're generating cosmic power, you have things called cosmic nodes, which are any Starborn Wizard, the Astrolith Bearer, or a Realm Shaper engine. These guys are referenced in a few rules, namely whenever you do an effect using your cosmic power, that's where you measure from, or when you're summoning, you have to be around one of these units. So let's look at the different effects you can use. In your hero phase, you can spend cosmic power to either use Azure Light, which costs 5 points, and it revives D3 models from each Starborn unit with 3 or less than 3 wounds, wholly within 12 of any cosmic nodes. So this is really good for reviving Saurus Guard, reviving Raptadon Hunters, reviving just Skinks, frankly, is even really good. Any of these units that have 2 wounds that you want to revive, this reviving D3 is fantastic. Honestly, the sustain that you gain from this turn after turn after turn is incredibly powerful. If your opponent is trying to kill your Slann and you just keep passing wounds off to Saurus Guard, and as long as the Saurus Guard have 1 model left, you can just keep reviving them every single turn. It's really strong.
Yeah, and 5 points is usually going to be... You're always going to have 5 points. That's very easy to get to 5 points for this, and so this will help you score objectives. If a unit has been diminished slightly, you can raise that unit back up and maybe score an objective easy. Guard is just a fantastic one to use this on. So yeah, very good.
Love it. I've been using Inspiring Presence on like 1 to 3 Skinks left in a unit of 10, just because I know that I'm going to be able to revive another 1 to 3 at the start of the next turn.
Yeah.
So, or actually, I shouldn't say start of the next turn. This is done at any point in the hero phase, so you can do all your spell casting and then use one of these abilities. Protection of the Old Ones costs 10 points. The Astrolith Ward is increased from 6+ to 5+. Nice and simple. I thought this was going to be way stronger than it actually is. But what I'm finding is that when I play Starborn, I actually end up not having that many wounds near the Astrolith Bearer. Like, a lot of times my Troglodon will just teleport out of wholly within 12, but it'll be within 12, so I can keep the +1 cast. It's not always the case where I'll have like a durable unit wholly within 12. But there are going to be lists where you run a bunch of like monsters and then giving them all a 5-up ward that your opponent can't really interact with. Like it's really hard to kill the Astrolith Bearer. That feels really good. But just random units of Skinks and Chargers, a 5-up board doesn't do much to help them because they're so fragile.
I agree. This is the one that I end up not using very often. Those 10 points I end up spending on something else. It just doesn't quite have as much usability as some of the other ones.
Mm-hmm. And then the big one, Cleanse the Realms, costs 15. Each enemy unit within 12 inches of any cosmic node, which again, those are the units we outlined above, they just take d6 mortal wounds. Pretty cool.
So good, yeah.
So you do all this spell casting, you ping everything with d3 mortal wounds, you cast endless spells, you do all this stuff, and then on top of all that, bam, d6 mortal wounds to everything. Like,
yeah,
really good.
This is basically the whole strategy that we used to have with the Engine of the Gods, but it only did d3 mortal wounds. And so you'd run a unit in, or you'd run the Engine of the Gods in, do d3 mortal wounds to everybody in a bubble. But it wasn't everyone. It was limited. This is every enemy unit.
Mm-hmm.
So it just piles on to the mortal wounds that you can already output with this army. Once you get up to 15, just a fantastic ability to put more mortal wounds onto targets.
Yeah, it's really good because it's not a spell. So armies are going to start packing stuff that ignores spells and unbinds your stuff and tries to deal with that. This is a way to deal mortal wounds from range without having to do a spell cast. And that's going to be very useful.
Yep.
Now, instead of using any of these abilities, you can instead just summon stuff, and the summoning feels really, really strong in this army right now. So for 8 points, you get 10 Skinks. There's other useful things, like for 12 points, you can get 3 Terradons. For 16 points, you can get 5 Chargers or a spawn of Chotec. And I'm finding that's pretty much what I'm summoning most of the time. Sometimes I summon 10 Warriors. Sometimes I need to summon Guard because it's like a magic matchup and they're trying to kill my Slann. Sometimes I summon a Stegadon, right, for 28 points. That can be a useful thing. The summoning feels incredibly strong, especially if you're playing Starborn with the Space Folder staff to summon them 7 inches away. Units like Raptadon Chargers being able to get a +1 charge. They now have a 6-inch charge and they can command point to re-roll it. Super reliable. Like, this unit didn't exist and now it's stolen an objective and killed the unit that was guarding it. Really strong. Summoning in Salamanders that can shoot immediately units that are within 12 inches. Really, really, really good. Starborn is it's no joke how good the summoning is. It's like Zinch level summoning. It feels amazing.
Yeah, and you're not giving up anything. Well, you're giving up some of the other cosmic abilities, but you're not giving up anything to get these points. And so you're just getting these summoning points naturally. And so these are these summons that you're getting are just an added benefit. And you can reliably count on getting a certain number of points depending on how you're building your list. So previously it was really random how many points you would get. Now you can kind of build into your list, I should have about this many points at the end of turn 1. There's always miscasts and things that can happen, but in general, you kind of know about how many points you'll be aiming for.
Yeah, at first I tried building lists that would shoot to get, certain breakpoints, getting 16 points every turn, for example, to summon Raptadon Chargers. I thought about doing that, but the more I played with it, the more unreliable it became because sometimes you miscast, right? Sometimes your spells get unbound. Sometimes you just don't unbind any spells from the enemy opponent. So it's really hard to make a plan around specifically summoning up to 16 points, let's say. I think you can make lists that reliably get up to 12. That's no problem. 16 is a hard breakpoint, though. You have to really skew into it, and I'm not sure it's really worth going for it. So instead, go ahead.
I was going to say, and it tends to end up being a hard decision. Do I want to summon, or do I want to do mortal wounds to everyone around me? And so it plays into that strategy. And it's nice that we have some options here that looking at the board state, do I need bodies? Do I need mortal wounds? Do I need to revive some models? There's lots of good options here that give you some strategic decisions to make in your game.
Yeah, no, it feels great. You're spoiled for choices with Starborn, to the point that it's actually pretty hard to play. I don't recommend this for beginners. It's very difficult.
Starborn ends up being the more difficult subfaction that is played in Seraphon. You really do need to build out what your game plan is and how you're going to play it. Mm-hmm.
For sure. Yeah, and you have to plan multiple turns ahead. Like ending your turn so that you're wholly within 12 inches of a Slann because you want to teleport that unit potentially. That kind of minor decision making there is super crucial in this army. Like and it has to be wholly within 12, right? So Troglodon with their big base, that can be really tough. Sometimes you just charge or pile in slightly out of that range, and you need to do a lot of forward thinking. You have to link all the pieces together. You really do need like a Slann brain in order to play this army properly.
Absolutely. Don't roll up to the table and having never played a Starborn list and just deploy things willy-nilly. You'll end up realizing that strategy will not work on the Starborn side of things.
Yeah. Well, you got to learn, so you got to fail, but don't do it to tournaments. I would recommend against it.
Absolutely.
So we've been talking a lot about the lore of Celestial Domination, how useful Slann spells are. Let's go through them, man. So none of these rankings mean anything for Kroak. Kroak knows all the spells. They're all S tier or F tier. It doesn't matter because he just knows them all, so there's no opportunity cost. But if you're picking a Slann, and you probably will be, you will have a choice of what spell you want to start the game with. Sometimes 2, sometimes 3, depending on which other enhancements and things you take. So let's break them down. I think Comet's Call is an S tier. I think it's a very good pick to have as your initial starting spell. Cast on a 7, very easy to get multiple bonuses on that. D3 different units anywhere on the table, just take D3 Mortal Wounds. Over 2 or 3 rounds, or combined with other Mortal Wound sources like the Realm Shaper engine or Endless Spells and things like that, this can just really chunk units down. It can snipe out support heroes, it can snipe out smaller screening units before you do any movement, which is very useful. And if the casting rule is 10 or more, you get to pick D6 units instead. So sometimes this spell does 18 Mortal Wounds, and sometimes it does 1. Really random. Despite that, everybody respects the power of Comet's Call so much that they know they're on a clock when they're playing against a Slann. Their key units will be dead in 3 rounds pretty much all the time. It's a matter of getting as much value out of them as you can. So I think Comet's Call is an S tier. I think it's a very strong spell. You can totally start the game with it and feel great.
Absolutely. It's kind of my default if I'm picking one. I'm going to go straight to that unless I've got a plan for one of the other ones, which the other ones are all good too. But Comet's Call, we know it, we love it. Our enemies fear it. A great spell.
Mm-hmm. They fear it for a reason. Remind them.
Yep.
The other spell I would say is like one of my go-to ones for starting the game with is Tepok's Beneficence, because I usually have a Troglodon when I play a Slann. This has a super easy cast and a pretty long range, especially if you're Troglodon casting. It doesn't matter; it's anywhere. But you can pick a Skink unit, and it has -1 to be wounded until your next hero phase. This works on all attacks in all phases and stacks on top of the -1 hit from Troglodon. Really, really strong effect. Why I rank it S tier though is there's most Seraphon lists will not be 1-drop. I think that's fair to say, especially Starborn. You're going to end up with many, many drops because you want to bring 4 heroes usually. There's a 4-hero package you want to bring, and there's more enhancements you want to take. And when you have more drops, your opponent will either force you to go first, and in which case you want to cast Tepok's Beneficence in order to have that durable piece, that Troglodon, or they will try to Alpha Strike you, which, trust me, that won't work against Seraphon. Stop doing that, guys. But if they choose to Alpha Strike you, then it doesn't matter what spell you pick, right? Comet's Call at the top of round 1 on its own probably isn't enough to kill most things. Like I said, it's gonna wear things down over 2 or 3 rounds. Whereas Tepok's Beneficence is the difference between surviving a combat phase and surviving a double turn and not. So I really like this as a starting spell when I have a Troglodon on my list that I can buff up and use as a good defensive piece. If I don't need to cast it, like let's say my opponent doesn't force me to go first because I'm just assuming I don't have a choice in the matter because I have so many drops, I'll just swap it. Because in Season 2, you can use 2 heroic actions with a champion, so there's no downside. You can swap your spell, and you can teleport a unit. There's no downside. So
true. I forget about that all the time. The second heroic action.
Everyone does, but it's super relevant for this army in particular.
Absolutely.
Drain Magic. So they previewed this on Warhammer Community, and they were ridiculed. So it casts on a 6, and when you cast it, you can add 1 to dispel rolls, and enemies have -1 to unbind until the end of the phase. The problem is that dispel rolls happen before you cast this spell, so that literally does nothing. -1 to unbind is not a good enough effect that you would cast a spell to get this. You know, especially in this army where the Slann can generally cast out of unbinding range of enemies. This is something that Kroak maybe sometimes would cast against like a Lumineth or something with tons of unbinds in his range, because the Slann can't teleport themselves with their heroic action. So super situational. D tier might be a little too generous. It might honestly be an F tier spell. I can't see myself ever teaching this to a Slann at the start of a game.
Yeah, I think those slots are just too precious to spend it on this. The -1 to unbind is nice. The first part of the dispel is weird, and hopefully that gets fixed. But just the spell slot I find is just, I've got too many other things I want to cast. This one just doesn't make the cut.
Yep. Like 5 amazing spells, or 4 amazing spells, let's say, and the 5th one is just it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
It's hilarious. Mystical and Forging. So I think this is only slightly worse than the other ones. I think there are lots of lists where this is the first spell you teach your Slann, because the effect is really powerful. And it casts on an 8, which makes sense. Range of 12 inches, which means you're not generally casting this round 1 unless you teleport a vassal in range. Pick 1 enemy unit in range, and it has Rend 0 until your next hero phase. That's insane.
Yeah.
Stormcast Fulminators at Rend 0, they might as well not even be a unit on the table. You're playing against Gargants? Oh, they're all Rend 0 now. Gatebreaker? No, I'm good, thanks. Here's a Bastiladon for you to play with in the corner.
Yeah. It's incredible. Yeah.
Now, I will point out that temporary bonuses to Rend will still work. So, for example, Iron Jaws, their big Wah, adds 1 Rend. Charge bonuses, for example, if they have an effect that sets the Rend to Rend 2 or adds 1 Rend, all of these things get around that spell. So just be careful you don't cast on one of those units, and then you remember that you watch this video and that's how it works. Yeah. But it's still really strong.
Absolutely. This kind of goes into, there's a lot of ways to debuff the enemy units in this army. And this is one of those. And you can, if you can layer them correctly, you can make it to where their unit is not going to be doing a lot of damage. And that feels really good once you get all those debuffs off.
Yeah, that's especially good with a Bastiladon that has a native 2-up save, so you don't even have to all-out defense or anything. Feels good with a Troglodon or Carnosaur using all-out defense, and then your opponent has 0 Rend, and you're a 3-up save monster, right? Like, it feels really good.
Yeah.
And Stellar Tempest. This one I had initially ranked a little bit lower, but there's enough armies in the game right now where they might force you to go first, and instead of having a defensive spell like Tepok's Beneficence, or like a wear down over multiple turn spell like Comet's Call, you want an offensive spell that can just like cripple a horde unit, right? Something like your opponent brought 20 or 30 Bliss Barbs, or you're playing against Sentinels and they force you to go first because they're trying to double you and shoot your Slann off the table after killing all your guard with spells and things like that. Stellar Tempest being able to just reach out super far across the board and just hurt a horde unit real bad, right? Like a third of it in wounds is really good.
Yeah.
This I often swap to it with the heroic action, but there are times where you want to just start the game with it. Depending on the meta, A tier might be generous, it might be more B tier, but I just wanted to highlight just how useful this spell is, because then it's a little bit of a spoiler. Skinks also have an anti-horde spell. So when you have 2 different anti-horde spells, and you have salamanders with anti-horde stuff, and then you drop a horror ghast in between all of that, oh man, it feels good. You just nuke 4 different units, and they all just run away at the end of the turn.
Yeah, you're given the tools in this army to deal with whatever unit you need to. I used to always take this as a spell my Slann would know, and then if they didn't have a horde, just swap out of it.
Yep.
Turn 1. Now I think it's kind of is almost the opposite. You start with something else, and if they have a horde, then you swap to this. But it has such good range that you can usually hit a horde turn 1 if needed. Of course, you have all the range modifying things in Starborne, but that range is just fantastic. So I've had this spell do such amazing damage for me over the years. It's one of my favorites.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've been using spell enhancements a lot on Slans, or using the command trait to learn an extra 2 spells, and I find that taking a mix of like 1 defensive spell and 1 offensive spell, like having Tepok's Beneficence and Stellar Tempest at the same time, that's really good. Or having like Mystical and Forging and Comet's Call at the same time, like 1 offense, 1 defense, and then you can use heroic actions to like double down. You can go double offense or double defense if you need to. I find that to be a very useful setup.
Nice.
Let's talk command traits for the Slann, and they are a mixed bag. First time I saw these, I was blown away. I was like, "Oh my god, these are so amazing! I wish other armies had stuff this good." But the more you build lists, the less impressive they get. Let's say.
Yeah.
Arcane Might allows you to control 3 endless spells, and it doubles the range of endless spells cast by the Slann. Now that sounds really good. But remember that you can just vassal cast and change the location of your caster, which is like you can still double it after that. But when you're teleporting more than 9 inches away, there's no endless spell you need to cast more with more range. Maybe sometimes cast shackles from super far away, but not really. Like it's okay. And controlling 3 endless spells isn't very useful because you can still only cast 1 endless spell per wizard per turn. You can't bring the Gash and cast 3 spells with him at the same time. Each wizard can only cast 1 as per the core rules. So being able to control 3 means you're doing 3 turns of casting and your opponent has not dispelled at all during your turn or their turn, or unbound even. So I don't know when this would matter. For this to be really good, it would kind of have to be like the Slaves to Darkness one, where the Slann, instead of dispelling, he can just take control of stuff. That would be cool. Yeah. But as it stands, it's not very useful.
It kind of caught my eye with the double the range of the endless spells, but the more I looked into it, I just didn't find too much of a use for it. You're already getting, as you said, all the range you need from the different abilities for Starborn. It just wasn't too useful.
Now there is a super niche case. Doubling the range of the endless bridge. That's what I always call it. The Soul Scream bridge from 24 to 48. Like table-wide teleport. That's super niche. It's worth pointing out.
Yeah.
Higher state of consciousness. You get to ignore all modifiers to save rolls for attacks against this general. 9 wounds, 4-up save. Most anti-hero shooting is Rend 1, so like you can just all-out defense or something. Or it's going to be mortal wounds, which just gets right through the save. And the Slann generally shouldn't be getting into melee where there are higher rend weapons, so how useful is it to be an ethereal Slann? I posit that it is not very useful.
Yeah. And especially in this book right now where these heroes are generally going to be unshootable for most things, unless they're taking the sharpshooters and stuff, so.
Yeah, not very useful right now. I could see a meta if you're specifically trying to improve like a Stormcast matchup, where they're dropping long strikes in play, and there's not really a way to avoid that. And if they're shooting into this guy, then you're on a 4-up Ethereal, and you'll have a 4-up Ward against Mortals with his spell, or Saurus Guard. Like, it's not useless. It's just super niche. Lord of Celestial Resonance. Gain 2 power points, cosmic power, instead of 1 whenever the Slann casts, unbinds, or dispels. So this is an extra, sometimes 0 because you fail all your casts and you're unbinding. Sometimes it's an extra 6 cosmic power points. And that can push you into very specific breakpoints for summoning or abilities and things like that. And I initially had this guy in S tier because I was putting it first command trait every time I make a Starborn list. Boom, Lord of Celestial Resonance. That's what I'm taking, right?
Yeah.
But the more I use it, the more I just want to use Master of Magic instead, because you will miscast with this army. And you don't want to pay 70 points for cogs unless you have a Croak list, in which case you would totally take this if you have the cogs. But Master of Magic is also really good because if you don't unbind or cast or dispel, you get 0 CP. So not only does Master of Magic reroll help you stop an important spell, but it also gives you a CP that you wouldn't have gotten anyway. So that kind of evens out the gain. That said, though, if you don't want to deal with that, if you just want like as much cosmic power as possible, you're going to the skew list, this is a great command trait. Sometimes it like just rockets you forwards and so far ahead on summoning points where, getting an extra 6 over 2 rounds, that turns into 12, and then that's like basically an extra unit of Chargers at that point. Really, really strong.
Yeah, and when you take this, you end up, this is your unbinding, or your dispelling an unbinding character. So you want to put him into those situations where you're going to get those extra points there. This tends to be my default one for Starborn. I think you make a good case for Master Magic. You definitely don't want to be miscasting on that first spell of the hero phase.
It happens too often.
Yeah.
I'm going to cast Celestial Equilibrium. Nope, I take D3 mortal wounds. Cool. No, fantastic, for sure. A lot of people are going to pick this, and it's going to be good. It's going to be worth it.
Mm-hmm.
Vast Intellect is a more situational command trait. Still good, though, because you can learn 2 more spells from the Lore of Celestial Domination. And those spells are good. Like we said, there's 4 excellent spells. The fact that you can only take 1 off the start is, like, it almost feels like you need to build around that and take more spells. Like, you got to find a way to take more. And if you don't really care about the bonus cosmic power that you would generate from Lord of Celestial Resonance, being able to just know more spells and cast them, like if you're not taking a lot of endless spells, this is really good. You don't have to take spell enhancements, or you can take a spell enhancement, and then the Slann knows the whole lore, right? That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
But what this really lets you do is you don't want to use heroic actions to swap spells. You want to teleport every single turn. There's always something useful to teleport, right? Mm-hmm. So not having to use that because you just have all the spells you want anyway, that feels really good. Being able to learn multiple spells without taking more enhancements, that feels really good. Like if you have a specific list with a battle regiment and you just want more spells because the Slann casting, Mystic Shield is not the best use of points. This is a great command trait.
Yeah, if you find yourself running out of spells to cast with the Slann, this is a great way to get access to the more of his lore spells. And you won't be stuck with, well, I've already cast Mystic Shield. I guess I'm going to do Arcane Bolt, and he's not going to use it. But, okay. So it does. It gives you some more options there.
Yeah. On that topic, I'm curious if you've looked at this interaction. How does Arcane Bolt work with Vassal casting?
Good question. Good question.
I got to look into this. It came up in a game, and I was like, honestly, I have no idea.
Yeah. I haven't considered it.
Yeah.
Which is weird that it hasn't come up before, because we've had Vassal casting for a while. But I can't recall ever.
Too many spells to cast.
Yeah. But if you need more mortal wounds, it's there for you.
Of course. There's never less mortal wounds. I don't think so. That doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the Slann artifacts. The relocation orb, once per battle at the end of any phase, if this model took damage, you get to just teleport for free. So your opponent shot you or cast spells on you while you were in range, and then you just boop, teleport away. You do have to teleport wholly within 12 inches of a cosmic node, which could be your Realm Shaper engine, it could be your Troglodon, it could be all sorts of things. There is no innate way to teleport a Slann unless you have another Slann nearby, right? And you don't want to bring 2 Slann. Like, Kroken Slann is okay, but 2 Slann doesn't make sense. You can also hurt yourself with endless spells in order to trigger this, which is kind of neat, right? You can teleport forwards, especially if you're a champion. That could be a game-winning play because it could get you a battle tactic. But this season, you could just take Tunnel Master if you really need to teleport. I think this one might see a little more play after the season is over. Probably not, though. Honestly, it's pretty niche.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't really think of too many cases where you would need this, per se. Because usually if your Slann's taking damage, you've probably lost the battle. Maybe from range, they'll take damage. But if they're onto you and you need to teleport, then you're probably not surviving to the end of the phase.
Yeah, like you'll get shot by some stuff. Teleporting at the end of the phase doesn't stop any more stuff from shooting you that phase. It might stop, it might prevent people from, deep strike shooting and then charging you, but, you just got to get better positioning at that point. You got to think ahead with screening and things like that. You don't want to leave your Slann exposed. If you find yourself getting a lot of use out of this artifact, I would suggest playing better. All right. Prism of Amontok. I kind of slept on this one at first. It's better than it looks. So once per battle at the start of any phase, you can pick an enemy unit within 12 inches, and it takes d6 mortal wounds. Just d6. On a 1, it does fail, right? So it's basically a 2-up d6, like the Cosmic Blast or whatever it's called from the Cosmic Power Points. Now, it can be difficult to get within 12 inches, but remember, this works in any phase. Your opponent charged you, bam, d6 mortal wounds in their face. You Tunnel Master, and at the start of the shooting phase, you just blast them for d6 mortal wounds. There's so many ways to get use of this that I actually do think this is a valid pick for lists. Because damage is utility. And when you're blasting things with a whole bunch of mortal wounds, you use the 15.1 to do d6 mortal wounds, and then you teleport the Slann in range, and then d6 mortal wounds again. It can be a killing blow. It's really cool.
Yeah. I got a lot of usage out of this in the previous book with the Fusel Conflagration, and the good thing about this one is that it doesn't destroy the artifact when you roll that 1. And so you can get... Oh, it is only once per battle.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Sorry.
That's not quite as useful then. So yeah, it still has its uses. I mean, it is useful. D6 mortal wounds, not bad.
Yeah, I do hate these once per battle 2-up things, but
Yeah.
you know, D6 mortals is D6 mortals, right? It's what's really important about this is it's another source of D6 mortals that isn't a spell, you know, and
Yeah.
that's going to be more important than you think. It's because people are going to bring anti-spell tech to deal with Seraphon. They're already bringing it to deal with Lumineth, so it's going to be a thing.
Yep.
Zoetic Dial. After deployment, you secretly write down a number of a battle round. In that round, you're fully healed, and for the whole round, you get +1 save. Why is this on a Slann only? Slann is like the only character who I would never want to put this on. If this was on a big old Carnosaur or a Stegadon or anything else, even a Starseer might see more use out of this guy. What is the point?
Yeah, it's a weird one. They always write these artifacts. I think we've had one in every book where you pick a random battle round and then you get a certain buff, and it's usually something like this. And I've never taken it because I don't know what's going to happen in that battle round,
Yep.
and I don't know when I'm going to need this. And yeah, very strange.
And it's hard to leverage knowing when you're gonna, because you get to pick the round. So let's say you pick round 3 and you're like, okay, I can get to go super aggro round 2, and then start of the round, boom, I'm instantly healed.
Yeah.
On a Slann? Like, are you like a combat Slann or something? Like what is happening?
Yeah.
Carnosaur, this would be perfect because you can overextend, you can get in a bad position, and then top of the round, boom, you fully heal, and you get +1 save, and you pop Finest Hour, and all of a sudden, even if your opponent gets the top of the round, you've got this super tanky, fully healed monster ready to go.
Yeah.
But not on a Slann. It's just completely worthless. And then the best artifact in the book, maybe in the game, it's so good, the Space Folder Staff. Once per turn, at the end of the movement phase, you can use this artifact. And this isn't, once per battle, it's just once per turn. The next time you set up a Seraphon unit, it's set up more than 7 inches away instead of more than 9 inches away. Now, this is activated in the movement phase, but the effect doesn't actually expire that turn. This is probably going to get FAQ'd, but until it does, you can do this to hold on to the charge of it and then use it to teleport 7 inches away at the start of the next turn. Or the more common use of it is you just use it every single turn with Dracothian Tail reserves, or summoning, or all kinds of super useful things, right? Chargers getting a 7-inch charge with +1 is amazing. Kroxigors are a super good unit for that. Stegadons can be in range to shoot immediately with their Sunfire throwers and then get a short charge. Hunters of Huanchi can be in range with their bolas. Bastiladons can get a short charge, like you can drop in an Ark of Sotek Bastiladon and Mystic Unforging something, and then boom, it's tied down forever. Because you can also cast Primordial Mire, which means they can't retreat anymore. Carnosaurs can just get punchy right away. Warriors, Lancers, Troglodons can get in range of their 9-inch aura. There's so many ways to use this artifact. It is, if you're playing Starborn, you're picking it straight up.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. The only way you pick another artifact is if you take an artifact enhancement. This is a must-have in this subfaction.
Yep, this is your number one you're taking. It's so incredibly useful. Armies pay points for this ability.
Oh yeah.
Notably Stormcast with Lord Imperatant as that ability, and only for specific units. This allows us to do it with anyone.
Oh, it's so good.
And it pairs so well with the units that have already a +1 to charge on their War Scroll. So now you're bringing these things in from reserve, from summoning, and you're charging on a 6 on the dice. And so just incredible utility in the army.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's so good. I can't imagine playing without it.
Yep.
I'm not sure what's better, the 7-inch setup or the teleport. They're both so strong.
Yeah, you combine these two things together, and you combine them together, and this army has a lot of tricks that are going to be put out there on the board in movement and board control.
Mm-hmm. Lizard tricks, man. People are not going to like playing against this. Let's talk about skink spells. We were saying how good they are, and let's prove it. First up is Cosmic Crush. Casts on a 7, so it's a high cast value for a skink, but thankfully you can get +2 fairly easily with an Astrolith and a Slann nearby. Only a 12-inch range, which means only 18 after you boost it with the Astrolith. So if you want to cast it turn 1, you got to be teleporting your skink in range. But this is the best anti-horde spell in the game, even though it is based off save characteristic. So you roll dice equal to the unit size. Each roll equal or greater than their save deals a mortal wound. Even like, let's say you're dealing with 10 chosen or 15 chosen. I had a game against somebody playing 15 chosen, and I was rolling 15 dice, and every 3 up was a mortal wound. It felt amazing. And I did this after, like, I had Starseer do it, and I did it after Celestial Doom, so he didn't have a ward on that unit anymore. But consider, even against a 5-up horde unit, like, what's a good 5-up? Like Idoneth, they're Reavers, right? It's still a 5-up mortal wound spell, which is the standard. Like, that's a good spell to cast, right? That's Stellar Tempest, which is a Slann spell, which is really good. This is like Stellar Tempest plus. There's very few times this is worse. Like, only if you're fighting, like, even Bliss Barbs on 6s. Like, that's not nothing. It's so good.
Yeah. A lot of times you see these types of spells specifically designed to take on one unit, and I feel like this one, because of the way it's worded, it can go into most units and do some damage. And
even like you're fighting Ironjaw Pigs, rolling 6 dice and doing mortals on 3-ups if it's a reinforced unit. That's still good.
Yeah.
Or 4-up, I guess. But yeah, that's still a good spell to cast.
Yeah.
Celestial Harmony. It used to just be a thing that Starborn were Bravery 10. Now you have to cast a spell to get that effect, which is unfortunate. It only affects one unit, but if the casting roll is 10 or more, then it affects all units in range. Bravery is not super important. And the fact that you can get a +3 bravery with the Stegadon kind of marginalizes the existence of this spell. Yeah, if you could cast it before heroic actions, that would be much better, right? Because then you can make you can make it much more reliable to get heroic leadership off, or recovery, I should say. But otherwise, right now, I don't know. Maybe there might be some future rules that interact with bravery more. It's nice to have, but
Yeah, it's like it's specifically designed for skinks, but you're not going to be taking a whole like big horde of skinks. So if you lose some from a 10-man unit to bravery, it's not that big a deal. So it just doesn't end up making the cut on the spells that you want or need to cast.
Yeah. Maybe if you like mass chargers, +3 is nice if you get the high roll. They are only bravery 6, but people are just going to kill these units. They're fragile units. They're easy to kill.
Yeah.
Speed of Huanchi is an incredibly powerful spell. Cast on a 6, so it's, I think editor's note, I think it's a 7. I'm going to double check that. Has a range of 18, which gets boosted.
You're right. It is a 6.
That is a 6. Okay.
Yep.
Cast on a 6, which is fairly easy, and has a range of 18 inches, which gets boosted to 24 with an Astrolith Bearer. You have to pick a unit wholly within range, but any Skink or Kroxigor unit that's not a monster, so you can't use it on the Troglodon. Sorry, guys. But any Skink or Kroxigor can make a normal move immediately. This is really, really powerful in Starborn in particular, because you can teleport a unit and then make a normal move with it. So you can, drop 6 Kroxigors 9 inches away, and then they move 5 inches. And your opponent can't redeploy away from this, right? Then you just have a 4-inch charge with Kroxigors. Awesome. You want to just move a unit onto an objective, and then you don't want your opponent to redeploy. You've got some Raptadon Chargers on the table. They can move 12 inches. Awesome. If you use the Slann command to make a unit fly, it can jump over units as it does this normal move and steal objectives away. Really sneaky. This is a deceptively powerful spell. The game is won through movement. Try to find reasons to use this spell, and you will just become addicted to how useful it is.
Absolutely. So good. Anytime you make a move outside of the normal movement phase is just fantastic. So many places where this is going to be usable, and where you can line up things to proc this onto, and it's going to make a huge difference. Love this spell.
Mm-hmm. I'm also going to call out the combo with Terradons one more time. Terradons drop rocks anytime they make a normal move, but not in the movement phase, just anytime they make a normal move. So if Speed of Huanchi is cast on Terradons, they can drop rocks in the hero phase, which is useful because then you can cast Ravanax Gnashing Jaws and deal double the mortal wounds, basically. So super useful, great combos,
nice.
Just a fantastic spell. Like, you want both Cosmic Crush and Speed of Huanchi in every single Starborn list.
Yep. Luckily, you have enough casters in Starborn that you can a lot of times fit both of those in.
Mm-hmm. Especially if you take a spell enhancement.
Yep. Oh yeah, yeah.
So let's take a look at these Starborn Skink command traits. First up is the Master of Star Rituals. The general knows all the spells from the lore. So this is okay, but the thing is, you'll probably just take 2 Skink Wizards anyway. You know, you'll take the 2 good spells, the Cosmic Crush and the Speed of Huanchi. Knowing all of them is not terribly useful. Not like a Slann knowing all of them. That's way more useful. You can also just take a spell enhancement, and then the 2 good spells can be on a Starseer who can cast both of them. Yep. Now, there is a cool niche use here with the Stegadon Chief, or Terradon Chief, or Ripperdactyl Chief. If you give any of them an Arcane Tome, then you can take Master of Star Rituals, and they learn all the spells. So that's pretty neat. Don't know if that's intended, but I'm pretty sure it works.
Yeah, it seems to.
The Nimble War Leader. Skink units, Skink keyword, roll 2d6 instead of d6 when they are running wholly within 18 inches of this unit. So that's a nice mobility boost. The problem is there's no way to run or shoot or run and charge in Starborn. So it's just movement.
It's an odd one. So generally, you're not going to want to run anything that you would put this on. You wouldn't want to run because you want them to shoot or do other things there. So yeah, I don't see the use for that one.
Mm-hmm. It feels like a Terradon thing. Like you just get a lot of Terradons and then they all get to run and drop rocks or something. And I have no idea. It's probably worse than C tier. It's probably a D tier trait, honestly. Shrewd Strategist. So this one, I think people are going to sleep on, but it is a very powerful effect. Even though it is once per battle, and even though there's all kinds of downsides, I'm going to make a good case for it, I think. So at the start of the enemy combat phase, you can pick 1 Seraphon unit wholly within 12 inches of the general, and it can make a charge immediately. It's only once per battle, and you can't do it if the unit's in combat. You have to be more than 3 inches from enemies. But that's fine, because the purpose of this ability is that the way people do combats in a competitive level of AOS is they will charge and pile in just outside of 3 inches of every single one of your important units, right? And you can avoid that with countercharges. Countercharges are very powerful. Fire Slayers do it. Nurgle does it. I think there's another army out there that does it. But Seraphon can do it too. But they probably have the worst version of it because it's only once per game. Despite that, or Modus Praetorians, that's the last one.
Yeah.
Being able to charge in your opponent's turn and ensure that you have at least 1 good activation is really, really useful. You can also do this to do charge mortal wounds from Stegadons, for example. This is past the window for enemies to use Unleash Hell or enemies to use Monstrous Rampages. Unfortunately, it's past the window where you would use your own Monstrous Rampages, but you can't have it all. Now, the big downside here, of course, is that this is only done in the enemy turn, so they get to pick a unit to fight first. So you don't want to throw something weak into combat, like 5 Chargers, then your opponent will just be like, oh, okay, I'll just kill them immediately because they're so fragile, right? There's very few ways to gain strike first or strike last in Starborn, but I think I've made a good enough list that can make this work to show off just how powerful an effect this is. So we'll talk about that in the list, but I don't know. Do you think I've made a good enough case for that so far for it to be B tier?
It does, yeah, it does have some use, and you do have to list plan for it, I believe. So you do have to have that unit in mind that here's my unit that I'm going to countercharge with. Because, yeah, you don't want to be sending Skinks or something in as your counter once per game countercharging unit. But if you have something in there that the opponent does not want to get near because they know that you're going to countercharge, you can really play into that pretty well.
Mm-hmm. What if it's something that hits so hard and has strike first, and your opponent if you get that charge off, the game's just over? You know what I mean? Like, that's how powerful an effect this is. If you combo with other things, it gets really, really good.
Yeah.
Totally not worth giving up a Slann command trait for the most part, but
that's the hard thing, is that you got to make a Skink your general to get this.
Yeah, and that's tough.
Yeah.
Let's look at these Skink artifacts. I think they're mostly bad, except for one. But the Incandescent Retroseas, which used to just be an artifact you could take on most heroes, and it was a 3-up revive when you died, right? And that was awesome. Mm-hmm. Now it's at the start of your hero phase, you heal D3. That's kind of cool if you stack it with the Troglodon's healing, or you give the Stegadon some healing that it can do. The problem is that the Stegadon Chief can just use heroic recovery. And the Troglodon, do you need more healing on top of that? I don't know. I think I'd rather just use the Sacred Stegadon Helm and avoid the damage altogether. That seems way more useful.
Yeah. The extra healing is nice, if you're doing 2d3, but I'm in the same place. I would rather have the next one, Sacred Stegadon Helm, if I'm taking this onto my Troglodon.
Yeah.
That's probably the only place I'm taking Incandescent Riches if I am comboing it up with the Troglodon, but I like the +1 to save from Stegadon Helm better.
And Space Folder Staff exists, right? So you're taking an artifact enhancement in order to get one of these. You can't usually take both unless you're running some kind of Slann list, which I don't recommend.
Yeah.
Sacred Stegadon Helm is a very powerful artifact. +1 save all the time. That's good. +1 damage if you charge, but not on the mount attacks. Whatever, doesn't matter. Stegadon Chief basically doesn't do damage, and the Oracle basically doesn't do damage. You don't care about that. You just want it for the +1 save, really.
Yep.
When you stack that with the Troglodon's -1 hit aura, or the Stegadon's Armor Crest, or both, right? Like if you have a Troglodon near a Stegadon Chief that has this artifact, stack it with Finest Tower, Mystic Shield, All Out Defense, 5-up ward. All of these different factors come into play and just make you super tough to the point where your opponent just won't hit you anymore. It's not worth their time. But thankfully, this army can force your opponent to hit you because they can't retreat against the Primordial Mire. So
yeah,
really useful.
You're stacking this on top of all your other debuffs and the things that you're adding to the Troglodon to make him really hard to kill. And the opponent has to engage it in most instances because you're putting it right there in front of their army. So a good one to help that debuff and buff stack for the Troglodon.
Cloak of Feathers. This one used to be my favorite, and now I think it's almost useless. -1 hit on the bearer, and +4 inch move, and flying. All of these things would be super cool, except it can't be taken by a monster. So, Starseer or Starpriest, I guess.
Yeah, I guess I can't see a way that this is ever taken with. Since they took away the monster thing, this was the Stegadon Chief's favorite artifact here, Cloak of Feathers. But it's fairly useless now. I think there's going to be other things that are better.
Yeah, and it begs the question, why are these limited to Skink? Because I would love to take a Cloak of Feathers on or Sacred Stegadon Helm on a Saurus unit. I would love that, to have -1 hit and +4 inch move on an Astrolith bearer, or to have +1 save on a Carnosaur in Starborn. Why are these locked to Skink? I can't see a reason for it, and it really feels like it kills a lot of list building creativity that you're like discouraged from taking Saurus heroes in Starborn and vice versa.
Yeah, you see this clear delineation between the two sub-factions. And I think you had it written down here on the bottom of these slides where it shows, like, in Starborn, they do not want you to take a Saurus hero. In Coalesced, they do not want you to take a Skink hero because they have siloed off these artifacts and command traits to Skink in Starborn and Saurus in Coalesced. So that you're really pushed to those two sub-factions, and you want to bring some of them and kind of cross-pollinate the two different sub-factions, but they don't want you to.
Yeah, and you know what? I don't even think it's a narrative reason, because Skinks and Saurus aren't inherently above each other in the hierarchy. Skinks run the priesthood, but Saurus run the military. So it's like, why can't there be a militaristic Starborn? Why can't there be a priestly Coalesced? Like, why are these things completely shut off from each other? It's like the gameplay is now dictating the lore, and it really should be the other way around.
Yeah. Yep.
It's unfortunate. But it is what it is. Let's take a look at the two sub-factions. And frankly, I wish they added a third. I feel like 2 is just not enough for each one of these. 3 would have been the right number, but they're good, so that kind of makes up for it. First up is Dracothian's Tail. For each unit you have on the battlefield, you can put 1 unit in reserve. And at the end of the movement phase, you can deploy these units 9 inches anywhere. You can deploy 1 or multiple units, any number. Standard rules for deploying from reserves apply. If you don't deploy by round 4, you're just destroyed. So you get 3 turns. And frankly, that's all you need, because, oh man, Seraphon drops are nasty. So where is this good? Well, first off, you can just protect key units from shooting or charges or spells or any of this stuff, right? Like, oh, I don't want my Slann shot off the board round 1, I'll give up my casting. That's an option. You can do that, right? It's not like before where you had to set up near a Slann. Yep, it's just set up anywhere. It's really good.
You do have to set them up with wholly within 12 of a cosmic node. Now you do have those cosmic nodes that are multiple different units that have cosmic node, but they do have to be wholly within 12 of a cosmic node.
Yeah, but since you can teleport a cosmic node anywhere,
It's true.
it's
Yes.
basically set up anywhere, right? Like it's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it would lose a lot of usability if we didn't have that hero phase teleport
Mhm.
that we could move these things around, and so we could line up our reserves coming in where we want them to.
Real quick, I'm just going to double check that that is in fact from a cosmic node because I don't have it written here, but that's how I've been playing it.
Yeah. Let me see. I've got it right over here. At the end of your movement phase, you can set up one or more reserve units from the typical ship on the battlefield wholly within 12 of a friendly cosmic node and
Yeah.
more than 9 inches from all enemy units.
Yeah, okay. I've been playing
It
correctly.
really isn't that big a deal because we're teleporting something up close enough to where we need it,
Yeah.
and putting them in. So
And you can always set up your realm shaper on one side and then cosmic
Yeah.
on the other. So
yeah.
in addition to just being able to deploy more than 9 inches away, you can use the Space Folder Staff to deploy 1 unit per turn more than 7 inches away. This is an incredibly strong combo with units like Chargers that get +1 charge. They now have a 6-inch charge, which you can reroll the command point. You can drop Bastiladons in to charge and pin units down after casting Mystical and Forging, and then they have Ren 0 and you have a 2-up save, and they can't retreat if you cast Primordial Mire. You could drop Reinforced Kroxigors and do a whole bunch of Ren 2 attacks, and then some bites that might maybe do a Mortal Wound or 2. Stegadons are super fun to drop into play 7 inches away. They're immediately in range for their Sunfire throwers, and then they get to charge, and Stegadons on the charge are not bad. You deal charge mortals, and then you deal about the damage that 10 warriors would do. Spawn of Chotec can be dropped in and shoot immediately. Really, really useful. They're normally 5-inch move and 12-inch range, so being able to just drop them into play is very, very good. And because it's a setup, enemies can't use redeploy, right? So you can, if all your movement in the game was through speed of Huanchi and setups, your opponent just can't redeploy against any of it. And redeploy is very, very strong right now. It's totally random, but when it goes high, it can just win games. And this also allows you extra mobility. Like you can drop units on objectives without having to use translocation, which is very useful. That's a very precious resource. You don't want to be burning that on just anything in the game. Downsides, though, obviously units in reserve can't use abilities. So, for example, if you want to cast spells with a hero, it can't do them while it's in reserve. I'm writing the Blot Toad in here. I'm not 100% sure on this one. I think you can use the Blot Toad even while you're in reserve, but just in case, that might be considered a downside if you ever use a Ripperdactyl. Units in reserve also can't benefit from buffs. So if you want to cast Mystic Shield or Tempbox Beneficence or the Starseer Ward or Serpent Staff from a Starpriest, like these things just can't be applied to units that are in reserve because they come in after these abilities would be activated. And Space Folder Staff is great, but there's lots of other artifacts you might want to, like an Arcane Tome or a Stegadon Helm, and being pretty much forced to take Space Folder Staff and Dracothian's Tail, much more so than Fangs of Sotek. Feels pretty bad to have an artifact tax, honestly. But it's so strong. It's still good.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it defines part of this strategy. I mean, you're when you're building your list, you're looking at what unit am I going to want to get into that 7-inch charge that doesn't need buffs, so it needs to be strong enough on its own to do what you want it to do, and it has a role. And so you plan these things out. What is it? What am I going to want to drop down turn 1, turn 2? And this is such a powerful ability that you can design your lists around what it is you're going to be getting into combat from that range.
Oh yeah, and the combination of teleporting and reserves, and then 7-inch reserves, like these are basically 3 different aspects of this army. Your opponent cannot accurately predict what you're going to do. You can be very reactive and just have a great time doing it.
Absolutely.
So I think this is an S tier faction. I think it's the strongest Seraphon faction and overall the strongest playstyle is to lean into this because it gives you something the other sub factions just don't. It gives you all the power of Starborne, which I think is better than Coalesced, just competitively. I don't, not flavor wise or anything like that. Just if you're looking to be the most competitive, I think Starborne's the way to go, and this seems like the better of the 2 Starborne factions.
Absolutely. There's so many different things that you can do in this sub faction to win games that it's deep. It's not just one specific thing, but there's lots of things in all the phases that you can do to win your games in Dracothian's Tale.
Mm-hmm.
So good.
No, it's actually like overwhelming how many options you have, and you can get you can get tired after playing it. Let's talk about the other Starborn subfaction, the Fangs of Sotek. So this has fallen really far from what it used to be in second edition, but that's a good thing, right? People hated Fangs of Sotek so much,
Yeah,
and for good reason. But now it's a lot more fair. First of all, because you're not playing Dracothian's Tale, which is incredibly strong. But second, its ability is just okay. It's really janky, but it's just okay. What it allows you to do is to redeploy 3 times per phase, no matter what. You just get three redeploys. Cool. That's really good. And the first 2 redeploys that go to a skink unit don't cost command points, which is really cool. Just 2 free redeploys every turn, and then a third one that costs a command point if you want it. Very nice. And it gives you battle line Raptadons. So Chargers and Hunters become battle line. They definitely wanted to push these models and sell them. Because there's not a lot of battle line choices in this army. This is one of the few ones.
Yeah.
So pros, you don't have to issue redeploy to skink units. It can be any unit. Like if you just want to redeploy 2 Bastiladons and a Saurus Warrior, you could do that. Right? That's totally fine. You can also, being able to redeploy multiple units off a single enemy move is really, really good, because don't forget, you can do this in any direction. So you can have 1 unit move towards the enemy, 1 unit move away. You can have 2 screens crisscross, and now your opponent has to chew through twice as many units. Flying units can fly behind screens or over walls and get out of range of things. Like, it's really useful. And the fact that Skinks, the regular foot Skinks, can roll 2 dice when using redeploy makes this tactic much more reliable. Hunters of Huanchi can move 12 inches, right? They can move more than 12 inches and then become invisible again. Like, your opponent moves up to you in order to shoot you. They get within that 12-inch range, and you say, no, I'm just going to redeploy, and I'm not in 12 inches anymore. Or I just walked into cover using this ability, right? It's awesome. Redeploying the Troglodon, though, we've been talking about this throughout the review. That's really, really good. And being able to do it for free without spending a command point every single turn is very good. I really like redeploying the Troglodon. I think that's what's carrying this subfaction for me. In addition to the battle line Raptadon Chargers, I think just smoothing out how efficiently you build your list. You can make lists that are all cavalry, super fast lists. You don't have to have cheap disposable skinks because they don't do much except be cheap disposable skinks. If you just want the most damage output possible, you can do that. And the Chargers giving nearby heroes key to victory is really nice as well. That's a nice seasonal benefit. Downsides, D6, on redeploy, really random. As I like to say, D6, also known as 1, right? Like, it just you always roll 1 and your opponent always rolls a 6. That's how it goes.
Yep.
Chargers are only 12-inch move and they're fragile, so if you use a lot of them in your list, you're going to find that you just die very quickly. Something's got to die, and if the choice is 150 points of Chargers or 85 points of Skinks, it's better to lose the Skinks. That said, losing 150 is not that bad either, right? Like, if the worst case scenario is your Chargers are a screen, it's not the end of the world. You're still, 1850 points at the end of it. And also remember, Bastiladons don't have Skink. They can't redeploy. They can't gain extra movement using this, unfortunately. Hopefully they fix it.
Yeah, it could open up some interesting things with the Bastiladons. Maybe Ark of Sotek's in this, where you're redeploying some of these guys to get extra distance. Maybe there's something there. It does seem like a very finesse subfaction here. A lot of board control and moving around. It seems like some of that may be done better in Dracothian's Tale if you're just trying to, finesse the board. But if you really love the Raptadon Chargers and you're looking at those Raptadon Charger heavy lists, Fangs of Sotek can be a good one for that one.
Oh yeah, and no shame on those lists. Chargers are so good that making them battle line props this up to B tier, I think, right? Like, yeah, that's a very good effect. So overall, I think it is a B tier subfaction. I don't think it's going to be the one that ultimately sees play competitively because there's only 2, right? So it's like, well, I could take Fangs or I can take Drax Tail. Why would you not pick Drax Tail, right? Yeah,
makes it a pretty easy decision.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's unfortunate. This is why I was saying I wish they added 3 subfactions for each one. At least so there was some alternative to one or the other. But when you only have 2 choices, one of them's pretty much going to be better than the other every time.
Yep, agreed.
So with all that talk of Starborn out of the way, let's move on to the Coalesced side of things. So this is basically like playing a different army. When you play Coalesced, you have nothing from the Starborn side of things. You don't get the heroic actions, you don't get those skink spells, you have a completely different spell lore and completely different enhancements. And instead of being able to teleport and all that stuff around, you get just more melee damage with certain units and crazy durability with certain units against certain enemy units. It's a little situational, but it's powerful when you line it up properly. So let's go through the general battle traits. First up, you get Predatory Fighters, which gives you +1 to bite rolls for Saurus and Kroxigors. So we talked about that all the way at the start when we were looking at Warscrolls. Bite rolls after attacking, you pick an enemy unit within 1 inch of each model, and you roll a dice. For Saurus and for Kroxigors, you roll 3 dice, and each 6 does a mortal wound. If you're playing Coalesced, now it's on 5s, which is cool. If you're around the Realm Shaper engine, this is now on 4s. So Kroxigors all of a sudden turn into this like giga damage unit. They turn into basically effecators on foot, right? They hit you with a bunch of Ren 2 attacks with high damage, and then they bite you if anything survives. So that's pretty cool. Still have to mention the downside of bite attacks is that it's only after you attack, which means your opponent has a chance to pull models out of range. So if they just pull models out of 1 inch, you get no bite attacks at all. Just keep that in mind.
Yeah, that helps with when you're in these slog fests of just melee fighting each other in the middle of the board. These bites really come in handy in that attrition game as you just keep rolling dice after you fight to try to do some mortal wounds.
Yeah.
Don't rely on it for your damage, but it is nice to have that extra damage if you're stuck in combat for a while.
Mm-hmm. It's also good to consider that when you're piling in, right? If you're getting into a unit that you know they're going to remove models out of your range, maybe you tag something else. Especially if you've got a unit that, like Saurus Warriors, that can be a grindy unit, you want to take full advantage of that.
Yeah, you can also just hit a different target with that. If you pile in and you get like 2 models against one unit, and then let's say 4 models against another unit, like let's say you're playing Kroxigors. Well, maybe not 4, maybe like another 2. But yeah, 2 units can bite one thing. You didn't even have to attack it. So for example, if you fight next to a foot hero, and you fight the unit that they're supporting, well, you can actually hit the unit. You can hit the unit with the Kroxigor attacks, and then put all the bites into the hero. And even if it's just 2 guys, 6 dice on 4s doing mortal wounds, can take a big bite out of that hero. If they don't like, it's significant enough damage that it does matter, I think.
And I've played the Realm Shaper engine in Coalesced a little more aggressively than I have in the past. So, because I want this aura of an extra +1 to bites further up the field usually, and so I'm going to play the Realm Shaper a little bit more aggressive. Don't put it in your way, obviously. Don't block where you need to go, but you want think a couple turns ahead. If I'm getting these warriors onto that middle objective, that's where they're going to be grinding it out. Let's get this Realm Shaper deployed in such a way that they'll still have this buff after turn 1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Coalesce is definitely melee mortal wounds, while Starborn does more ranged mortal wounds. I would say ranged mortal wounds are inherently more useful, right? But it's one of the few sources of melee mortal wounds this army can do. They don't really do much outside of this. Like everything is Rend 1 for the most part. There's very few Rend 2 attackers. Even with a Purple Sun out, you're still Rend 2 on your Chargers. Chargers probably aren't worth using in Coalesce, but you know what I mean. This is just nice damage that cuts right through armor. The other thing you get from being Coalesced is Scaly Skin. So Saurus keyword, Kroxigor keyword, and any monster, not allied monsters, just Seraphon monsters, take -1 damage from all enemy attacks. So if they have a 2 damage weapon, it's now 1 damage, which means you've half their damage output, which is like, that's a ridiculously strong effect to have double effective health, right? They have to deal now twice as much damage in order to kill you. It's like having a 4-up ward, but it stacks with wards. So if you have this on a unit and a 5-up ward, and let's say they have a 3-up save like you're playing Saurus Warriors, like that's super hard to shift. But that assumes, of course, your opponent has a damage 2 weapon, or a damage D3, or damage 4, or whatever. If they're just firing mortal wounds at you, or if they're just doing damage 1 attacks, then this is completely worthless. So it's like, Night Haunt has this, Petrifex had this for a little while until recently. I think, when we started recording this review, they had it. Now they don't.
Now they don't.
It was that sudden. But yeah, it's either the best effect in the game or it's completely worthless. And personally, I'm not a fan of that. I would rather it be more useful in more situations, like a -1 wound effect would just be perfect. I think that would be way better. Like, I'm actually hoping they do exactly what they did to Petrifex to Coalesced as well.
Oh, I love Scaly Skin. This is an ability that has saved my bacon more than once. As big things are coming in and trying to do damage, and you're surviving just barely because you're reducing that damage that's coming in. I love this ability. There are going to be those times where you face armies where it does nothing, but most armies have multi-damage of some sort. And so this usually comes in handy at some point during a matchup. I like it. As a Seraphon player, I like it.
I think it feels even better than before because now you've really got the everything else on top with the monster rampages. You've got unique things going on as well as the new spell lore is very cool. There's some cool things you can do in Coalesce that you can't do in Starborn, and I like that it gives the armies different flavors. But this is a nice holdover and something that really messes with your opponents, right? When you're planning damage, especially with great players, really like to plan their damage out and try to commit for overkill, and it just really messes with your calculations a little bit.
Yeah, this is great against like OBR using Stalker heavy lists. Kurnoth Hunters with their scythes just do 1 damage apiece now. Like it's so demoralizing. They literally can't kill Coalesced. The problem, of course, is that looking at the meta, the way the game is right now, there's so many armies that just can get around it. Like even if they deal multi-damage attacks, they can still just deal enough damage. Seraphon's not the highest wound army unless you're using tons and tons of Saurus bricks. The wound count usually is about 100 wounds total, which is not great. So -1 damage is nice, but because it doesn't work on everything, it's just specific units. You get funneled into taking these units, and those kinds of lists are well, they're different, right? They lack the certain tactical flexibility that you might want. It's a fine ability. I think that's all there is to say about it, right?
Yep.
It's fun. So. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, I will say it makes specific matchups really good, right? So if you want to play Seraphon and you're looking at the field, and let's say you got a lot of Sylvaneth in your area, Coalesce is perfect. Just absolutely perfect for that. If you got a lot of Bone Reapers, it's great for that. But then you fight something like Soul Blight, or you fight Blitzbarb Archer spam in Slaanesh, or it's worse against that. So it can be a situational pick depending on what you expect to play against. If there's a lot of Slaves to Darkness or Stormcast, Coalesce is looking pretty good. Even though the mobility tools in Starborn help as well, I think the Scaly Skin gets a lot of value in those matchups.
And it plays into the goal, I think, of Coalesced. It's a tanking sub-faction. It's trying to absorb as much damage as possible with some of the saves it's got with this -1 damage. With the number of bodies that you usually going to have on the board. It may not be a ton of wounds, but you do have more in Coalesce than the other side. So it does kind of play into that aspect. I don't know if it's strong enough in the meta right now because there is so much damage in this game. If it's really enough to make Coalesce really come out on top in the Seraphon book, but it is playing into that strategy, that game play type of melee, getting into melee and trying to hold on to those circles for as long as possible.
Circle's good.
Yep.
My favorite part of Coalesce right now is the the unique rampages that you can use. Each of the monsters in the Seraphon book gets their own rampage, and all of them are pretty good. Troglodon one's just okay, but the rest are excellent, and they are the reason I would play Coalesce personally. It's not the bite rolls, it's not the Scaly Skin. I think it would be for this because these are very strong, and I like Monster Mash. So there you go. First up, the Carnosaur gets the Gargantuan Jaws. You get to pick an enemy model within 3 inches, so it could be a unit leader, or it could be a unit holding the unit in cohesion. Or if you eat the model in the middle, and now all of a sudden at the end of the turn they lose all their models. But yeah, if you roll greater than its wounds, you slay it instantly. So sometimes this will kill a 5-wound hero instantly on a 6, right? Like that's a cool thing you could do. Sometimes it'll eat a unit champion in a horde unit, and then it can't issue commands anymore. You could just roar instead, but let's say you have 2 monsters in combat, one of them can roar, and then the Carnosaur can try to eat a model instantly. So you can consider it a backup to roar. You can disable commands on multiple units. There's a lot of play here. This is especially great if there's any like super defensive units. Like let's say you're playing against like Stormcast, and they have protectors with 3 wounds apiece, 2 up save, and they have a Gardas with a 5 up ward, and they stack all these save bonuses on this unit. It's like, well, okay, that protector is dead on a 4 up. Cool. Just every turn you do this. So that's pretty good. The Stegadon one is called Earth-Shaking Charge. You can pick 1 enemy unit within 1 inch, only if you charge this turn. And on a 4+, that enemy unit has Strike Last until the end of the turn. This is one of the best rampages in the game. It's like Sylvaneth Tree Lord spam is a thing because they have a rampage like this. I believe theirs goes off on a 3+. This one's a 4+. This one requires charging. It's like the worst version of that possible. But it's still such a strong effect to be able to strike last in this army in particular, because there's so many units that you want to fight, but not all of them can fight before your opponent kills you first. Having a Stegadon just be like, no, that unit fights last. It's a game-winning play. It's really, really potent when it happens.
Mm-hmm. And this is just something you get, right? You don't have to spec into this. You don't have to take a specific amount trait like some factions do. It's just there. So you always have the tool available.
Yep, for sure. Odious Roar on a Troglodon. You have to roll a dice for some reason on a 2+. You can increase the range of Stench of Death, which is the -1 hit aura, from 9 inches to 12 inches. It's okay. I think I'd rather just use any other rampage. Like it's very rare that I care about increasing the range of that. If this unit was available, if that rampage was available in Starborn, oh yeah, I'd use it all the time because you teleport more than 9 inches away, and then you can increase it to 12 inches. That's perfect. In Coalesced, there's no real movement shenanigans like that. So increasing the range by 3 inches is okay, but it's not amazing.
Generally, you don't really want your Troglodon in combat. It's not going to do a ton of damage there. But this, its aura does help keep it alive. So if it does find itself in combat, this one's available to you to spread that debuff out further if needed.
Yeah.
Do you have to have an enemy nearby to actually activate this?
No, rampages don't require enemies.
Well, I was saying, does this one? Yeah, that's what I was saying. This one doesn't require it, so you don't have to worry about having him in combat. But if you do have him in combat, you're just going to roar, honestly, because then you can have -1 to hit and stop them from all out attacking.
Yeah. Good point.
Dan, correct me if I'm wrong about this, as an aside. I'm pretty sure no rampages actually require enemies within 3 inches. Like, as a general rule, they're just, all of them have a 3-inch range. So you do
I think they just have a 3-inch range, yeah. Like for roar and such, I believe they do.
So, like, technically, even if your monster's not within 3 inches of an enemy, you could use a roar, you could use a stomp, you just don't have any valid targets.
Yeah, which is why you can use, smash durable without being in combat and such, which some people do miss.
Yeah, I don't think I'd considered that before because I've never come up with that situation until now. So interesting.
It's rare, right?
Yeah.
Bludgeoning Sweep on the Bastiladon. This is a very powerful one. We talked about this when we mentioned the Bastiladon. What you do here is you roll a dice, and if you roll less than the number of models in an enemy unit, you deal that many mortal wounds to it. So if you're fighting against a unit with 7 or more models, it's D6 mortal wounds guaranteed. Just, there you go. Oh, you're a unit of 10, here's D6 mortal wounds in the charge phase, every single turn. Very strong, especially because the Bastiladon is not a good melee attacker. So when you can just start sweeping stuff for D6 mortals, you can actually have a chance of it getting out of melee. That way you can keep shooting stuff, which is great.
I've chained this up with the snakes one. Now it's not a ton of mortal wounds, but it ends up being compounding together some decent amount of mortal wounds. So you got this bludgeoning sweep. If you're in Thunder Lizards, then you can also tag a second one to where you're doing stomp, and then you're rolling 20 dice and 6s are mortal wounds. So it can add up to kill off some smaller units with mortal wounds that way. A nice little combo.
And that's like the best case scenario for a Bastiladon, because otherwise their melee damage is not good. So yeah, this really makes it a lot more playable. I wish you could use these in Starborn. They're all so useful. I wish you could like drop an Ark of Sotek 7 inches away and then charge them in easily and then activate this thing. Oh, it'd be so great. But yeah. So for me, this is the reason to play Coalesced. I think these rampages are all excellent. And you get all of them. There's no opportunity cost. You just get every single one.
Yeah.
This does kind of make me want to run one of each of the monsters, because before I would tend to focus more on one type of monster, but with these different rampages, when all of them are good, you kind of want to spread out and bring one of each of them.
Well, you don't say, because I actually have that exact list prepared for us at the end of the video.
Ah, yeah, yay!
There you go.
All right, so if you're playing Coalesced, there are two different spell lores for Slann and Skink. They're totally different than what you have in Starborn. The only similarity is Drain Magic, which is actually, I think, worse in Coalesced than it is in Starborn. But let's go through it, because Slann still have some very powerful spells. The Earth Trembles casts on an 8, which is a hard cast. That means you need either Croak casting it, or you need like Astrolith Bearer and some other support, like the Artifact to reroll or Master of Magic. You need some casting bonuses to make this reliable. What it does is you pick a corner of the battlefield, and then each enemy unit between the caster and the corner of that battlefield suffers D3 mortal wounds on a 4-up each. Now, this can't hurt your own dudes, which is great, but it's really hard to line that up. Especially because you can't move before casting. Yeah, it's and you can't switch spells in this subfaction. So it's not like, you can situationally just swap to this spell anytime you want. So I can't imagine too many scenarios where I would pick a Slann to cast this spell. It's not ideal. Croak probably wouldn't even cast it, because anytime Croak could cast this, he could just deal D3 mortal wounds to 3 units with Celestial Deliverance, which has a lower cast value. And it doesn't have infinite range like this does, but how often are people really hiding units in corners that are perfectly lined up to the Slann? It's a little weird.
This is to me. This is like a poor man's Comet's Call. It's terrible when you compare it to Comet's Call, which is what we're used to for our Slann, and now Comet's Call is in Starborn only. I could see this being useful if you know what battle plane you're playing, and you're in one of those corner deployments. That would be the only time maybe it would be useful. But even then, you're only hitting half the units that you're able to target with this thing. So it's just a very odd one. I don't see myself taking this hardly ever, because that spell you're taking is so valuable with your Slann. You really have to have a plan for it. And I don't think it's this.
Yeah, we mentioned Slann only get to learn one spell. There are ways to get more spells, but if you're only taking one, this is not a reason to bring a Slann in Coalesce. That's not it.
Yep.
Empowered Celestite, however, is a very good reason to bring a Slann. Casts on a 7 and has a range of 18, and remember you can always add 6 with the Astrolith Bearer. And what this does is it adds 1 to the Rend characteristic for Celestite weapons used by a Saurus unit until your next hero phase. Saurus Warriors, Rend 2. Aggradon Lancers, now Rend 3. Potentially Rend 4 if you drop a Purple Sun. Potentially Rend 5 if you Purple Sun and hit them with the Spawn of Chotec. This is a crazy damage steroid. Doesn't increase your max damage, just your accuracy. But accuracy is also a useful thing to bump, because you could play Quaddle's Claw, you could use all-out attack, you can have units on 2s and 2s, Rend 3, and that's about as accurate as you're going to get. It suddenly makes these like medium damage units turn into like heavy hitters. Like they're reliably doing all that damage. So this is a very strong spell, and it's one of the 2 reasons you would bring a Slann in Coalesced, I think.
Yeah. Getting this on Saurus Warriors is just so great. You got 20 warriors throwing 40 dice, and now they're at Rend 2. Just absolutely fantastic. Love this spell. And good range, so they don't have to be just right next to you. I mean, 18 inches is pretty standard, but decent range there to keep your guys inside the aura needed for this thing.
18 plus 6 and Vassal casting. Like, you're going to be in range most of the time.
Yeah.
Would you ever bring a big block of Saurus Guard and buff them up with this?
Ooh. I would say maybe not yet, but I think if as points are adjusted in the future, I could see a time when, Guard goes down 10 points maybe, Warriors go up 10 points, all of a sudden you're thinking Guard are worth the price there.
Mm-hmm.
I think they just don't quite throw enough dice out there for swapping them out for Warriors.
Yeah, Saurus Guard are 5 warriors in terms of damage output. So best case scenario, you double reinforce them, but you can just reinforce warriors and they're a better hammer, I'd say. So,
yeah,
just thought.
Yeah, and Aggradons, you don't quite get as much use out of this, because it's only buffing the weapons, and the weapons aren't really where most of the damage is coming from on the Aggradons. Most of the damage is coming from the mounts. But don't get me wrong, it's still nice to have like the spears hitting on -3 rend because with this, I mean that's just incredible. So throw in a spawn of Chotec or Purple Sun, and you're basically hitting with mortal wounds at that point.
Yeah, your enemy army their armor is made of butter now. It's just it's crazy. Drain magic. It's actually less useful in Coalesced than it would be in Starborne, I think. Even though you can't teleport, magic is just much more central to what Starborne's trying to do. Coalesced is not. It's not as key. So maybe if they fix how this whole dispel thing works, I don't know what they would fix it to. It's hard to evaluate a potential fix. So it's F tier. You're never going to learn this on a Slann. You're not going to. No, just don't do it.
Yeah, I agree.
Itzil's Invigoration sounds like it would be very useful in Coalesced. Cast value 6, so it's an easy cast. Has a fairly low range as far as Slann spells go, only 12 inches. It allows you to have one monster, and this works even on allies, which is cool. It uses the top bracket until your next hero phase. So if you're just playing Seraphon, you're not looking at bringing in like a Mega Gargant or some allied Star Drake or something. The Realm Shaper engine already has this effect built in for all Coalesced monsters wholly within 12 inches of the Realm Shaper engine. So you have to specifically imagine scenarios where you're fighting outside of that range and also surviving long enough in order to take advantage of this spell, and also staying in range of all your spellcasting and all that stuff. It's a very, very, very niche spell. I would probably personally never take it. I would rather just play positioning better and take like a healing spell or just something else. I don't know.
Yeah, when I was reading this, I was thinking this was made for a Bastiladon in the previous book. If you could have cast this on your Bastiladon to keep it at top bracket, that would have been incredible. But now I don't see what you're going to be using this on all that often. So I agree. D tiers.
I would love it if this spell also healed that monster D3. Like just add that, make it a D3 healing spell, and then this bracketing thing becomes a bonus.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Just being at top bracket is not the most useful thing in the world.
Yeah.
Telepathic Summons, on the other hand, is the most useful thing in the world. We've talked about a lot of good spells in this review. We talked about Primordial Mire on the Troglodon. We've talked about Comet's Call. We've talked about Celestial Deliverance. Telepathic Summons might be the most busted spell ever written. And it's not because of what's written, it's what's not there that makes it so busted. So, cast on a 6, easy cast. Range 9, low range, right? Max 15 if you have an Astrolith Bearer. But remember, you can always vassal cast this. So how this works is you pick a visible Saurus unit that's not a monster. So this could be Guard, Warriors, Aggradons, any of the heroes that aren't Carnosaur, anywhere on the battlefield, as long as you can see it. And then you set it up wholly within range of the caster. You remove that unit, you pluck it off the table, and you just put it in range of the Slann. But remember that you can vassal cast in this army. So instead of putting it near the Slann, you can put it near a Troglodon that's literally anywhere on the board. And you can also put it wholly within 15 of that Troglodon. And unlike every other ability that sets up units, this doesn't specify you have to be some distance away from enemies. So you can just, more than 3 inches from an enemy, sure. What if you just put them directly into melee combat? This spell allows you to do that. And there's also no restriction here on being able to move. Normally, teleport spells or abilities will say you can't move in the following movement phase, or even if you revive, sometimes like there's an ability that says, you can't pile in and attack this turn even. There's usually specific restrictions on these things. This doesn't have that. So you can teleport the units any distance from enemies, and you can move immediately. It's ridiculous. There's going to be a couple lists at the end of this video that showcase just how broken this ability is, being able to just drop a whole bunch of Saurus Warriors or even Lancers anywhere around the Troglodon, anywhere on the table, and then move normally. Sometimes in the hero phase, you move normally, and then you also move normally on top of that. Sometimes a run 6 and then a charge. It's so good. And that's just like Alpha Strike potential. You can also use this to just pull Saurus out of combat and then charge back in so you can activate your charge bonuses or just get better angles or take objectives somewhere else. Like the things you can do with the spell are it's going to take a while to really unlock its true potential, but it's so ridiculously strong. Like, my God, like unreal.
Yeah. Oh, it's absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. I've been trying not to play this in too many lists right now because I know it'll be a crutch for me, and I assume it's going to get FAQ'd to something. I don't imagine they'll change everything about it, so I think it's going to remain to some extent. But this right here is just awesome. Keeping Aggradons in combat, pulling them out, putting them in another combat. They're keeping their rage going. Warriors, throwing warriors all over the board, wherever you want them, basically. Throwing out spell portal so you can get even more range and put these guys all the way into the enemy's lines. Just a heck of a lot of fun with this spell.
Yeah,
Really
crazy.
Honestly, this is such a cool spell, and I hope it doesn't see any changes. I think it's kind of neat to have cool effects in the game, but we'll see how that progresses.
I hope they don't change this. I want to see how it plays out. Partly because I'm still riding that Stormcast Copium, and I want translocate movement. I want that to happen. But also, it's the main reason to play Coalesced. I think it justifies the whole Saurus identity. The whole book seems to be written around Saurus being a slow, kind of brick grindy unit. But if they don't have any kind of mobility to get where they need to go, then what's the point of that whole playstyle, right? If all they do is just drop into play and stand there in Dracothian's Tale, what's the point of the Saurus at all? This makes Saurus Warriors a very exciting unit. It's one of the reasons we rank them as an A-tier unit. A lot of this review would have to be reconsidered if changes happen to this spell.
And I think we can take into consideration that you do end up paying quite a few points for this spell. You've got the Slann. You're taking this as one of usually his spell or one of his spells, and then you're going to have an Astrolith. You might have a Troglodon. You're probably going to have some guard to guard the Slann. You end up building in quite a bit of a cost to take this spell. So it's not something that you can just plug into a 100 Saurus list and throw them all over the board. You do have to have a strategy, and you are going to pay quite a few points for the spell.
Yeah. Strong effects are okay to have in the game as long as you're paying for them. That's what really matters. If you're paying for them in some way.
Or if the whole army is balanced around him. Khorne has Murderlust. I don't think Murderlust is overpowered. It's very strong. It's going to take some time to learn how to play around it. I think this is kind of like that. People just gotta figure out how to play around it. I'd rather the game be full of strong, cool stuff like this than weak, boring stuff like the Stormcast book.
Yeah.
Post-errata, let's say. Post-errata Stormcast book. But overall, you can see there's two very, very high-power spells that you want to bring if you're taking a Slann and Coalesced, and they're both focused around buffing Saurus. So there is a reason to bring a Slann, I think, if you don't use Saurus, but it's pretty limited. Usually when you're bringing a Slann, it's because it's Croak, and you just want the Mortal Wound package anytime. And he can just cast these spells because he knows the whole lore. Or you're bringing a Slann to buff Saurus, or you're bringing them so that you can do Dominate Mind, which we'll talk about shortly. Let's take a look at the command traits for Slann and Coalesced. First up is Wrath of Aeons, which really stood out to me as a very, very good ability the first time I saw this book, because it's a relatively low damage book. There's nothing crazy in terms of attack damage. So being able to add 1 to attacks for everything wholly within 12 inches of the Slann, even if it's only once per battle, that seems really, really good. And it is, right? It's a 50% damage boost for Saurus Warriors. It's a huge damage spike for everything with multiple weapon profiles like Aggradons and Carnosaurs and Stegadons and all these things. Except it only works on Saurus and Kroxigor. So, okay, -1 point there. Then the fact that you have to use it only in your turn. And it's only for units wholly within 12 inches of the user. So you can't use it defensively if an enemy charges you. And the Slann has to be somewhere that melee combat is happening. And the units have to be wholly within 12 inches. So if you pile out of range, they lose it. There's so many restrictions on this ability that it was S tier in my mind the first time I read it, but the more I think about it, the more I try it, I think it's like a B tier. It's a reason to use a Slann, but it's just so hard to use. It's very annoying.
Yeah. I end up not wanting my Slann usually wholly within 12 inches of somebody that's fighting in my turn. He's not generally that close. Thought this was like a defensive ability when I first read it, and I was thinking, yeah, this is a way to keep people from charging into your units turn 1. I'm going to buff them up here, but it only happens in your combat phase. So it's an oddly restrictive command trait here. So I don't really like it.
It is a very strong effect, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're playing in a meta full of like Alpha Strike armies or Alpha Pin armies, even just something that's trying to aggressively play into Seraphon. And from my experience, people are trying to be very aggressive against Seraphon because they know just how good we are at range and playing like the precision strike game. So people are trying to get very good board positions. They're trying to get into these positions. The fact that you don't have to declare it until the combat phase is nice because you can, let's say run 6 the Slann up or just Tunnel Master him up. Like there's ways to use it. It's just, it's difficult to use. You have to invest a lot of resources in it. And those resources probably could just be other better things.
Yep.
Next up is the Custodian of Divine Technology, which, again, on first reading, this sounds amazing. You get to pick 2 Coalesced Slann artifacts and give them to the general. So, and this is in addition to your normal artifact, right? So that's cool. You just get 2 free artifacts, and it's like you get to break one of the core rules of the game, which is each hero can only have 1 artifact. So awesome, right? These are very cool things. The problem is that those artifacts aren't, aside from 1, they're not very good. There aren't many scenarios where you want to bring 2 of them. You want to bring the 1, and if you want to bring a second one, just take the artifact enhancement. Right? Like, you can't be on the same hero, but we'll talk about the artifacts soon, and you'll see they're just not very good aside from the grubs, I think.
Yeah.
Grubs is the only one I'd really want on my Slann if I'm giving him one.
Given the name of this command trait, I was kind of hoping this could be like the Engine of the Gods buffer that we've been looking for. It's like, Engine of the Gods nearby can roll an extra dice or conserve an extra power dice or something, so they power out twice as fast. Like this would be the place to add in more support for the Engine of the Gods, I think.
Yeah.
Help it out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Master of the Material Plane. So the general can learn 2 more spells from the Lore of Ancient Domains, which is the one we just talked about, the Slann spell lore. And 2 of the spells are very good, right? Like you want both of those spells. You want the Empowered Celestite and you want Telepathic Summons. You want both of those spells if you're playing a Saurus build. So this is a very good way to get those. Unfortunately, you could just take a spell enhancement instead. And I think that's actually a very viable pick because there's also 2 very good skink spells that you want to learn on every skink wizard. This also gives you 1 more spell than you need, right? Like there's 2 good spells from the lore, not 3. Like, what would the third spell that you take be? Maybe Drain Magic, I guess, just because -1 Unbinding. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
it's a struggle. Yeah,
But-
I don't know.
Yeah. You can also just use Croak if you want to play like a Battle Regiment list, right? Like you don't want to take the spell enhancement. You can just use Croak. He knows every spell.
Yeah.
So that's an option. Where this specifically comes into play and why I'm giving it an A tier is because if you want to play a Coalesce list without Croak, you don't want your 1 commander spot in a battle regiment to be Croak. You'd rather have it be a Carnosaur or a Troglodon or something like that. Slann as the general makes sense there because he then gets all the spells he needs, and he's actually not as high value as he would be in another list, so you don't really need him to be around forever, so you can skip stuff like Saurus Guard, which would normally clutter up a battle regiment by taking up a troop slot. So there is value in this. People will be taking it because there are those 2 core spells that you want. Dominating Mind. Conceptually, I love this. I love the idea that the Slann has a way to buff monsters. He's not just there to buff Saurus. This is excellent, really. In your hero phase, you get to pick a Coalesce monster, and you get to add 1 to wound rolls for its mount attacks until your next turn. So this is very cool. It gets your Stegadons to wound on 2s with most of their attacks. All of them, in fact, if it's not a hero monster. And that's awesome. Like, that's the only way to wound on 2s with the Stegadon. It's a very good damage steroid. Carnosaurs can do the same thing, so for some reason you want to play Thunder Lizard Carnosaurs, you can do that, but keep in mind that any Saurus unit, when it charges, can just get +1 to wound, so it's not like it's super useful, and because you're picking this in the hero phase, you're going to immediately benefit from it, whereas you could also just charge, right? Like, if it's your turn and you're picking a unit, you're charging that turn too. Now, this does work defensively, but is a monster going to survive long enough to take use of it defensively? It's tough. And then there's the fact that it can fail. Like, why is it on a 2+? Come on.
Why? Tired of these abilities.
It's so frustrating. A command trait that activates on a 2+, like, it's not even that good of a buff. I don't think it needed this. The book needed more reasons to play a Slann with monsters. there aren't enough. This is one of the very few reasons to do it. So, yeah, it's fine. It's going to be used, right? Like if you're playing a Slann and Coalesced and you have monsters and you don't have Saurus blocks, like let's say you're playing Kroxigors or Thunder Lizard, you're not bringing that Saurus support, then you might find yourself using it. It's really not a bad ability. It's just unnecessarily a 2+.
Yeah, this is one of the only ways to buff some of the Stegadons, and so if you're going Stegadon heavy, this would be probably what you'd want to take, since you wouldn't have a command trait for a Skink, keyworded Stegadon hero. You can go with the Slann for your commander and give him this.
Yeah, the problem with that build is what is the Slann casting? Because the Slann spells are not great. So he's pretty much doing Mystic Shield. He's going to do Celestial Equilibrium, I think it's called, to give +1 cast. So you're playing a more like magic monster build at that point, and then his third spell is probably going to be, an endless spell. That build seems to just be better in Starborne, I think.
Oh yeah.
But it is really nice to have a Stegadon on 2s and 2s, and then you pump up its attacks with a Purple Sun. Now it's at Ren 2. All of a sudden, it's a competent fighter, and it's got -1 damage from being coalesced, and it's doing double rampages if you're Thunder Lizard. Like, there are reasons, but I think the Starborne teleporting shenanigans and just more mortal wounds from range fits that concept better.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the artifacts. So remember, there is a command trait to take 2 of these on the same hero, so you have to consider any combination of 2 of these. First up is Throne of the Lost Gods, which gives the Slann +4 move and +1 wound. +1 wound means you're now 10 wounds, which means you no longer get cover, and you no longer get Lookout Sir, which is very, very bad. That's a downside. Gaining a wound on a Slann is a bad thing. You don't want to be 10 wounds. It also, I believe this makes him a commander, right? I don't know how that works out. So he's not a sub-commander anymore, so it's totally different for your battalions, and probably worse, assuming it works that way.
Yeah.
If this was if it made him have scaly skin, or gave him a 5-up ward or something, I'd be all over it. This would be way better, right? The 4-inch move, no. When do you need a Slann to move 9 inches instead of 5? Like, how often is that relevant? It's really bad.
Strange. So strange.
There's few artifacts you can take that make your unit worse. This is one of them. Crystalline Skull. It's not as bad as it looks. So each time the bearer casts a spell, you gain 1 power on this unit, and then once per battle, you can unleash that power. When you unleash the power, you roll dice equal to the number of power you have. So if you've cast 6 spells by round 2, you've got 6 power. You pick an enemy unit within 12 inches, and each 3-up is a mortal wound. So here's some examples of what you can do with this. Round 2, you've cast 6 spells by this point. Let's say you make all of them, none of them are unbound. You pick an enemy unit in the hero phase, and you roll 6 dice, and 3-ups are mortals. That's pretty cool. What about round 3? You roll 9 dice, 3-ups are mortals. What about round 4? You roll 12 dice, and then 3-ups are mortals. Yeah, that's a lot of mortal wounds. But it takes a long time for this to kick in. It requires surviving that long, which I don't know if Coalesced Slann can live as long as a Starborne Slann could. And it also requires being within 12 inches in the hero phase, unlike the Prism of Amontok in Starborne, which can just be unleashed in any phase, 12 inches away, and it just, once per game basically does 6 mortals. This has a lot higher potential, but way, way more conditions, and it's way harder to use. But Seraphon Coalesced in particular do want to play a more grindy style. So maybe this round 3, round 4 bomb is somewhat more useful. This isn't a completely useless artifact. Damage is utility. Having an artifact that can just blast stuff for a whole bunch of mortal wounds once per turn it's not the worst thing in the world.
I would have loved this if it was in the shooting phase instead of the hero phase. Put Tunnel Master on him. You can send him in at late game to take out a few models that are holding something. Might have a little bit more utility, but that in the hero phase, 12 inches away, it's very limiting. It is mortal wounds, so never discount that. But yeah, I think C tier is about right.
Yeah. The Itsy Grubs, I think that's a pun, like Itsy Bitsy, Itsy Grubs are consistently just very good across editions. This edition, they allow the bearer to reroll one cast or one dispel in your own turn, or unbind a spell or reroll one unbind in your opponent's turn. So this is Master of Magic, but on an artifact instead of a command trait. And also, it heals you a wound every hero phase, which is nice. That's a nice bonus, right? If Master of Magic was an artifact, I'm pretty sure every army would take it, right? Like,
Yeah.
That's insanely good. This is very strong effect, especially in Coalesce, where you don't want a Slann general. You want a Saurus general, and you want the Slann to just be a supporting piece in that build. So very, very strong. There is the restriction that you don't get to re-roll a dispel in the enemy turn, just in your own turn. That kind of isn't as good, because what you want to be doing is dispelling enemy spells in the own player's turn. That way they can't recast them immediately, and they're off the table for at least another round. So a little bit worse than Master of Magic, but it's so much easier to use because it's an artifact instead of a command trait. And finally, the Quaddle Familiar, which is a little floating snake lizard on his model that you can actually build. And it's cool that, you know, the skull is represented here as an artifact, and the familiar is represented. That's neat. I like that. I wish this was stronger.
So are the grubs. One of the models that you can build the little skinks into. He has like a tray that has all the grubs on it.
Oh, so, yeah, I didn't pick up on that. Cool.
So they've made all of these artifacts, you know, on the actual model, which is pretty cool.
So how come the Skink Spear guy isn't an artifact that gives you an extra attack or something? That would have been cool.
An extra attack.
Yeah. Totally useless to have more melee attacks on the Slann, you know. So Quaddle Familiar, once per battle at the start of your hero phase, you can cast one more spell this turn, but it has to be from the lore of Ancient Domains, which is, as we discussed, there's 2 good spells in that. So you could use this as like the once per game you need to cast Empowered Celestite or to cast Telepathic Summons, but you'd rather just have the spell available all the time because there's more utility than just having that spell once per game. You want to be casting both of those each turn to take advantage of them. The other spells aren't really worth this artifact. Frankly, if this was just you can cast any spell once per game, it might be more useful, but the fact that it's limited to that lore, and you're already going to be building so that you have both of the spells you want, it makes it really, really situational. Probably not going to be picked. I can't see it.
Take spell enhancement over this every time.
Yeah, there's so many good artifacts you'd rather take.
Yeah.
So of this list, you know, based on the command trait we were looking at before, are there any combination of 2 artifacts that you would want to take that would justify that command trait?
No, I don't think so. At first, I thought maybe Grubs and the Quaddle Familiar, just so you could get an extra spell cast out of that, but it's once per game. It's just not useful enough. I think if you only were planning to do telepathic summons once per game, maybe you had like some specific strategy, maybe you could do it that way. But I think in the end, if on the Coalesce side of things, you're generally going to make a source your general and not the Slann, so I don't think you'll end up with that too often.
Yeah, the only thing I could see is like you don't want to have to take a spell enhancement. You just want once per battle, telepathic summons, like you said. So you take the Grubs, you take the Familiar, and then also in a battle regiment, you get a 3rd artifact. So you take something like Chotec's Gaze or Arcane Tome. That's about the only scenario I could see, and that doesn't justify that command trait.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the lore of Primal Jungles for Skink Coalesced Wizards. All of these are actually pretty good. I don't think there's any duds here. They're all just of situational value, each of them. First up is Light of Chotec, casts on a 7, range of 12. So you need to be near an Astrolith to have this range 18. You get to roll dice equal to the wounds that are allocated on a Seraphon model, and each 5-up heals a wound. I really like this because monsters take a lot of damage, but they're durable. And in Coalesce in particular, they're more durable than normal monsters. They tend to stick around and live. And being able to heal them, even with this really janky healing spell, is a useful thing. It almost makes like the Emerald Life Swarm worth taking, just so you can heal an extra D3 wounds from a Stegadon every turn. And looking at some quick numbers here, if the model's taken 6 wounds, on average, you know, you roll 6 dice, and you'd roll 2 5-ups, let's say. So that's like healing D3. Right? So if you're at half health, it heals D3. If you've taken somewhere, you know, 9 to 12 wounds, it's like healing D6. So this can be a really big healing spell. Like you look at Sylvaneth, they have a D6 healing spell, and that feels good, especially on a Tree Lord or a Larial or something. The problem is that there's going to be a lot of scenarios where you've taken like 1 or 2 wounds, and you're worried about taking the last like 12 or whatever needed to kill the monster, so you want to preemptively heal. And in that situation, this is a bad spell. And by the time you get to the point where your model's almost dead, it's like it's pretty rare for things to survive with 1 wound. Not exceedingly rare, but uncommon, let's say. And that's where you get the most value out of this spell. Yeah, and unfortunately, if you use something like Heroic Recovery, if you have a Carnosaur or Skink Chief on Stegadon or a Troglodon, and they use Heroic Recovery, that actually reduces the potential amount of healing that this spell does, which is unfortunate. So it's fine. It's a good spell. Like, if you want to heal monsters, if you want to heal a Slann, it's pretty useful, I'd say.
Yeah, this is. It can be situationally useful, and you're gonna have a skink. So as long as if you take a spell enhancement, right, it's definitely a consideration.
And I was trying to take it on a Troglodon, trying to keep it alive, playing with a little bit more of a slower spell bomb from that Troglodon, and taking this as a way to keep him topped off on health. But it never really felt right. Seemed like if I was taking enough damage to get its use out of it, then my Troglodon was usually going down, or something else was. I needed to do something else other than heal, D3 to D6. But yeah, I hadn't quite found a good use for it yet. It seems the other spells just end up with a higher priority to me.
Yeah, spell enhancement's usually the place where I find this. Like, if I'm bringing a Slann and I'm bringing 2 Skink Wizards, this is the second spell one of them might learn, usually a Troglodon, because the Troglodon usually wants to cast Primordial Mire. When he's not casting that, he can cast a healing spell. Sure, right? Yep. That's fine. I probably wouldn't bring this on a Starseer or Starpriest, just because there's range restrictions. They're not really capable of healing themselves very much. And the Troglodon also just has a bigger base, so that 18-inch range goes further. Potentially 18 if you have an Astrolith, let's say.
Yeah.
Next up is Heavenly Frenzy, which I think is a very, very strong spell. Cast on a 7, which is not easy. That means you probably want to bring a Slann and an Astrolith to give a wizard +2. But it has a huge range with an Astrolith. It's got 24-inch range. You can pick a Seraphon unit, wholly within range, and it can run and charge this turn. That means you can issue the Run 6 command at the double and then charge. So you can combo this all sorts of crazy ways. Kroxigors, for example, we'll talk about Saurus Commentaries first, but you can move in the hero phase and then Run 6 and then charge. It gives you a tremendous range boost at the cost of 1 command point and a spell. This is very good on everything. Like, every unit in Seraphon wants this. It's very, very good. I wish Starborne could have this. It would be amazing.
Yeah, this helps turn Coalesced into what is generally looked at as a slow army initially, until you start seeing all these tricks that they can do. They have this telepathic summons to get units wherever they need to go, then still move. Now you're running and charging things, you're moving in the hero phase. All of a sudden, this army gets pretty interesting in their movement options. This really helps out a lot.
Yeah, Bastiladons with Ark of Sotek can move 11 inches effectively, and then that's better than 5, right? It's more than doubling your move. 11's still not great. This season it's fine. It's more than enough movement because everything's kind of so clustered in the middle of the board. But if we ever go back to seasons where the objectives are more spread out, then 11-inch move isn't enough. But like I said, combine this with the double move from Vengeful Defender. You combine this with telepathic summons because those units can move afterwards normally. You can get some crazy threat ranges in Coalesced, and nobody's going to really be expecting it the first time they play against it.
If you do plan on taking this in your turn 1 strategy, you do kind of need to plan to give those buffs, as you said, because you're casting this with a Skink. I've played it a couple times where I just have just a Starseer or just a Skink Priest, and you'll end up failing that 7-up, half the time. So it is a harder spell to cast. So be prepared for that if it's part of your core strategy.
7+ it feels like a coin flip, right? 5+ feels a lot better, and you can get that if you have a Slann with Celestial Equilibrium and then an Astrolith. That's a lot more reliable. Still not perfect though. You can fail that, and I don't think you'd want to take a Skink General with Master of Magic just to get this spell off. But, you know, it is an option. It's possible. Master of Magic's great, so don't overlook it. And the last Skink spell is Tide of Serpents, which again, 7-up cast, 15-inch range. This is another one of those 5-up Mortal Wound spells that rolls dice equal to the unit size. Starborne has 2, Coalesced has 1. It feels like no matter which subfaction you play, you're going to have a great tool to deal with hordes. This is especially great because the Starseer can cast Celestial Doom on a unit and then cast this ability immediately, because if a unit's in range for Doom, they'll be in range of this as well. And then you just deal a whole bunch of Mortal Wounds to a horde. And then let's say you cast a Horror Ghast nearby, and that horde unit now suffers a whole bunch of Mortal Wounds, and then the rest of them just run away because they can't use Inspiring Presence. These spells are very, very strong, especially right now. Tons and tons of armies are using hordes. This is one of the best ways to kill Caradron Thunderers, Blissbarb Seekers, Lumineth Sentinels, Skink Blobs. Like, if you're playing Seraphon versus Seraphon, the key to that matchup is not to kill the heroes, it's to kill every other unit. And the more efficiently you can do that, the better. So being able to just, like, nuke squads of 10 Skinks with a Salamander, and then if they have Saurus Warriors, like a big blob of those guys, you start casting all your anti-horde spells into them. So, very, very strong spell. Probably the second pick, right? Like, you get your Heavenly Frenzy on your first Skink Wizard, and your second one takes Tide of Serpents, and then you take a spell enhancement, and you give one of them Light, and you give the other one Heavenly Frenzy. So both your wizards have it.
Yep, exactly. Exactly.
So overall, great spells. 2 are very good, one is good. Let's look at Saurus command traits for Coalesce. For some reason, it's only Saurus keyword and not Skink, which, okay, all right. Don't like it, but moving on. First up is Prime War Beast. It gives you +1 attack for the general's mounts weapons. So Carnosaurs, obviously, this is great on them. You get +1 attack with the jaws, which deal, 5 damage apiece, and then +1 attack with the claws, which deal 2 damage apiece. So potentially +7 damage. Carnosaurs are already the best melee monster in the army, and this just makes them even punchier. When you combine this with a damage artifact, which we'll talk about shortly, you can make what I like to call a Kilosaur, which is like just a high damage beat stick monster. Unfortunately, it's a command trait, and these other 2 command traits are really, really good. It's really hard to justify them taking Prime War Beast, but sometimes you don't need that extra utility. Sometimes you are going to be just perfectly okay getting more damage, because damage is utility.
Yeah, if the other 2 weren't so good, this one would be a lot higher on my list. If you are speccing into that, I really want this Carnosaur to do lots of damage. Prime War Beast is a lot of fun because there's nothing that feels as good as hitting on those jaws and telling them it's 5 damage each. That's always nice. And it's 2 Rin now, yay! It was one Rin for so long, yeah.
Oh, it was so disappointing. He was tickling things with his teeth.
First time I played against that model, I was like, all right, so it's like Ren 3, right? And it's like, no, it's Ren 1. Oh.
It's like getting bit by a cat, like a playful cat. But no, it's Ren 2 now, and that feels great.
Yeah.
I wish I could take this on a Stegadon Chief. I wish so hard I could do that.
Yeah, that's disappointing.
Thickly Scaled Hide is very strong as well. +1 save. So it's Stegadon Helm, but on units that want to be more aggressive. In particular, the Carnosaur is very good with this. Having a 3-up save, 15 wound monster that has -1 damage taken because you're coalesced and has all kinds of other defensive benefits that you can stack on top of it, that's great. Surviving longer is generally better than doing more damage. It depends on what your list needs, of course. Carnosaurs, they can use more damage. They probably need more durability more, though. When people see a big monster, they tend to tunnel and try to kill it, especially when you tell them that it's the guy issuing 2 commands per turn, and he does good damage, and he's got this 20 damage max bite attack. People will be like, okay, thanks for letting me know. I'm going to kill him now. And Thickly Scaled Hide goes a long way to keeping him alive. On its own, it's not very good. You still have to position correctly. You have to utilize Finest Hour and Mystic Shield and all that defense, and you have to leverage all of these things together. Because if they just ignore the Carnosaur, then you're like, oh, well, I guess I just wasted a command trait, didn't I? So it is good. It's very good. Don't overlook it. Probably not as generally useful as the next one, though. But yeah, do you guys have any thoughts about Thickly Scaled Hide?
I like it. It's good. It's especially if you're using your Old Blood on Carnosaur, maybe for a more support role in the first round or two, where he's just sitting there issuing commands to everyone else around him, and then you're sending him into combat later. It helps keep him alive a little bit longer. You're not going to use Prime War Beast as much for the damage early on, so this one is good, I think, in those kind of instances.
I like it. Sorry, go ahead, Dan.
Oh no, I was just saying it's pretty neat. I think I would honestly just go with Prime War Beast just to. I feel like the army has enough access to save stack that you can make it work. Because if it was like +1 to save characteristic, that would be much more interesting.
For sure, but everything has Ren these days. Like save characteristic versus just save is a very blurred line. So +1 save to rolls is really good. Might as well just be +1 save characteristic, honestly.
In some cases, yeah.
I do like this on a Carnosaur because it turns the Carnosaur into like a flank objective holder, kind of like you would use Dracolines in a Stormcast army. He can kind of just be off on his own, doing things, playing the flank upside. The rest of your army. The Slann can teleport a bunch of Saurus Warriors somewhere, and the Carnosaur, because he'd be the general in this case, he can still issue commands from 18 inches away. He can play pretty close, but not right with the rest of the army. Right? It gives them this alternative role of being a flank holder because. Consider 15 wounds on a 4-up. That's a Dracoline profile. So what if you could have Dracolines with hero keywords so they can use heroic actions like Finest Hour and healing, but also just a permanent Mystic Shield. That also stacks with Mystic Shield. Right? If you start making that kind of comparison, Carnosaur being 285 versus Dracoline's 240, that's pretty similar. Their damage output is pretty similar. Like it starts to look like a pretty favorable comparison. So yeah, I kind of like the Carnosaur in that role. And I think Thickly Scaled Hide enables that because if you try to do that without this, they're just going to kill him. All right, the last one, the big one, the S tier. One of the reasons you play Coalesced. It's so good. Vengeful Defender. There's a lot of stipulations that I'm going to be very careful when I'm talking about this. If the general is wholly within your territory, at the start of the hero phase, it can activate this ability. It can make a normal move immediately. When you do so, you can also pick 2 other Saurus or Kroxigor keyword units that are wholly within 12 inches of the general in order to make a normal move as well. The picked units don't have to be in your territory, just the general. Right? So you can do things like Vengeful Defender and then Heavenly Frenzy in order to run 6 in charge. So your Kroxigors, instead of just moving up 5 inches, they move 5 in the hero phase, then they move 11 because you run 6 them, and then they charge. So that's a huge amount of threat range, right? That's way more than a 5-inch move. And any Saurus unit can take this. You can have this on a Carnosaur, and you can have a Carnosaur party, and just 3 Carnosaurs at the start of the game all move up 20 inches and then charge, right? That's awesome. But I really like this in particular on an Astrolith bearer, because if you're out of your territory, you just don't get to use this anymore, right? So it's like it's cool if you're making like an Alpha Strike build, like if you're just pushing a bunch of Aggradons up, great. I like a more sustained value in my games, and I like it on something like an Astrolith bearer, because every turn he just gets to make units reposition, and that's really useful. Unlike the other Saurus heroes, the Astrolith bearer just is fine sitting in your territory. He's good. He can chill. He can sit there next to the Realm Shaper engine with an Arcane Tome, being the wizard that activates it and keeps activating Vengeful Defender every single turn. So very, very powerful effect. We've talked at length about Speed of Huanchi and allowing hero phase movement and how useful that is. This is almost as good. Like, it's on slower units, but it's still a very, very good effect. Now, the most important restriction here is that this has to be used at the start of your hero phase. So at the same time that you do heroic actions, the same time you dispel things, this has to be done in that window, which means it has to be done before telepathic summons. So you can't combo this with telepathic summons. This has to happen first. Then when you telepathic summons, maybe you could use this to get in range of the Slann so they can see the unit, but there's very limited interaction there. You also need to use multiple Kroxigor units or multiple Saurus units in order to justify using this. So even though it's incredibly powerful, the fact that it only works on these 2 units kind of limits its power a bit. Like, if you're playing Monster Mash, you don't need to take this. If you're just using a Carnosaur, well, yeah, it's useful to use a Carnosaur and move him 10 inches at the start of the game. But you really want to get the most value out of this. You want multiple units. So your whole list gets built around this idea. But it's a very good idea. It's a very, very strong ability.
Absolutely. It's so good. It's so useful. And a lot of battle plans currently have very big territories. And so it's not just your deployment zone, it's your territory. And so that can extend, up to mid-board. You have quite a bit of area to play around with this. I think if you are taking a source of any type on foot, then, well, I guess there's only 2 of them now, right? Oldblood on foot and Astrolith.
Yep.
Rest in peace, Sunblood, and Eternity Warden. Then I think this is absolutely what you're taking. Sending people off away from you with the Astrolith is so good, and it really opens up some strategies. I think you'll see this a lot with the Aggradon builds because it does allow you to Alpha Strike turn 1. It allows you a lot more range as you need it with them. They have a decent move, not a great move. It's only 8. This allows them to get a lot further than that. Same with Kroxigor. Their movement got cut so much. They're so slower now that you almost need this if you want to make that Kroxigor list in Coalesced, just so they can get extra distance. But so powerful. Movement in the hero phase is wonderful.
Mm-hmm. For sure. Aggradon's not needing Heavenly Frenzy is a very good thing. Like, if you take this, they get a 16-inch move without needing to run 6 and charge, which is great because that way you're not relying on that spell. I can totally see that just being a very standard list for Seraphon. Just, Carnosaur and probably 2x3 or maybe 6 and 3 Aggradons. Yeah, I can totally see that working.
Yep.
Let's look at the Coalesced artifacts for Saurus. They are, 2 of them are very good, at least. Chotec's Gaze is one of the best artifacts in the book. Maybe the single best artifact. Like, if I could take this in Starborne, I totally would bring a Saurus hero with this. What it does is that enemy models within 6 inches, which have a wound characteristic of 1 or 2, cannot contest objectives. Now, keep in mind, this is not enemy units. This is each individual model within range. Can't contest objectives. Monsters, in particular, count as 5 models. So if you put this on a Carnosaur, it can just walk onto objectives. Doesn't even have to charge. It just walks near them. Enemy models within 6 just can't count as contesting it. And with a 5 count, you just steal objectives away, which is very good. Coalesced in general is not the highest, let's say, model count army. Seraphon in general aren't a high model count army anymore. So this is an incredibly powerful artifact. It gets even better the more monsters you bring because you get lower and lower model count. This is very, very good. The fact that it's an artifact and not something like a spell that your opponent can unbind or dispel, they have to kill this unit. So you can make it super durable. You can give it the thickly scaled hide, and then just use it as an awesome objective controlling piece like that. So really, really strong artifact. This will probably be the default for many Coalesce lists.
Absolutely. So good, especially comboed with all the other toughness this army has, or this subfaction has. You're keeping this guy alive a long time, and he's standing on those circles real well. Plays real good behind some other source. If you're able to move some source onto an objective, move him into the middle of that objective, it's going to be almost impossible to take that thing from you with most units in the game.
Yeah, it's pretty funny to invalidate 60 zombies.
It's good. I wish the FAQ would invalidate them faster. It's also good on an Astrolith bearer, right? Even if you're not playing a Carnosaur, just putting it on an Astrolith bearer who has Vengeful Defender, he himself can move up minimum 10 inches a turn, and then he can just run. He can very easily get on top of objectives. And then if you take, for example, the seasonal enhancement, the one that makes you count as 10 models, Stubborn as a Rhinox. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a really fun combo. He counts as 10 models. Enemy models with 1 or 2 just can't contest objectives. And he's a champion, so if you have him near some Saurus Guard or something, he can't be shot, and he's got a 3-up pass. This enables a tactical play that wasn't possible before in Coalesced. It fits into that grindy style that you were describing, Caleb. It's so good.
Yeah.
The Blood Rage Pendant, on the other hand, is not very good. It gives you +1 attack, which best case scenario is 2 damage. Or +2 attacks if you've taken half of your wounds, rounding up. So once a Carnosaur has taken 8 wounds and has 7 remaining, you get +2 attacks, which is a maximum of +4 damage. Unfortunately, it doesn't work on mounts. It's just on the rider. So max +4 damage, assuming you're on 2s and 2s if you all-out attack and you charge. Only rend 1. I don't know. It's not great. max damage is useful, right? It shouldn't be understated just how useful it is to have higher max damage. But I think what the Carnosaur is missing more than max damage is Rend. Like the Rend 2 on the spear goes a lot further, I think, than adding +1 attack to it.
Somebody at GW just loves this artifact because they've given this artifact to us a couple times now, I think, and I don't know that I've ever put it on anything. It's such a strange one because it doesn't buff what is doing the damage on these models. So you're not going to take this on a foot hero because the foot hero is not, he's not going to be in combat, or hopefully not. You don't really want this on a Carnosaur because the other ones are just better. And you're not doing much damage with the spear anyway, so yeah, it's a strange one.
If it was +2 attacks all the time, I might consider it. And then maybe +4 if you had taken half your wounds. Like, okay, yeah, right. Like I can see that. But with these numbers, it's not really worth it.
No.
Blade of Realities, on the other hand, feels a lot more impactful. +1 rend to a weapon always, and +1 damage if you attack a hero. So all of a sudden, instead of being 10 damage on Rend 1, if your Carnosaur manages to get to a hero, like you're fighting another monster or just you're fighting a foot hero, it's now 15 damage with Rend 2 max, right? So that's that's really scary. And if you take this on top of Prime War Beast, you get what I call the Kilosaur, and that's just a very punchy Carnosaur. So if you're not really too concerned about utility, if you're just using the Carnosaur as like an offensive piece that you don't care about Vengeful Defender's mobility or anything like that, just make a Kilosaur, man, and have a great time. It's really punching above its weight. It feels like a Maw Crusher, but better. I think it's actually better than a Maw Crusher.
This one feels good. It has a purpose, and it does that pretty well. I like this one a lot, especially if you're hunting down those heroes with the Carnosaur. Feels good.
All right, so looking at subfactions, Coalesced has 2 subfactions, just like Starborn. Again, I wish they added a third. I'm not really sure what it could have leaned into, which aspect of Coalesced, because they've got one for the Saurus stuff, and then they've got one for the monster stuff. So feels like they've got both their bases covered here. First up, Quaddle's Claw. It gives Saurus and Kroxigor units that charged +1 to wound rolls, which is a very strong effect. Very easy to use, unlike Aggradons, which require staying in combat. This is just a nice, simple accuracy boost if you charged. Works on mount attacks too, which is awesome. And it gives you battle line Kroxigors. If just having +1 to wound wasn't enough, this is also just another way to get more battle line units. So interesting list building opportunities come up. So what's good about that? Well, it's a significant accuracy boost for any unit that charged. It might be the only way to get +1 to wound in this book, aside from like Dominate Mind. But this works on every single unit that charged, every turn that they charge. And as we discussed, being able to telepathic summons and pull units out of combat and then charge them back in is very, very useful. This also, like I said, it works on mount attacks. With all that attack, Warriors and Lancers can easily be on 2s and 2s, Kroxigors on 3s and 2s, like very accurate, especially once you start pumping up the Rend so that they're Rend 2, Rend 3 with Purple Sun. Awesome. It feels really good. This is also the only way to use double reinforced Kroxigors, especially double reinforced Warspawned are a very tough unit to shift. Tons of Rend 2 attacks. They feel pretty dang good. So lots of reasons to use this. The downsides are if you're fighting on the enemy turn, or if you just didn't get to charge, like for example, you can't retreat and charge with Kroxigors, which is unfortunate. That's just not active. There are very few ways to strike first, right? Like if you're charging with multiple units, it can be very difficult to fight with all of them because your opponent will get a chance to pick a unit and fight with them and deal some damage before you get that chance. So you have to start bringing things like a Stegadon, and you have to hope that it's 4-up Rampage gets off in order to make an enemy strike last. So it's kind of difficult. Ideally, what you want to be doing is just charging 1 unit per turn and then fighting at max efficiency, and then the rest of your list is like shooting and magic, right? There are no bonuses to rally for large units of Saurus, and that's, I think, a downside really specific to this subfaction. Starborn can just revive D3 models every turn in the hero phase. Not being able to rally and coalesce to get any bonuses, like Slaves to Darkness has bonuses to rally with similar units. Hearthguard Berserkers get bonuses to rally. Like lots of armies have a 4-up or 5-up rally on these types of units, and Saurus just don't, which is very unfortunate. Saurus and Kroxigor in particular are very slow. If you're not using tools in this book to move them around, like if you just bring a lot of Saurus Warriors, only one of them can use, or two of them can use Vengeful Defender, only one can use Telepathic Summons, only one unit can get Heavenly Frenzy. Like you have mobility tools, but they are limited tools, right? And investing heavily in melee in general just isn't the best idea. I think you need a mix of casting and shooting in order to win games as well. So overall, it seems like a very good and very strong subfaction to me. I'm enjoying double reinforced Kroxigors. I'm enjoying using a Stegadon to make the enemy strike last. I'm enjoying Saurus Warriors being on 2's Ren 2. It feels good. It really does feel good. I think this is, of the two, the better one, and I think it's an A-tier subfaction.
It definitely got an upgrade from the previous book with that +1 to wound. So much better than +1 to hit. It feels so good when you can get these source units that we were rolling dice on like 5s and 4s on some of these attacks. When you're now rolling those at 2s and 2s with very little work, all of a sudden these attacks feel real good. You're gonna get some quality damage through. The Kroxigor battle line thing it does feel weird because they have so much skink synergy, but I think you kind of hit on it. Where that battle line Kroxigor is worthwhile is when you can get 9 Kroxigor in a unit. All of a sudden that unit is terrifying. So they become very useful that way. I don't know that you'll ever see like a Kroxigor heavy Kotal's Claw list with just a lot of battle line Kroxigor, but I think you will see those big old block of Kroxigor that you just don't even want to get anywhere close to. So that was fun.
That's probably the tough part, right? Like you're trying to get your Kroxigor close, and they're kind of slower, so you really need that teleport spell to work as it is now.
Well, Telepathic Summons doesn't work on Kroxigor, just Saurus.
Oh, just Saurus.
Yeah, you'll have to use Vengeful Defender
they really
is almost
get them in there, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, so tough.
Yeah, you kind of need it. I think if you go that Kroxigor, you've got to have Vengeful Defender. You've got to have Heavenly Frenzy to make sure that unit's going where you need it to go.
Yeah, but that's fine, right? Because a big brick of reinforced Warspawned are even tougher in this subfaction than they would be in Starborne. Having a -1 to wound with missile weapons is very useful on top of -1 hit from Troglodon and Mystic Shield, perhaps. 5-up ward from a Starseer, like it's good. And then the bites actually deal significant damage, unlike Starborne. So they feel a lot better in this subfaction than they do in Dracothian Stale even. Moving on to Thunder Lizard. Of the two, I think it's a little bit worse. Well, let's talk about it. So each Coalesced monster can use 2 rampages instead of 1. And that's a very, very powerful effect. Being able to roar and stomp, like even if you just didn't even consider the custom rampages you get in this subfaction of Coalesced, being able to roar and stomp every turn with a single monster, that's good. But the fact that you can just roar, stomp, sweep, charge, jaws, Titanic Duel, and Smash, all in a single charge phase, every charge phase, awesome, right? Like, that's really strong. Then it also gives you Battle Line Stegadons. So Battle Line Stegadon is a very interesting thing because it no longer counts as a behemoth. It's just a Battle Line unit, which means it's now a troop instead of a behemoth. That's really important for things like Battle Regiment. So, Coalesced Rampages, they're good. We talked about how good they are. The regular ones are still good. The fact that you can combine, for example, Stomp and Sweep on a Bastiladon to deal D6 mortal wounds and then deal D3 mortal wounds, even the shooting Bastiladon suddenly has good melee damage output. This is especially great because this is done before any combats, even strike first combats. So you can deal a whole bunch of mortal wounds, and then the enemy just has less attacks onto you if you're fighting defensively. Stegadons can combo Stomp on top of their charged mortal wounds and give an enemy 4-up strike last. They turn into an awesome utility piece, being able to bring even just 1 as battle line. Feels really good. When you play a lot of monsters, you're not going to have a high model count. And Stegadons counting as 10 models is awesome. The fact that Saurus can also take Chotec's Gaze, all of a sudden you have a competent objective-holding monster mash list.
I think some of the more like monster mash lists really relied on that count as 5 models, but especially with some higher model count armies becoming more common in the game, it's nice to see Seraphon bring in something that helps them count as more models. So I think that's probably one of the stronger points of this faction, actually, is the control as well.
And I think you still might see some source lists that maybe they're not going for damage output and so they don't have a lot of attacking source. They might switch over to Thunder Lizard because you don't care too much about that +1 to wound on charges. What you're trying to do is absorb those charges with your source and then fight back with these monsters. And if you can get Stegadons to get that 4 up, then you'd rather have everything fighting first before that unit does than +1 to wound. So I think there is a little bit of room in here for your source lists, not just put a bunch of Stegadons in a list and run up the board. I don't know that the pure Stegageddon lists are going to be, well, they were never good, but they I think they'll be even worse here because points and everything went up. But I think you can still play some source type of lists here supported by these monsters to give you your shooting, your rampages, that type of thing, with your source screens and objective holders. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Seraphon monsters are very unique in that, Stegadons and Bastiladons have monster bodies with decent melee profiles, but they also just have cannons strapped to their backs. So they're contributing shooting damage the whole time, even if they're not in melee, which is very different than other monsters in the game that, unless they're in melee, they're not really doing much aside from taking up space. And that's really, really cool because you can play a monster list and also have ranged power, which is a very different thing than most other armies. Now, there are some downsides, obviously, to this kind of playstyle. I think it's not as obvious how you construct these lists, like you guys were saying. I don't think you go all in on the monsters, but I think you bring a certain amount of them. If you bring too many, you actually may just run out of useful rampages to use. Like Titanic Duel, you have to have another monster in range, and Smash to Rubble requires terrain. You might not always care about these things. Troglodon's rampage is not particularly useful. It's not so useful that you want to use it, every turn. Monster Mash in general doesn't feel like the best way to play the game right now because of how much infantry is in the game. It's just inefficient damage and wounds for the points you spend on monsters typically, like a Stegadon being 300 points. Compare that, it does about the same damage as 200 points of Warriors. Both count as 10 models, but Warriors, however, are way more durable, and they got the bites. So there's a lot of utility there. And I think the biggest downside, and really what holds this subfaction back, is that Stegadons are just kind of overpriced right now. All of them, all three kinds. The Engine of the Gods, the regular Stegadons, and the Skink Chiefs. They're all overcosted. And I think if those prices go down, like if regular Stegadons go down to 260, this subfaction looks a lot better because you can just cram more stuff in to support those monsters. So that's my version of it. I think this is the weakest Seraphon playstyle overall. Personally, I think Starborne is just stronger than Coalesced in general, and this feels worse than like Fangs of Sotek. Right, I think it's a C tier just based on our internal rankings here, but it's not bad. It's still viable. I'm definitely going to try to make it work, especially if they make Stegadons cheaper. I think that's what's holding it back.
Yeah. The price point seems on a lot of these that it's just a little too high. I went from I could fairly easily fit in 8 monsters in previous Thunder Lizard, and that's been cut down by 1. In this one, I can only squeeze in 7, which sounds ridiculous. Yeah, but you just lose a lot of damage and bodies, and there's not as much ways to buff up these monsters as there used to be. So I think we've lost some damage output on these monsters. We've lost the ability to put as many in. So the Monster Mash, I think you're right on. It's not quite where this list is at. I think you're gonna have to play your monsters as a support. You'll have a variety of monsters instead of kind of leaning all into one type for the list. Definitely the, quote unquote narrative subfaction for Seraphon. A lot of fun here because you have your big monsters, but probably not going to win you a ton of games.
Mm-hmm.
Abilities like this are very good for future additions to the game. Like, let's say they add more rampages in a season at some point. This doesn't specify you can use the Coalesce rampages. It just says you can use 2 rampages. So if they add a seasonal rule that has some kind of rampage, then Thunder Lizard stunks, right? So don't sleep on this one. Don't just discount it. It's honestly not as bad as you think. And once some point changes occur, I think people will actually see that there is a lot of power in this.
And what Stonehorns and stuff have been making a living off of 10 models, counting as 10 models.
Yeah.
So Stegadons get that now. So there is play there. I think when the points are right, it's going to feel good.
For sure. Yeah. ogres don't have Sotek's gaze, right? they count as 10, but they can't shut off enemy models, so they still lose sometimes.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the Realm Shaper engine. It works in both subfactions, and it has slightly different effects depending on which one that you're playing. The setup is the same for both of them. It has to be wholly within your territory, more than 3 inches from all objectives and terrain. What does it do? Well, first off, it's impassable, and it's big. And this shouldn't be understated how useful this is. You can create very cool choke points that if you're playing defensively, your opponent has to run through. Let's say you find 2 pieces of terrain that you can fit this in between. You've created very tiny, narrow paths that your opponent can charge through, which is good. Like, that's how you should use terrain in this game, is to your advantage. So that's nice. If you're playing Starborn, what this does is you can pick a terrain piece anywhere on the board, and if generally it's a 4+, each enemy unit within 3 inches suffers D3 mortal wounds. If it's within 18 inches, it's on a 2-up. If it's more than 36 inches, it's on a 6. This ability is hilarious for people who haven't played as the Seraphon player. As soon as we put this thing down and we try to tag as many pieces of terrain as possible, we try to have it forwards for cosmic node purposes, so you can summon near it, you can teleport to it with the Slann if you need to with the relocation orb, and people will immediately just deploy everything more than 3 inches from all terrain. It's the funniest dang thing in the world. They're so scared of a 4-up D3 mortal wound that they completely ruin their positioning. Even if they know they're going first, right? They've got a battle regiment, they can choose who goes first. They know they can just move away from terrain, and they just completely mess up their deployment. The mind games that this does somehow can just win you a game, right? Like, a lot of the game is on deployment. So that's hilarious. I don't know why people do this. It's a 4-up D3 mortal wounds. Just take it. It's not the end of the world. I will actually sometimes forget to just use it. Right? You have to have a Seraphon wizard within 3 inches, and I will make sure to deploy in that way. But sometimes a turn goes by and I've got so many other things on my mind, I'll just forget that it exists, and then I'll be like, I have to do one of those, hey, do you mind if I did this kind of things, But it's too far in the game. Like, there's dice rolls involved. Like, I never feel right doing that. Yeah. So
yeah, it's odd that we can't garrison it anymore. That was one of our big strategies beforehand. But I think its utility has gotten better on some cases because you are going to play it more aggressively. I think in both sides of the army, you're going to play this differently than you did before. You'd always put it behind your army. You'd put your heroes huddled up inside of it. It was very restrictive on where it's going to go and what its usability is going to be. I think you're going to play it a lot more aggressively in both sub-factions now. Mm-hmm. And I find myself using it as a blocker, to change the table state. I'm going to block off avenues as best I can with this thing and make it harder for you to get to the things that I don't want you to get to. Especially on the Coalesced side where you're going to play it up forward where your monsters are going to go to. But even in Starborn, if you're going turn 1, you can play it more aggressively and get your guys up to it. You're not going to use it turn 1, but if you can get into that 2-up range onto a big terrain piece. Some of these tables that some of our big GTs have very elaborate tables, and I've blown up these terrain pieces that go all the way across the board, and you can't avoid it, And yeah, as you said, it'll mess up people's deployment. It's a lot of fun.
Keep in mind, you can do stuff like Speed of Huanchi to move a Skink Wizard in range and then use it, because this isn't at the start of the hero phase, it's just in the hero phase, which is cool. Probably not the best use of that spell, but hey, it's better than not doing mortal wounds, right? Yeah. I do like forward positioning on the engine. Like you said, we used to deploy this thing so far back, and I'm still kind of stuck in that mindset. But lately, I've been trying to deploy it a lot more forwards, especially knowing that I can just summon out of this thing at any time. Even if it's smashed to rubble, you can still summon around it. Being able to just summon on top of an objective is awesome, especially with the Space Welder staff. More than 7 from an enemy. You drop in a unit of Chargers, they immediately start contesting that objective. I call this the chicken factory, because it just spawns chickens every single turn. And my opponents will learn to fear it and respect it. Let's talk about what it does in Coalesce, because I didn't mention that. Monsters that are near it, Coalesce monsters, use the top row of their table all the time, which is great, especially for units like Stegadons, who really degrade quickly. And they get +1 to bite rolls. if they're wholly within 12. So Kroxigors are now on 4s because you get +1 just from being coalesced. Warriors are now doing mortal wounds on 4 after attacking. Like this is awesome. Really strong damage effect. It's like having evocators. It's awesome. Yeah, it's less useful in Coalesced, I'd say, than in Starborn. It's not going to make people, freak out and ruin their deployment just because they see, 3 inches of terrain. I can stay out of that. But it's good. It shouldn't be understated how good it is to have +1 to those bite rolls. It's going from a 5 up to a 4 up. That's a 50% increase in mortal wounds. It was really useful.
I have found it in Coalesce, it can tip your hand on your strategy a little bit because you're trying to deploy this thing, depending on what the deployment zone is, obviously, or the territory is. But you may be placing this where you're going to have a fight, where you're going to deploy a unit and send them there to get in range of this Realm Shaper. So that can kind of tip your hand on what your plan strategy is. Sometimes it doesn't matter. If you're shoving 30 warriors into the middle, they know you're going to do that. But you can play this forward, or you can play it defensively in Coalesced. I'm going to put this around a big old blob of warriors on an objective and dare you to come Alpha Strike at turn 1 and eat all those mortal wounds. So it has a little bit of play, I think, there in Coalesced. It does help things out. Definitely not as useful as far as its damage reach in Starborn, but it has an interesting role.
The Starborn mortal wounds are useful in particular because there's going to be things that ignore spells, and Starborn's going to struggle to kill those. And being able to just do mortal wounds without rolling spells, like on a 2-up D3, feels really good, especially in an AoE effect. It's like, this is like dropping a Celestin Prime Meteor on everything. It's great.
Yep.
And if you bring a Celestin Prime with that, or maybe 3 Night Vexillors, well, hello.
Oh gosh, no, not the Night Vexillors. Haven't even gotten to the allies yet.
Yeah. So there's no rankings. Oh, we talked about allies already, Dan.
Oh yeah, we did allies. Yeah.
There's no ranking associated with the Realm Shaper engine because you just get one. There's no point cost. There's no opportunity cost. The only thing it costs you is space on the board, and you can generally use that to your advantage. Let's quickly go through the universal command traits. Skilled Leader, High Priest, Heroic Stature. These are all F tier. They're either completely worthless or just not good enough. Battle Lust can maybe sometimes see play because only one unit can run 6 per turn, but you want support heroes to keep up with them. Only one hero can receive, or one unit can receive Force to Victory. Maybe you want to charge him with like a Carnosaur and 2 other Carnosaurs. Right? You want multiple reroll charges. Super niche, but hey, it's not F tier, right? But Master of Magic, that's the main one. That's my current favorite. After a lot of playtesting, I'm going to Master of Magic. Rerolling casting, unbinding, and dispel rolls once per turn is very, very useful. Coalesced, of course, can use the Itsy Grubs. You can reroll with Chronomantic Cogs. But let's say you don't want to do those things. Let's say you don't want to play Coalesced. Let's say you don't want to pay 70 points for Cogs. You'd rather bring a Horror Ghast or something. This is great on a Slann. Being able to reroll casting and unbinding is awesome, but also rerolling Dispel is clutch. There's not a lot of bonuses to Dispels. Being able to reroll that is very good. Every time in Starborn you unbind or cast or Dispel, you get Celestial or Cosmic Power points. And you could take Lord of Celestial Resonance instead to get 2 for each one, but I find that more reliably unbinding stuff is better than getting the power points. And then if it turns into a successful one, well, you basically gained a power point you wouldn't have gotten before, right? This is really good into other magic armies. Like if you're playing against Lumineth, having a Slann with a +1 unbind gives you a chance to get rid of some techless spells if he's casting them on 10s. Without Master of Magic, it's just a dice rolling simulator. So it feels like you get a little bit more control over it. Also worth mentioning, you can take this on a Skink Wizard. Let's say you have a key spell you really want to cast, like a Speed of Huanchi or a Primordial Mire. This is honestly not bad on a Skink Starseer. There's much worse choices that you can make. So I think it's great. I hope I've made a good enough case for you guys to try it because it wasn't obvious to me that it was going to be this good. I think I had it initially in B tier, and I'm thinking it might even be S tier, but I think that requires more playtesting before I can say for sure.
If you've ever had a game where your first spell is going to be Chronomantic Cogs and you miscast that, and now your entire strategy is going down the drain, You'll really wish you had Master of Magic instead of the one that gives you extra summoning points. Any rerolls to your cast, especially if that's your focus in the list, is always helpful.
Yeah, let's say you have a coalesce list, right, where you're trying to get Heavenly Frenzy off, so that you can run and charge a big unit of Aggradons or something. Let's say you don't want to bring a Slann for telepathic summons, or let's say you're trying to charge up 2 different units, right? You have a big block of Warriors and a big block of Aggradons, and you can take telepathic summons and have a Skink Wizard cast, reliably cast Heavenly Frenzy. So there will be lists where you will want the reroll, and you don't want to pay points for cogs, and also has the added utility of unbinding and dispel rerolls as well.
Yep.
There's also, cogs, don't forget, it's only wizards that are near it, and you tend to teleport your Troglodon out of range of that all the time. So just keep that in mind. Universal artifacts. Let's take a look at these. First up, Amulet of Destiny. No, F tier. Astrolith Bearer already gives you a 6-up board. Vial of Manticore Venom. +1 to wound with 1 weapon, but not mount attacks, which is really the things you want to be buffing. So no, F tier. Terrible. Arcane Tome. It's actually good. It's actually very good. Being able to cast Mystic Shield on a Carnosaur, being able to cast all the spells, for example, if you take a Stegadon with Master of Star Rituals, just turning your Astrolith Bearer into another wizard just to get more value, to have like a 3rd or 4th wizard in a list that can cast an endless spell or dispel an endless spell. These are all very useful things. The Astrolith Bearer in particular has been a favorite of mine to put the Arcane Tome on him because he's always in range of all of his own bonuses. He will always have +1 to cast. He will always be getting the bonus range from endless spells, so you can push him more forwards. This is useful both in Starborne and in Coalesce, because in Coalesce he could be a Vengeful Defender. So you could be pushing him forward with Vengeful Defender 5 inches in the hero phase, then casting all of your spells with him. So he could cast like an endless spell 5 inches further without even having to teleport. So very useful ability. Arcane Tome, despite all the nerfs that it got in the last battle scroll, is an excellent artifact in Seraphon.
Yeah, I'm glad you had the Astrolith Bearer on there because I love Arcane Tome on the Astrolith Bearer, especially in Starborne, where you're getting, extra spellcast, you're getting the celestial points for it, and then useful for casting maybe that endless spell that you don't quite have enough space for from another wizard. This one can cast that endless spell for you and buffs himself. Fantastic.
I had a game where I was playing, it was a Coalesce list using Kroak and Astrolith. I had the Astrolith take the Arcane Tome with Vengeful Defender. In the hero phase, he moved himself up 5 inches. He cast a Jaws, and the 5 inches, made it connect, which felt really good. And then in the movement phase, he just moved back into his territory so he could keep doing it again the next turn. So that felt really, really good.
Nice. Yeah, I like that.
Seed of Rebirth is terrible. Rerolling Heroic Recovery, healing. If it was to reroll, whether you heal or not, that would be okay. But no, you don't care about rerolling Heroic Recovery. F tier. Let's look at the Season 2 Champion Enhancements. So first up, we'll look at the artifacts. The Tusk Helm. After charging, you roll dice equal to your charge roll. Each 4-up is a mortal wound to 1 enemy unit within 1 inch. So, how many times do you want to charge in a champion? Let's think about the champions in this army. Starseer, Astrolith, Slann, Starpriest, Oldblood. Did I miss any? I think that's it.
Yeah.
How often do you want to charge any of those?
Never.
No.
Yeah. If you, for example, gave the Tusk Helm to an Astrolith, would you consider charging him in? I would say probably not, because he doesn't want to be exposed. He wants to stay near the Saurus Guard. He wants to stay in range of a Slann. You need him near the Slann. The Slann needs +1 cast and 6-inch range. And if you're charging, you're going to charge out of that range almost definitely, because the Slann doesn't want to be that far forwards. So, although more damage is nice, it's not good enough, I don't think. So, sometimes, maybe. No, generally not.
No.
Nightflyer Cloak. You can deploy the bearer in reserve and then drop them into play more than 9 inches from enemies and within 1 inch of battle line units. So this could be used to drop an Oldblood directly next to Saurus Warriors, and then you can start issuing commands immediately. And I probably wouldn't put this on any other hero because you want them on the table in the first hero phase. If you want to drop units into play, you can just play Jacrothian's Tail instead. So I guess this is like Coalesced, you're dropping an Oldblood into play. It's kind of neat, especially if he's got like Stubborn as a Rhinox. You can drop him in and make a really durable champion on an objective and then put some Saurus Guard near him. So kind of cool. It's not totally useless, but really situational. I can't see myself spending an enhancement on this.
No.
Griff Feather Charm, you get a 5-up ward. Okay, that's cool. But you have a 3-up ward if you have Saurus Guard. So when do you need a 5-up ward instead? Not terribly useful. Enough said.
Yeah, we're just going through.
Aspects of the champions. These are a lot more interesting because there's no opportunity cost here. You just get one of these, and if you want another one, you can take another one. And you might want another one. First up, Tunnel Master. Everybody uses it. There's a reason you use it. It's amazing. It's even more amazing in this army because you can teleport units forwards and then Tunnel Master back to safety after doing a whole bunch of stuff in the hero phase. Really, really useful. The one thing I have to point out is that it can be a little bit awkward in Starborn if you want to use that teleported hero. Let's say you teleport a Starseer forwards, and then you want to use him to summon units or drop units in play because he has a Cosmic Node, and that is required for that. Tunnel Master happens instead of making a move, not at the end of the movement phase. So if you Tunnel Master, you don't get the opportunity to summon or drop units around that unit. So just keep that in mind. There's a bit of a timing snafu that you have to deal with. But otherwise, I mean, it's great. It's cunning maneuver once per game. It's a game-winning blow once per game. Like, it's anything you need it to be. Tunnel Master is honestly too good. I hope they remove it soon.
Yeah, I like it. I've been taking it on my little skink heroes in Coalesced because not only does it apply pressure to the opponent, you can steal a back objective, all the same things Tunnel Master does in everybody's list. A lot of people take Tunnel Master. But we do have a battle tactic, which I think we'll get to later, that you can actually score something with the skink hero. With any skink unit, you can do it with. So that applied to a skink hero can help you do some stuff late game.
Yeah, it's great. With that battle tactic as well, it gets even better.
Yep.
Fueled by Gurish Rage gives you a 3-up revive if you're slain, and then heals you for D3 and ignores the rest of the damage you take. And that is honestly still good, even though you have Saurus Guard, which are a 3-up ward, effectively. Having a hero so important in your army that you want multiple redundancies of defense, like an Astrolith Bearer, or a Starseer, or a Slann, honestly. Even in some matchups, I'd consider having this on him. There's probably not enough matchups where I'd put this on a Slann, but I would totally put this on an Astrolith. I put them so far forwards all the time. My opponents know how important their buffs are, and they try to snipe him out. Saurus Guard, 5 Saurus Guard probably aren't enough to protect him, because people put real damage into him. And, I found that Fueled by Gurish Rage is actually useful, being able to do that. Do keep in mind, though, the 3-up revive ability is a ward. It counts as a ward. So if your opponent has something that disables wards, you don't get this anymore. So just watch out for that.
Oh, interesting.
Yep. It's also why if you're using the Wargok Prophet, people have been taking this so you can add +2 to the ward roll to not die.
Yeah, it's guaranteed to just survive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, there's just funny interactions with these kinds of abilities being counted as wards.
Stubborn as a Rhinox. I initially had this ranked lower, but there's a lot of times where you'd want to use this. In particular, in Starborn, you can teleport units around. You can also just drop units into play in Jacrothian's Tail. If you drop a hero into play, I know it's not the best thing in the world to put them in reserve, but if you just drop them into play more than 7 inches away using a Space Folder Staff, that can be a game-winning play sometimes. So having something like a Pocket Astrolith or a Starpriest in reserve can be very, very useful. You can also just run 6 a lot of these guys onto objectives, and it's great, especially with Saurus Guard protecting them. It can be a lot of models to shift off them. I think this would probably see more play in Coalesced than Starborn in particular, because Coalesced can just summon more Skinks anytime they need. Coalesced doesn't have that luxury, but being able to count as 10 with this guy and then 10 with the Stegadon, let's say you get 2 Stegadons and a champion on an objective, you're looking at Gargant levels of model count. Nobody's taking that objective from you.
Yeah.
Leadership of the Alpha. I have S tier, but it's not as good as Tunnel Master. But let me tell you why I put it in S tier. to just go over what it does, you get to issue one of 3 commands once per game to multiple units. All out attack, all out defense, redeploy, or rally, or 4 commands, I guess. This allows you to maximize your efficiency with shooting and combat once per battle. You can issue, for example, all out attack to 3 different shooting units. You have 2 Bastiladons or 2 Stegadons or 2 Spawn of Chotec. Like, pick any combination of 3 units. All of them get +1 hit, which is very useful because typically you'll only be shooting with 1 unit at a time with all out attack. This is a nice little extra bonus. Being able to issue it to 3 units in the combat phase is also very good. Not just for all out attack, but also all out defense. Being able to pump up multiple anvil units with +1 defense means there's no good angle that your opponent can attack you on. Being able to issue rally to 3 different units can be situationally useful because the rally especially happens before you do any Starborn reviving, which is cool. It just feels like there's always something I want to do with it, and the fact that you don't have to pick what it is ahead of time feels really good. Every time I use this in a list, especially on an Astrolith bear who has Totem, so he's issuing commands from 18 inches away, even if he's not the general, it feels good to use it every time. Maybe S tier was too generous. Maybe I should have put it in the A tier, but it does. I gotta say, it feels good. Have you had a chance to use this one yet, Caleb?
Not in the new book, but I did use this a lot in the old book, and I think some of the characteristics come across to the new book as well, because I think you can't just throw this on a unit and get your efficiency out of it. I think you need to have a plan for it, kind of. Say either, I'm using this in shooting, I'm using this in melee. Now you can always change when you need to use it, but you want to make sure that you have those units that you have an idea of what I'm going to use this Leadership of the Alpha on. I really liked it with shooting. I'm glad you mentioned here on the slide the 2 spawn and a Bastiladon, because that's a great combo there. Hopefully one of those spawns will hit, and now your Bastiladon's doing even more rend, which is beautiful, but also helps buff the rest of the army in the melee. But it is very good. I like it a lot, especially because if I'm looking at it from the Coalesced side of things, you tend, unless you have a Slann, you tend to run low on command points. You're getting some extra command points basically from the Oldblood, but this is a way to save some of those command points that you might need for later. The redeploy stuff in Fangs Zotek is just great. That's a lot of fun to just have things moving all over the board, and using Leadership of the Alpha is nice to help supplement all that stuff. But yeah, it's good. I think when you have a plan for it. I think if you're just going to drop one of these on a unit, you're probably doing Tunnel Master if you don't really have a plan for it. But if you have a plan, Leadership of the Alpha can be very strong. 3 units of warriors, all with all-out defense.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Or 3 different monsters with all-out defense, right? Like, that's really good.
Yep.
So it feels strong. Obviously not as just universally useful as Tunnel Master, though. Section 3, Match Play. So we use a bit of a different ranking system here because there are basically no opportunity costs. So, battle tactics, you just have them all. It's just about picking the right one at the right moment. Sometimes you build your list to include them. So we use a little bit of a different system here. An S tier ranking here is something that we say you're going to score this pretty much every single game. It's rare not to score it. A tier is like, yeah, it's pretty much like you're going to score it every game, but sometimes it's not always the right pick. Sometimes it can't be done on round 1, or there's a situation where you can't do it, or you have to overcommit resources. But if you're playing the game properly, you'll find an opportunity to score it. That scales all the way down to B tier, where it's okay, some matchups, sometimes. C tier, not in every game, it can be a little difficult. D tier is like, it could just be too random. It could be using niche units. And then F tier is like, you're not going to score this. Don't ever pick this, ever, for any reason. So let's go through it. Starting off with battle tactics, we'll do the Seraphon battle tactics first because they are pretty cool. I like them. Not the first one, though. Unfortunately, it's just the order they come in the book, so that's what we're talking about. First up is the Stampede of Scales. This requires 3 Seraphon monsters. They have to run within 6 inches of each other, and all of them have to be wholly within enemy territory at the end of the turn. So what's good about this is they don't have to interact with your opponent at all. You can just run monsters. You don't have to do damage. You don't have to run dice or roll dice for this. It just happens. And there's value in that. But there's a lot of downsides with it. So first off, the way it's worded, each unit must finish their run within 6 inches of another unit. So that means if you run one monster very far ahead, the next month, like, you just failed it, right? Because each one has to finish their run. It's not finish the turn; it's finish their run. I think I got that right. And so, like, you have to have this weird, like, one monster moves up and creates a tether line, and then the other one moves up, and then the other one moves up. It's super weird positioning. You have to bring 3 monsters, which I don't see happening very often, frankly. Unless you go heavy Thunder Lizard, you're not going to bring 3 monsters in lists. It's pretty niche. There's no way to run or shoot, and you can only run and charge with 1 unit, and that's only for Coalesced. And if you're charging after running, you're not going to be in this weird formation anymore. You also have to finish wholly within enemy territory. And I think that's probably the hardest part, right? Is there's territories is very different based on the battle plan. And since monsters have big bases and nothing in this army is particularly fast, we're talking like 8 to 10 inch move on the monsters. 5 inches if you're running a Bastiladon. Finishing wholly within enemy territory is difficult. So I think you have to bring something. Can you issue run 6 with the leadership of the Alpha?
Don't think so.
Yeah, so
I'd
you're
have to double
probably
check.
running like a Carnosaur, and he's issuing run 6 to 2 different units. And then the last one, I guess, just praise. So it's so weird. Trying to actually do this in a game really makes it feel like a D tier tactic. The only saving grace is that it can be a completely passive play that doesn't interact with your opponent. If you wipe everything off the board, you can still score it. Like, there's that aspect of it. But in a normal game, this is tough, man. There's a huge opportunity cost to all of this.
And this is a carryover from the previous Battletome, and I think in all my games, I think I got this one time. Even in games where I completely tabled the opponent, this was still difficult to get because of everything you laid out there. You have to have everything hit perfectly, run perfectly, to get within range, wholly within their territory. It's generally your monsters weren't that close. You're spreading out on the board. You're playing the game as you normally would. It becomes very difficult to get this. So, a very hard one to do, even if you're completely tabling the opponent. So, yeah, D tier. I did get it once though.
A holdover from the monster GHB.
Yeah.
It's like worse than that one in every way. Thankfully, the rest of these are pretty good, though. Celestial Obliteration. Pick an enemy unit. Destroy it with spells or endless spells, which is spicy. Quick way to summarize this. Did you bring Kroak? +2 victory points. At some point in the game, Kroak will score this. It is more difficult without Kroak, but it's still very doable, right? You bring Cosmic Crush, you bring Tide of Serpents, you bring Comet's Call. Endless, like, Jaws are really good for this sort of thing. There's a lot of spell damage that you can do. It's not going to be the thing you score round 1, sometimes not even round 2, but it's going to be a round 3, finish off a unit, even with just an Arcane Bolt, right? You don't have to pick the Wizard, you pick the enemy unit. So you pick something that has a couple wounds left after you've been using Comet's Call on it for a few turns, and you ping it with an Arcane Bolt and it dies. So this is very reliable because you can disable wards using the Starseer. If that ability didn't exist, this would be a whole ranking down for each of these. I do rank this harder for Coalesced than I do for Starborn, obviously. Coalesced doesn't do as much damage with spells. They still can, right, with endless spells and things like that, but it's harder. So A tier for Starborn, B tier for Coalesced.
Agree. Yeah, it's so easy to get this one in Starborn because, maybe not turn 1, although you could probably do it turn 1 if you want to, because you have enough more to wound output. But you're going to leave units wounded with a few health left, and those are so easy to pick off with all of the spells that Starborn has. Yeah, you can easily get this one in Starborn.
Mm-hmm. My favorite thing to do is to target an enemy hero, and I've had somebody declare Finest Hour against it, and I'm like, okay, Finest Hour is not going to help against spells, man. Overwhelming numbers. This is phenomenally good. I'm so glad to have at least one like S tier sub-faction battle tactic. It feels very good. Pick an objective controlled by an enemy anywhere on the table. It doesn't have restrictions on which territory it's in, which is great, as long as it's controlled by an enemy. And if you control it at the end of the turn, using only skink keyword units. So this is very easy to do in Starborn. most of the objective control you're going to be doing is with skink keyword units. It's actually very rare that you pop an Astrolith bearer out or something. Most of your units will be skink. So yeah, you can just kill stuff on it with spells and then walk any skink unit onto it. Chickens, Terradons, Starseer. Starseer can Tunnel Master onto stuff. Like super easy to score this one. If you soften up targets and then finish them off with Chargers that come out of reserve or come out of summoning with a 6-inch rollable charge from Space Folder Staff, feels great. S tier, you'll score it every single game you play Starborn. Still, you can score it in Coalesced. You just have to be more careful, right? You can't have any other unit sitting on it. So you'll take your one Starseer, maybe you have like a block of 10 Skinks as a screen, and sometimes you'll score it. But it's more situational because you don't use as many skink units, and you might not be in a situation where you can only use skink units. So C tier for Coalesced. And don't forget, Bastiladon is not a skink. Do not put a Bastiladon on an objective if you're trying to score it with this tactic.
But it has skinks on it.
but the rules writers don't see that apparently.
Yeah, this is it would be hard to not get this one in Starborn. So definitely S tier for Starborn. Coalesced, I think you might see at least one skink unit included in a lot of Coalesced lists just for this battle tactic. Whether that's Raptadons, because they like to be on objectives. They like to be fighting on objectives. So this is a natural unit to fit into that. Tunnel Master obviously makes this one an easy one for your skink heroes, which you'll still have in Coalesced. Or even the Hunters of Huanchi with bolas. That's 90 points. And you can score this with that guy. Those if the opponent has come off an objective. So either you're going to force them to play differently than they want to by keeping units back, or you'll have an automatic battle tactic with the Hunters. So yeah, I like this one. It's good.
Yeah, also keep in mind, if you're relying on teleports and things like that, those happen in the movement phase before shooting and before combat. So that's another reason it's harder in Coalesced, because skink units, aside from Chargers, aren't the best fighters. Maybe Troglodon, might snatch an objective with this at some point. Just keep in mind that movement onto an objective happens before you do any damage.
Yeah. Yeah, you need some help in Coalesce. You need the opponent to give you an objective almost.
Mm-hmm. Apex Predator. Pick an enemy monster. Destroy it with a Seraphon monster. Nice and simple. You don't have to pick which Seraphon monster you want to use. So if you, for example, shoot at it with a bunch of stuff and then finish it off with a Stegadon shooting, or finish it off with Stegadon melee, or Carnosaur melee, like you can soften things up as long as the monster gets the killing blow. It's totally fine. And it doesn't have to be melee attacks. If you just pick a wounded monster and you blast it off the table with a Bastiladon and its Ren 3 laser beam, you get 2 victory points right there. And if that didn't do it, well, you can finish it off by charging in, and monstrous rampages work, because it doesn't say you have to destroy it with attacks. It's just destroy it with the monster. So if you use a stomp, or I guess you can't stomp monsters, but let's say you do, charge mortal wounds with the Stegadon. That works. That scores the tactic. Any melee attacks score the tactic. So feels pretty good. Your opponent may not have a monster. You may not have a monster in range to attack it. Like it's situational, but you will probably score this at some point. If your opponent has a monster, just keep an eye out for it.
Send in the Carnosaur.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Ren 2, 5 damage per hit. Perfect.
Yeah. Feels good.
Ren 3 if you get the spell off, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, just on the main weapon, you can have it Ren 3.
Oh yeah, Celestite weapon.
Yeah. Purple Sun, though.
Fair.
That works. Cold-Blooded Resilience. You can pick a Saurus or Kroxigor unit that is currently in combat, and the unit you picked has to survive the turn, does not retreat, and does not teleport. Doesn't matter what happens to the enemy unit within 3 inches, right? So you either survive the combat, which if you charge something soft, let's say, and you choose not to pile in, you just get this. If your opponent charged you and you're in a pin, you're trying to fight your way out of a pin, you probably don't want to be retreating or teleporting out of it, so that feels good. Yeah, this is very doable, especially in Coalesced, right? Remember, because it's your turn, you're picking the battle tactic, and you get to pick the unit to fight first. So generally, you'll be able to finish off whatever is engaging you in combat, especially after you throw a bunch of spells and melee into it. So I think it's a little bit harder in Starborn, because you'll be using less Saurus, you'll be using less Kroxigors. You can summon those units in and try to score this tactic, but I think one of the main ways you're going to score it in Starborn is just reminding yourself that the Astrolith bearer is a Saurus, and that if he's within 3 inches of the front line, you absorb an enemy charge, and boom, you get it. Right? It's that simple.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. It's going to happen a lot in Coalesced. You're gonna pick this one when you know that big old unit of Saurus Warriors is going to stay alive, or your Aggradons, you've got them reinforced to where they're not going to die, or your Carnosaur has the +1 to save, and he's against a plus unit that you're not worried about. This one should be quite doable in Coalesced.
Mm-hmm. And don't forget, this current season, if you pick a champion, for example, champion Saurus can fight in the hero phase. And if you have Galatian bodyguards or Galatian command with the bodyguards, let's say it's a Kroxigor unit, you pick the tactic first, and then you just fight in the hero phase with 6 Kroxigors. Feels pretty good, man.
Uh-huh.
You just get the tactic. Okay, I didn't retreat, and I still get the charge stuff if I killed everything and that was in combat with me.
Yep.
Feels great. And if you somehow fight your way out of combat before Vengeful Defender activates, well, those Kroxigors get to move with Vengeful Defender and then get to run and charge normally and kill more stuff. Oh man, it's good. Love it. Pack Hunters. Okay. Conceptually, I like this one because it's telling a story. And the story it's telling you is that Aggradons call more Aggradons to battle. And that is cool. How this works is you have to pick an enemy unit that's within 3 inches of only one Aggradon unit. And you have to end the turn with 2 or more Aggradon units within 3 inches of that enemy. So that means you have to bring at least 2 Aggradon units to ever score this, right? Because I believe you can summon them, but you probably want to start the game with them. Now, you can use telepathic summons to pull Saurus out of combat and move freely, so that makes this a lot easier, because normally I would say, well, if you've got 2 Aggradon units and both of them are locked in combat, you can't do this, because you can't retreat and charge, right? Telepathic summons allows you to do that, so it's easier than you think. However, you have to start the turn in combat, and you have to end the turn in combat, which is not what you want to be doing. I know that's what Aggradons want to do, but players don't want to do that, because you want to destroy enemy units. You don't want to be stuck fighting enemies, and especially you don't want to be stuck fighting the same enemy you were already stuck fighting, right? If this was end the turn within 3 inches of any enemy unit, it would be a lot more doable. But generally, the stuff people throw at you, you want to bite your way out of that. You don't want to be fighting that stuff forever. In fact, you don't even have a choice. If you're in melee range, you must attack. So you might just accidentally kill something, and then you can't score the tactic anymore. So, pretty bad there, but it gets worse, because enemies can just pull models away. Let's say you're fighting a zombie unit, and you think, oh yeah, 60 wounds, I'm probably not going to do 60 wounds to this unit. You do some wounds, and they just pull models away, and now you're not within 3 inches anymore, with at least one of your Aggradon units, and that's it. Tactic's gone. So, giving control of this to your opponent in some situations is not a good thing. And you got to ask the question, how many Aggradons have to be in your list before this becomes a good tactic to consider? 3, 4, just 2 might not be enough. One of them might die, and then you can't do it anymore. So I think it's a D tier. It's like super situational. It's not totally worthless, but there's a lot of problems with this tactic.
Yeah, I agree. I think I see what they were going for, where they wanted Aggradons to be this grindy unit, but that's just not the best for Age of Sigmar. The way the game is played at the moment, there's other tactics that are much quicker, much more able to be guaranteed.
If you charge, multiple units, let's say 3 Aggradon units. Well, one's already in combat. You charge in 2 more. You fight with 1, so you're doing MSU. You fight with 1. It's not going to kill a unit. They don't do that much damage. And you don't want them to. So that unit fights back. It's probably going to kill 1 or 2 of those units, depending on what you're attacking. If it's something that's going to stay alive, that can stay alive that long, it's going to do damage back to you. So it's like it's fighting against itself here to be able to score this. It's very strange. I think you're right on that last bullet point. How many are in the list? I think you need a bunch of units to all surround something, because they're going to take damage back. You're going to lose some Aggradons, but you got to prevent them from pulling out of this and preventing your tactics. So it's a weird one. I don't think will get achieved very often.
Well, that's another problem. The more Aggradons you bring, the harder it is to even activate this tactic, because you have to pick an enemy unit within 3 inches of one Aggradon. So if you bring multiple, you're making it harder to do this tactic. What's the right number?
Yeah. of only one friendly Aggradon unit. Yeah, you're right. Good grief.
But overall, there's 4 good tactics that I, especially for Starborn, but Coalesce has some good choices here. Seraphon book tactics overall, one of the better Battletomes, right? It's up there with like Daughters of Cain and how good they are.
Yeah, there's some good ones in there.
Rocket's kind of fallen off lately.
Yeah, well, that's another discussion. Let's look at the universal ones. Gaining momentum, S tier. Destroy it, pick an enemy unit, destroy it, control more objectives. You're just playing the game normally, right? This is really easy to do with Starborn, given all their mobility tricks, but Coalesced is going to do it just fine as well. You'll score this every game at some point. S tier. Don't even need to talk more about it, right? Like,
Yep,
yeah,
it's good.
The only caveat is that sometimes you can't control more objectives, right? That's just watch out for those. Eye for an eye. If a friendly unit was destroyed last turn, destroy an enemy unit this turn. So this one feels like you're going to score it every game, because you probably will, but there's going to be times where it's not always the best choice, right? It can't be scored at the top of round 1. If you're forced to go first, you can't pick it. Sometimes you'll get a double turn and lose nothing, and then you just can't score this. Sometimes you won't want to lose a unit. Let's say they do, like, I had this happen, 9 wounds to a unit of Skinks, and I would rather have that unit survive with Inspiring Presence than have it destroyed and activate Eye for an Eye. This is a more common occurrence in Seraphon, I'd say, than other armies, because there's so many good book tactics you could just do instead. You don't need to have units die just so you can score a battle tactic, like if you could think that far ahead with your Giga Brain. Yeah, still a great tactic though. Easy to score. You don't have to pick an enemy unit and just kill anything. It's easy to do.
Agree.
Desecrate their lands. You have to control one terrain feature partially or wholly within enemy territory. So you can just send any fast or disposable unit. You can teleport, you can drop units in play. Very easy to do. For Starborn in particular, there's very low opportunity costs. You'll have faster units like Skinks who can just, run an extra d6 or roll 2 dice and pick one for running. They can move in the hero phase with speed of Huanchi. There's so many ways to just get lots of bodies near this. A little bit tougher in Desecrate. When the units you have that count as a high number of bodies, let's just say you're in a scenario where you can't easily get to an open piece of terrain. Stuff is generally slower in Coalesced, 5-inch move, and you want that 5-inch move to go towards an enemy, not towards terrain that might be on the sides. It's just a bit tougher. There's no disposable stuff. Like, you bring bolas, Hunters of Huanchi with bolas, you bring them just so you can score Desecrate once per game.
Yeah. They're your battle tactic scoring unit in Coalesced, I feel like.
Mm-hmm. This one's mine. Your general has to destroy an enemy unit with attacks, not spells or abilities, just attacks. So Slann basically can't do this with their flabby frog arms. If only they had I'm not going to say it. Well, okay. Slann basically can't do this, but a Carnosaur or Stegadon Chief can totally get it done. I don't think Stegadon Chief generals are going to be super common in Starborn, but Carnosaur generals are going to be fairly common in Coalesced, so watch for opportunities to score this.
Yep.
If your general dies, obviously you can't score it. Less of a problem if you're running Saurus Guard, but anything that actually fights well is not able to use Saurus Guard. So just keep in mind, the sooner you can score this one, the better. It'll get more difficult as you take trades later in the game. A Matter of Honor. You have to destroy an enemy champion or a sworn bodyguard using your own champion or sworn bodyguard. So again, this has to be attacks, not spells or abilities. I think this is good enough to be a B tier in Coalesced because you'll probably want to throw Warriors or Kroxigors into the Sworn Bodyguard role. Because being able to fight in the hero phase with durable units, like you're trying to grind things out with Coalesced. And I actually think there's a good space there to use the Galatian Command Battalion because you don't care about drops that much in this army. You're okay being 12 drops or whatever it takes. So I think there's room for this, more so in Coalesced than in Starborn. There's might be a situation where an Astrolith bearer might be able to club a weak battle mage to death or something. So it's not totally hopeless in Starborn, but it's situational.
Yeah, I've written off Sworn Bodyguard for so long in Seraphon that I think I need to reconsider it for the Coalesce side of things because as you mentioned earlier, there's some interesting stuff to be done with the Sworn Bodyguards on the Coalesce side of thing with Kroxigor and Warriors. So I probably need to put more thought on that. I'm guessing you have a list that has Sworn Bodyguards?
I believe I do.
Yes. All right, good.
Battalion.
I love anything that's not Battle Regiment.
Yeah.
Lead the assault. You have to control 2 or more objectives in enemy territory, and each one has to have a champion contesting it. So these objectives have to be in enemy territory. They can't be out in the middle of nowhere. They don't have to be wholly within enemy territory, just within. So if they're border objectives, that works just fine. Now, enemy territory and objective locations is very variable depending on the battle plan. Sometimes it's straight up impossible. There are some battle plans in some scenarios where you just won't be able to score this at all. And also, champions are slow, 5-inch move. You can only translocate 1 unit per turn. But despite all those limitations, I think Starborn could still score this sometimes. Maybe B tier is a bit generous, but being able to translocate 1 unit and Tunnel Master another one over, yeah, you can score this sometimes. Coalesced, it's a longer shot.
Yeah, that's hard.
You can forget this one exists, honestly. It's so situational. Just ignore it. It's fine.
Yeah.
United Offense. You have to control an objective your opponent controlled at the start of this turn, and you have to have 2 or more champions contesting it. So this one's a lot easier to do, it would seem, because it doesn't have to be in any player's territory. So it could be your opponent has captured your home objective and you just want to walk back onto it. That's the best case scenario. The problem is that Seraphon really want to spread their heroes out, usually in like different directions, right? You want the Slann, he is a champion, but you don't want him anywhere near the objectives because any risk to him is unnecessary. Starseer and Astrolith Bearer are your 2 champions that are going to be scoring this, and you don't always want them standing right next to each other. You generally want them more spread out so that the Slann can vassal cast in different directions, and you keep both of them in range of the Astrolith. So, yeah, it's not the best idea in terms of positioning, but sometimes it's an easy score. Your opponent tries to get into your territory, and you just take it back. Easy tactic there. And Cunning Maneuver. You know it, you love it. It's one of the S tier ones in most armies. You just have to have a champion control an objective wholly outside your territory. As long as the champion starts the turn more than 3 and ends the turn more than 3 from enemies, anything can happen in between there. Starborn will always score this. Tunnel Master guarantees it. A Slann can just run into stuff. Like I just said, you don't want Slanns doing that, but like any champion can do it, right? Even if you don't score this round 1 or 2, by the end of the game, you'll score this at some point. It's a bit tougher in Coalesced because you won't be using as many champions and you won't be using as many forward champions. And Tunnel Master is a pretty precious resource. You don't have like a teleport that you can do in Starborn and just whip a hero somewhere later game. You want to use the Tunnel Master really for like the most tactical purpose you can find. And if that happens to be Cunning Maneuver, cool. But you don't want to dedicate that resource every single time to it. You might just be throwing that hero away. So I think it's S tier for Starborn every single game and most games for Coalesced. Let's look at Grand Strategies. First up, the Seraphon Grand Strategies. Realm Shaper Guardians. At the end of the game, there are no enemy models within 12 inches of your Realm Shaper, and it was not smashed to rubble. I would have liked this a lot more if it didn't include that second phrase with the smash to rubble, because people will see this as your grand strategy, and even if they're losing the game, they'll just walk over and on a 3+, you lost 3 victory points. They'll do it just to spite you, and I don't like game mechanics like that.
Yeah.
In a tournament that's using, this isn't always the case, but some tournaments use victory points as tiebreakers, just the number of points you scored in addition to your win-loss ratio. And in those situations, people will just be spiteful and smash your Realm Shaper, so I don't like that.
And I tend to play my Realm Shaper engines a lot more aggressively now because we're not garrisoning it with our important pieces, and so it's gonna have units around it for most of the game.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's a tough one. I think in the last tournament I could have gotten this once because of the game type, where I deployed it in my back corner just to block, what was it, Nidus Paths?
Nidus Paths, yeah.
Yeah. So I deployed it in my back corner just so he couldn't really get anything of value back through there, and they stayed away from it. But that's so situational, battle plan and army dependent, that it's not good enough to rely on.
Yeah, you don't want to restrict your strategy to that degree by taking this, and you want to be more fluid, you want to be more freeform and be able to adapt to things as they come. And this one kind of forces you into a plan, and I don't really like that.
Yep.
Repel Corruption. No enemy units are wholly within your territory at the end of the turn. If this was just within your territory, wouldn't be good. But because it's wholly within your territory, I think this is very doable. Seraphon are one of those armies like Stormcast that have combined arms. They can do damage in all phases of the game. They do a little bit of shooting, a little bit of melee, a little bit of spellcasting, a lot of spellcasting, let's be real. Obviously, it gets more difficult with larger player territories, but in general, most of the fighting will be done over the center of the board, and getting holy within your territory, that's not easy. The only time I could see this, the only reason I don't have this in S tier, is because maybe you don't get the last turn of the game and your opponent just runs something into your territory. And I hate those situations. So aside from those, like if you're winning, it's pretty easy to score this one. Like it's not a guarantee. If you're losing, it's also pretty easy to score it as well. You can start taking some dumb trades, but you can score that extra 3 VP, and that might be enough to swing the game.
Is this the same verbiage as Defend What's Ours?
Yep. Exactly the same. Which is great, because that one's also A tier, so even after the season rotates, they'll still have a great grand strategy.
Yeah.
Continuous expansion. You have to have at least one Seraphon unit wholly within each quarter of the battlefield. Now, Starborne can summon and teleport units into the corners of the game, corners of the battlefield throughout the game. But I don't know if you want to be doing this. Like, you want your units to have more purpose than that, and all it takes is your opponent to really kill one of these units. Like, unless you're doubling up these units in each quarter, if your opponent just kills one and denies your tactic, and that has no impact on the state of the board in terms of objectives or anything, like, that feels bad. Coalesced definitely won't be doing this. They don't have the units, they don't have the bodies. You also have to be wholly within, and a lot of times you'll have like a big footprint, like a monster or 10 or 20 Saurus Warriors. It can be tough to fit them wholly within a certain quarter. So I'm not a fan of this one. I don't like this strict positioning requirement. It feels like if you're losing, it's hard to pull off. If you're winning, it can be denied. So I'm not a fan.
I found it was easier on the games that I'm winning handily. But if it was a close game whatsoever, this one becomes very difficult, because you don't want to dedicate your resources to just moving into a quarter of the battlefield that doesn't have a purpose. So if you're steamrolling the game, you can make it. Otherwise, it becomes a tough one.
If this was like at any point of the game, like end of turn with this state, I would really like it. But because it's the end of the game, the last round of the last turn of the last round, not a fan of that.
Yeah.
And the last Seraphon grand strategy, which is one you see in every book these days, you have to complete 4 or more battle tactics, and you can only do the Seraphon battle tactics, so only the ones that we talked about earlier in that section. I hate these, personally. I think these are absolutely terrible for competitive play, because you absolutely don't want to restrict yourself tactically. You don't want to be in a situation where you can only score the tactics from your book, even if you have 4 good tactics. And this book does. It does have 4 good tactics you can reasonably score. You never want to be in a situation where you're like, oh, I can't do eye for an eye because I'll lose 3 victory points. I'll be net, -1 overall. You don't want to be in a situation where you can't score cunning maneuver or gaining momentum or any of these things. I really don't like these. This one's better than other armies. I think we gave some other armies like an F tier on this one. It's not so bad in Seraphon, but it's not good either.
Yeah, you know what feels worse than failing a battle tactic and not getting 2 points? Failing a battle tactic and now you're down 5 points.
Yep. Yeah. The fact that you also have to do 4 battle tactics, like let's say you only do 3 and you win the game. And it's not good.
No.
Telegraphing to your opponent exactly what you're going to do, like, just no.
That's another problem, is your opponent, if they're really well versed on Seraphon, they'll know which 4 tactics you're going to try to score, because it's not going to be the Stampede and it's not going to be the Aggradons. It's going to be the other 4. So they might be able to deny one of those and effectively deny 5 points instead of 2.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at the universal grand strategies, tame the land, you have to control, not contest, control all objectives wholly outside your territory. And that can be really difficult. I've tried this one once in a game. I've never tried it since because I found it just incredibly difficult. If you're losing, it's not going to make you win. It's way too hard to win with this one. And if you're winning, it can be taken away. So D tier, pass. I don't like it. Defend what's ours. It's the same thing as repel corruption. So A tier. Cool. Take what's theirs. You have to have more friendly units than enemy units wholly within your opponent's territory. So this favors more aggressive tactics, while Repel Corruption favors more defensive ones. What I do like about this is that you can just keep summoning units with Starborn, and because it doesn't have to be starting army, right? It's just any number of units. So eventually you'll just overwhelm your opponent, and that's pretty neat. But again, I don't want to be forced into summoning. I'd rather have the flexibility of just using my points on reviving models or D6 Mortal Wind Blast or things like that. Coalesce, I think, is also going to struggle with this because, again, wholly within enemy territory, and you got big footprints on your units. So it can be a struggle. Stake Claim. 3 or more champions have to be wholly within enemy territory at the end of the game. That means you need to bring 3 or more champions, and at least 3 of them have to survive and finish the game in enemy territory. Good lord, what were they thinking? If you could summon champions, maybe. If you could start the game with 6 champions, if that was a feasible way to play the game, maybe. But no, even in those scenarios, wholly within enemy territory. Good. Terrible. Maybe should be F tier, honestly.
Yeah.
Survivor's Instinct. This one's a bit better. Your general is a champion, and they are contesting an objective, not controlling. So they can just walk onto it, even if there's more enemy models, as long as they get on it. It has to be an objective wholly outside your territory, but this one seems a lot more doable. Now, it has to be your general, which is usually going to be a Slann and Starborn, or it could be an Astrolith bearer. Like Coalesce is just going to have a harder time picking which general they want. But this army can keep a general alive pretty well. Like if this is your grand strategy, you'll definitely consider taking Fueled by Gurish Rage. You'll bring more Saurus Guard. You can translocate the general. Like if you make your Skink Starseer general, you can just translocate him at the end of the game. Or Tunnel Master onto an objective. Both of those feel like pretty easy ways to score it. So yeah, it's not terrible. It's not going to be my first pick though. That's for sure.
It's very susceptible to your general, who's a weaker character usually if it's a champion, getting sniped or killed early on, and it makes him for a prime target.
They're already good targets to hit.
Yeah.
You don't need to add on to that.
Yeah. The day is ours. I think this is up there with Repel Corruption. You have to have more champions alive than your opponent. Honestly, it might be S tier. It might be like the go-to pick for Starborn, and it might be A tier for Coalesced, because Seraphon have a lot of great champions, and Saurus Guard can protect them, and you can use spells to nuke down enemy champions. The reason I haven't ranked them as high as I just mentioned is because there's no good sharpshooters in this army. Everything is either artillery or behemoth. So right now, killing enemy heroes with shooting is difficult, and spells are not always best used on heroes. So it's not something you want to actively look for. Like if you have a choice between hitting a hammer unit with Jaws or hitting a support hero with Jaws, it's tough to say which one's the better choice. And if you know your grand strategy is going to be this, you're going to be leaning towards killing the support hero. And again, you want tactical flexibility. You don't want to be funneled into certain gameplay decisions. So I think it's better in Starborn than it is Coalesce for sure. And it feels pretty good. It's going to be a default pick for a lot of Starborn lists.
Yeah, I think it feels pretty good because you end up with a lot of champions on the Starboard side, and without sharpshooters, you can take them out fairly reliable with all the spells that you have to cast and Realm Shaper engines and endless spells. So you have some options throughout the whole game to get those guys off the field.
Mm-hmm. And sometimes you play Gargants and you just score this immediately. You just plus 3 VP at the start of the game.
Yeah.
All right, so we looked at the Warscrolls, we looked at the Allegiance abilities, we looked at match play. Let's put it all together and talk about some lists, because just looking at the rules, it's really not a good way to judge an army, right? The way you judge an army is by building lists, by testing them, and then going back and refining the list. I think that's the ultimate. That's really what this review is all about, is getting to this list building stage. And then you almost retroactively go back and fill in the rankings. So, first list, Caleb, you wrote this one. I'm pretty sure it writes itself, though.
Yes.
Yeah, it's called the Croak Bomb. It uses a double. This one in particular uses double battle regiment because you want to fit an Oracle and you want to fit Croak. Both of them are commanders, so that means minimum 2 drops, right? And then Lord Croak. The idea here. Well, you know what? You tell it, man. It's your list. What are you trying to do with this one?
Yeah, this is what a lot of the I think you'll kind of start. This is what, as you said it, the default kind of Troglodon. We're teleporting it forward. We're going to do the bomb with Croak spells. So, what your strategy is you're going to be summoning a lot and doing a lot of mortal wounds. We've talked about this as we went through all the Warscrolls, and this is just kind of a base starting point for that. And you can kind of tailor it how you want. We are in 2 battle regiments. Our general is a Slann, and he's taking the Lord of Celestial Resonance, so you can get that summoning machine going. It gives you the extra summoning points for each spell he casts. Space Folder Stave, so we can get the 7-inch deployment from reserves, and Comet's Call as his spell. So leaning into some mortal wounds there. He'll also be casting probably the Chronomatic Cogs as one of the first casts there to get that out. It gives everybody all the wizards, which you have a lot of wizards in this list, all the rerolls. Then the Slann will also be casting Celestial Equilibrium from his War Scroll for +1 to cast for all the other wizards, and then doing some mortal wounds with Comet's Call. Source Astrolith Bear there also buffs all the wizards, so now you've got the wizards at +2 to cast. Your other wizards are Lord Croak, who does his Celestial Deliverance for all the mortal wounds, and another wizard, a Skink Oracle on Troglodon, who we're probably going to teleport forward and send all these spells through. So we also have another wizard, a Skink Starseer, which has that once per game ability for the ward, which is great to pop on the Troglodon if you know he's going to get hit back. But also Speed of Huanchi, which gives you more movement, and Tunnel Master as needed for that. So you got a lot of spell casting, and a lot of your mortal wounds are coming through this, but you're also going to rack up quite a few. If I remember correctly, it's something like 15 or 16 conjuration points in this list per turn, per your turn. So you should be able to summon some stuff out with this. You've got Burning Head if you need some extra mortal wounds, just because it fit in there. It fit into the extra points we had left over in this list. 3 units of Skinks to help control the board. You'll obviously be summoning more of those as the game goes, so have a nice, healthy sideboard of Seraphon models. Some guard to guard your heroes. And I put in here as kind of my flavor on this was the Bastiladon with Ark of Sotek. So this is my unit to drop in outside of 7 inches in turn 1 once I'm doing all these mortal wounds, and it'll charge in and do hopefully some more mortal wounds from its rampage and from its melee attacks. But really, it's there as just a roadblock to help keep the opponent from getting back onto my Troglodon. So I teleport the Troglodon. He does all those spells. We summon in some screens for him, and then I drop this Bastiladon down into your lines. So you've got to deal with the Bastiladon because it's in your face. You want to go deal with the Troglodon to get rid of it, but now there's screens in front of you. It becomes a difficult list. If this gets to go first, it's going to hurt you pretty bad, and you're going to have to fight your way back out of this hole that's been dug in front of you. So a fun way to do this. There's lots of room, I think, here in this type of list to add your own flavor. If you want to take out a Bastiladon, you can add more endless spells, which is fantastic in this list because you have lots of spell casting. Or Raptadon, something like that. You can always summon those guys in, but there's plenty of stuff here to give you your own kind of flavor on this list. But this is the one I kind of like. Lots of mortal wounds and pins the enemy back in an awkward position.
Mm-hmm. You're going to see a lot of this list, guys. Not this exact form, obviously, but this concept of these 5 heroes just murdering everything with spells. That's going to be super common. It's only going to get more refined over time, but it's there's some hard checks to it, right? Like this is not going to be the top tier competitive list, I don't think, because there's stuff like Null Myriad out there, which just like this list doesn't do any damage to that army. Khorne on a 5-up, they get spell tithe, so yeah, that's not great. And then every other unit, if they just put models more than 9 inches away, the key units all survive. They can't be hit by Croak. All they're going to take is maybe some damage from Cosmic Crush and Comet's Fall. And that's not the end of the world. You can survive that, and then because this list doesn't have pretty much anything else on the table, it just dies, right? So it's cool. It's going to be a good list. It's going to be super popular because I think it's the simplest way to build Seraphon, which is weird considering it's like a 5-hero combo and it involves teleports and everything. But it's the most intuitive way to build them, right? You just cast spells with Kroak until things are dead. Cool. If you get to go first, you get to cripple stuff. If you don't go first, you risk getting a double, and then you win the game for sure. So, yeah, you're going to see a lot of this list. It's the easy competitive list, let's say that. But I like I said, I don't think it's the strongest. I think there will be better Seraphon stuff to come.
Yep.
Yeah, with OBR and Corn running around, it's going to be hard to have this as a take all comers list. But
Yeah.
man, does it stomp pretty well whenever you're not facing anything too difficult.
I also think it's going to have, and this might sound weird, but I think it's going to have tough matchups into Stormcast because they have Signs of the Storm to protect anything that they want. So like anything on board is just trash units that they don't care about, and then they drop in the good stuff and kill you, right?
Yeah, that's a tough one. Dragons as well are
oh
very
yeah,
good in those lists.
Dragons are a nightmare for this army. Just the worst. Soulblight Gravelords is a really tough matchup, like for everyone right now. But let's say they're nerfed and they're a more reasonable army. Just the sheer amount of wounds you have to do to that army. This can't do that. It just can't do it. Lord Kroak is 3d3 every time he casts the spell, but it's to 3 different units. And 4d3 mortal wounds to Soulblight, not very relevant. It's not going to do much. You're not going to chew through the units. You're not going to get onto objectives. So, yeah. It's got a lot of downsides.
It's not a balanced list. So it has all of its damage is coming in spellcasting hero. So there's almost no shooting, almost no melee, and generally for a good competitive list, you need some balance in there. This kind of lacks that. So if you run up against a list that can really counter your first turn hit, or has spell ignores, you're gonna have a real rough time.
Mm-hmm.
But against a lot of other lists, it's going to absolutely destroy them.
Yeah, people who aren't prepared and know exactly what this list is trying to do can just lose instantly. It's not fun, but people who know what it's trying to do and know the limitations of it, they can play around it.
Yep.
That's why I say it's going to be popular, because people will get 5-0s at GTs using a list like this, because they just got players who weren't as experienced or unprepared or just want to double at some point. Yeah, it'll happen.
Yep.
But then people will tech around it. Storm Drakes are going to come back in a big way, especially if they get a point drop in the next battle scroll.
Absolutely.
Don't put it out there.
I just want to point out, look at the wound count, 105, like not great. You can just and there is a 6-up ward with the Astrolith, but yeah, 105 wounds is not a lot anymore.
Yeah.
All right, well, I've had this list here called Lizard Wizards. It is a Dracothian's Tale list, and I've been iterating on it for a few weeks now. This one isn't even the final version I have. This is just the one that I put into the review at the time that we took that screen cap, basically. The list is centered around the Starmaster, a Skink Oracle and Troglodon, Starseer, and Astrolith Bearer. This is like a 4-hero core that you're going to see in a lot of different lists. Anything that relies on spellcasting is going to use this core. And what this list is trying to do is to kill you with a combination of all sorts of damage, right? It's got spells, it's got melee, it's got shooting, and it's got good charging out of reserves. Using Dracothian's Tale, you can drop in those units of Raptadon Chargers more than 7 from an enemy, and then with +1 charge, they get a 6-inch charge, which you can reroll with a command point. And if they're fighting on an objective, Raptadon Chargers do huge amounts of damage. This version of the list features Lord of Celestial Resonance in order to get more summoning points. Since I've iterated on it, I've actually swapped this out for Master of Magic. I find that to be a little bit more useful in certain matchups. The Skink Oracle and Troglodon here does a tremendous amount of lifting. You teleport him forwards, he casts Primordial Mire on an objective or terrain piece, and now your enemy's most important melee hammer unit is just disabled for at least 1 round. Maybe 2 if they get a double turn. You can just redeploy the Troglodon away, and they can't fight you at all. It's so brutal how well that works. Skink Starseer provides 2 main pieces of utility here. First off is Tunnel Master, right? He is a champion, so being able to Tunnel Master him onto objectives feels good. Being able to disable wards is also very important, because this list is running a combo of the Shards of Valahar and the Ravanax Gnashing Jaws. The idea here is you half movement with either the Terradons or the Shards, then you take a big bite with the Jaws. And if you disable wards before doing that, it feels really, really, really good. In terms of other units, it runs pretty light on bodies. You can see it's only got a wound count of 106 like the previous list, because it's investing so many points into things like spells and the Bastiladon with Solar Engine. I have a more up-to-date version of this list that I've been using. If you want to check out our Discord server, check out the Seraphon channel. I've been talking about it in there. But that's the core of the list. It's kind of where I started thinking like, here's some stuff I like in Seraphon. I start putting the pieces together. And it feels pretty good. Being able to use both summoning and reserves, a mix of melee and shooting, like it feels very good.
Yeah, I really like this list. I like how balanced it is compared to the previous list where you've got a little bit more on the board to work with. The Bastiladon Solar Engine really does work a lot better with the mortal wound shooting. Not that the Ark of Sotek is a slouch, but the Solar Engine is able to really pinpoint its damage. I like that. With Dracothian's Tail, you're dropping things, but you're also summoning. I think that's what's deceptive about this list is like you're 106 wounds, but as the game moves on, you're going to be moving up, 120, 130 wounds.
Oh, I usually end with more units than I start.
I do love that shards combo with the Troglodon spell. That's such a juicy combo there to just absolutely shut down an enemy unit. Very nice.
Shut them down and slap them.
Yeah.
Options here that I experimented with, the Skink Oracle. I actually ended up dropping the Bastiladon out of that list in favor of just having 2 Spawn of Chotec in my starting list. What I found was that dropping Spawn of Chotec into play, especially if you have a Horror Ghast in the list, they can shoot hordes immediately, do a whole bunch of damage on 2s, 3s, rend 2, and then the Horror Ghast prevents Inspiring Presence and makes everything run away. So I found that to be a little bit more useful than having a Bastiladon in this particular kind of list. And since I cut the Bastiladon, I found I needed more durability. So I swapped the Arcane Tome on the Astrolith Bearer for the Stegadon Helm on the Troglodon, making him a much tankier piece. And that's where Tepok's Beneficence comes into play, right? I find with 11 drops in this list, I think it goes up to 12 with the Spawn of Chotec, opponents rarely let me choose to go first. But if they do force me to go first, I want to make sure that I can survive a double turn. So I will put up all my defensive buffs on that Troglodon, and then I will teleport it forwards, try to do as much damage as I can with spells, but really I'm just trying to survive the turn, right? Troglodon's going to cast Primordial Mire, he's going to redeploy a bunch of times, hopefully stop melee combat, but it's the defensive options that really make this list useful. It's deceptively tanky. You're looking at this, you see 10 Chargers, 20 Skinks, like, where's the meat? And the Troglodon is just such a meaty boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, the -1 to hit really debuff hammer helps a lot.
-1 hit and -1 wound, hopefully. And +3 save, sometimes +4. Pretty good.
Yeah. And
then the few damage it does take, you just heal up at the start of your next turn, hopefully.
That extra healing.
And if you're forced to go second, well, you can use 2 heroic actions with the Slann, so you can swap your spell to something offensive like Stellar Tempest or Call Its Call, and you can teleport a unit forwards, which feels really good. I like building lists like this where I don't care what my opponent tells me to do to go first or second. I can play both ways. Seraphon in particular are very good at this because they have such super high threat ranges between summoning and teleports and just long range spells in general. So definitely the kind of style I like. I mentioned this earlier in our review. This is Operation Dino Drop. This is just looking at a concept of dropping in Stegadons and dropping in a Bastiladon with Ark of Sotek, and just kind of forming a list around that. I don't know how competitive this is. I'm just playing around with stuff, right? Let's see if we can find something useful here. So the list started with 2 things. First off, what if we used a Stegadon Chief as the general? What would that look like in a Starborn list? And second, dropping a Bastiladon into play after debuffing an enemy with Mystical and Forging to give it 0 rend. Really like both of these things. So how do we form the list? Well, we want to drop stuff into play, so we're going to use a lot of what I used in Lizard Wizards, which is, like I was saying, the Spawn of Chotec, slot in very nicely. Raptadon Chargers are a great unit to drop into play. And you want the Bastiladon with Ark of Sotek using the first 7-inch drop, generally, with Mystical and Forging. And then you want the Stegadon Chief coming in after that. He can even drop in the same turn. Because one of the cool things that Stegadon Chief has here as a Skink general is Shrewd Strategist. So you're once per game, you can just charge him in, deal some mortal wounds, and then have potentially steal an objective even because he does count as 5 models on an objective. So that's all what this list is trying to do. It's trying to preserve as much of that spellcasting package as possible, swapping out the Troglodon for just more melee and shooting options. And I haven't playtested this one. It's on my list, but as you'll see, there's a lot of lists in here I want to get around to.
Nice. I like the idea. I always wanted to play a Dracothian's Tale list that dropped in Stegadons, so I might have to playtest this one for you.
Let me know how it goes, man. List number 4. I just want to remind people that Dracolines are dragons, and therefore they are lizards too. This is a list. My concept here was just try to use as much cavalry as possible and see how that feels in Seraphon, because I'm doing a lot of teleporting and sneaking around and stuff like that. But with Speed of Huanchi and summoning, I feel like you might not need to drop into play, and you can get more interesting things by having Battleline Chargers and skimming points on Skinks and Saurus Guard in order to fit units like Evocators on Dracolines. So that's the concept here. You can see there's that 4-hero package: the Starmaster, the Troglodon, the Starseer, the Astrolith Bearer. That's all good. I've got Leadership of the Alpha, so that the spawn of Chotec, if they need to, both of them need all-out attack. That's an option here. If I want the single shots, because I don't have the ability to drop them into play and shoot the 12-inch shot right away. Here I've actually opted for the spell enhancement in order to have 2 spells on the Slann, one defensive one defensive with Tepok's Beneficence, and one offensive with Comet's Call. The idea here is, like we were talking about earlier in the review, you can just use a heroic action to ditch one of the defensive ones for double offense, or ditch a defensive one for double defense. The Troglodon took the Stegadon Helm because he's trying to be tanky. He can't drop stuff into play, so I need meat. The spell enhancement comes in handy here. Both the Skink heroes can learn Cosmic Crush. Then I've also taught the Starseer Ghost Mist, which is a spell very often ignored. But if you're forced to go first, and you can pick a piece of terrain, and your opponent can't move units around it, basically, they have half charges, and then you can pick another piece of terrain, and you can make it, your opponent can't shoot through it. You've got a lot of control over the board with that. A lot of options become available to survive a double turn.
Yeah.
The namesake of the list, of course, is the Evocators on Dracolines. When we were talking allies, I tried to convince you that these guys are very good, and I'm telling you, they are very good. There's not many units in this army that can deal like a good counterattack, like an immediate repose type thing. Dracolines fit that role perfectly. They're sturdy enough that they're not going to lose too many models to shooting. It's not obvious to opponents that they are such a powerful threat in melee that they need to be shot, and if they're shooting this, they're not shooting anything else. So that feels like a win. They bring their own +1 to wound buff, so they will be on 2s and 2s generally, which feels very good. And they deal tremendous damage from behind a screen. So the idea here is you can use your Raptadon Chargers or just Skinks in order to absorb a charge, and then your Dracolines can pile in and just deal a killing blow immediately in your opponent's turn. I think what makes this work is being able to shoot stuff with the spawn of Chotec after teleporting it, and then dropping a Horror Gas next to that unit immediately. Otherwise, this list would just not have the damage or threat ranges needed to kill hordes of like Blissbarb Archers or even Mortek Guard and things like that. Well, I guess the Horror Gas doesn't help with Mortek Guard, but you know what I mean, big horde units.
Yeah.
So that's the concept here. You can see we're still hovering around that 106 wound count. It's very difficult for Starborne to get past that, I found.
Yeah. I like it. In Fangs of Sotek, it always seems like, the bonus of having these Raptadons is that, well, they're a good unit, but it's freeing up those points for other things. Mm-hmm. So I like that we freed up that battle line points here for some evocators. That's interesting.
Yeah, I've mainly used it to swap 10 Skinks out for a Purple Son of Shaiish, which makes all the Chargers Ren 2, it makes the Dracolines Ren 2, it makes the Spawn Ren 3, which is disgusting. Like, the 4-up save Horde is now just, oh man, they get roasted. It's pretty brutal.
Yeah. And then they run because of Horrorghast.
Mm-hmm. That's the plan. I hope it works. So I've kind of incorporated this list together with Lizard Wizards, and I'm just kind of merging the two together and just still exploring concepts.
Right.
List number 5 is Huanchi Gors. This is a super weird list. I I think maybe like 5 people on this planet are going to try to understand what it does before if they just looked at it without an explanation. So let me break it down because this is super weird.
Okay.
Battle Regiment, which is unusual for me. I don't like Battle Regiment. Generally, I want more value, but this one wants it because what this list is trying to do, and I actually have this written down here. Let me just find my notes. Step 1, take 6 Kroxigor, teleport them 9 inches away from an enemy. Usually still wholly within 18 of your army, so you can still cast buffs and stuff on them. Step 2, cast Cogs in Celestial Equilibrium to give all of your other wizards +1 cast and reroll. Standard stuff so far. Starseer gives the Kroxigors a 5-up ward, and then he casts the Speed of Huanchi on them to move them 4 inches from enemies. So now you have a 4-inch charge in your turn, without enemy redeploy being possible. You cast Mystic Shield on them with Domiton's Stormcoven. They are a 2-spell wizard, so they just have Mystic Shield available. And then they also cast Aether Shock to give the Kroxigors strike first. Hopefully you can position them in such a way that both of them are in the same battlefield quarter. May not always be possible, but hopefully that's the case. So the idea here is you have 6 Kroxigor with all the buffs in the world, pretty much a guaranteed charge round 1 that your opponent can't stop, and they get to strike first. So if your opponent tries to melee them, well, they're going to have to deal with 6 Kroxigors fighting them first. And if they don't try to melee them, well, this is where the secret spice comes in. Shrewd Strategist will allow the Kroxigors to charge in the enemy turn. So if they try to just fight around you, you just redeploy into range and then charge in the enemy turn. And now they have to deal with 6 Kroxigors with fight first again. So the idea here is you try to just kill everything with these fight first Kroxigors.
I like that.
Yeah. I've even managed to sneak in a spawn of Chotec in order to try to wipe out some screens. Probably not a reliable enough tactic with Fangs of Sotek because you don't have the ability to drop in and you're dedicating your teleport to the Kroxigors here. But yeah, there's other stuff that's interesting in here. Purple Son of Shaiish makes these Kroxigors rend 3 against their targets. With the careful positioning, you can avoid it on yourself. The Tunnel Master is key for the Starseer. It puts him up to range so that he can activate Shrewd Strategist. And notice here a reinforced unit of Raptadon Chargers. The theory here being that if you have 6 Kroxigor that have fight first, well, the 10 Raptadon Chargers will get to fight at the same time. So you can deal a tremendous amount of melee damage all at the same time to your opponent. It's also necessary to fit a battle regiment, unfortunately. But that's one of the reasons I don't like the battle regiment. Now, I went further with this concept after we finished the slides for this. And I actually wrote an alternative version that actually drops the spawn into play so that you can shoot screens more reliably. It goes way more drops than 1 drop, so it's a little bit freer. It cuts 5 of the Chargers and in order to bring a Battle Mage. And the Battle Mage gives the Kroxigor -1 hit. And this still fits within the 400-point limit on allies, so it's all good there. So your Kroxigor are now -1 hit, -1 to be wounded by missile attacks, Mystic Shield, 5-up ward, fight first, and they get to charge in the enemy turn if your opponent is avoiding them. Oh, and your opponent also has Rend 0 because of Mystical and Forging. So it's a pretty neat combo. I don't know how good it is. I have no idea how good it is, but it seems super fun.
And it can definitely lock off a side or a section of the board because they don't want to come anywhere near these things. And so they're going to have to try to play around that. So even if they're not attacking this unit or getting close enough for you to charge, you're keeping them completely away from this side of the board. So, yeah, very nice.
And it's still got Space Folder Staff. So it's going to be summoning units 7 inches away, adding more stuff every single turn.
Yep.
So, yeah, fun concept. I don't recommend anyone go out and buy the Underworld's War Van, but if you just happen to be one of the 5 people who bought it and also collect Seraphon, then give it a try, man. It could be fun.
Yeah, interesting.
I'm definitely going to run it at an RTT. I think this might be the first one I run. It'll be fun. All right, so I've been talking a lot. Caleb, tell me about your Quaddle's Claw list here.
This is one I played a couple times, and it's pretty fun. It definitely plays into the march onto the circles and hold on for dear life. I did put it into Battle Regiment, and that kind of framed what choices I was going to make because I wanted to get down to 1 drop. I think you could easily split this up. If you don't have Saurus Warriors with spears, you need to probably take the Galatian Veterans Battalion, which is great for the Warriors, and that would lower your drops. You'd get an artifact, etc., etc. But here we go. We got 1 Battle Regiment. My general is going to be Saurus Oldblood on Carnosaur with Primordial Beast and Blade of Realities. That's just going to make him punchy, as we've talked about before in this review. He's going to do a little bit more damage with Primordial Beast and kind of hunt down some heroes with his Blade of Realities. So it gives me not really a turn one punch with him. That's not what his purpose is, but as the game goes on, if you get some warriors that have been removed, you can come in and countercharge with this Old Blood, and he can do some damage. So I like him in that role. Otherwise, he's going to sit there and spend his extra command points that he gets every time he spends a command point. He can spend or he can use the same ability again, and he'll be doing that a lot on these warriors, on Chargers if he's lined up with them, or even the Bastiladon if it's shooting, depending on what he needs to do. So. I have 2 Starpriests in this list, which I'm not crazy about. I would prefer to have a Starseer in this list, but it just, that extra 5 points in this list, it comes out at 1995. I just could not squeeze an extra 5 points to get me a Starseer, because I would love to have these warriors on a ward save in turn 2, potentially both of these warriors at a 5-up ward. So I couldn't get that. So what their play is they're going to buff with their staff the Warriors or the Chargers, depending on which one you're going to send into combat. They have an ability with their staff to give mortal wounds on wound rolls of 6. And so it works really well with the Warriors when they have a lot of attacks. This is 40 attacks in this unit if you're getting them all in. If you have spears, you should generally get most of them in. So you can do quite a few mortal wounds that way. Heavenly Frenzy lets you run and charge with them if you want to. That helps the Warriors out as they move further, since I didn't take a Vengeful Defender in this list. The main sticking point of this list is probably those 40 Warriors. That's 80 wounds that are pretty much always going to be on a 3-up save. One of the Star Priests is going to be casting Mystic Shield every single turn onto one of those units of Warriors, to try to keep them buffed up as much as possible. That's the one you're going to send into the middle of the board, and it'll be on an effective 2-up save. You got 10 Skinks in here just to kind of fill out the battle line and run around and do what the Skinks do, just kind of be annoying with their nice redeploy. We got 2 units of Raptadon Chargers to fight smaller things off objectives, really there for the speed and the battle tactics. And a Bastiladon with Solar Engine to do a little bit of shooting, not a whole lot, but it does give the list a little bit of shooting, which is nice to help take out those hardened targets. Really, it's just a straightforward Kobol's Claw list that has a little bit of flexibility because of the Skink units, a little bit of shooting because of the Bastiladon unit, but the backbone of it is those Warriors. If you come across an opponent that can take off 40 wounds on an effective 2-up save, then they'll clear those Warriors, but they are pretty difficult units to take off the board. And so you're moving those onto objectives, controlling the central game area with those Warriors, and taking your flankers of Raptidons around the sides to take off the weaker units. Definitely not a top tier list, but a fun one if you want to put a bunch of Warriors on the board. It is 147 wounds, which is quite a few, and most of the list is at -1. Well, the important stuff is at -1 damage, and so it can be difficult to remove this list from the board.
Yeah, and lists like this get a lot better with Battle Regiment. Like things that don't bring a lot of magic or shooting get better with Battle Regiment, because forcing your opponent to go first and then getting a double and just absolutely capitalizing on it is a way to go. There's ways to make this list better. Obviously, none of the lists we're presenting are perfectly optimized. That's not the point of this, right? But it looks like, hey, got a concept. I got Carnosaur and 40 Warriors. How do we balance that?
Exactly. Yep.
Sweet. Everything on 2s and 2s, right? Like if you charge in both units of Saurus Warriors, that's going to be 40 attacks per unit on 2s and 2s. 80 attacks 2s and 2s. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Doing mortal wounds. I mean, it can clear some stuff, so it's nice.
It's pretty cool. Or the Old Blood can give himself all out attack and 20 Warriors all attack, and then another unit uses all defense. There's options here. I like it.
Yeah.
So you've got a very similar looking list here, called Clever Girls, and I think people will be able to spot why it's named the way it is and why it's a little bit different. But run us through exactly the changes and how this differs from the previous one.
So this is kind of the opposite of the previous list. So the other list is just very slow, plodding up the board, trying to hold objectives. This one is an alpha striking Kotal's Claw list. This is really leans into the Aggradons, and the Aggradons can do quite a bit of damage when given all the right buffs. If everything lines up correctly for you, they can do quite a bit of damage. But really, they're there to jump out, kind of surprise your opponent, and get all the way across the board when they may not expect it to, and hold them into their territory. So my general is a Scar Veteran on Aggradon, which I don't really love that unit, but in this case, because we're leaning heavily into Aggradons, he has a role. He's cheap enough that you can take him here. He's fairly tough enough to withstand what you're going to be doing here, but his main role is Vengeful Defender. So he's going to allow your Aggradons to move in the hero phase or your warriors if needed, but really you're looking at that block of 9 Aggradons as the battle line reinforced here to really take advantage of that Vengeful Defenders. So you're going to move those Aggradons 8 inches at the start of the hero phase. You're going to Heavenly Frenzy them to where they can move again and run and charge if you need them. You probably won't need that much range, but it's always there in case your opponent tries to line up really far back or plays cagey and doesn't want you to get close. So you should be able to get these Aggradons where you want to on the board. We also have Sotek's Gaze on the Scar Veteran on Aggradon. I've done this once and it was a lot of fun. If your opponent has an objective right there at their territory and they are deploying maybe screens there because they want you to stay away from their important stuff, they don't have that objective held as tightly as they should, you can send this Scar Veteran on Aggradon with his Aggradon Lancers in there, and with Sotek's Gaze, you're going to capture their home objective turn 1. It's fun when that goes off. Now, it's easy for them to play around if they put the right things on it, but it presents the threat to where you can get this guy across the board turn 1 and capture an objective from an opponent in their territory, which is sometimes can be pretty difficult to do.
Mm-hmm.
That risks your general, so he's now in their deployment zone.
Yeah.
So this is a high risk, high reward kind of thing. If you can turn that over in turn 1 and get ahead on the points, do some damage with these 9 Aggradons, maybe you can turn the battle towards your favor in turn 1. We'll see. This one does have a Starseer, which you'll probably pop his ward on turn 1 with the 9 Aggradons so that they have a 5-up ward save in turn 1, and that way if you get double turned, it stays there to keep them alive a lot longer. If you're going second, you might hold on to that for turn 2 to where you can put on more units as needed. Starpriest, I'm probably going to buff this up with the Aggradons because you're buffing these guys as much as you can to send them in. So you'll be hitting them with the staff to give them mortal wounds. They have enough attacks to get some use out of that, and then probably something like Mystic Shield or something to help them stay alive longer because you want them to bunker up on the opponent and keep them in their territory for at least a turn or 2.
Mm-hmm.
The 9 Aggradon Lancers, which is double reinforced, it does make it hard to get all of them into combat because of their big bases. But in this, you should be able to get 6 of them into combat, which I think with these buffs, you're doing about 50 damage to a 4-up save. You're going to kill whatever you hit unless you're going up against the wrong target. But they will do quite a bit of damage going in. Another 3 Aggradon Lancers, you're probably not going to send them in at the same time, but you'll send them off to grab an objective. You're still using Vengeful Defender to get them extra movement. 20 Saurus Warriors, which are still just a great wound sink to hold objectives. And then another 2 units of Raptadon Chargers for your board play and taking out the smaller units. This list has 0 shooting, almost no magic. So it heavily relies on smashing the Aggradons in and trying to hold on with the other units. So a fun list. I think Aggradons are a fun unit, but not necessarily one of the best. So this one, I'm just trying to build it around that alpha striking of a max unit of Aggradons because I think that would be fun.
Mm-hmm. I'm really liking this concept of a double reinforced Lancer unit. especially with Vengeful Defender, it just guaranteed to charge turn 1, right? Nothing's guaranteed, but you know what I mean. It's making me want to put Storm Coven in here to give them strike first. So even if your opponent like charges them later, they get to fight first.
How much is Storm Coven?
275.
75. Okay.
So what if we also put in like a Troglodon for Primordial Mire, so your opponent can't retreat? And then you pin them with the Lancers, who have strike first, and your opponent can't retreat, so you just get to fight again, even if they survive that combat.
Very nice. I like that.
That's why we make these lists, right? So that we can find stuff we like and then start putting the pieces together like that.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. Yeah, the Scar Veteran on Aggradon will feel a lot better once this champion season is over. Even then, I'm not totally sold on him, but it's nice that you found a use for him here. That's pretty cool.
He does give all these 9 Aggradons, 1 extra attack in turn 1, so it helps with their output a little bit, but really, he's not that good.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I think I'd rather have an Astrolith here.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah.
Because Heavenly Frenzy's on a 7, right? Like, you don't want to be casting that on a naked 7. Even having a +1 feels really good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Even with only 45 models, you still almost 140 wounds. Like, man, Saurus got the meat. That's for sure.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'm going to give us a bit of a palate cleanser from all this Quaddle's Claw nonsense. And I'm going to try to make a decent Thunder Lizard list. This is called Welcome to the Jungle. It's a double battle regiment, and there's a couple things I wanted to explore here. First off is the Stegadon being a behemoth is gone in Thunder Lizard because it becomes battle line. So you can fit it nicely as a troop slot, which means you can fill those slots with, for example, a Spawn of Chotec and a Bastiladon with Solar Engine while maintaining battle regiments, which feels good. This list, the concept was I'm going to get all 4 of the monsters. I'm going to have a Troglodon, a Stegadon, a Bastiladon, and a Carnosaur. All 4 are in this list, along with a Slann Starmaster general who's going to dominate mind on the Stegadon or on the Carnosaur to give them +1 to wound. Since there's no room for Saurus Guard in here, if you'll notice there aren't any, I've given the Slann Fueled by Gurish Rage to try to help him survive. Frankly, if people are trying to kill him, I don't think it's going to be the best strategy for him. He's not that important. Because all he's going to do is just teleport the warriors around and dominate mind on one of the monsters. The combination of Carnosaur, with Blade of Realities in particular, doing pretty decent damage against heroes, but he can also issue all-out attack to the Stegadon and the Bastiladon every single turn. So they're going to be both of them on 2s, 3s, 9 damage max, one of them with Rend 1, one of them with Rend 3. Right now, I'm not too hot on this concept because sharpshooters is a thing. You can't... these monsters can't be shooting heroes, but as soon as that goes away, now you've got 2 heroes that can reliably kill small-foot heroes every single turn, or 2 monsters, I should say. And when you're just picking off support heroes before engaging their main anvils and hammers with durable monsters, because you've got an Oracle here for -1 hit, you've got Starseer for 5-up wards. Like, this is not as bad as it looks. Right? If the Stegadon was a little bit cheaper and I could fit another Endless Spell or another unit of Skinks in here as a screen, I think this would actually be a pretty decent list.
Yeah, I like it. I like the variety of monsters here. We can maximize our monstrous actions. Very nice. Slann, keep everybody topped off on those Dominate Mind.
Mm-hmm.
Very good.
Yeah, I wish the Slann still had a healing spell here. I wish the Invigoration spell could heal some stuff, but it is what it is.
Yeah. What's your plan with Emerald Life Swarm? Just healing up whichever one's hurt?
Yeah, just healing stuff. That's it. With 30 points left over, you could also fit like a Pendulum in here or something,
Yeah.
Despite bringing Monster Mash and going like really elite, I've still managed to fit in 120 wounds here. Very impressive. Coalesced list kind of just got the meat.
Yeah.
Number 9. This one's a bit weird, but I had this idea of what if we use telepathic summons, this totally broken spell? What's the dumbest possible thing we can do with it? And I think the dumbest thing we can do with it is to put 30 Saurus Warriors in the enemy's face without having to make a charge roll, hopefully. So that's what I'm trying to do. So to facilitate that, you want to cast Telepathic Summons, and you want to cast Empowered Celestite. both on that unit of 30 warriors. To do that and have a battle regiment, because this is a pin and win, so you want to pin the opponent in their territory, you want Master of the Material Plane, so you learn both spells, that command trait. You want Itsy Grubs in order to re-roll one of these spells. You also want to support that unit with something like a Saurus Astrolith Bearer. You don't care about Vengeful Defender in this build because you're not trying to move units forward, so the Astrolith Bearer is just there to make all your spellcasting more reliable and longer range. Crucially, the longer range is important because you want to summon towards the Troglodon. So you want the Troglodon right on your front line, and you want to summon the Saurus Warriors wholly within 15 inches of the Troglodon. Then you want to cast Heavenly Frenzy with the Troglodon to give them a run 6 and charge, and then you just charge in with the Warriors and try to pin everything down. As you're doing that, you can drop in some Hunters of Huanchi with bolas onto an objective, score Desecrate, lots of tactical flexibility there. And it's got one of my favorite units, the Frostheart Phoenix, who's going to fly up with his massive 16-inch fly move. So he can just run up there. 3-up save, and he has a -1 to wound aura. So not only will your enemies hopefully be -1 hit because there's a Troglodon in range, but they'll also be -1 to wound, and they'll be -1 damage because Saurus Warriors have that innately. And hopefully they'll also have... nope, there's no Source of 5 up board here. I didn't bring a Starseer. So yeah, that's where this combo ends. Because it has to fit into a battle regiment, so I have to fill it out with troops and monsters instead. Chargers here play a flank. They hit stuff. Don't know if this is the best list. I feel like I'm really stretching what this concept can do. 40 points left over. I would consider bringing, I don't know, shackles, maybe shards to half movement and prevent teleports, things like that. We'll have to test this one and see it. I don't currently own 30 warriors. I'm only up to 20 right now. So I'm thinking I might pick up 10 more and give this one a try, and just to see how stupid this summon ability is.
Yeah. Nice. What's the aura on the Frostheart? It's been a long time since I've seen one of those.
It's enemies within 9 inches have -1 to wound with melee weapons.
Okay. Yeah, so depending on the deployment, you could get both the Troglodon and the Frostheart, both on whatever unit you're sending all these warriors into. I like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Troglodon doesn't have to charge; it just has to be within 9 inches of an enemy. And remember, this is Coalesced, so you can
buff it.
You can buff it up to 12 inches, right? So if you just run the Troglodon, that's usually enough. Same with the Phoenix, 16-inch flying move. It's very easy to just run it forwards to keep pace with the warriors.
Yeah, because the ones I've played around with trying to do this, I would end up just buffing the Saurus Warriors with pluses to save as much as I could. That helps to some extent. But if you're debuffing the attacks that are coming into it on both hit and wound, that's fantastic. I love that.
And that's 60 wounds your opponent has to chew through. Best case scenario, it'll have a 6-up board. Probably not. I guess the Astrolith could take Tunnel Master here if you need to. But I have this idea with the Slann being able to pull that unit of Saurus Warriors out. And then he can just Tunnel Master onto an objective and then pull them to him and just fight on a completely different space that he was at before. I think that's really an extra trick. Like a problem with a lot of these pin and win strategies is it goes all in, right? And I kind of want to work some extra flexibility in there. So like, let's say my initial pinning maneuver didn't work. Well, I can Tunnel Master over to a new spot with the Slann and then try again next turn from a different angle.
Yeah. It keeps them from, if they can pull out of that pin and reform on another flank, you can do the same thing. So I like that. Very good.
That's the theory. We'll see how it plays out. I think actually I wouldn't take an endless spell here. There's no wizard to cast it, right? Slann wants to cast either Celestial Equilibrium to give the Oracle +1, or he wants to cast Mystic Shield on the Saurus Warriors. Oracle wants to cast his Heavenly Frenzy, so there's no room here for an endless spell, and I'd rather have the Indomitable Triumph, because one of the things people will do against something like this is hit you with like a Bleeding Icon or Horror Ghast or something, and that just, the game's over, right? So Indomitable to just not have to take Battle Shock, I think is worth a 40-point.
Makes sense.
Yeah, Raptadon Chargers, always good. Hunters, this is exactly the niche we talked about with Hunters, right? They're a cheap unit you throw in a list to just contest an objective somewhere.
Absolutely.
List number 10, Gator maxing. So I went through a lot of variation on this one, and I'm still not 100% sold on its final form. Right now, it's got 2x6 Warspawned in Galatian veterans, so that they can strike stuff even when they're not even when they're not in perfect positions. So that's the core of the list. Is it's got 12 Kroxigors, and that's a lot of points. So obviously we're going to have to bring Vengeful Defender on an Astrolith bearer. We're going to have to bring a Troglodon to give -1 hit. We're going to have to bring a Starseer for Heavenly Frenzy and the 5-up ward, and to disable wards, which is super crucial for Warspawned damage. They are very elite attackers. They can't really deal with wards very well. And you round it out with a bit of shooting, with some spawn and a Bastiladon. Yeah, I'm not 100% sold on where this list will end up. I'm thinking maybe you go like another champion, and then you, instead of veterans, you run them as a Galatian command. That could be very interesting. Yeah, I just like the idea of bringing lots of Kroxigors, and I'm trying to make it work here.
Yeah, it's so tempting. The Kroxigor are the new model will be here soon. Looks amazing, and Kroxigor are always fun. So I like it.
I'll definitely be trying this one. I only picked up 2 boxes of Kroxigor, so maybe I'll proxy my old ones in there for now.
Yeah, I have a bunch of from Kroxigor that I've had for a long time, so I'm definitely going to run some Kroxigor lists to try them out. So we'll see.
Vengeful Defender makes them feel great. Without it,
Yeah, they're just too slow otherwise.
you gotta teleport them and then speed a Huanchi them. Like, you gotta use some kind of hero phase move with the Kroxigors.
Yep.
And my final list, I called Kroak's Claw. Because the idea here, very similar to your earlier list, is just meaty Saurus. But I also wanted to bring Lord Kroak, because instead of having to take the Master of the Celestial Plane, I can take the 2 spells that I need to cast with Kroak. I got them. And then as soon as enemies get within range for his spells, which I can channel through the Starseer, he can just switch and start doing a whole bunch of mortal wounds. So if you have your range damage with Lord Kroak, and you have your support package with Lord Kroak, the rest of your list can be all meat. And you don't need to bring a command trait to get the extra spells. You can go Battle Regiment and still have Vengeful Defender. The Astrolith Bearer does, I believe he's not an Arcane Vassal. You have to be a Skink Wizard to be an Arcane Vassal, which is unfortunate. But he's still another spell. You know, you've got Cogs and Purple Sun. You want to be casting the Cogs with the Astrolith Bearer. And yeah, it's just 20 warriors, 10 warriors, 2x6, 2x3 Lancers, and 5 Guard. It's just meat as far as the eye can see, but with a splash of Lord Kroak in there, just for good measure.
Yeah. I think you might see Kroak pop up in these Quotal's Claw lists a little bit more. It's not necessarily for that turn 1 Mortal Wound Bomb, but as the game progresses and everything gets smushed in and they're trying to kill off all this stuff, now you don't need that extra range for these mortal wounds, because they've come to you, and you're going to blast them off the table with these mortal wounds as they're trying to get through all your screens.
Mm-hmm. Well, the idea here is your first turn, you throw 20 warriors up with telepathic summons. Try to pin them, and then you move up. Hopefully you force the opponent to go first. You don't have to do this. You can just start casting Celestial Deliverance right away. Kroak can cast every good spell, right? He can do the Empowered Celestite on the Lancers or the Warriors, depending on what you need. One option I had here initially, which I ended up switching out, was I had a reinforced unit of Lancers instead of 2x3, because I thought, well, I want a Vengeful Defender, big value, so I'll push up 6 Lancers and 20 Warriors. But then I thought, I'm actually not even going to push up the Warriors, because I'm just going to teleport them, right? There's no need for that. I kind of more envision this as like smaller units going where they need to go the turn they need to go. Astrolith can sit in my territory the whole time, and he just pushes units around, and I think that'll be just fine.
Very nice.
So I'm going to be testing this one out as well. I think this is the way I'd prefer to use Kroak. I don't want to use him in that Kroak Bomb style. I feel that's too all in. This is a much more balanced version, even though it lacks all the teleporting that Starborne can do and the summoning. I think this is just a better mix of melee and magic.
Sure, yeah. And you can, with Kroak here in this list, you can get both of the spells that you want.
Yeah, exactly.
Slann spell lore. Yeah.
Yep. And then he's also casting Purple Sun at +3 with a reroll. So all of these warriors are now on Ren 3. Lancers are on Ren 4 potentially if you empower Celestite on them. Feels good, man.
Yeah.
And that wraps up the review. So here's a nice summary slide with Seraphon strengths and weaknesses, which we'll go over shortly. But first, I'm going to ask you guys, what do you think of the Seraphon book overall? What's your final first impression? Because obviously there's a lot more to go into with this book. Dan, what do you think about Seraphon right now?
Hey, this book seems really cool because it has a lot of neat combos that are they're priced a little awkwardly. That is one of my first impressions that the book is priced a little awkwardly on purpose, right? So that it's not too easy to construct lists. Some lists just slot together like the Croak list. But there's some finesse to this army and the list construction that I do appreciate that doesn't seem to be there as much with some of the other new books. And that doesn't necessarily make the book weak, honestly. Like that's the cool part is that I don't know. It really does feel almost like the Stormcast book in that we have some weird points here and there with like for example like our heroes are kind of expensive, right? But as you build the lists, the Seraphon book actually like has combinations, has synergies, and it feels good. Like you see the list come together and you're like, okay, yeah, you've got this small package and that package, right? You've got the Astrolith bear just bringing everything together, and they've got good tools and they're costed appropriately, and it just feels good. I think the army just feels good from seeing it on the tabletop. It feels like a good army to play, and I like that it plays in pretty much all the phases. Like the shooting has definitely been toned down, but I like how much this army interacts in so many phases. It feels like it's a very active army, and I think it challenges the player in all the right ways, which is pretty cool. Like, regardless of meta strength, meta's going to shift over time. But as far as the feel of the book, this is a really well designed book, and I like that a lot.
Mm-hmm. And what do you think about Starborn versus Coalesced overall?
Oh, I do think that Coalesced kind of got a little bit of the short end of the stick. No spoilers. You can see at the bottom. We did separate them by a tier. I think Coalesced does take a bit of a second fiddle, but not by too much. I think there's like just a couple, maybe some points changes that could really help Coalesce in relation to Starborn. Not that we'll probably see them. I think they're going to do great. But Starborn does seem to come together a lot easier, have more clear avenues of play, and not even just more clear, but just more options, right? Not necessarily that like, oh, it's obvious I'm gonna just push my army forward or anything like that. It's just that you have so many options that you're able to adapt to any situation, which is the Starborn's real advantage over Coalesced. Coalesced does have a bit more narrow avenues of play. They're a little more limited. I do hope the teleportation for them stays as a really useful tool. We'll see if any wording gets updated on that. As of the time of recording, anyway, they haven't. But other than that, Coalesced, yeah, I think just feels a bit more narrow. That's my overall impression of it.
Mm-hmm. Well, one thing you touched on there, Dan, is that it's not obvious how the units in this army go together, aside from something like the Croak list, right? It's very obvious that you bring a big casty guy that can kill the enemy army, and then you bring a whole bunch of things to buff his casting and teleport stuff around and change his range. That's an obvious thing. But everything else in this army is not obvious at all. Where do Chargers fit in? Where do Kroxigors fit in? How do Warriors fit into lists? Where do Spawn of Chotec go? How do you play them with their 12-inch range on their main attack? Like, these are not obvious questions, and it really does feel like Stormcast in that way too, where it took us a while to really figure out the nuance and the niches of every particular unit. And I think some of them we called ahead of time. Like I think we nailed Tempesters, and lately we've come around on Dracolines because of the point changes. And I think that's going to happen again with this book. I think after some points change, there's going to be a completely new perspective on some of the units in here. I've mentioned Stegadon a few times. I think that's one of the key targets for this sort of thing. Like as soon as that guy goes down in points, it's going to really change what you think about this book.
Yeah, it's 100% internal balance point changes that I would do just to help the book feel better. I don't think that some of the points were as well tested. Because this book is tough to put together. I could 100% see how this book was tough to playtest, even if I don't necessarily agree with a lot of the playtesting that's been done recently. But it's definitely a tough book, which is cool because it is such a deep book. I think this book is a lot deeper than some of the other books we've had recently, where it's just like, this is clearly the best option. This is clearly the best option. Like, disregard everything else.
Yeah. So overall, Caleb, what do you think about Seraphon 3rd edition book? We've spent, oh god, how long is this review? Did we hit 10 hours? It's a long review. It's been weeks of recording. What are your final initial thoughts on the book? Because obviously there's so much more to go into, right? This is just the beginning.
I feel like they have given us different play styles, and I like that. I think they've kind of built the army into two different silos. I'm not sure I'm as crazy about that, but I feel like each silo, either the Starborn or the Coalesced, feel good in its own right. So I feel it does kind of feel like a book that has two different armies in it. Coalesced definitely plays one specific way where you're going for, that wound sink, the tank, the melee phase as much as possible. And then you've got a lot of movement over in Starborn and a lot of mortal wounds. So I feel like they did a good job getting the feel of these two armies. But is it too siloed? I think maybe we see over time that if one or the other is doing the better, we don't see a real good mix of those armies. It may be played very specifically into those sub-factions. So I do like it. I think they've made Saurus viable again. That's kind of that's what I wanted. I really wanted Saurus to be playable. And so I'm happy to see that there are some good lists that are going to come out with Saurus. I don't think it's going to be top of the meta, but it's going to be playable and it's going to be fun and it has a purpose. So I'm excited about that.
Mm-hmm. I like that they made Saurus useful without making Skinks worthless.
Yeah.
And that was a worry I had with this book, was like, they tend to do this, like, swing far one direction and then swing far the other direction, and then over time you can call that balanced, but in the moment it's not, right? And I think they've done a pretty good job making most units in the book good. Kroxigors are kind of the standout. They're they kind of have a little bit in both factions, but it's neither good enough in either one to really be the star of the show.
Yep, I agree. But it does feel like there's enough units in here that you can really make some lists that speak to what you want to do. So I think that's good.
It's got a lot of longevity too. I felt this way with the first edition book and all the GHBs that updated it, and then I felt this way with the second edition book. That this, no matter what happens with the next edition, this book's got legs. It's got enough stuff going on with magic and melee and teleporting and all these tricks and good units. I feel like it's got good future proofing, and I think that's really important because Seraphon probably aren't getting a book for another 3 years. So strap in. We got a lot of digging to do on this one.
Absolutely.
Overall, I would call this army, I think Starborn's better. Coalesced is a little bit worse, but it's not bad by any means. I think Coalesced is like a B tier army. Like B tier is usually like average strength these days, and A tier is like above average. Would you agree with that sentiment or push back on it?
No, I think that's right. Mm-hmm. Starborn definitely looks like it's going to be stronger. Coalesced has a little bit of a simpler playstyle, but it still has some complexity and some tricks. So I think it gets up into that B tier where you pilot it well, you're going to do good. So I like it. I think it's a good book.
Mm-hmm. And now we wait for the errata to come in and completely destroy everything we just talked about.
Yeah, I think that could be. I think an errata could hit Coalesced harder depending on what they do. So if they really affect telepathic summons, that could drop Coalesced down a little bit because a lot of strategy does come around that. And if without telepathic summons, it's a much more straightforward army where you're just charging straight forward. Not as many tricks. So we'll see what they do to us.
Yep.
Hopefully they touch it softly.
We'll see if Vassal Casting can still do endless spells, right? They eroded Sylvan, so they can't. We'll see if telepathic summons can still allow units to move because they eroded translocation that you can't. There's a lot of precedent set, and this Battletome breaks all the rules that have been set already in third edition errata. So high chance there's going to be some changes, and hopefully this review made it out before that.
Yep.
All right, well, let's talk strengths and weaknesses. I really like doing this. I feel like this is the part of the review that puts it all together for me. It's not the list construction. It's not just looking through the Warscrolls. It's like examining the army as a whole based on what's given in the book.
Yeah, because points are going to change, right? Like, it's mostly points, but points and meta are going to change a lot. But in the end, like, the strengths and weaknesses, analyzing the army is what's really important, especially even if you're going to play against it. I think it's important to know what are they going to do that's going to be better than other books, and that's something that doesn't change with meta or points too much.
Mm-hmm. This is definitely a prime candidate for our How to Counter series. It's a very janky army, and I think we might revisit it at some point, like with the Stormkeep team, and talk about how to beat Seraphon, because they have a lot of technical aspects that players will have to know how to play around.
With the inside scoop on the great plan.
So strengths, I would say they're the best casting army in the game, but I'm going to say it's arguable because I feel like you can make a good case for other armies as well. It's hard to argue with techless auto casting 4 spells a turn that are all high impact, but I think Seraphon can be called the best casting army. They have very powerful spells, right? They've got 2 different nukes for horde units. They've got Comet's Call. They've got Celestial Deliverance. They've got crazy ranges on all their spells and vassal casting. They can disable wards. They can shut off rend. They can disable run and retreat and half your charges. Like the control and damage that comes out of this army with their spells is insane. Usually armies have one or the other, not both. This army has both, and they have powerful ranges as well, which is really the big thing, right? The vassal casting, the teleporting into range, and then bonus range from the Astrolith Bearer all combine to make this army deadly when using magic. Maybe you don't even have to kill your opponent with this army. You can just summon skinks and control them until the game's over, and kill maybe 1 or 2 units a turn.
Yeah, you can definitely do some crippling damage with this army, and more than that, I think this army capitalizes really well because of the way they can, like Starborn can summon, but they have units that can get out there like Chargers. Chargers are the prime example of this. Some armies like Tzeentch, if they're not using something big like an Incarnate, can't really, like they'll do their range damage and then they won't be able to finish it. And I think Seraphon excels in being able to actually do the mortal wounds and then actually go out and take advantage of it, right? They don't give their opponent the opportunity to heal up or to recover in different ways. And I think that's pretty important.
Yeah, and that was one of the keys to really figuring this army out, was figuring out how they do that last bit of damage. Because there's a lot of stuff in this army that will do damage against, count the number of models in the enemy unit, roll that many dice. And those are really good when you're playing, against 20 models, 10 models. But once it's down to like 1 or 2 models left, and they just hit that unit with an inspiring presence, you feel really bad because you need to kill units. You can't just leave stuff alive in this game.
Yeah, calling back to our How to Counter Tzeentch video, Caleb talked really well about how he, maths out his matchups and goes, this is the amount of, mortal wounds I need to be doing on average per game based on, the average wounds in enemy armies. You can kind of do that with Seraphon, but it's so much more forgiving because you have these follow-ups.
Mm-hmm. You've got Chargers dropping out of reserve with a 6-inch rerollable charge. You've got good shooting with Bastiladons and Stegadons. You've got damage where you need to have damage. Salamanders, I'd say, are pretty bad at finishing off units. Even with all-out attack, they're on 3s, 2s, Rend 2, D6. Like it's not good at finishing, but they're really good at softening units, which is what I really like them for. Like hitting 20 Lumineth Sentinels with the Salamander and then moving a Horrorghast into range, it's beautiful. I love doing that. And there's nothing the Lumineth player can do because it's all done, without spells or out of reserve. The Horrorghast is cast out of their unbinding range. Like, Techless just watches a Horrorghast kill his whole army. It's demoralizing. So like I said, they can deal tremendous amounts of mortal wounds from outside enemy unbinding range, which is great. Starborn can even capitalize on this with even more ranged mortal wounds, right? They've got the Mortal Wound Blast from Cosmic Power Points. They've got the Realm Shaper engine. You can summon in units that can immediately charge in 7 inches away, potentially, if you use the Space Folder Staff, which you really should use. It's a very powerful artifact. So, powerful range damage, good enough melee damage, combined with the fact that they're arguably also the most mobile army in the game. Being able to teleport every single turn without a dice roll, like, this is Stormcast level mobility, but you don't have to roll a dice. There's no failure opportunity, which is incredibly strong. You can move in the hero phase in this army, which is something that was considered far too powerful at the start of 3rd edition, and there was a community uproar that some armies could do that. Now this army just does it regularly, all the time, every single turn. It's not a problem. You can teleport units and then move them immediately. It's wild. You can deploy reserves and summon a wide toolkit of units more than 7 inches away from enemies. And there's multiple units in this book that have +1 to charge. Saurus Warriors, Skink Chargers. All of these units work great with a 7-inch deployment. Having a 6-inch rollable charge is very reliable, especially because both of these units are built to fight over objectives. Right? Saurus Warriors are built to stand on objectives and take hits and be that meaty body that survives a turn, whereas Chargers are meant to obliterate anything on an objective with the bonus damage that they get on the Riders. Another thing here with the mobility is that any unit in this army can gain fly from a Slann command. Skinks with Speed of Huanchi can just jump over units in the hero phase and then use a guaranteed 14-inch move in the movement phase before your opponent has a chance to redeploy anything. it's a huge amount of mobility, speed as well, right? Like this is a surprisingly fast army with really good mobility tools. There's also loads of monsters, and coalesced armies have excellent rampages for those monsters. And as I mentioned multiple times in this review, Seraphon monsters aren't like other armies' monsters. They're big monster bodies, but they have cannons on top. They're contributing shooting damage while they're also having the big monster bodies that are very useful. But Seraphon definitely have some weaknesses, despite all these strengths of having powerful mobility, powerful casting, toolkit units, summoning, ranged mortal wounds. They've got a lot of good things going for them, but they definitely have some strict weaknesses. And I think the main thing that I've experienced as a weakness is that everything is kind of expensive. Units are generally inefficient when you compare their wounds and damage to other armies, not just Stormcast, which typically have good damage per points. But just everything about the army feels inefficient. Even the cheap units like Skinks are 85 points for 10 wounds, and they don't do anything except, be 10 wounds and move around. And that's useful, but it feels like that's not an 85-point unit. That feels more like a 70-point unit, kind of like something like Aetherwings. Stegadon's being 300 points is a big one. Bastiladon, 265 points. Like, all of these things really feel overpriced. Kroxigors, a lot of the heroes feel overpriced, like Scar Veteran on Aggradon. Hunters of Huanchi feel overpriced. There's just very expensive units all across.
I think that's what I was getting at with like awkward pricing is some of the units are just really well costed, and then some of them just are just slightly too much. Like, why is this? And then Stegadon just completely baffles me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure where the pricing on this came from. Just looking at other armies, like for the stats, even including the allegiances, it just seems really strange.
Yeah, and I think it's because this army has good summoning. The fact that you can add, starting on round 2, you can just add a unit of Raptadon Chargers to your army every round for the rest of the game. That's really good. And that's going to add, 600 points by the end of round 5, which is huge. And when you account for that, that starts to make the point cost start to make more sense. But Coalesce can't summon at all, so why are their points so incredibly high? I don't think their abilities justify their point costs. And summoning also has an opportunity cost in Starborne. It's not like literally free like Tzeentch, right? You can actually be using abilities to revive models, gain a 5-up ward, or deal damage. So you have to trade defense and offense in order to get more bodies. And it's a good trade-off. It feels good. But the fact that everything is costed so high kind of makes you think that if you're not summoning stuff, you're going to fall behind. And then if you're playing Coalesce, like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's just an overcosted army, I think. This is especially compounded because if your hammers and anvil units are not protected by buffs or debuffs, they will just die. The Troglodon feels durable because it's a hero that can Finest Hour. You can give it the Stegadon Helm. You can give it Mystic Shield. You can give it Finest Hour. You can give it a -1 to wound buff with Setbox Beneficence. You can give it all these things, then it becomes durable. But if you don't have buffs on a unit, and remember, a lot of these can only be on one unit at a time, they just die. Like Kroxigors, without all the defensive buffs in the game, are a very fragile hammer unit. Stegadons are a fragile monster relatively. Bastiladons feel like they'd be tanky with a 2-up save, but there's just enough damage to kill a unit like a Bastiladon because there's enough Ren stacking, there's enough mortal wounds. Charged mortal wounds are a big problem for this army to deal with in particular. And because there's limited ways to gain strike first or strike last, it's really hard to fight with more than one unit at a time. So whenever you're not playing Reinforced Warriors or Aggradons or fighting with if you don't set up your combats very, very well, this army will just fall apart very quickly. It'll take far too much damage.
I do wish that there was a little more redundancy, like maybe some other buffs that didn't rely as much on spellcast, just because your spellcast, it's a limited resource, right? You have opportunity costs and all that. So I think that it's a bit weird that there's not more defensive effects. I think Coalesce, it's odd to think that a -1 damage army might need more defenses, but just with the way it's costed, it seems oddly squishy. But it does make the -1 damage much more agreeable than like in OCR Born Reapers, for example, where it was a little bit too much with how much they could save stack.
I kind of hope they change -1 damage to -1 wound in both phases, ideally, but I'd rather have a -1 wound effect than -1 damage. There's too much stuff in this game that does mortal wounds
or 1 damage.
Or 1 damage, right? So I think the -1 damage effect is not good enough. This army is also relatively low damage. Especially, we talk about how much damage Chargers do, and they do good damage, but they really, because they're on 4s and 3s, they're inaccurate. So even though their max damage stays high, as soon as you get hit by a -1 hit or a roar and you can't use all that attack, or a -1 wound effect, which is really brutal for those units, that unit becomes far less accurate. And sometimes it may not be enough. In my experience, it's always been enough to kill what I need to. But I can tell that as soon as my opponents learn to play around that and start, having 2-up save stuff with -1 hit, -1 wound, or other effects like that, the Charger drop is not going to be good enough, which is unfortunate. The shooting damage also is quite poor. Like, the total shooting damage in this army is quite poor. If you don't combine multiple monsters with their cannons on the same target, doing, max 9 damage with a Bastiladon each turn is not very good. Even most battle line shooting units will do 10 damage, even though they might be red 1. They'll also be a lot cheaper, right? Even something like Stormcast Vigilors, they're 170 points. They're not a good shooting unit, but they still do more max damage than a Bastiladon per turn. So yeah, you have to focus fire, and the problem with focus fire, especially in a synergistic army like Seraphon, is that it can be disrupted. Once your opponents learn your game plan, learn your synergies, learn your ranges, they can start to pick you apart and take trades in efficient ways while you're being debuffed effectively. We talked about -1 damage. It can be totally useless in some matchups, and even in some matchups, the opponent might just have enough damage to get through it anyway. Maybe not in 1 round, but over 2 rounds. I think Stormcast can probably punch through a Coalesced army over 2 rounds, no problem. Focus fire there will make sure that units just die before you can do anything about it, and you won't be able to take trades well against armies like that. This army relies on casting spells, but as everybody who has ever rolled a miscast knows, magic is inherently reliable, even with a +2. And many armies in the game right now have very hard counters to magic. There's things like Null Myriad for Bone Reapers. There's Khorne with a 5-up Spell Ignore, which gives them Blood Tithe. There's techless auto-unbinding spells. There's Knight Incantors, which auto-unbind a spell. There's a lot of magic hate. Storm Drakes with a 4-up Spell Ignore are a nightmare to deal with Seraphon. You have to play very carefully against that list. There's a lot of magic hate in the game. And if you are the best magic army, maybe you might not have as hard of a time with magic hate as another army will, but it's still a rough time.
It's very skewed, and there's a little rock paper scissory in that sense. But I do wish, like I said earlier, there's a bit more reliability in the sense that some of the other armies have just abilities on the scroll they just give, and I think Seraphon has less of that. I think even than they used to. It's really mostly like the Serpent Poison is an automatic thing. There's like the once per game abilities from some of the units, like the new Aggradon hero. It's just, they definitely focused it in on the magic, which I think is cool. It helps to balance the army, but it's something to keep in mind when you're facing Seraphon.
Mm-hmm. This army, I would say, has poor accuracy. Most units are on 4s to hit or 4s to wound or both. Saurus can be on 2s, rend 2, which feels good. But units like Skinks and Kroxigors can almost never get boost. Like Skinks in particular cannot boost wound rolls. There's nothing in the game for that. There is a Starpriest buff that can go on any unit, which gives you wound rolls of 6, cause mortal wounds, which is honestly, it's like having +1 to wound. It's not too different from that, considering those mortal wounds just go through the armor save. But that has to be done in the hero phase. It can only be on 1 unit, and it can be on any unit, right? So there's limitations on that Starpriest buff. So if you ever face a -1 wound effect army, like if you charge your Raptadon Chargers into a unit of Nurgle anything from Slaves to Darkness, they're not killing anything. They'll be on a 2-up save and you'll have 0 rend. So that's a rough matchup. Only 1 unit can get all-out attack per phase, but you want multiple units shooting, you want multiple units fighting. Even though you have problems with strike first, strike last, you'll still have situations where you'll want multiple all-out attacks, and there's really just no way to get it outside of bringing an expensive Carnosaur, which you may not want to do. All of these things add up, relatively low max damage, and they're inaccurate. That's not a good combo. I will say it's also a very complex army to play. Any mistake any mistake you make in positioning is heavily punished. Like, let's say you just ever so slightly move your Troglodyte out of range of being wholly within 12 of its land, and now next turn you can't teleport it. That's awful. Making sure you keep all your units in auras and you plan at least 1 turn ahead is a very difficult thing to do, especially when you're trying to play against an opponent who may know your army better than you do. It's hard to learn, but thankfully it is super satisfying, at least. When you master this army, you put the pieces together, it feels like you're lining up constellations and you're making links and you're unleashing devastating effects on your opponent. And it feels very, very good.
Yeah, I think the Starborn, especially part of the book, really nails that particular feel. Maybe the Coalesced, the Coalesced kind of gets there. The new bite mechanic is kind of interesting, if a little weird to use, like we talked about earlier. But I do really like the feel of Starborn. Like I've seen Starborn on the table a couple times now, and it does feel like you're lining everything up. Like the old book kind of had that feel, but not nearly as cohesive as it is now. Everything seems to work together. The summoning points are very cool. There's more synergy between like the artifacts and the enhancements, which are it's more interesting. Some of them are a little more lackluster though.
Mm-hmm. There is a high amount of behemoths and artillery in this army, which can make it very difficult to keep a low deployment count. So if you have a lot of matchups where your opponent can go first and deal significant damage, or they can force you to go first and then double you and kill you, because as we've discussed, nothing is too durable, nothing is too good at doing damage. If you can't keep your drops low, that could be a problem. Now I don't know necessarily how much of a problem this is. The season is nearly over. A new season's coming. Who knows what's going to happen? But that's definitely a weakness in this army. Having more drops is not good in general, right?
Yeah.
It's not to say it's impossible to play around it. Like, I personally like having more drops. There's advantages to it, right? You get more information out of your opponent. But not having the option to have less drops is definitely a weakness. And I think this is kind of a minor gripe, I suppose. But I think it could actually be a weakness down the road, because I think it has to do with unit variety. But there's a lot of poor hero customization. There's a lot of bad enhancements in this book. Arbitrary keyword limitations, like why can't Stegadon Chief take Prime War Beast? I don't see why that would be restricted in that way. There's a lot of things like that where Skinks and Saurus can't take the other one's artifacts, and I feel like one of them is just going to be better in the end. And given how important movement is in the game, it's probably going to be Skinks, right? The difference may not be huge, and I think you'll still find room for Saurus in lists like this. But it would be good maybe if Saurus could gain access to all the Skink stuff. That might make them a little bit better. But that's like a minor nitpicking kind of thing. So overall, I think Starborn's going to be a strong army in this current meta. I think they're going to be an A-tier army, which we consider to be something that can, 4-1 pretty reliably. It's going to feel like it's at the top of the meta. I don't think it's S-tier. I don't think it's going to be overpowered and need to be changed. I think it's going to hit that sweet spot where every army should try to get. And I think Coalesced falls a little short on that. I think Coalesced is trying to play a fair game of Warhammer. Aside from, teleporting with telepathic summons, everything it does is pretty standard as far as the game goes. There's nothing too weird in that army. And unfortunately, other armies just do that better. There's no bonuses to rally. We're kind of going into what we call debuff hammer and sustain hammer. And Coalesced does neither of those. It doesn't really debuff your opponents that much. It doesn't really have high sustain. Like Starborn has better sustain than Coalesced does, which is interesting. Between summoning and reviving models.
Yeah.
So Coalesced, I think, just gets outclassed. But Starborn's mobility, casting, and summoning keeps it very relevant in this game.
Yeah, that's what really leans into our A tier, B tier ranking. It really is a whole tier of difference, and Coalesced is by no means bad, or B tier is not bad. We C is competitive for us, and B tier is honestly very balanced. I think Seraphon is a really cool book, and the two halves make it a lot deeper of a book than a lot of the recent ones we've had. Pretty cool to come up with some of these combinations. The list we talked about earlier. We have a lot of lists in this review.
If this book came out 5 months ago, last year,
oh man,
at the end of last year, this would be the strongest book in the game. But we've seen a lot of other strong books come out recently, and this one is, it's not the strongest of those, let's say.
Yeah, but I do prefer the balancing of this book a lot more. Anyways, at the time of writing a review.
All right, well, Caleb, thank you very much for all your help with this. Thank you very much for coming on and putting up with our recording schedules. It's been a blast to have you on here, man, and I'd love to have you back on at some point.
Absolutely. It's been a lot of fun. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, thanks so much, Caleb. I really appreciate you coming on the show. I've been a long time fan of your YouTube channel, so thanks so much for coming on. It's pretty bomb, and we've been really happy to have you.
And that wraps up our 9+ hour review of the Seraphon Battletome. Thank you,
did
everybody. Thank you, everybody who watched the whole thing, or just chapters, or any part of this. Really, we got your clicks, so got you, suckers. No, thank you, really, guys, for watching this. This one has been a really big labor of love. This is my favorite army in the game, and I was super happy to do a review for it. And I'm glad people are interested in watching this content. We use these reviews as a way to just think. We kind of just sort our thoughts out and then discuss it. And then the last step of this whole process is opening it back up to you guys and asking you what you think about everything. Because we can only stay so long in our ivory towers. We need to go down to the common people and ask your opinion as well. So thank you. Go ahead.
I was just saying that's what it comes down to is putting all this theory into practice. It's what really I love seeing you guys' feedback on that. Speaking of which, you guys should totally leave a comment down below because Paul reads literally all of them. I try to read as many as I can and respond as well, but Paul literally goes through all of them and will respond and have a great conversation with you guys, and I will try to do so as well.
Yeah, and if you want to keep talking about Age of Sigmar all day long, we're talking about it in the Stormkeep Discord server. You can check the video description for a link. We talk battle reports, we post our models, we have community contests, we make lists, we post constantly. So if you're looking for a good time, jump on in there. It's pretty fun. And consider supporting us by becoming a member on YouTube or joining us at patreon.com/thestormkeep. You can get access to the slides we use in all our videos here. You can get early access to videos, and you can get access to a private list workshop where we are obligated to help you with whatever list that you're working on. Let's say you got a big GT coming up and you're trying to fine tune the last 100 points of your list. You can drop it in there and we'll give you our advice.
Yeah, just ask for advice. We just got a general private chat with the members. So, thank you guys for supporting our madness and helping us out and really biggest thing of support. If you could just hit that good old subscribe button, that would be bomb. But yeah, other than that, join our Discord for sure. Talking with you guys is the best part of my day, and the battle report channel is 100% my favorite because, like I talked about earlier, when you're putting all this theory that we talk about in all our videos to practice and sharing that with each other, sharing that with all of us, everyone just gets better, right? Experiences really help us out.
Coming up next on the podcast, we have a full review of Blades of Corn. I don't think it'll be 9 hours, but it'll be pretty well in depth as well. We have an excellent guest for that one. And then we are working on a quick review for Soulblight Gravelords. Our quicker reviews are a little bit faster. They just try to predict how the army's going to play out. I think we're a bit late on this one, but I think it'll still be interesting nonetheless. And there's more stuff cooking in behind the scenes that we can't talk about yet. So once again, thank you everybody for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.